Chapter 255. Ambush. Upon hearing the words of the ghost blade, a collective gasp of trepidation escaped the lips of all present as they instinctively recoiled a step backward. The goodwill and burgeoning trust they had recently developed towards Qing'e evaporated instantaneously, leaving only an overwhelming sense of apprehension and dread regarding this enigmatic woman. In truth, Chen Zhi had long since grasped the futility of expecting assistance from an inexplicably appearing being, neither divine nor demonic, whose intentions were undoubtedly self-serving. He kept his gaze fixed on Qing'e, scrutinizing her every reaction, his hand poised upon the hilt of the divine slayer blade. Is it true? Is that dear terrace ahead truly an illusion city? Chen Zhi inquired of Qing'e, signaling to his companions to remain on guard for any sudden aggression from her. At that moment, Qing'e slowly turned, her visage transformed into a chilling mask of rigidity, entirely devoid of the youthful countenance they had first encountered. If one were to describe her now, she resembled a specter ensconced in human skin, poised to break free at any moment. Yet, Chen Zhi discerned no signs of having been unmasked upon her face. Rather, she displayed no inclination to attack. Instead, she continued her advance with an unsettling calmness. The group instinctively retreated several steps, grasping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixated on this uncertain figure of potential menace. It is indeed an illusion city, Qing'e's voice emerged. Low and gravelly, the dulcet tones of her earlier demeanor now completely absent. What escaped her lips now resembled the rasping voice of an aged crone, resonating with an uncomfortable disquiet. Not only is this dear terrace an illusion city, but since your entry into this divine tomb, everything you perceive, the cities, mountains, trees, and even the vast sea under the moonlight, are all mere illusions. This expansive divine tomb, with its towering fortifications and gilded structures, has been conjured by the illustrious nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor through her sorcery. After her demise, she was interred here, and her magic has persisted for thousands of years. Once, this illusion city was home to countless demigods and divine servants, but now it stands desolate, the celestial fox lineage long extinguished. This illusion city is nearing its end, deteriorating rapidly, and is on the brink of annihilation. After delivering her somber revelations, a trace of sorrow flitted across Qing'e's features, and in her hoarse voice, she posed a question. You chose to enter this illusion city. Why do you now tremble in fear? Truly, humans are capricious creatures. Not so, Chen Zhi retorted, gripping his long blade as he fixed his gaze upon Qing'e. We entered with intent. Our purpose is not to court death. Still in search of the dragon bone. Are we? Qing'e replied with a cold laugh, her disdain palpable. Enough. Wretched specters, cease your prattle and reveal your true intentions. You have siphoned the lifeblood of our people to construct this grotesque deer terrace, and now you seek to lure us here for sacrificial purposes. Never, Fatway shouted, brandishing his weapon in indignation. Foolishness. Do you think the deer terrace was erected by mere mortals? Qing'e's anger flared. Do you think I would guide you to your demise? Are you aware of the identities of those who were entombed alongside the deceased? So humble as you are, you hardly seem worthy to be compared to the honored dead. Qing'e's face displayed an expression of utter disdain as she coldly regarded Chen Zhi and his companions. Now, the divine tomb lies before us. Will you venture inside or not? At that moment, when Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words, the stout way behind him suddenly shrieked, Be careful, Orange. There is something at the entrance. Upon hearing Wei's voice, Chen Zhi immediately turned his gaze forward, only to discover a shadow, dark as night, suspended in midair before the main entrance of the terrace, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Damn it, I knew something was amiss. That ghostly woman has laid a trap, Wei shouted, brandishing the large cleaver he wielded. The entire group drew their cold weapons, prepared to confront the impending threat. Chen Zhi observed that the figure hanging before the entrance resembled a shadow puppet, elongated and slender. Standing over 2 meters tall, certainly not human in stature, it floated effortlessly in the air, ethereal and shadow-like. Just as Chen Zhi caught sight of the shadow, it darted forward with a speed beyond imagination, arriving before him in an instant. It was truly a shadow, entirely devoid of clothing or skin, revealing only a pair of frantically swirling eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, akin to a black silhouette from a two-dimensional realm. This is bad. It moves too swiftly. Before Chen Zhi's mind could fully register the danger, he felt the searing sensation of his skin being torn apart. The shadow's claws had raked 5 deep gashes from his right cheek to his thigh, piercing deep enough to touch the bone. An excruciating pain surged through Chen Zhi's nervous system, causing him to feel unbearable agony. As he opened his eyes, he discovered his right eye was engulfed in a haze of crimson. On his left stood Qing'e Dao, gripping his arm, while on his right, Qing'e Dao pressed his blade against the shadow's claws. In that critical moment, Qing'e Dao had pulled Chen Zhi away from his original position. Otherwise, he would have been torn asunder by the shadow. Qing'e Dao swiftly rotated his blade, slicing horizontally through the shadow's form. The shadow was cleaved in two, yet the severed halves vanished like a fleeting wisp, reappearing several meters away, its body reassembled, baring its teeth and grinning maniacally. It was too fast. Run quickly. Qing'e Dao's expression was more serious than ever as he shouted, sheathing his blade at his side and dashing toward the shadow. Before the others had a chance to flee, a multitude of identical shadows descended simultaneously from the deer platform, moving with such rapidity that their numbers were indiscernible. The air was filled with countless black forms darting forward with unimaginable speed. Within mere seconds, chaos ensued, and blood splattered everywhere amidst the cacophony of anguished screams. The stone standing to Chen Zhi's left front was instantaneously transformed into a figure drenched in blood, followed by a rain of flesh and gore, rendering the surroundings unrecognizable. After enduring excruciating pain, one instinctively fights back with all their might. Pang Wei vigorously wielded the mountain-splitting knife, desperately striking at the shadows. Yet he could not land a single blow. The others were unable to draw their firearms in time, resorting instead to resisting with the blades or handles of their weapons. Soon, cries of agony echoed through the ranks, while the shadows multiplied ominously. Chen Zhi, having honed his skills through prior training, now possessed considerable experience in close combat. He struggled to maintain his composure and not succumb to panic. He noticed that the shadows exhibited a marked aversion to the god-slaying knife in his grasp. Ever since he began brandishing it, the shadows dared not approach him, yet he found himself unable to strike them. Their speed was astonishing, rivaling that of the ghost blade, and they appeared to lack physical form. When Chen Zhi made contact with some of the shadows, they vanished before his eyes, rendering his efforts futile. The anguished cries of his companions intensified, and Chen Zhi felt a sense of urgency. Under these circumstances, they could not endure for much longer. Ahead, the ghost blade had caught up with the first of the advancing shadows. As he swung his blade, the shadow split into two just as it was about to disappear, and the left hand of the ghost blade, the shrieked, pierced the shadow's head. At that moment, the formerly cackling shadow fell silent, swaying briefly before its entire form dissipated, leaving only its severed head behind. Chen Zhi then realized that these shadows were merely headless phantoms. Their vulnerability lay in their heads. If they could be decapitated, they could be defeated. He turned to shout this revelation to the others, only to quickly discern the futility of the situation. Given the shadow's speed, it was impossible to strike them down. Chen Zhi could scarcely discern their precise positions, his vision blurred. The ghost blade had dispatched several shadows, yet countless remained. And at this rate, the ranks would soon be decimated. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Zhi saw several individuals, including Pang Wei, already bloodied and unrecognizable. It was over. They were not going to survive this ordeal. What should they do? A desperate thought echoed within him. Just then, several silver threads flashed through the air, and the shadows suddenly froze in place. Those silver threads pierced into the heads of the shadows, silencing their eerie cries. Their bodies drooped limply, suspended like marionettes hanging from strings, motionless in the air. Chen Zhi could hardly believe the scene before him, gasping for breath. Amidst the crimson glow, he turned to the source of the silver threads and beheld Qing'e standing resolutely in the center of the square. Her hair, now unfurled, appeared enveloped in a silvery mist, transforming into numerous silver strands that reached out and pierced through the shadows' heads. Chapter 256. The majestic aura in the center of the square, Qing'e remained standing, her enchanting visage unchanged, her slender frame still delicate. However, her aura had transformed entirely. A powerful silver energy emanated from her, lifting her hair skyward and morphing it into countless silver threads that extended outward. Over 100 black shadows were pierced by his silver threads, suspended in the air. These creatures, which had just been screeching and clamoring, now lay utterly defenseless and motionless. Chen Zhi observed that the silvery aura emanating from Qing'e was entirely derived from behind her, where the silver light coalesced, a few ethereal azure-silver tails emerged, swirling with the silver currents, exuding an aura of divine might, imposing and invincible. As Qing'e's hair fluttered in the sky, she retracted the shimmering threads in an instant. Concurrently, the shadows that had been pierced through their heads plummeted to the ground, their bodies vanishing, leaving behind only a collection of blackened skulls that rolled at the feet of the onlookers. At that moment, Chen Zhi discerned the grim truth. These blackened skulls were once human, decayed and desiccated, many already dried beyond recognition, with some still bearing remnants of putrid flesh. Their eyes and teeth had withered, eliciting a deep sense of revulsion. Once Qing'e's hair was drawn back, the silvery essence still simmered around her, gradually receding into her being. "These are mere shadows," she remarked as she delicately gathered her fallen hair. In ancient times, humans were greatly fearful of them, referring to them as ghostly apparitions. In truth, they are a form of puppetry practiced by our fox clan, devoid of life. Our ancient celestial fox ancestors severed the heads of certain humans, ensnaring their resentful memories within, and then bestowed upon them a false corporeal form. However, this form is merely an illusion, possessing extraordinary speed, akin to shadows, making them elusive and hard to capture. Only by striking the brain can one deliver a fatal blow. With your human swiftness, you cannot hope to contend with these shadows. Thus, in ancient times, our celestial fox clan often employed these specters to capture the most exceptional among your kind, returning them as our servants or sustenance. Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words in response to Qing'e's revelations. At that moment, he was indifferent to the shadows' identities and their past misdeeds. His heart raced fiercely, his right hand gripping the long blade tightly as he gasped for breath, whispering to Qing'e, "Do you truly wish to help us?" "Of course. What do you think I desire?" Qing'e seemingly found his question amusing, reverting to the demeanor of a youthful maiden. Her voice gentle and melodious as she replied with a smile. "Without my assistance, do you believe that you few could ever hope to enter the celestial fox divine tomb? It would be a grand jest. Did you not notice your own corpses in the forest before approaching the tomb? That was meant to be your fate." Her tinkling laughter echoed through the air, and had one not witnessed her earlier terrifying form, they might have deemed her a naive and innocent girl. Upon hearing Qing'e's words, Chen Zhi understood that concealing any further truths before her was utterly futile. This woman, known as Qing'e, though her true nature remained a mystery, clearly possessed an intimate knowledge of all matters at hand. After a fierce battle, the members of the team bore grave injuries, resembling bloodied figures, with every inch of their bodies marred. Shida's skin had been nearly shredded, while others were similarly disfigured. His glasses had long been knocked away, leaving one eye obscured. Fortunately, no major tendons or bones were affected, with only superficial wounds remaining. "Is it safe inside the deer platform?" Chen Zhi inquired of Qing'e. His foremost concern was to swiftly find a secure refuge for everyone to rest and tend to their wounds. "For now, it is safe. Follow me," Qing'e replied lightly. Turning to enter the deer platform, Chen Zhi promptly directed everyone to follow Qing'e, leading them into the sanctuary to recuperate. In their current fragile state, doubts about Qing'e had dissipated. They understood that if she truly intended to harm them, it would require no effort on her part. It could be accomplished in mere moments. Due to the severity of their wounds, walking was arduous. Some resorted to using their guns as makeshift crutches, while others leaned on one another as they followed Qing'e through the grand entrance of the deer platform. With her delicate fingers, she effortlessly pushed open the towering door, revealing a magnificent painted stone screen adorned with fox-headed beings, echoing the murals of the underground passage. Beyond the screen lay an expansive hall, draped with numerous flowing curtains. The ground was covered with sumptuous silk mattresses, upon which resided silk-embroidered cylindrical pillows embellished with crystal and agate tassels, reminiscent of a lady's resting chamber. Chen Zhi instructed everyone to settle onto the mats, hastily retrieving the first aid kit from his treasure pouch to tend to their wounds and prevent life-threatening blood loss. The severity of their blood loss was alarming. Shirtu had suffered a severed artery in his leg, blood gushing uncontrollably, while Fat Wei's face appeared as a grotesque mask of crimson. Chen Zhi's right side was drenched in blood. The first aid kit contained a potent hemostatic powder, a formidable concoction combining coagulants, anti-inflammatory agents, and cellular stimulants to promote healing, infused with numerous secretive ingredients. Upon applying the powder to their wounds, its efficacy became apparent as the bleeding ceased and the wounds gradually congealed amidst blood and powder, eventually forming scabs. With the exception of Qing'e, who remained immobile due to his arterial injury, the others soon regained their ability to move. Chen Zhi allowed the group to rest momentarily, encouraging them to hydrate and let the medication take effect, granting their bodies a chance to recover. Qing'e remained by Chen Zhi's side, her previous hostility dissipated, resembling an ordinary girl of 17 or 18, watching him with a gentle smile as he bandaged his wounds. "Do you seem to know everything? Then do you know who I am?" Chen Zhi inquired, tending to his wounds as he turned to Qing'e beside him. "I do," Qing'e replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "However, the prowess of Jiangshang has yet to flow through your veins. There are still elders of the Jiang clan alive. Once they pass, you shall become the heir." After speaking, Qing'e regarded Chen Zhi's expression with keen interest. Over 3 millennia, the tides of time have changed, yet the essence of Jiangshang endures. But to rival the mystical arts of the ancient shaman Jiangshang, even the collective descendants of the Jiang clan would find it impossible to attain. Is Jiang Zia a shaman? A demigod? Chen Zhi pondered silently, betraying no emotion on his face. "I do not bear the surname Jiang. I am Chen," he replied with a gentle smile, lifting his gaze to Qing'e. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Could you reveal your true identity to me?" Chapter 257. The truth from 1,000 years ago. Qing'e suddenly burst into a melodious laugh, feigning lightheartedness as she tilted her gaze toward Chen Zhi, her supple form leaning against him like a human woman. Humans have an affinity for self-deception, yet they are reluctant to trust others. The others, including Peng Wei, stood frozen, rendered speechless by Qing'e's demeanor, unsure of how to respond. With a soft whisper, Qing'e said, "I have already told you my name is Qing'e. I am the fox who supported the scholar Ren Quan in his journey to the capital for the examination, as mentioned in the family chronicles. However, that account is not entirely accurate and fails to convey the truth. Humans tend to document their noble facets while concealing their ugliness, ultimately deceiving even themselves." She chuckled lightly. Ironically, humans prefer to believe the fabrications in their tomes rather than the veracity of our fox kind. "I believe you," Chen Zhi said sincerely, nodding at Qing'e. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Do you truly believe that the scholar Ren Quan will return for you? Otherwise, why would you risk offending Bai Qian by allowing him to escape?" Upon hearing this, Qing'e's demeanor turned icy, and she averted her gaze from Chen Zhi, responding, "I do not know. I never considered whether I should trust him. He is human, and it is his duty to protect his kin. 1,000 years ago, Bai Qian sought to slaughter an entire village to satiate her insatiable hunger. I took a perilous risk to send word for Ren Quan to warn the villagers to flee under the cover of night, gifting him a pearl. Yet that coward fled with the pearl, abandoning the entire village to be devoured by Bai Qian. Since that day, I have ceased to believe that humans are more trustworthy than we foxes. Humans are timid and selfish, never willing to sacrifice their lives for others. Yet, I find amusement in watching humans lie and cower, their faces betraying panic. Thus, the last visage Ren Quan beheld before his demise was mine." Chen Zhi reclined against the pillow, an indescribable emotion welling within him after listening to Qing'e's narrative. The truth was indeed so grim and helpless. "Does the betrayal of humanity still allow you to believe in love?" he asked. "Love, what a beautiful entanglement," she mused. "However, that was merely a constraint imposed by humanity." Qing'e, with a playful smile beside Chen Zhi, finally revealed a cunning expression akin to that of a fox. "We demigods only believe in power." Chen Zhi gazed at the ever-changing Qing'e, his mind increasingly conjuring up the true nature of her identity, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. "You mentioned that 1,000 years ago, Bai Qian's selection of a powerful demigod sparked a war. What became of that demigod? Who ultimately triumphed in that conflict?" "I do not know," Qing'e replied without hesitation. "I am not deceiving you. Since that war, I have never left this illusion city." Upon uttering this, Qing'e withdrew her playful smile and shook her head, signaling her desire to shift the topic. "Compared to me, you ought to be more concerned about yourself. You possess not even a fraction of Jiangshang's skills, yet at the divine mausoleum lies an immensely powerful seal, the very spell that imprisoned the nine-tailed celestial fox. This divine seal is so formidable that even the colossal nine-tailed celestial fox of yore could not break free from it. Although I shall accompany you on your journey, even if you manage to reach the divine mausoleum safely, unlocking that seal will be exceedingly arduous. If you can escape this place alive, It would truly be a stroke of fortune. We will leave this place alive. Chen Zhi lay back, gazing upward, and declared resolutely. At that moment, Qing'e reclined on Chen Zhi's pillow, whispering gently in his ear, "It seems you are truly unaware of what awaits you as the heir, even if you do manage to survive." The others, witnessing the ambiguous interaction between Chen Zhi and Qing'e, fell silent, with Fat Wei coughing repeatedly, signaling Chen Zhi to be cautious of Qing'e's enchanting spell. Yet, Chen Zhi understood that Qing'e had not cast any spell upon him. Rather, it was the scene above the deer platform that captivated her. Upon entering, their bodies ached, and they had not fully absorbed their surroundings. Now, having tended to their wounds and resting on the mattress, they finally beheld the full grandeur of the legendary deer platform. The deer platform was structured like a vast atrium, its scale immense, allowing one to see through it from top to bottom. Surrounding it were winding staircases that spiraled upward, forming a structure that resembled a weightless, divergent curve. The craftsmanship of this architecture was such that not even the ancients of millennia past could compare, let alone modern techniques. The deer platform soared upward, its countless levels adorned with sculptures of deities, each layer's railings increasingly exquisite and their colors fading with elevation. The walls seemed almost permeable, with billowing clouds drifting leisurely, creating an ethereal ambience that made one feel as if they had ascended to the heavens, enveloped in a sense of disorientation. At the pinnacle lay an open canopy, revealing the moon and stars above. The roof was cloaked in a translucent layer, resembling a shimmering membrane of water or perhaps a crystal. Looking upward, the moonlight filtered through this watery veil, casting a celestial glow, surrounded by twinkling stars, a sight of breathtaking beauty. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the exquisite, translucent membrane above, resembling a grand nighttime display, truly ethereal. It was undeniably beautiful. After a lifetime of tomb raiding, I finally beheld the dwelling of the deities, Fat Wei marveled, turning with a beaming smile towards Chen Zhi and Qing'e. By the way, may I inquire when you two intend to rise? We are here to excavate the tomb of the divine, not to engage in romantic entanglements. Now is not the time for personal distractions. The young marksman erupted in laughter at Fat Wei's words. Following a recent harrowing battle, a palpable sense of despair had loomed over them. Fat Wei's jest significantly alleviated their spirits, allowing them to momentarily forget their perilous situation within the treacherous tomb of the gods. It's not the right time yet. I am waiting for a special hour. Qing'e replied calmly. You need not rush. Your final destination is drawing near. What special hour? Does excavating a divine tomb require such timing? Fat Wei immediately inquired. The tomb of the gods does not simply need to be unearthed, Qing'e replied, her gaze indifferent as she looked towards the sky. There exists a formidable seal outside the divine grave, which can only manifest during a specific hour. At that time, I will do my utmost to assist you in unraveling the seal, but whether you may enter depends on your fortune. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei grew anxious, pressing for details. What hour is that? It wouldn't be 10 or 8 years, would it? We can hardly endure waiting for 10 days or 8 days. We have little time. 1 hour from now, Qing'e said with a smile, turning to Fat Wei. There is no need for haste, and I advise you to cherish the fleeting moments at hand. After saying this, Qing'e waved her hand, signaling her desire to change the subject. She pointed to the quivering membrane above and said, Look up. This is a sight you mortals will never have the chance to witness in your lifetime. The divine realm of 5,000 years ago. Upon concluding her words, Qing'e formed a simple seal with her fingers directed at the sky. Suddenly, myriad clouds and mist billowed forth from the ceiling and surrounding space, enveloping the atmosphere within the deer terrace in a dreamlike haze. The transparent membrane above gradually expanded, revealing a colossal image that became increasingly clear, spreading throughout the field of vision of all present, enveloping them as if they were immersed in a three-dimensional film, transporting everyone into a reverie that felt as though they were witnessing the world of 5,000 years ago. This illusion depicted the bustling scene of an ancient metropolis, showcasing a vibrant marketplace teeming with life, where diverse figures traversed the streets. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and the others appeared as if suspended in midair, observing the spectacle below, yet remaining invisible to all. The opulence of this city rivals that of any contemporary international metropolis, with towering skyscrapers and grand halls standing proudly. Expansive rivers weave through the urban landscape, while exquisite pavilions and towers flanked both banks, where a steady stream of vessels navigates the waters. The marketplace brims with an array of goods, featuring ancient grains such as millet, foxtail millet, rice, and wheat, alongside silk, mulberry, hemp, and fruits, all of which are abundant. The sumptuous silks and handcrafted artifacts are often comparable to modern creations. The throngs of people in the market flow continuously, creating a vibrant scene of prosperity. This is the capital of the Shang dynasty, Qing'e, Qing'e suddenly remarked, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Qing'e was once the most splendid city in the world, unparalleled in its grandeur. Upon hearing Qing'e's words, everyone was astounded and hurriedly peered into the enchanting vision. The figures of the ancient Shang people bore a striking resemblance to modern individuals, yet their facial structures exhibited primitive traits, with many possessing prominent, protruding teeth reminiscent of apes. However, amidst the crowd were numerous strikingly beautiful men and women, most clad in clean and luxurious attire, seated upon palanquins carried by others. Their skin was alabaster, their features exquisite, emanating a faint, multi-hued glow akin to the ethereal beings of Western fantasy tales, similar to humans, yet far more resplendent. What divine beings are these? Why are they so enchanting? Fat Wei inquired of Qing'e. These are the children of deities, Qing'e replied. They are semi-divine, yet more noble. Offspring of gods and demigods, or royalty, possessing purer bloodlines and ranked just beneath the divine. Ah, I see. Chen Zhi nodded gently, continuing to gaze ahead at the scene. Amidst the throng on the street, there were also many giants clad in armor, wielding crude weapons like wolf-toothed clubs, and some colossal warriors adorned in golden helmets and silver armor. The entire spectacle resembled a fantastical Hollywood blockbuster. So, the cities of the Shang dynasty were like this. Wasn't it quite prosperous? Fat Wei remarked. Isn't the legendary King Zhou of Shang depicted as a tyrant, with the populace suffering greatly? Haha. That is merely a tale spun by you humans, who often concoct stories to distort history, only to claim that the true history is myth, Qing'e chuckled. As for King Zhou Xian, while he may lack other virtues, one truth remains. He genuinely cared for his people. As Qing'e spoke, her expression turned indifferent. The splendor of Qing'e was unprecedented, beyond the imagination of contemporary humanity. Prior to that era, the deities ruled, with rivers and mountains of unparalleled beauty. A paradise for the gods, yet a hell for you humans. Qing'e's words rang true, for in the following minutes, everyone beheld the genuine prosperity of Qing'e City in this illusion. The stunning landscapes, magnificent edifices, exquisite craftsmanship, luxurious aristocrats, and the divine children soaring through the skies, alongside the lowly humans, as base as swine and dogs. The plight of these humans is even more tragic than the pale, cannibalistic beings they previously witnessed in Japan. With a horror that is truly heart-wrenching, it is evident to all that humans are treated as mere animals, tossed into tightly bound wooden crates. Men, women, and children alike, secured with iron wires through their arms. Their piercing cries echo through the streets, yet the passers-by remain indifferent. Those are the most wretched of human slaves. Qing'e remarked. The hierarchical structure of Qing'e is starkly defined. At the pinnacle reside the deities, followed by the divine offspring and royalty, then the demigods and nobility, with commoners below them, and finally, human slaves at the very bottom. During the Yin and Shang dynasties, these human slaves were referred to as meat people, akin to the livestock of today, pigs and chickens, whose sole purpose in life, from birth, is to be consumed. Their mothers bear them much like sows, only to watch helplessly as their offspring are transformed into various delicacies. Some nobles, upon acquiring meat people, would chop them up to feed their beloved pets. At that time, the number of humans far exceeded that of deities and demigods by hundreds of thousands, with 50% being meat people. The few parrots, witnessing such a horrifying spectacle for the first time, gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with terror and indignation. This is utterly outrageous. One parrot exclaimed vehemently. For centuries, we have burned incense and revered these deities, only to find them engaging in such barbaric acts. They are truly despicable. As the parrot's furious outburst resonated, a collective outrage stirred among the crowd, with the four-eyed individual also cursing in anger. Such perverse actions by these deities are inexcusable. Upon returning, they should demolish the temples and desecrate the divine tombs. Indeed, Chairman Mao was right. One ought to be a thoroughgoing atheist and never forgive such transgressions. Suddenly, Qing'e's melodious laughter rang out, as she regarded the parrots with the same indulgence one would show to children. The weak have no right to forgive. Forgiveness is a virtue reserved for the strong. Upon hearing Qing'e's words, all ceased their vitriolic remarks, the earlier fury diminished by half. The disparity in power undeniably accounts for the enslavement of humans. This is an irrefutable reality, no matter how brutal it may be. Such is the law of the jungle in the biological realm. In the ensuing silence, Chen Zhi inquired of Qing'e, "Is it true that Jiang Zia arose as the leader of humanity to rebel against the oppression and enslavement by the deities during this period?" "Certainly not," Qing'e replied softly. "How could Jiang Shang ever be enslaved? As I mentioned earlier, he is a noble divine offspring." As Qing'e spoke, the scene before them began to whirl rapidly, soon revealing a majestic architectural complex, the royal palace's rear courtyard. Among the striking edifices stood the deer terrace, which appeared just as it does today, yet brimming with life. Surrounded by vibrant clusters of blossoms, with numerous maidens standing at the entrance, each distinctly different from the ordinary humans found in the marketplace. Each possessed exquisite beauty, radiating a gentle luminescence. At that moment, a resounding horn echoed, prompting all the maidens to kneel as if to honor the departure of a noble figure. The grand entrance of the deer platform swung open, revealing a throng of individuals. First, a few young attendants rushed forth to clear the way, followed by a cadre of formidable giants who bore a magnificent and opulent palanquin. Draped in vibrant multicolored silks, the palanquin was adorned with golden and jeweled tassels, its poles crafted from pure gold, exuding an aura of unparalleled luxury. Through the colorful drapes, one could faintly discern a man seated cross-legged within the palanquin. He had long hair cascading over his shoulders, secured by a single hairpin, his legs folded and hands gracefully positioned on his knees in a pose reminiscent of meditation. It was evident that this man held a position of immense authority. Wherever his palanquin traversed, passers-by would bow and kneel in reverence. This man was Jiang Shang, your ancestor. Qing'e gazed at the figure in the illusion and softly remarked to Chen Zhi, "At that time, Jiang Shang truly was a child of destiny, radiating brilliance. Even the midday sun seemed to pale in his presence. The Jiang surname is a divine gift, and humanity knows Jiang Shang as Jiang Zia. Thus, your lineage takes pride in this surname as its ancestral name. Jiang Shang was a figure of considerable influence, of noble blood, standing above all yet below none. His mastery spanned strategy, military affairs, politics, and economics. He was well versed in Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, and the art of warfare. Various schools of thought arose from him, and he was revered as the ancestral master by all, honored as the Grand Master of the 100 Schools. However, Jiang Shang's greatest strength lay not in academia, but in his innate divine power. He wielded spiritual stones, capable of defying fate and comprehending all the opportunities of the world. Are you saying that Jiang Zia's magical prowess was so formidable that he could alter destiny?" Chen Zhi inquired of Qing'e. "Indeed," Qing'e replied calmly. "Jiang Shang's abilities were unparalleled. All divine offspring, and even many deities, would yield before him. At that time, all spiritual stones belonged to the gods, and the higher deities appointed Jiang Shang to oversee them. Thus, he made a momentous decision." With a gentle smile, Qing'e cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi and continued, "Jiang Shang resolved to use the spiritual stones to alter the fate of humanity." Upon hearing her words, a myriad of emotions surged within Chen Zhi. The figure shrouded in the seven-colored drape suddenly appeared grander than ever. Jiang Zia's image became strikingly familiar and vivid in his mind, filling him with a profound sense of pride in his own bloodline. After a moment of silence, he asked Qing'e, "Have you ever met Jiang Zia in person?" Qing'e did not respond directly. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the man in the palanquin. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, "In his presence, I was as humble as dust, insignificant. Yet, I have never encountered anyone as powerful and selfless as Jiang Shang. His compassion for the world and his profound sense of righteousness are beyond the comprehension of both gods and mortals. Such a person is no longer to be found." As Qing'e spoke, she gently closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, she remarked, "Let us pause here. Beyond this lies the harrowing specter of war, a brutality upon the battlefield that you would find unbearable." Upon concluding this thought, she snapped her fingers, causing the images in the sky to vanish, and said, "The hour grows late. You must ascend now." As the scene within the deer platform faded, only the drifting white clouds remained, while the night sky above deepened, and the moonlight shone ever brighter. "Let us embark at once," Qing'e declared. "A considerable journey lies ahead." Following a brief respite, everyone was once again able to move with relative ease. Their injuries, mere superficial wounds, had been alleviated by the effects of a specially formulated medicine, allowing them to run and leap without concern. Only Shrieked, whose injury had struck the femoral artery, required the support of Parrot to hasten his pace. Though he could still walk steadily, Qing'e led the group to the staircase at the hall's entrance, gazing upward. The deer platform towered nearly 100 meters high, with a staircase that twisted and turned, leading directly to the celestial ceiling. Each segment of the staircase was disconnected, lacking any links between them. "Is this staircase not excessively high?" Fatway exclaimed. "If we were to climb to the top, we'd be at it all day, utterly exhausted. And time is of the essence. Did you not say we must arrive within the hour?" The group, upon looking up, shared his sentiment. Ascending this staircase seemed an unrealistic endeavor. The distance was so great that one would surely be spent after such an ascent, and it would take no less than 4 or 5 hours. Qing'e then chuckled. "If you were truly required to climb this staircase, it would take you not merely a day, but likely a year to reach the summit. This staircase is designed for divine servants. For the deities do not need to traverse stairs. Did you not notice that each level staircase is independent? Each servant attends solely to their master on their designated floor, never to ascend to another. Only upon death are they cast out. Thus, ascending from here to the uppermost level is an impossibility." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi looked up and recognized that indeed, the staircases were singular and independent. "So how do we ascend now?" he inquired of Qing'e. Without answering directly, Qing'e grasped the handrail of the staircase, closed her eyes, and began to chant a spell. As her incantation resonated, the staircases trembled, lifting into the air, connecting seamlessly one to another, forming a continuous path leading to the upper terrace, ultimately transforming into a singular line. The segment of the staircase upon which Chen Zhi and the others stood rose vertically, akin to an elevator. "This is remarkable. Perhaps this is the earliest form of an elevator?" Fatway marveled with a grin. The staircase ascended incrementally, revealing the opulence of the deer platform's layers before their eyes, an extravagance beyond words. Upon reaching the top floor, Chen Zhi discovered that above the layer of water was a crystalline canopy, and above the canopy lay a celestial terrace. Before the terrace lies an elongated staircase of white jade, which ascends towards the grand mountains. The area is shrouded in mist, and one can vaguely discern a colossal red copper door affixed to the mountainside. Since arriving at the terrace, Qing'e has lost her smile, her demeanor becoming exceedingly tense. With her gaze fixed upon the door obscured by the fog, she states, "The nine-tailed fox you seek lies entombed within that mountain gate. Beyond this door resides the divine mausoleum, yet I have never set foot inside. From this moment forth, remain vigilant. The entrance to the divine mausoleum is guarded by the seal of deification." Chapter 260, luring the serpent from its hole before Qing'e could finish her sentence. A sudden drop in atmospheric pressure engulfed them, making it difficult to breathe. A dense darkness began to seep from the valley ahead, creating an unsettling sensation as if an immense weight were pressing down upon them. Silence fell over the group, a primal response to imminent danger. "Hush," Qing'e cautioned, placing a finger to her lips as she cautiously advanced a few steps, peering into the valley ahead. Her body leaned forward, heels barely touching the ground, her neck elongated, resembling a fox poised for battle. After surveying the path ahead, she turned to the others and instructed, "From now on, do not speak. Follow closely behind me." With that, Qing'e took the lead, her steps peculiar and soundless. The air felt suspended, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Each person held their breath, tiptoeing behind Qing'e as they moved cautiously forward. The path ahead grew darker, shrouded in an ominous fog. As they ascended the jade steps, the only discernible sight was the looming red door, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. Chen Zhi glanced back, noting the diminishing light behind them. The moonlight seemed unable to penetrate this valley. As they pressed onward, visibility became nearly non-existent, with illumination solely emanating from behind, rendering their sight exceedingly poor. At that moment, Parrot contemplated activating a flashlight, but Qing'e swiftly intervened. "Be cautious not to reveal yourselves," she whispered, gesturing for everyone to refrain from turning on any lights. Thus, they formed a tenuous line, relying on the faintest glimmer of light as they navigated through the oppressive darkness. The temperature plummeted, the ground slick beneath their feet, and the chilling clouds enveloped them, crystallizing upon contact and sending shivers down their spines. Breathing heavily in the cold and shadows, their teeth chattered, and a palpable sense of peril loomed just ahead. As they descended the jade staircase, they had fully entered the valley, the entire facade of the red door gradually emerging from the darkness. The door was immense, its summit obscured from view. Its surface appeared rough and ancient, and from a distance, it resembled a structure forged from an extraordinarily dense metal, akin to a giant stone. The facade is painted in a vivid crimson hue, devoid of a latch, with a circle of golden circular nails adorning its perimeter. The once resplendent red paint has completely flaked and faded, presenting a stark contrast to the previously bustling and pristine city. Before the blood-red grand gate lies an immense dark pit, its edges obscured, vaguely resembling the size of a swimming pool. The entrance is constructed from crumbling blue bricks, appearing quite peculiar. The interior of the pit remains shrouded in darkness, yet inexplicably, a chilling essence of death emanates from its depths. What exactly guards the seal here? Is it nearby? Chen Zhi inquired softly of Qing'e. After a brief silence, Qing'e turned her face slightly toward Chen Zhi, her expression growing complex. You will soon find out, she replied in a whisper, clearing her throat and beckoning everyone to halt their advance, leading them to conceal themselves in a nearby crevice of the cliff. In this secluded corner, the light from behind had completely vanished, rendering them entirely hidden. They could barely discern each other's faces, only catching a faint glimpse of the looming red gate and the expansive dark pit at its entrance. The cliff here was icy cold, shrouded in damp mist. They held their breath, remaining tense for what felt like an eternity, yet saw nothing, only hearing a low, heavy airflow in the valley, as if some colossal creature were breathing. We must lure it out, Qing'e suddenly articulated clearly, turning to Chen Zhi and saying, follow me to the entrance of the pit. But do not make a sound. With that, she craned her neck and stealthily moved forward. Chen Zhi gestured for everyone to ready their weapons and cautiously followed Qing'e toward the yawning abyss. Upon reaching the pit, they formed a circle peering downward, astonished to discover its vastness exceeded their expectations. In stark contrast to the opulent palaces they had seen earlier, this pit was in utter ruin. The row of blue bricks at the entrance lay shattered, as though crushed by a gigantic claw. The surrounding color was ominously dark, with conspicuous traces of blood, and the depths below were pitch black, seemingly bottomless. This pit resembles. A thought flashed through Chen Zhi's mind, prompting him to quickly glance back at Qing'e. Yet, she was no longer by his side. She had mysteriously positioned herself behind a stone. It dawned on Chen Zhi, it's over. He suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Qing'e's words. We must lure it out. But it was too late. He witnessed Qing'e gently nudging the stone, which toppled into the abyss as if propelled by an immense force, plunging into the depths below without resistance. The stone, utterly defenseless, plummeted without uttering a sound. Its eyes filled with terror and despair, briefly meeting Qing'e's before vanishing into the abyss. Almost immediately, a chilling scream echoed through the darkness. What are you doing? Chen Zhi was consumed by rage. Yet, before his voice could fully escape, the ground beneath them trembled violently, followed by a series of thunderous vibrations, as if some colossal entity was swiftly approaching. Step back, Qing'e commanded, her voice resounding as she swiftly formed a mystical seal upon her chest. Exhaling a surge of azure energy, she unleashed a powerful wave that propelled Chen Zhi and the others away from the precipice of the chasm, sending them tumbling onto the rocks behind. Concurrently, they all beheld an enormous shadow flickering into view, its colossal eyes glaring like brass bells, radiating a bluish-green luminescence, before it darted into the depths below. Damn it, we've been deceived. That gaping hole is a feeding pit, and that woman lured us here to feed the monster. Fat Wei exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, his voice filled with fury. You killed the stone, you wretched creature. Chen Zhi, his vision clouded with rage, felt the veins in his temples throb as his fury towards Qing'e surged within him. He leaped from the ground, brandishing his weapon, the god-slaying blade, intending to strike her down, but she effortlessly seized his wrist. Everything I did was to save you. Wake up. He has consumed the food here and is fated to remain. Qing'e pressed gently on Chen Zhi's wrist, causing his blade to clatter to the ground. Sometimes you must learn to make choices. Hesitation can be perilous, she declared with unwavering conviction. With a swift motion, she let her hair flow freely, her eyes transforming into a piercing green. I am descending now to confront it in a life-or-death struggle. If I do not return shortly, you must find a way to escape, or you shall meet your doom. Having spoken, Qing'e bent low and dashed forward with incredible speed, leaping into the chasm. Chapter 261. The Guardian General Qing'e's sudden act left everyone in stunned silence, their astonishment rendering them immobile. The resentment and sorrow they felt towards her moments ago dissipated in an instant. This woman, who had just caused the death of their companion, was now risking her life for them by plunging into the abyss. What was happening? Was this vixen named Qing'e friend or foe? Yet, reality offered no respite for contemplation. The moment Qing'e leaped into the chasm, the earth trembled violently beneath them, the depths quaking fiercely as countless stones tumbled from the jagged walls. Then, a terrifying roar and the sound of ravenous gnashing emerged from the abyss below, evoking an indescribable horror. The thunderous roar was so immense that it was beyond imagination to fathom what colossal creature could produce such a sound. It transcended the realm of mere deafening noise. In that instant, everyone felt as though their minds had been shattered, their ears ringing incessantly. They could discern the intricate details within the roar, the sounds of titanic beasts colliding and the tearing of flesh. Amidst this overwhelming tremor, they felt as insignificant as ants. In the midst of the vibrations, Ghost Blade had already leaped to Chen Zhi's side, pressing his head down and urging everyone to press against the rock wall to avoid being struck by falling debris. No sooner had Ghost Blade spoken than countless stones began to rain down from above. This immense cacophony of gnashing and howling reverberated beneath the ground for nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding into silence, leaving behind an eerie stillness. As the silence enveloped them, they slowly rose, bracing themselves against the rock wall to peer ahead. Before them lay the entrance of a cave, shrouded in tranquility. Its azure bricks shattered, yet there were no signs of the Qing'e emerging. After the earlier turmoil, their hearts raced, emotions swirling in complexity, uncertain whether they desired to see the Qing'e ascend or perhaps something else entirely. Yet, if it were something else, what could it possibly be? After a moment of stillness, the depths of the cave suddenly quaked violently, followed by a steady and rhythmic sound of crawling emanating from below. The noise was thunderous, reminiscent of an enormous beast clawing its way upward. With each movement, the ground trembled violently, and the sound did not resemble that of the Qing'e. It was drawing ever closer to the surface. Panic ensued among the group, the sudden shift in circumstances leaving them in disarray, unsure of how to respond. What should we do now? Escape? Sion stammered, his voice quivering as he turned to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi did not respond immediately. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gently shook his head and said, "We have nowhere to flee. We must either vanquish it or perish." Having made his decision, he quickly addressed the parrot. "Parrot, we are counting on you. Follow our earlier plan and find a vantage point." "Understood," the parrot replied, displaying remarkable agility even in this dire situation as he slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder and nimbly ascended the rocks. "Everyone, follow my lead." Chen Zhi shouted to the remaining members. "Stay calm. There's a chance for survival if we remain composed. Panic will lead to our demise." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, the others excitedly retrieved their pistols loaded with control stones, disengaging the safety and activating their flashlights. What is there to panic about? It's just death. Damn it. The outcome is still uncertain. Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes glistening with fervor. The words of the portly Wei greatly uplifted the spirits of the group. At this juncture, fear had reached its zenith, leaving everyone in a state of numbness, as if the frigid air had frozen their very thoughts. The only echo in their minds was Chen Zhi's earlier proclamation, either vanquish it or perish. When faced with the ultimate choice between life and death, everything became astonishingly clear. The crowd hastened towards the abyss, following Chen Zhi with urgency. As they approached the gaping maw of the pit, the ominous sound of monstrous slithering enveloped them. In the faint glow of the moonlight and the beam of the searchlight, they beheld a living black dragon's head emerging from the chasm. The first visible features were its elongated horns and a pair of furious, wide-open eyes emitting a sinister azure glow. Its nostrils were vast and moist. With slender whiskers fluttering in the heavy breaths it exhaled, while its eyes, bloodshot from rage, threatened to burst. Was this truly a dragon? The portly man shouted, raising his pistol to fire at the beast's head. Do not move, Chen Zhi bellowed, fixated on the slowly materializing dragon's visage. As the creature revealed itself, its claws raked the entrance, shattering the green bricks. Its stout body then agilely leaped forth. Chen Zhi finally discerned the full form of this creature. It was not a dragon, but rather a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. This peculiar creature bore an ominous appearance, its growl reminiscent of a tiger's roar. Chen Zhi, recognizing the massive silhouette in the darkness, identified the guardian deity of the seal, the legendary offspring of the dragon, Yazi. Yazi, a figure from ancient Chinese mythology, is sometimes referred to as a divine beast, the second son of the dragon. However, it bears little resemblance to its progenitor. Possessing the body of a wolf and the head of a dragon, characterized by a fierce and combative nature. At its neck lies a dragon pearl, the essence of its vitality. According to legend, Yazi is a deity defined by a clear sense of gratitude and vengeance. It repays kindness and exacts revenge for offenses. Encapsulated in the adage that a single meal of kindness must be repaid, and the wrath of Yazi must be acknowledged. Historical tales regarding Yazi often revolve around its role in guiding King I of Zhou to meet Jiangxia. One day, King I, Ji Chong, dreamt of a peculiar figure. Its form strange, with the visage of a dragon and the body of a leopard, wielding a silver blade and clad in tattered golden armor. It emanated an imposing presence, as though capable of swallowing the moon. Summoning his courage, King I inquired, "Who are you, valiant one? Why do you appear so unusual?" The figure replied, "I am Yazi, the dragon's son." When King I asked about its purpose, Yazi instructed him to follow the riverbank, where he would encounter an elderly fisherman named Jiang Shang, known as Zia, a man of great wisdom and talent, whose alliance would grant him dominion over the realm. Upon awakening, King I adhered to this guidance and indeed found Jiang Zia by the riverside, forging a significant connection. Subsequently, Jiang Zia aided the Zhou clan in their quest for power. To honor Yazi, King Wu of Zhou commanded skilled artisans to engrave the likeness of Yazi at the mouth of the dragon on swords, a legacy passed down through generations. In gratitude for the assistance rendered by the dragon's son Yazi, the magnificent beast, which should have only existed in legends, has now materialized before everyone's eyes, leaving all in a state of astonished disbelief. Do not open fire. The creature possesses dragon scales, impervious to blades and bullets. If we fail to bring it down in one attempt, it will unleash its fury, tearing everyone apart. Chen Zhi admonished those around him. When the time comes, heed my command and concentrate our fire upon its neck. However, as soon as Chen Zhi's words echoed, an unforeseen event transpired. The creature's eyes suddenly glimmered, its cerulean gaze fixating upon Chen Zhi, its visage contorted in a fierce, crimson rage, clearly incited by his provocation. In that moment, Chen Zhi realized that this creature could comprehend human speech. Chapter 262. The Yazi. At that instant, Chen Zhi understood that this Yazi, akin to the Qing'e, was a divine being far superior to humankind. If it could infiltrate dreams thousands of years ago, it possessed wisdom far beyond that of mortals. The Yazi, with its eyes wide open, radiated a faint golden glow, exuding a commanding presence. Its whiskers danced in the wind, and as it exhaled through its moist nostrils, vapor formed a white mist. The elongated whiskers swayed with its breath, and from its elevated stance, it scrutinized Chen Zhi with icy, piercing eyes, embodying an ineffable sanctity beneath the moonlight. Having recently battled the Qing'e, the Yazi bore numerous gashes upon its head, blood cascading down its visage. One side appearing as if it had been savagely bitten, entirely devoid of skin. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and with a raspy, coarse voice, it uttered a peculiar term. This utterance was no human language. The sound it produced was jarring, reminiscent of metal scraping, not originating from vocal cords. Nonetheless, Chen Zhi comprehended the meaning of the word, bastard. Despite the distance, he could sense the disdain radiating from the Yazi as it articulated the term. After uttering the word, the Yazi lowered its head, blood-red tongue lolling, and began to crawl slowly towards Chen Zhi. In his previous missions, Chen Zhi had encountered various formidable beasts, all massive and terrifying. However, this Yazi was unlike any other. As it approached, its steps were as light as if it were treading upon clouds. Seemingly undisturbed by the wind, with clouds gathering around it as it drifted closer. This was indeed the divine guardian of the seal, truly extraordinary, Chen Zhi mused, calmly observing the Yazi draw near. Its cerulean eyes were remarkably expressive, evoking the sensation of having one's soul ensnared. The intensity of its gaze made Chen Zhi feel as though he faced not a beast, but a sentient being. Standing resolutely, Chen Zhi made a subtle upward gesture with his right hand. Upon witnessing this signal, all present swiftly dispersed into the shadows. Yet, the creature known as Yazi did not cast a glance at the fleeing individuals. Instead, it continued to approach Chen Zhi with a deliberate slowness. The monstrous entity drew nearer, until it loomed less than a meter away from Chen Zhi. An overwhelming sense of oppression bore down upon him, obscuring the sky with Yazi's colossal form. Under such pressure, Chen Zhi found it exceedingly difficult to breathe. This enormous Yazi, with a mere lift of its paw, could easily crush him. Nevertheless, he remained utterly still, his legs firmly planted on the ground, betraying not even the slightest tremor. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon Yazi, gradually observing as the creature's eyes became bloodshot. Its enormous maw opening in a furious snarl, its body curving into a menacing arc that cast Chen Zhi beneath its formidable jaws. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Concealed behind him, Chen Zhi unleashed a bullet imbued with control stone, accurately striking Yazi's soft throat. The shot hit its mark with precision, causing Yazi to recoil in pain. Its dragon head thrashing as its body collided with the rocky wall, scales scraping together, producing sparks. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi deftly sidestepped, evading the immediate danger, and signaled to the parrot perched upon the cliffside. With a resounding boom, a heavy sniper round soared from the rocks, crashing into Yazi's shattered right cheek, shattering its scales into fragments. Although it did not penetrate the flesh, the impact was sufficient to topple Yazi to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi shouted and leaped onto Yazi's neck, aiming his pistol at the softest part of its inner neck and firing several rounds in rapid succession. Concurrently, Peng Wei and Si Yin emerged from the shadows, brandishing their pistols loaded with control stone bullets, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Yazi's neck. Every control stone bullet was expended without waste, striking true to Yazi's throat, which was immediately ravaged, blood and flesh erupting in a crimson spray. The dragon's blood splashing onto Chen Zhi's face, scalding hot. Yet, each pistol contained only 7 control stone bullets, and there was no time to reload. As the firearms ran dry, Peng Wei and Si Yin swiftly seized their submachine guns, directing a furious hail of gunfire at Yazi's thick neck. The bullets from the submachine guns were ferocious, igniting sparks upon impact, yet they failed to penetrate the tough hide. Seizing this moment, Yazi quickly righted itself, its colossal form rising, its left claw slicing through the air with a fierce wind, sending Chen Zhi and his companions hurtling away, crashing violently against the rocky wall. The force of the impact was tremendous, and as Chen Zhi's head struck the stone, a wave of dizziness washed over him, a warm torrent cascading down his face, blood saturating his features. After flipping upright, Yazi leapt forward, its eyes wide with fury, fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight, and it unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. Chen Zhi braced himself, anticipating that Yazi would pounce upon him first, intending to rend him limb from limb. However, to his astonishment, the creature's azure eyes shifted, turning towards the cliff above. This was alarming. The creature was far too cunning, searching for the parrot. Chen Zhi's mind raced in realization. Meanwhile, a heavy sniper bullet descended from the cliff, hurtling towards the head of the formidable creature known as Yazi. Yet, as if anticipating the attack, Yazi arched its massive body and leapt into the air with an unimaginable swiftness, evading the bullet's trajectory. The round missed its target, and at that moment, the parrot's position was entirely exposed before Yazi's gaze. "Run, parrot!" Chen Zhi shouted hoarsely, but it was all too late. Before Chen Zhi's voice could fade, Yazi, as if riding the clouds, soared towards the parrot. The parrot lay prone before the sniper rifle, its head aligned with Yazi's cavernous maw. As Yazi roared at the parrot, a powerful gust swept over, knocking the parrot down, causing blood to seep from its ears. Yazi lunged forward, pinning the parrot beneath its claw. The parrot had already lost consciousness. In this critical moment, Gui Dao suddenly appeared from nowhere, leaping onto Yazi's neck. With a swift motion, Gui Dao raised his long blade and thrust it into the wound, tearing horizontally downwards. sparks flying as the blade struggled to cut through. Chen Zhi had never witnessed Qing'e exerting such effort. Yet the blade only managed to carve a gash of less than a meter on Yazi's neck before Yazi flung him away. After tumbling on the ground, Qing'e sprang up and swiftly picked up the parrot, leaping off the cliff. However, Yazi, with incredible speed, pursued them, landing directly in front of Si Yin. At that moment, Si Yin, disregarding his fear, reflexively raised his submachine gun and aimed at Yazi's immense head, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the dragon's visage, sparks erupting with each impact. Just as everyone was about to rush in to assist, the most dreaded scene unfolded before their eyes. In a gruesome display, Yazi opened its blood-stained maw and lunged forward, brutally severing Si Yan's head. Blood gushed forth as Si Yan's body, still gripping the weapon, staggered a few steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 263. The winds rise and the clouds surge. Everything transpired too swiftly. An unexpected and bloody spectacle that was almost unbearable. Yazi tilted its head back, swallowing Si Yan's head with a resounding gulp, revealing its blood-splattered fangs. It then turned to Chen Zhi, its azure eyes glimmering with malice, a mocking grin forming at the corners of its mouth. Chen Zhi felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. All his fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow that surged through him. In that moment, life and death became trivial. He was determined to slay this accursed Yazi. Although Chen Zhi's handgun was devoid of stone bullets, his long blade was forged from mid-tier stone. He cast aside his cumbersome satchel and, wielding the god-slaying blade, charged at Yazi with a fierce glare. In an astonishing display of speed, he leapt towards Yazi's thigh, aiming a powerful strike at its left leg. The creature known as Yazi seemed unprepared for Chen Zhi's assault, as the slayer's blade plunged deeply into its flesh, tearing apart a significant portion of its dragon scales. In an astonishing display of strength, Chen Zhi, propelled by the force of the blade, leapt into the air and landed atop Yazi's dragon head, driving his weapon into the wound left by the ghost blade. A piercing howl escaped Yazi's throat, resonating with anguish. It appeared that this strike had struck a vital spot, as blood gushed forth from the wound, causing the blade to emit white smoke from the dragon's blood. Infuriated beyond measure, Yazi's eyes turned a furious crimson, and its throat rumbled as if chanting an ancient incantation. Suddenly, flames erupted from its neck, sending a searing wave through the wound, hurling Chen Zhi, along with his blade, away. Yazi leapt upward, pinning Chen Zhi beneath it, and opened its massive jaws to sink its teeth deeply into Chen Zhi's upper body, a searing sensation coursing through him as if he were being incinerated. Before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend his agony, the figure of the ghost blade descended from the heavens, its long sword, named Qing'e, striking like a bolt of lightning as it pierced Yazi's eye. In an instant, sparks erupted, followed by a crisp shattering sound, as Qing'e plunged nearly 5 inches into Yazi's eye, which, despite the deep penetration, remained intact, blood oozing forth. Regardless of the creature, be it animal or human, the eyes are the most vulnerable point of the body. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Yazi became frenzied, charging violently towards a nearby rock wall, shaking the entire mountain. In a swift motion, one of its claws shot up, striking the airborne ghost blade down to the ground, where it landed heavily, bloodied and battered. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from behind Yazi. Fat Wei had appeared, wielding a machine gun and unleashing a barrage upon Yazi's back. "Come at me. I fear you not," he shouted, cursing as he fired, successfully diverting Yazi's attention. In that brief moment, the ghost blade sprang back to his feet and rushed to Chen Zhi's side, lifting him up and urging, "Wake up. We must flee." Chen Zhi's mind was in a state of semi-unconsciousness. Through a haze of blood, he glimpsed Fat Wei ahead, already ravaged by Yazi's claws, his body a bloodied mess, his submachine gun lost, and half of him ensnared in Yazi's maw. "Fat Wei is dying," Chen Zhi uttered before slowly closing his eyes. At that moment, the earth trembled violently as if a ton of explosives had detonated beneath the surface. Simultaneously, a beam of azure silver light surged forth from the depths of a chasm, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Within this cerulean beam, an extraordinarily colossal figure began to rise from the depths, its silhouette backlit by a radiant source, 9 enormous fox tails swirling gracefully in the air like a star ascending, casting a brilliant glow across the night sky. Emerging from the cavern was an extraordinarily large azure fox, its massive form towering at least 3 to 4 stories high. With sharp fangs and a mouth agape, it was adorned with silvery blue fur that fluttered softly in the air, glimmering like strands of silver thread. Its enormous, pale green eyes were wide with fury, fixated upon the creature before it. With a heart-wrenching howl directed at the moon, the azure fox opened its jaws menacingly, revealing teeth that sparkled like blades of steel. In an instant, it lunged forward with breathtaking speed, sinking its fangs into the neck of the unsuspecting creature, the Yazi. Caught off guard, Yazi succumbed to the ferocious bite, causing its grip to loosen and allowing the plump way to slip from its jaws. The Yazi's neck, already wounded, displayed gaping vulnerabilities without the protection of its dragon scales. The azure fox's incisive fangs penetrated deeply into the Yazi's throat, and with a powerful bite, blood erupted forth, transforming the creature's neck into a gruesome sight. Desperately, Yazi writhed within the fox's grasp, muttering incantations that ignited flames upon its neck, singeing the azure fox's fur. The surrounding mountains trembled under the strain of Yazi's clawing, as if the very earth were splitting apart. Yet, the formidable strength of the azure fox held firm, its grip unyielding, until, after nearly an hour of struggle, Yazi finally lay still. A luminous orb, as radiant as a pearl, slowly emanated from Yazi's mouth, ascending into the night sky until it vanished into the distance. Only then did the azure fox release its hold, its fur and mouth singed by Yazi's flames, while Yazi's neck lay in tatters. In the aftermath of this brutal confrontation, the azure fox appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in blood. Its colossal form gradually diminished, its 9 tails fading away until it transformed into a glimmering mist that dissipated into the air. In its place, Qing'e appeared, weakly sprawled on the ground, bloodied and reeking of charred flesh. Silence enveloped the valley, illuminated by the serene moonlight, revealing the unconscious plump way and the dismembered remains of the four-eyed creature starkly visible under the glow. At this moment, Chen Zhi's mind was a tumult of confusion. His feelings toward Qing'e were profoundly complex. He found himself torn between viewing this female fox as an enemy or a friend, uncertain whether to assist her or harbor resentment for her having slain the stone creature, despite her having just saved their lives. Gradually regaining clarity, Chen Zhi felt a searing pain in his shoulder, yet managed to steady himself as he leaned against the ghost blade's shoulder. Slowly making his way to where Qing'e lay, in the blood-soaked ground, he beheld the seemingly fragile woman gazing up at him, her body drenched in blood, her skin charred. "We have won," Qing'e uttered weakly. "You may enter now. Just as you were 5,000 years ago, you remain steadfast. I am not Jiangxia." Chen Zhi supported the shoulder of the ghost blade, gazing coldly at Qing'e as he uttered, "But I know who you are. The Divine Fox." Chapter 264. The Divine Fox. Chen Zhi's shoulder was already soaked in blood, had it not been for the pressure-resistant properties of his specially designed suit. His left shoulder would have likely been severed by the vengeful creature. Breathing heavily, he endured the intense pain surging within him, leaning against the ghost blade's shoulder while casting a frosty gaze upon the prostrate Qing'e. "I have not erred, have I?" The Divine Fox. The Divine Fox is a fox spirit most frequently depicted in folklore, yet its historical traces remain elusive. Unlike other deities, she appears to harbor a particular affection for humanity, often mingling among them. For millennia, tales of the Divine Fox and humankind have circulated. In strict terms, the Divine Fox is a fox that has attained immortality through cultivation. Unlike Bai Qian, she lacks the illustrious lineage and noble blood of ancient times, yet her age is remarkably ancient. Legends concerning her have persisted throughout China's 5,000-year history without interruption. Even in contemporary rural northeast China, stories abound of the Divine Fox distributing food to humans and healing the sick deep in the mountains. Many villages still honor shrines to the Divine Fox, displaying her tablets within their homes. However, these tales only recount her benevolence in rural settings, devoid of any political or significant historical events. "Very well. When did you first recognize me?" Qing'e laboriously propped herself up from the ground. "Do you still remember me? You truly ought to awaken from this reverie." Chen Zhi's tone was as frigid as the winter's snow. "I have already stated, I am not Jiangxia. From the moment you mentioned that a war once transpired here, I found it curious. If Bai Qian sought to select a demigod to sacrifice to the 9-tailed heavenly fox, why would she choose a powerful demigod of considerable repute? capable of inciting rebellion within the Fox clan, instead of a weaker one, more easily controlled? Such reasoning is utterly illogical. Unless a particular motive exists, this formidable demigod must have committed a grievous error, prompting Bai Qian to execute her to uphold justice. What sort of error might this demigod have committed? Perhaps bestowing treasures from the divine realm upon mortals, or clandestinely alerting them to flee under the cover of night. Much like you. With bloodied eyes gleaming, Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon Qing'e. That powerful demigod whom Bai Qian sought to slay was you, was it not? That war was ignited by you. Listening to Chen Zhi's words, Qing'e offered no response. She merely adjusted her attire, smiling softly as she regarded Chen Zhi's face. I have heard many legends about you, tales of your healing and your efforts during calamities. You are the first living deity I have encountered. Yet I did not expect the magnificent divine fox to present herself before me in such a guise. At that moment, the rotund Wei, who had been unconscious beside the body of the vengeful creature, awoke and, upon seeing Qing'e seated there, cursed as he crawled toward her, resembling a blood-soaked gourd. Curse you, you cunning fox! Why did you push the stone down? Even if his fate is sealed, it should not be at your hands. Qing'e seemed unperturbed by the approaching figure of Fat Wei. With great effort, she propped herself up, casting a disdainful glance at him. Hypocritical humans, are you still deceiving yourselves? Do you not realize how many will perish because of you? Since death is already destined, does it truly matter whose hands it comes by? After managing to sit up, Qing'e gently gathered her hair with trembling hands and wiped the blood from her face. Her pallid complexion bore no trace of vitality. Yet she smiled at Chen Zhi and said, in times of fleeting whimsy, you revered us as deities, but now that we are weakened, you have forsaken us, relegating us to mere myths. Do you not regret having aided humanity? I have told you before, I am not, Chen Zhi retorted fiercely, anger welling up within him for reasons he could not comprehend. Yet, Qing'e, he continued unabated, you perceive me as powerful. Yet you fail to see my insignificance before true deities like Bai Qian. My strength pales in comparison to hers, like the vast ocean against a mountain spring. Though she has sustained grave injuries in the East, I remain unable to conquer her. Thus, the divine remains supreme, invincible as long as they choose not to lose. I lost that war, and in doing so, I caused the demise of my companions. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with sorrow, yet no tears fell. The skin upon her face shimmered with an ethereal glow, increasingly indistinct, as though she might vanish at any moment. She turned her gaze toward the deep cavern at the entrance. Chen Zhi and the others followed her gaze, their hearts seized with alarm. Before them, a torrent of liquid surged from the depths, rapidly filling the cavern, resembling a shimmering pool. The liquid, bright yet opaque, gleamed with a silvery sheen akin to mercury. It is control stone, Chen Zhi thought in astonishment, recognizing that its lustrous quality matched that of the ring he possessed, high-grade control stone in its liquid form. His thoughts immediately drifted to Bai Qian's demise within the killing stone. He swiftly turned to Qing'e. Is it time for the sacrificial offering? Qing'e gazed at the pool of control stone water, a gentle smile illuminating her delicate features under the moonlight. I once escaped that calamity, but in preserving my meager existence, I caused the death of so many of my companions. They were the finest warriors of the Fox clan. It is time I seek them. This time, allow me to open the door for you. Suddenly, with a flash of azure light, Qing'e surged towards Chen Zhi. The ghost blade, sensing the shift, swiftly positioned itself in front of him. However, upon reaching the ghost blade, Qing'e raised 2 fingers to form a seal, placing them upon the ghost blade's left arm. With a resounding clap, a wave of azure light erupted, sending the ghost blade several meters away. What is she planning? Chen Zhi thought, but before he could ponder further, he felt Qing'e's lips pressed against his. Simultaneously, her tongue pushed a small pill into his mouth. Before you entered, you should not have invoked the soul of Bai Qian with the summoning technique. She has returned. You were destined to perish within the divine tomb. Yet the extraordinary fate-altering power of the Jiang family summoned me to rescue you. Remember, once you acquire the dragon bones, depart without concern for others. All of you will meet your demise here, including that red-belted warrior. Do not linger on them. This pearl will lead you to the exit. After Qing'e spoke, she pushed aside Chen Zhi, her face awash with tears, enveloped in a blinding azure-silver radiance. I have repaid my debt to you. Farewell. This was the last phrase left by Qing'e within the luminous sphere, and then her entire form rapidly traced a curve through the air before plunging into the controlled waters. The surface erupted with a splash, white mist rising, the ripples lingering for a long time before tranquility was restored. Chen Zhi did not approach to witness Qing'e's descent. He understood she had turned to ashes. Uncertain when it began, Chen Zhi felt Qing'e's visage becoming increasingly vivid, so clear it stirred a desire to weep. Just then, a creaking sound echoed as the Crimson Mountain Gate slowly opened. Chapter 265. Entering the Divine Tomb, the blood-red gate creaked open, revealing a crack from which a white mist billowed forth. From that moment, the surrounding time and space seemed to freeze. The winds in the valley ceased, the moonlight dimmed, and the temperature plummeted. Clouds gathered, merging together to obscure the enormous corpse of the vengeful spirit, rendering the scenery utterly indistinct. A remarkably potent fragrance gradually emanated from the gate. It was mesmerizing and unique, quickly enveloping the entire valley. This distinctive aroma was familiar to all, a scent that could only arise from the bones of deities. It appears we have finally located the site. After rising, bloodied and battered, from the ground, Fatway wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, "Damn it! After all this time, traversing heaven and earth and facing death countless times, I have finally found this place." The nine-tailed celestial fox, Su Daji, truly deserves her title as the matriarch of fox spirits, even after so long. The fragrance emanating from her bones remains potent. My very soul feels compelled to follow her essence. Her remains must be interred here. Let us enter now and see what divine artifacts lie within Su Daji's coffin. At this moment, Chen Zhi stood in a daze, hearing Fatway's words, yet responding not at all. His mind was a tangled mess, contemplating countless thoughts. The recent death of Qing'e had short-circuited his reflections, particularly her final words to him. "You should not have summoned Bai Qian's soul before entering. She has returned. Remember, once you acquire the dragon bones, depart without concern for others. All of you will perish here." What did Qing'e's words signify? Chen Zhi's mind slowly pondered this question. Was she indicating that Bai Qian had returned? Once again, he conveyed the grim message. All must perish here, including the parrot, Fatway, and even Ghost Blade. Yet, before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, Fatway, bloodied and clutching the treasure pouch, attempted to venture inside. "Hold on," Chen Zhi exclaimed, seizing Fatway's arm. "The parrot is still unconscious. We cannot leave him alone here. We are unaware of the conditions inside, and given our injuries, we might not withstand any dangers that await us. Let us find a safe place to tend to our wounds, rouse the parrot, and then enter together." Fatway, initially driven by impulse, now recognized the wisdom in Chen Zhi's words. The severity of their injuries was apparent. They resembled creatures risen from the depths of hell, drenched in blood. Furthermore, blood continued to seep from Chen Zhi's shoulder, and it was evident he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss if not treated promptly. Finding a suitable location to address their wounds was indeed the most prudent course of action. The three of them approached the parrot, who lay unconscious nearby. After being struck down by the massive claws of the creature, Ghost Blade had hastily placed him in a narrow crevice of the rock wall. Though confined, this natural shelter had spared the parrot from the falling debris. Chen Zhi retrieved a medicated packet from the first aid kit and applied it to the parrot's nostrils, sprinkling some water on his forehead to awaken him. Upon regaining consciousness, the parrot appeared frantic, instinctively attempting to reach for his weapon, oblivious to the reassurances of his companions. The proximity of the creature's previous roar had deafened him, leaving him in a state of shock. Once the parrot had calmed, they faced the most unwelcome task, dealing with the remains of the four-eyed creature. They dragged the mangled body of Four-Eyed to the crevice in the rock wall, hoping to return it home if time permitted. The condition of Four-Eye's body was horrific, with its upper torso savagely bitten away, a sight that was both tragic and unimaginable. It was hard to believe that the vibrant creature, once lively and providing sustenance for them, had met such a cruel fate. The parrot, deeply affected by the loss, wept inconsolably. Chen Zhi discovered Four-Eye's glasses, which had been cast aside, and placed them in his pocket, intending to hand them over to Four-Eye's family upon their return. They rested momentarily, cleansing their wounds with fresh water before applying the potent first aid powder and bandages. The powder worked effectively, staunching blood flow and promoting healing. However, Chen Zhi's shoulder injury was severe, and despite the dressing, he still felt a throbbing pain. After a while, everyone was able to move normally. Although Fatway had appeared alarmingly bloodied, His injuries were primarily superficial. The parrot had suffered from the intense sound waves, which had agitated his senses, but he was otherwise unscathed. Chen Zhi meticulously recalibrated the control of the stone bullets, and, following the recent depletion from the assault on the Yazi, found that only 61 remained. Each of the 3 individuals received 7 bullets to fill their chambers, with the remainder entrusted to Chen Zhi for safekeeping. Thus, after a brief moment of respite, they shouldered their respective satchels and grasped their weapons, resolutely advancing toward the inner gates. As they circumvented the stone pool, which emitted wisps of vapor, Chen Zhi involuntarily cast a glance into its depths, yearning to catch a glimpse of Qing'e's corpse or garments. However, the surface of the pool shimmered like a mirror, devoid of even the slightest ripple, rendering the woman named Qing'e as if she had never existed, vanishing completely from Chen Zhi's sight. Upon passing through the dark fissure at the center of the gate, an immediate chill enveloped them, the temperature plummeting well below 0 degrees Celsius. The ambience beyond the door starkly contrasted with the outside world. A frigid current swirled around them, and the oxygen content in the air was remarkably high, as if they had crossed into an entirely different realm. Here, darkness reigned supreme, an impenetrable black that evoked despair. Even with the searchlights activated, their illumination barely reached 23 meters, obscuring everything around them, including the height of the ceiling. They pressed forward through the overwhelming cold and darkness. Yet numbness had dulled their fear, a primal emotion inherent to humanity. Soon, they discerned that the ground was indeed paved with large square tiles, each adorned with simple engravings. Yet each tile was immense, measuring 5 to 6 meters per side. As they traversed this expanse, they felt diminutive, akin to ants. Chapter 266. The illusion of reality within the reach of the searchlights. They beheld extraordinarily massive wooden armchairs, their size astonishing. Crafted in a style that was both ancient and simplistic, featuring smooth curves that starkly contrasted with the elaborate opulence of the city's other decorations. All the chairs were fashioned from the precious golden silk Nanmu wood. Neatly arranged in a row against the wall, there were no gaps between them. The arrangement suggested this was a corner of a communal hall, resembling an ancestral shrine. Continuing along the line of chairs, they found an array of ritualistic items scattered throughout this vast chamber, all embodying a rustic simplicity, some even bearing an oddity. On certain bronze vessels shaped like beast heads, enormous white candles and elongated incense sticks were placed, the candles towering like trees, with wisps of white smoke still curling from their tops, as if they had just been extinguished. As they moved deeper, they observed that every chair, every vase, and even each oil lamp adorning the walls was of colossal proportions, embodying a raw, primitive style that exuded an ineffable aura of mystery, reminiscent of a world inhabited by giants millennia ago. After traversing the darkness for what felt like an eternity, they finally beheld the terminus of the chamber ahead. A grand altar loomed against the wall, towering impressively before them. Though referred to as an altar, its height rivaled that of a substantial building. The offerings upon it were obscured by an impenetrable darkness. Before the altar lay a wooden platform, ample enough to accommodate 100 supplicants, adorned with a richly embroidered red cushion, the stitching conspicuously coarse. Chen Zhi could even discern the dust accumulated within the needlework's crevices. This is likely the dwelling of the nine-tailed celestial fox from millennia ago, Chen Zhi remarked. Yet, this was merely the anteroom. Although the furniture was of monumental proportions, the architectural design was rather simplistic, embodying the traditional style of the Shang dynasty. The ancients of this era believed that death marked the commencement of eternal life. Thus, altars were customarily placed within the living quarters of the deceased, with the main tomb chamber located behind the altar, symbolizing the unity of life and death. Therefore, the rear of this chamber must lead to the principal burial site of the nine-tailed fox. Let us search. There must surely be a concealed door here. Isn't the location of this hidden door rather evident? Fat Wei interjected. How do you know? Chen Zhi inquired, astonished. Fat Wei shook his head with a wry smile. It's merely a matter of experience. After a few encounters, one learns. The deceased relish being remembered, receiving offerings and reverence. After uttering this, Fat Wei sheathed his long knife and nimbly ascended the wooden platform, finding a spot atop the enormous embroidered cushion, and knelt with a soft thud, performing 3 resounding bows. Does this truly work? Chen Zhi pondered doubtfully. However, Scarcely had Fat Wei completed his bows when a resounding clang echoed, and the stone wall beneath the altar began to rise, unveiling a stone doorway. This entrance stood over 3 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide, though spacious. It seemed more proportionate compared to the grand altar and the vast hall. Within the doorway lay a winding stone passage leading into the enveloping darkness. "That is the passage. Let us proceed," Fat Wei declared to the group. "I shall lead the way. Remain calm, regardless of what we encounter." Thus, one by one, they leapt onto the wooden platform, traversing it as if walking on cotton, and entered through the doorway ahead. Although devoid of reliefs and inlays, the craftsmanship of the stone door was impeccable. The edges of the entrance were densely inscribed with text reminiscent of the divine script Chen Zhi had previously encountered, though now, he could decipher not a single character. The journey from the mountain gate to this point felt arduous, yet from an architectural perspective, it was merely a typical transition from a hall to an inner chamber. The floor of the passage and the distance between its flanking walls were no longer as intimidating as the vastness of the previous hall. It seemed that those traversing this corridor, be they mortal or divine, were no longer of such towering stature. The corridor was entirely constructed of bluestone slabs, wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to traverse simultaneously. Chen Zhi, wielding a flashlight, led the way. The passage was stark and devoid of any embellishments, its walls etched with a myriad of intricate symbols. The temperature continued to plummet, their breaths forming icy mist in the frigid air. Having grown accustomed to the extreme cold, their one-piece suits maintained their core body temperature, yet their fingers felt somewhat numbed. The parrot clutched a sniper rifle, exhaling warm breaths to warm its hands. Following the recent harrowing battle and the traumatic sight of their comrades' demise, the group's spirits were notably low. Conversation was sparse as they proceeded quietly, vigilant yet unafraid. After a brief walk, the exit materialized before them. To Chen Zhi's astonishment, the exit did not lead into darkness as anticipated. Instead, a brilliant light emanated from beyond, dazzling to the eyes, accompanied by fluffy white clouds drifting from the opening. "What is happening? Are we outdoors? Have we exited the mountains so swiftly?" Fat Wei queried from behind. "Not quite," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head. "This interior remains sealed. If we were outside, we wouldn't be engulfed by such a dense scent of bones, which is only increasing. I suspect that the blinding light ahead is artificial." Without further hesitation, they advanced towards the exit. Upon stepping through the stone door, they were struck by the realization of why the area was so luminous. Everything before them was an unimaginable illusion. They found themselves in an immense square chamber, not merely vast, but exuding an overwhelming majesty that could only be described as grandeur. The sheer scale of the structure invoked an almost instinctual urge to prostrate in reverence. The ceiling was obscured, with clusters of white clouds floating above. Yet it was not the sky. Above the clouds lay an impenetrable darkness, whispering indistinctly. Surrounding the chamber were rows of colossal mirrors, from which the clouds emerged, adding to the surreal atmosphere. Chapter 267. The Blue Moon. Chen Zhi did not immediately move forward, but instead surveyed the entirety of the room. It was astonishingly spacious, with 10 imposing stone columns adorning each side, so robust that 3 or 4 individuals could not encircle them, like the pillars of the world itself. The walls were crafted from white jade bricks, stretching dozens of yards, with intricately carved beams and countless golden 5-clawed dragons adorning the surfaces, radiating opulence. Every wall and column was embedded with resplendent luminous pearls, each the size of a fist, casting brilliant light, coupled with the reflective surfaces of the large mirrors within. The entire room was illuminated with an extraordinary brightness. In the center of the room lay a colossal stone disc, astonishingly levitated in defiance of gravity. Upon this disc rested an exquisite model of a grand palace, a veritable masterpiece, complete with ornate towers and flowing water features. Above this palace model, a luminous blue moon hovered, crafted from an unknown material that radiated a dazzling realism, enhancing the grandeur of the palace below. "Quick, look at these mirrors. They seem to reflect the outside world," the parrot exclaimed as it entered the room. Upon hearing the parrot's call, Chen Zhi and the others hurried towards the mirrors, only to be astonished by the realization that these immense mirrors were less like mere reflections and more akin to vivid displays of the human realm. The scenes within the mirrors depicted vast oceans, cascading waterfalls, snowy mountain landscapes, and flourishing cities, all manifestations of the divine realm. with clouds gently drifting from the skies of these images. These mirrors are truly remarkable. The scenery appears so lifelike, Fat Wei remarked, captivated by the grand mirrors. Even the clouds can drift out. I wonder if one could step inside? At that moment, Chen Zhi's curiosity was piqued by the gravity-defying stone slab. What kind of place is this? Chen Zhi pondered, bewildered. Why does everything here feel so unreal? How can such a massive stone slab float without any visible anti-gravity mechanisms nearby? Could this be the celestial palace? Suddenly struck by an intuition, Chen Zhi hastily removed the spotlight from his ear and directed it upwards. As the light illuminated the ceiling, the clouds began to part, revealing a striking transformation of light and shadow, culminating in a vibrant mural. The mural was astonishingly lifelike, its lines intriguingly distorted. Shifting perspectives unveiled new scenes, reminiscent of the dual image art from his childhood, yet the imagery above was far more complex. Chen Zhi scrutinized the ceiling, feeling a stirring within. The mural seemed to narrate a story, likely depicting the chaos of war. The artistic style was exceedingly dramatic. At its center loomed an enormous fox, its countenance fierce, bearing bloodied fangs, with 9 majestic tails obscuring the sun. It loomed between 2 towering peaks, surveying the world and its inhabitants from above, while the multitude of humans below resembled ants, armed with knives and guns in a futile struggle against it. Surrounding the giant fox were numerous golden dragons, swirling and biting at the creature, while beneath its feet lay one such dragon, crushed as if it were but a mere serpent. Chen Zhi shifted positions several times, and the images above transformed accordingly, each depicting a vivid battle scene. Among them were numerous depictions of the giant fox engaging in combat with various divine generals. The artistic technique, though exaggerated, conveyed a striking visual impact, revealing the brutal and ferocious nature of close-quarter combat during that era. In the final image, Chen Zhi observed that the giant fox was battered and bloodied, its wounds staining the mountains with crimson. It opened its massive jaws, as if to swallow the moon hanging in the sky. The moon in the artwork was rendered with remarkable realism, a round, azure orb identical to the blue moon floating above the model of the palace. Instantly, Chen Zhi turned his gaze toward the model on the stone slab, intrigued by the azure moon suspended above it. Although diminutive, its intricate valleys and craters were indescribably detailed, seemingly crafted from extraordinary materials rather than ordinary gemstones, radiating a captivating blue glow that appeared almost lifelike. This is astonishingly realistic, Chen Zhi pondered, gently lifting the suspended moon to examine it closely. The moon had a uniquely cool and smooth texture, remarkably lightweight, and its craftsmanship was indiscernible. Bringing it closer to his eyes, he realized that it could not possibly be handmade. Through a magnifying glass, one could likely discern even more exquisite details, akin to the true moon itself. Come quickly. Look over here. What is this place? Fat Wei's voice interrupted Chen Zhi's contemplation. He turned to see Fat Wei standing before a mirror, pointing excitedly. Come and see. This must be the main tomb chamber of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Upon hearing the words main tomb chamber, Chen Zhi and the others hurried to the mirror's front. Peering inside, the scene reflected was unlike others they had encountered. A dark stone chamber, shrouded in obscurity, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. In the center lay an enormous coffin, its wood indiscernible in the shadows, yet it was evident that even the finest golden silk nanmu could not compare. The coffin was entirely black, exuding a muted sheen, adorned with intricate patterns in red and white hues. Its overall form appeared remarkably unpretentious, yet it emanated an imposing aura, a grandeur that compelled one to avert their gaze. On the stone-carved tomb bed below, exquisite designs of auspicious clouds were meticulously etched alongside peculiar human figures, their faces elongated, resembling foxes. This must be the coffin of the 9-tailed celestial fox, Fat Wei exclaimed with excitement. After all the lives we've lost, we finally found it. As he spoke, Fat Wei reached out to touch the surface of the mirror, only to be taken aback when the mirror rippled like water upon contact. Suddenly, he grimaced in pain as his arms seemed to be drawn into the mirror. Stay still, Guo Dao exclaimed, grabbing Fat Wei's arm. Xiaoji Gu? A voice, strikingly familiar yet wholly inappropriate for the moment, echoed behind Chen Zhi. Startled, he turned around in a panic, only to find that the only companion he had was the parrot, its visage a mask of fear. Upon turning back, he discovered that Fat Wei and Ghost Blade had vanished without a trace, and the mirror that had recently shown the image of a coffin was now shrouded in darkness. A sharp pain gripped Chen Zhi's mind. He recognized the voice that had called to him. It belonged to Four Eyes. Chapter 268. The shadows within darkness. Panic began to seep into Chen Zhi's heart. For a long time, ever since they had witnessed the deaths of Qing'e and Four Eyes, this sense of dread had lingered, suppressed within them all. He understood that everyone was holding back, unwilling to voice their fears. Since Qing'e had uttered the ominous words that those who consumed the offerings of this place would never leave alive, Chen Zhi had steeled himself for the inevitable. He knew Qing'e was beyond saving. Yet, he had not anticipated the swiftness and brutality with which it all unfolded. Four Eyes had perished before their very eyes, without affording them a moment to react. From that instant, his heart was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of sorrow and guilt, emotions he wished to conceal. This was not the time for sentiment, especially not in front of the parrot, whose mental state had already been severely shaken since Four Eyes' demise. Chen Zhi's sole focus now was to ensure the survival of the remaining companions. "Was it you who called to me just now?" Chen Zhi inquired calmly of the parrot behind him. The bird's complexion was far from healthy. It shook its head silently, lips trembling as it replied. "I did not call you. Just moments ago, I saw Fat Wei and Ghost Blade being drawn into that large mirror like shadows. And then I heard a voice calling your name. But that voice, it bore such a resemblance." The parrot faltered, instinctively covering its mouth and whispering. How could it sound so much like Four Eyes? Being still young, the parrot had lost its previous vigor since the death of Four Eyes, and now it was evidently rattled, clutching its gun while trembling. "You heard it too?" A ringing sensation filled Chen Zhi's head as he confirmed that he had not misheard. The voice that beckoned him was indeed real. How could Four Eyes' voice linger? Is it possible he is not truly dead? Chen Zhi's mind raced. Impossible. His head was bitten off by the beast. I personally laid him to rest. Then there exists but one possibility. Four Eyes harbors resentment, unwilling to die in solitude, seeking our company in this forsaken place. Furthermore, where have Ghost Blade and Fat Wei gone? Have they been drawn into the mirror? Or could it be the doing of Four Eyes? Perhaps fueled by a sense of guilt, Chen Zhi found his thoughts spiraling into chaos. He wandered down the line of colossal mirrors, examining each one in a desperate search for answers. The mirrors still reflect the scenery of the divine realm. Yet the image of the grand tomb chamber, housing the colossal coffin, has vanished without a trace. What on earth is lurking in this room? It seems as though it deliberately seeks to divert us. Chen Zhi felt a surge of panic, but he refrained from revealing his turmoil to the young parrot, forcing himself to maintain a facade of calm as he gazed at it. At that moment, the parrot was on the brink of collapse, its face ashen, lips tinged with purple, eyes pleadingly fixed on Chen Zhi, awaiting his guidance. "What shall we do now, Brother Zhi?" The parrot trembled. "Is Cyan searching for us? Do not let your thoughts wander." Chen Zhi reassured the parrot in a composed tone. Sometimes, when everyone shares the same concern or harbors guilt towards one individual, they may experience a collective auditory hallucination, a phenomenon recognized in psychology. From the moment you entered this place, you have all comprehended the possibility of our demise here, including Cyan. We are all in the same predicament, and there is no room for complaint. This is our own choice. Thus, Cyan will bear no resentment nor blame us. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the parrot's tear-filled eyes glimmered as it softly replied, "All right then. Let us not dwell on anything else and swiftly find a way out to reunite with Fat Wei and the others. Regardless of what lies ahead, we shall disregard it and hasten our departure from here." Indeed, the parrot nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Zhi and the parrot commenced a search throughout the vast room, scouring every corner and traversing every inch, yet they found no trace of an exit. Upon arriving at the entrance through which they had entered, they discovered, to their dismay, that it had inexplicably transformed into a solid wall, sealing them incompletely. Even the entrance has been sealed. What does this mean? Are they attempting to trap us here? Chen Zhi felt a cold sweat break forth. In the frigid expanse of the chamber, he suddenly sensed that the air was no longer as oxygen-rich. Accompanied by an inexplicable unease that he could not articulate, he instructed the parrot to cease its frantic movements and slowly approached the levitating stone slab, his gaze fixated on the exquisite model of the palace. "This model is truly remarkable," Chen Zhi mused silently. The model depicted the entire celestial fox tomb, showcasing the ocean at the grand entrance, the beautiful city inhabited by demigods, verdant peaks, the towering deer platform, and even the deep pit into which the azure maiden leapt. Everything was captured in detail, including their current location. They found themselves in the final hall beyond the mountain gate. Yet within the model hall, there were no entrances. As if everything culminated at this point, rendering it a completely enclosed chamber. It is quite peculiar that beyond the northern wall of this grand hall lies an expanse of empty void, devoid of any entrance, as if it were isolated. There ought to be a concealed door on this wall, Chen Zhi remarked, pointing towards the northern wall, yet we are oblivious to the mechanism's location. Xiaozhi, what do you make of this? The parrot inquired, leaning on the stone slab and gesturing towards the model of the hall's floor. Chen Zhi then noticed that the blue moon suspended above the model was gradually rotating, its azure luminescence casting a glow upon the hall within the model. As the light illuminated the floor, it began to take on a reddish hue, as though it were igniting. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow at this sight, sensing an unsettling intuition that this searing red did not bode well. While Chen Zhi was engrossed in studying the model before him, the parrot gently nudged him. What is it? Chen Zhi looked up to see the parrot's face had turned as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading from his brow, his lips quivering with a bluish tint. Xiaozhi, there's someone behind you. It's the four-eyed one. Chapter 269. Stay here with me. The parrot's visage was ghostly, drenched in cold sweat, his lips shivering. Xiaozhi, there's someone behind you. It's the four-eyed one. What? Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He swiftly turned to face the northern wall. In the corner of the northern wall, darkness had inexplicably descended, an unnatural shadow contrasting starkly with the vibrant illumination of the hall, thick and impenetrable, as if light could not penetrate that corner. A figure stood upright within the shadows, revealing only the lower half of its body. The upper portion was obscured, yet the lower half was distinctly visible, clad in a specialized jumpsuit, with the cuffs tightly bound, and wearing a pair of rugged outdoor shoes, caked in mud. Chen Zhi's nerves tightened. He recognized that this figure was likely the four-eyed one. Among those in their party donned in similar jumpsuits, aside from Pang Wei and Gui Dao, there were only Shrieked and the four-eyed one. Chen Zhi was intimately familiar with Pang Wei and Gui Dao's physiques, while Shrieked was robust, leaving only the four-eyed one's build, neither fat nor thin, to resemble the figure cloaked in darkness. Parrot, take a closer look. Is that really the four-eyed one in the corner? Chen Zhi quietly asked the parrot beside him. Yes, it's him. The parrot's voice trembled, his entire body quaking as he stuttered. The sports shoes he wears are the same ones I bought with him. The color of those shoes was personally chosen by me for him. At that time, he disliked the laces of his shoes, and the attendant provided him with a gray pair instead. I even teased him for wearing his sneakers in such a twisted manner. There would never be another pair of shoes like that in this world. After hearing the parrot's words, Chen Zhi was seized by an agonizing pain in his head. The situation before him had become painfully clear. The four-eyed one had indeed returned, standing there in the darkness, gazing at them. But how could this be possible? The four-eyed one was dead. Could it truly be that he had come back, consumed by resentment from his tragic demise? Was the apparition before them the ghost of the four-eyed one? He stood there silently in the shadows, motionless, neither advancing nor making any indication. Chen Zhi and the parrot were drenched in sweat, and he could scarcely imagine what kind of visage would be revealed if the four-eyed one took even a single step forward. They remained in a tense stalemate for what felt like an eternity, with no sign of movement from the four-eyed one. At that moment, Chen Zhi drew his pistol. Let us approach, he whispered to the parrot. Remember, regardless of how close you were to the four-eyed one in life, he is no longer alive. What lies ahead may not be what it seems. If anything feels amiss, fire immediately without hesitation. All right, the parrot replied, nodding faintly and following closely behind Chen Zhi. Thus, the two of them, guns in their right hands and knives in their left, advanced cautiously, pausing with each step. Their hearts were filled with trepidation, and sweat poured down Chen Zhi's neck as they drew nearer. The four-eyed one remained motionless, standing less than 2 meters away. Finally, Chen Zhi could discern the figure in the darkness. It was indeed the four-eyed one, leaning against the wall, his knees slightly bent, one hand visible and stained with blood, while his upper body remained obscured in the thick shadows. Four-eyed one, is it truly you? The parrot cried from behind, tears streaming down his face. Brother, are you blaming me? I was the one who led you to your fate. Are you alive or dead? If you are still among the living, step forward and we shall escape. If you are truly gone, share your final wishes with me. Rest assured, I shall keep you company on your journey to the underworld." As the parrot spoke, tears cascaded uncontrollably, and he rambled on incessantly, yet the four-eyed one remained unyielding in his silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a sense of foreboding. He was now entirely convinced that the figure leaning against the wall was, in fact, a corpse. He removed the flashlight from his ear, gripping his gun tightly, and took a few cautious steps forward, illuminating the darkness. Under the dim light, he finally beheld the upper body of the four-eyed one. The sight was utterly horrifying, one that Chen Zhi would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. The body of the four-eyed figure, initially devoid of a head, has now been ravaged above the waist. Bite marks mar the bones, and the flesh is a grotesque blend of blood and sinew, exposing the stark whiteness of the bones beneath. Fragments of shattered bone are intermingled with the flesh, exuding a viscous white marrow. At the sight of the corpse, the parrot was utterly devastated. "Who did this? Show yourself, damn you!" The parrot's furious cries echoed through the desolate room, his mind spiraling into despair. Chen Zhi stood frozen, watching the parrot wail inconsolably, a surge of hot blood rising within him, nearly causing him to choke. They had been followed since their entry into the tomb. The seventh person, who had stolen old Gio's straw sandals, had trailed them without their realization. This individual had devoured the four-eyed corpse and dragged it here, now reduced to something no longer recognizable as human. As the parrot wept over the four-eyed body, Chen Zhi's mind was clouded with confusion when an unusual scent wafted into his nostrils. Alarm surged through him. In that moment, he comprehended the significance of the sudden crimson hue that had enveloped the hall, a sensation akin to blood burning. Every so often, toxic gas infiltrated this chamber, rendering the air deceptively pure. This vast room filled with mirrors was, in truth, a death trap. Chen Zhi desperately attempted to pull the parrot, who lay prostrate in grief, urging him to rise. "Stop crying. Get up. There's poison in the air." The parrot was too distraught to move, and in a fit of anger, Chen Zhi kicked him hard, scolding, "You spineless fool, get up. Cry later, we need to survive first." Chapter 270, Stay Here With Me, Part 2. Amidst Chen Zhi's relentless kicks and shouts, the parrot managed to stand, though still in a daze. Grasping the parrot's head with fervor, Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon him and shouted, "Parrot, listen carefully. This room will soon be filled with toxic gas, and we will die here if we do not act. Now is not the time for tears. We must locate the mechanism to open the hidden door. Let's split up and examine every raised surface and movable stone slab in this room. Time is of the essence. If we fail to find the mechanism, we will both perish here. Go." After delivering these urgent words, Chen Zhi struck the parrot's face with a forceful punch, causing him to stagger, but also igniting a flicker of clarity in his eyes. In the ensuing minutes, Chen Zhi and the parrot scoured the room, racing to every corner with fervor. Chen Zhi's eyes darted around, scanning for anything that might hint at a mechanism or hidden entrance. They examined every ornament in the room, even touching each luminous pearl, yet found no trace of any mechanism. The interior remained frigid, yet amid their frantic sprint, both individuals were drenched in sweat. It was then that they noticed a faint green gas gradually ascending in the air, its hue deepening until it enveloped the entire room. As this acrid gas infiltrated Chen Zhi's nostrils, he realized the gravity of their predicament. This was a corrosive toxic gas containing acidic components, known for its devastating effects. The gas not only entered through respiration, but also permeated through the skin. Those who succumbed to this poison often met a harrowing fate. Their skin burned and tortured in a hellish manner before death. Due to the nature of this gas, even with gas masks donned, they could not fully shield themselves from its corrosive properties. However, the masks could prevent respiratory infection and delay the onset of poisoning. "Quick, put on your gas mask and gloves. It might buy us some time. Try not to breathe heavily," Chen Zhi shouted to the parrot. The parrot, now panicked by the toxic fumes, hastily retrieved a gas mask from his pouch and donned it, but the gas spread rapidly, seeping through the floorboards and swiftly filling the room. The air transitioned from a light green to a deep emerald hue. Chen Zhi and the parrot found their breathing increasingly labored, their exposed skin on the face and neck stinging with a burning pain. The parrot, utterly despondent, sank beside the corpse of the four-eyed creature, withdrawing his pistol and staring vacantly, lost in thought. Amidst the dense green mist, the blue moon suspended above the model city continued to shimmer brightly. Chen Zhi gazed at the cerulean orb, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. He recalled the mural on the ceiling, the seal that imprisoned the nine-tailed fox, and the instigator of the war, Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi unsheathed a short blade, slicing his palm before stepping towards the stone slab, pressing his bloodied hand against the luminous blue moon. Suddenly, an extraordinarily peculiar sensation coursed through his palm. The moon felt entirely different, as if it were alive and subtly writhing under his touch. His blood flowed slowly from his hand, as if being siphoned away. In an instant, the moon transformed from a light weight to an overwhelming heaviness, an indescribable sensation akin to wielding an entire planet within the cosmos. Stirring tumultuous emotions within him, a series of crisp clicks echoed as a mechanism activated, shifting the stone wall on the northern side and revealing a door. Finally, a glimmer of hope for survival appeared. Chen Zhi quickly released his grip on the moon and rushed to pull the parrot along with him towards their escape. However, as his fingers parted from the moon, it trembled violently, now stained a deep crimson. With a resounding thud, the stone door slammed shut once more. What is happening? Why has the door closed again? At this moment, Chen Zhi's mind was in disarray. He hastily grasped the moon once more, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. After several desperate attempts, he ultimately realized that the mechanism was designed in such a way that one person had to hold onto the moon tightly for the door to remain ajar, allowing the other to escape. In other words, either he or the parrot had to perish here today. The parrot sat silently on the ground, observing everything with a profoundly sorrowful gaze, devoid of the youthful bravado it had displayed upon their first encounter. Now, its dark eyes resembled those of an injured bird, filled with sadness and helplessness, evoking deep sympathy. "Brother Xiaozhi, you should go. I'll hold the switch," the parrot uttered softly, its voice barely above a whisper, almost on the verge of tears. "What are you saying? Is this really the time to play the hero? What do you take me for?" Chen Zhi was taken aback by the parrot's unexpected words. "Get out of here first. I'll find a way. If necessary, I can leave one hand here." After speaking, a violent cough erupted from him, the toxic gas having evidently penetrated his mask. The harsh reality illuminated the futility of his previous bravado. "Brother Xiaozhi, please leave. If a hand is severed while a person is alive, it loses its grip and cannot hold the switch. Besides, even if I managed to escape, I wouldn't find a way out anyway. It would lead to the same fate. Moreover, I wish to stay and accompany Xiyan. Get out quickly." "Enough of your nonsense," Chen Zhi shouted, but he could say no more. A metallic taste surged into his throat, and he began to cough violently. Amidst the green haze, the parrot's expression suddenly transformed, filled with intense emotion and even contorted. It raised its eyebrows and, with tremendous strength, shoved Chen Zhi into the corner, turning to the stone slab and shouting loudly, "I am not like you. Before we entered, we received a secret order from Lord Leopard to ensure your survival at all costs. Otherwise, even if we escape, we are still doomed. Hurry." With a final cry, the parrot grasped the moon with determination, raising a pistol to its own temple, tears welling in its eyes. "This mission, Xiyan did not wish to come. It was my ambition that compelled him to join me. He perished while accompanying me. I am responsible for his death. I must remain here to be with him." A cold bullet pierced the parrot's temple with a resounding bang, and it collapsed onto the stone slab, still clutching the moon tightly. Truly, it was an exceptional marksman, firing without hesitation. With a creaking sound, the heavy stone door opened once more. Chen Zhi had little time to hesitate. He cast one last glance at the parrot lying in a pool of blood, gritted his teeth, and fled. The poison had already infiltrated Chen Zhi's mind, causing his nerves to throb painfully. After stumbling a few hundred meters in a daze, he heard a dull thud behind him. The stone door had closed. At that moment, Chen Zhi collapsed, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Such a young prodigy met his demise in this manner, having perished for a cause that left him utterly helpless. He found himself questioning the entirety of his existence. What had it all been for? At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, and through Chen Zhi's hazy vision, he discerned a massive door slowly creaking open at the far end, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. It was the main burial chamber. Chapter 271. The Divine Coffin. At this juncture, Chen Zhi had completely lost interest in his surroundings and any potential dangers that lurked nearby. The death of the parrot had shattered the tension he had upheld for so long. He walked forward in a daze, resembling a soulless automaton, oblivious to whether he sought life or death. The visage of the parrot lingered in his mind, clouding his thoughts. He felt certain that Fat Wei and Ghost Blade had also perished. Everyone had succumbed, leaving him alone to roam in this unfamiliar divine realm. This profound sense of isolation ignited within him an urge for self-destruction. Thus, he stumbled along, guided by the alluring scent, until he reached the threshold of the great door, only to realize he had unwittingly entered the heart of the mountain. Here, an expanse of emptiness surrounded him, with sheer rock walls enclosing the space. Save for the imposing door that stood before him. This door was merely a smaller entrance within a larger structure, a dual-layered gateway, where the small door resided at the very bottom. The grand door towered to an unseen height, while the smaller door stood approximately 5 or 6 meters tall. The door was constructed of heavy wooden planks, coated in a glossy black lacquer that struck the eye with its brilliance, adorned with intricate red and gold designs. It depicted two figures, a man and a woman, embracing one another, the lines both simple and grand, evoking a sense of weightiness akin to the colossal coffin he had previously glimpsed in the mirror. As Chen Zhi stumbled into the grand entrance, he noticed that the air was imbued not only with the fragrance of divine bones, but also with a refreshing, mint-like aroma that sharpened his senses. He carried with him the treasure pouch, which still contained some water in the flask. After taking a few sips, he felt his mind clear and his vision sharpened. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the temperature within the chamber was quite low, with a chilling breeze passing through. Although the interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to gauge its size, he sensed the vastness of the space. Faint glimmers of light revealed an enormous shadow looming directly ahead of him. As he switched on the spotlight beside his ear and cautiously advanced into the darkness, he quickly discerned the nature of the colossal silhouette before him. It was an extraordinarily large coffin, lying silently amidst the shadows, identical to the image he had seen in the mirror. This vast chamber was indeed the main burial site depicted in the mirror, yet in reality, its enormity was overwhelming. Is that the divine coffin of the nine-tailed celestial fox? As Chen Zhi continued to walk forward, his mind was engulfed in contemplation. The enormous sarcophagus loomed before him, its size comparable to a 6- or 7-story building laid horizontally, stretching from north to south, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. If not viewed through a mirror, its full form would remain utterly obscured, and one might mistake it for a grand edifice shrouded in the darkness ahead. After traversing for over half an hour in the shadows, Chen Zhi finally approached the colossal coffin. Here, the outline of the sarcophagus became completely indistinct, revealing only a vast silhouette that pierced the darkness above. Beneath the coffin lay a stone-carved burial bed, more than 2 meters high, towering above Chen Zhi's head. Intricate cloud patterns adorned its surface, accompanied by peculiar, slender-faced figures depicted in exquisite stone carvings, showcasing an unparalleled craftsmanship. Removing the spotlight from his ear, Chen Zhi raised it toward the sarcophagus above. In the dim light, he discerned that the surface of the coffin was coated with a glossy lacquer, imprinted with a two-toned gold and crimson totem design, illustrating the bizarre ancient motifs of intertwined male and female forms. The wood, dark and remarkably dense, exhibited delicate and gentle grain patterns, seemingly imbued with a liquid essence, akin to black blood. This rare wood was steeped in legend, described in ancient texts as the divine tree known as the Great Zhuang, which, according to Zhuangzi's Free and Easy Wandering, existed for 8,000 years in spring and 8,000 in autumn. It was said to harbor spirits, neither born nor dying, neither illusory nor perishing. Only the bodies of deities were worthy of being encased in such wood. This divine timber was believed to grant eternal life to the soul, ensuring its immortality. However, legends remain mere tales, and such sacred entities have only been documented in ancient scriptures, never to be seen in the mortal realm. A soft glimmer of light flickered nearby, its flame dancing in the vicinity. Following the direction of the coffin, Chen Zhi walked northward for a short distance, soon discovering the source of the fire. To his astonishment, on the northern side of the sarcophagus stood a stone altar, less than 1.5 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide, adorned with 2 massive candle holders. In the center, an exceptionally large spirit tablet was enshrined. For thousands of years, Chinese ancestral worship has typically involved placing spirit tablets within ancestral halls, yet such a sight near a coffin is exceedingly rare. The spirit tablet, a temporary offering to honor the deceased, bore the name and titles of the person interred within the coffin, a testament to respect for the departed. The flames of the colossal candles burned brightly, illuminating the spirit tablet with clarity. Standing over 3 meters tall, the tablet was dark and imposing. Encircled by intricately carved wooden figures of women entwined together, their features uncanny, resembling neither human nor fox, evoking an unsettling aura. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily refined. The immense spirit tablet towered before the great coffin, exuding an indescribable grandeur and mystery within the enveloping darkness. At the center of the tablet lay a long, azure jade slab, inscribed with a row of ancient characters, their peculiar strokes reminiscent of artistic brushwork. The inscription is written in ancient Qing'e characters, which read, "The illustrious fox ancestor, the mighty marquis, the divine consort of commerce, the sacred maiden of the eastern peak. The azure cloud primordial lord holds the position of the Su family." This lengthy passage is encased in gold and silver lacquer, shimmering with a golden brilliance and a delicate silver sheen, appearing far from antiquated. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt that this enormous spirit tablet did not belong in this world. It seemed as if it had fallen from another realm. Before the spirit tablet, 2 wooden stands supported a resplendent, golden scroll. The scroll bore an uncanny resemblance to the royal decree Chen Zhi had discovered in the Fox Cave, identical in every detail. Is that yet another decree? One meant for the 9-tailed celestial fox? What might it contain? Chen Zhi stood dazed before the altar, his mind racing as if short-circuiting. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness below the altar, gripping Chen Zhi by the ankle. Startled, Chen Zhi nearly stumbled but managed to suppress a scream, instinctively reaching for his knife. "Shoo! Don't shout, it's me." A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. It was Pang Wei. Upon seeing Pang Wei, a tumult of emotions surged within Chen Zhi, a bittersweet impulse to weep overwhelming him as he exclaimed, "What are you doing here? I thought you were dead. Where have you been? Where's the knife?" "Shoo! Keep your voice down," Pang Wei implored urgently, emerging from the darkness and covering Chen Zhi's mouth. Tugging him beneath the altar, a cloth hung before the altar, concealing its lower half. "You mustn't make a sound," Pang Wei whispered in Chen Zhi's ear. "I fell in here when I came through the mirror. The ghost blade vanished in a flash, and I have no idea where it is now. I've been hiding here. You must not speak from now on. That thing will be back any moment." "What thing?" Chen Zhi asked, astonished. Just then, an eerie sound of footsteps echoed from afar, gradually drawing closer. Chapter 272. The Devourer. The peculiar footsteps approached, a chilling aura permeating the air. Chen Zhi's senses heightened, instinctively aware of imminent peril. The earlier tumult of sorrow was finally subdued by reason. This was not a time for lamentation or overthinking. The paramount concern was to devise a means of survival and to postpone all matters until after they had escaped. Chen Zhi rose, positioning his arms in front of him, lying side by side with Pang Wei, shielding their bodies with the cloth before the altar, peering through a gap. The footsteps drew directly towards the altar. The sound was decidedly odd, resembling the unsteady gait of a person with legs of unequal length, and it seemed as if this individual had not walked in ages. Their steps chaotic. Additionally, they dragged a heavy object, the scraping noise grating against the ground. Soon, the sound approached the altar, and a shadow emerged. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight from outside, Chen Zhi peered through the gap in the tablecloth and finally laid eyes on the source of the footsteps. It was a woman, or rather, a terrifying semblance of a woman. She was barefoot, her feet caked in mud, and one of her ankles appeared grotesquely twisted, dragging limply along the ground. Her entire shoulders slumped at an odd angle, and her body leaned precariously, exuding an air of discomfort. The woman's attire was tattered. She wore an antiquated black checkered skirt that had succumbed to decay, emitting a noxious odor of mildew. Her long hair was a disheveled mass, intertwined with weeds, resembling a wretch who had just clawed her way out of a grave. Chen Zhi recognized the black checkered skirt, a sight etched deeply in his memory. In the dim candlelight, he scrutinized the woman's tangled hair once more, catching a glimpse of a face obscured by mud, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he could almost ascertain that this woman was none other than the ghostly figure they had encountered during their first excavation of the Hu family tomb in Shandong. The one he had initially seen, Bai Qian. Bai Qian's once enchanting beauty was now utterly concealed beneath a mask of filth and disheveled hair. Her body was marred by decayed patches, old wounds, and fresh bloodstains. Her fingernails were grotesquely elongated, resembling the claws of a demon. Bai Qian, swaying as she walked with a pronounced limp, clutched something in her hand and advanced toward the altar. As the candlelight illuminated her movements, Chen Zhi gradually discerned that she was dragging a lifeless body from the darkness. The first part to emerge was a leg, followed by the torso, and finally, the head. The corpse scraped against the ground, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Under the flickering light, the full extent of the body was revealed. It was the corpse of a parrot. Its skin had been entirely corroded by venom, bloodied and disfigured, with its nose and eyes barely discernible. The left hand clutched a pistol tightly, while the other arm was missing, and both the shoulder and thigh bore numerous crimson bite marks, clearly indicating it had been savaged. Bai Qian dragged the parrot by one leg. Her tattered skirt and hair stained with fresh blood, unmistakably the perpetrator of the gruesome act. By all that is holy, Chen Zhi's mind erupted in chaos at the sight, overwhelming rage consuming him. He could no longer contain his fury, thrusting his arms upward to rise and charge outward. At that moment, however, his arm was gripped tightly, and his mouth was forcibly covered. He saw Pang Wei, his face flushed and straining, pressing down on him with both arms. Veins bulged on Pang Wei's forehead, beads of sweat cascading down, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He held Chen Zhi's arm firmly, muffling his mouth, vigorously shaking his head in a desperate plea. In the midst of profound silence, Chen Zhi observed as Bai Qian slowly dragged the parrot's lifeless body to the altar. She then extended her emaciated hands, marred by decay, to wipe her face, revealing bright eyes, two orbs as beautiful as a starlit sky. Yet at that moment, they exuded an unparalleled ferocity. Bai Qian did not continue to gnaw at the parrot's remains. Instead, she stood before the altar, staring vacantly at the spirit tablet above, as if lost in contemplation. After a while, she limped away, her twisted foot dragging behind her. When her footsteps faded into the distance, completely inaudible, Fat Wei finally loosened his grip on Chen Zhi's hand. Simultaneously, Chen Zhi exhaled heavily, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The two hastily crawled to the parrot's side. Chen Zhi beheld the grotesque state of the parrot's body. Its features were utterly unrecognizable, the vibrant plumage still clinging on. Yet the right side of its face bore evident bite marks, and its left eye was missing, revealing a hollow socket. The flesh of its face had withered away, exposing white bones, with teeth bared in a ghastly grimace. "Brother, I am so sorry," Chen Zhi sobbed, tears flowing like a broken string of pearls. "You saved me, and I couldn't even preserve your whole body. I am utterly useless." He wept inconsolably, clutching the parrot's remains, while Fat Wei desperately tried to restrain him. "Lower your voice. Stop crying," Fat Wei urged, his face flushed, tears welling in his eyes. "There is no time to grieve now. Help me quickly. I need to secure the rope and get into that coffin to search for the elixir." "What did you say?" "To hell with you." Chen Zhi's pent-up anger erupted as he forcefully shoved Fat Wei, knocking him down, and mounted him, delivering a punch. "How can you still think of such things? The parrot is dead. We are all dead. You're only concerned about yourself. What do you expect to find in that coffin? Is your heart made of iron? Damn it." As Chen Zhi rained down blows, Fat Wei effortlessly flipped him over, retaliating with a heavy punch to Chen Zhi's forehead. "Can you not act like a man for once? Be strong. Crying won't bring him back. What good is your sorrow?" Fat Wei, wiping his tear-streaked face, continued hoarsely, "From the moment we entered here, who among us wasn't prepared for death? I know that Four-Eyed and Stone are gone, and we have no idea where the knife has vanished to. But we are still alive, and we cannot die in such a disgraceful manner. What we can do now is to find the elixir as swiftly as possible and then leave this place. Otherwise, our journey here will have been in vain." "What about Qing'e? Did the parrot and the others die for nothing? Were all those who came before us lost in vain?" After Fat Wei finished speaking, he wiped his face and pulled out a roll of transparent rope. "From this moment on, spare me the nonsense and help me pull this rope. I intend to delve into that coffin to seek the elixir. Otherwise, when that ghostly woman returns, we shall surely meet our doom." Chapter 273. Entering the divine coffin at this juncture, Chen Zhi's mental state began to stabilize gradually. His rationality prevailed as he strived to control his emotions. Fat Wei had spoken with utmost accuracy. The present time was exceedingly precious, leaving no room for waste. It was best to temporarily cast aside the futility of emotions. If they were to confront Bai Qian upon her return, the outcome would be dire, and they stood no chance of victory. Moreover, Chen Zhi truly wished to avoid witnessing Bai Qian's terrifying visage once more. Rather than perish without purpose, it would be wiser to take a bold gamble. Otherwise, the deaths of the parrot and the others would devolve into a senseless farce. Their immediate goal was to enter the divine coffin of the nine-tailed fox with utmost speed, in pursuit of the elixir they sought, as well as the most crucial element, the dragon bone. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhi began to reassess the massive coffin before him, estimating its height and thickness, and then spoke to Fat Wei. You see, this coffin is colossal, akin to a building. How on earth do you propose we gain entry? First and foremost, I must inform you that attempting to breach the coffin's surface is utterly futile. The quality of this premium divine wood, the Big Chuan, is of a density and resilience beyond your imagination. Consider the strength required to pierce a steel plate. Even if we possessed a stone cutter capable of slicing through metal like butter, the thickness of this coffin would be formidable. Before you could create even a small opening, that ghostly woman would have returned. Did I ever suggest we should bore a hole in the coffin's surface? Fat Wei replied nonchalantly, rummaging through his treasure pouch to produce numerous iron claws and hooks, which he secured to his waist. Finally, he retrieved 4 pieces of equipment resembling arm sleeves and knee pads. These gloves and leg pads were clearly designed to fit over human joints, adorned with a row of suction cup-like appendages, soft and reminiscent of the tentacles of an octopus. After fastening these suction cup arm and leg sleeves to his knees and arms, Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi and declared, "Do you truly believe that we, the tomb raiding experts, are merely a name without substance? Since we are to open the coffin, we shall do so from the top. Boring holes from the sides is the act of a mere mountain rat. Just follow my lead." With that, Fat Wei's expression suddenly grew serious as he tightened his gear and turned towards the altar. Chen Zhi observed the figure retreating before him. Recognizing that the carefree, jesting Fat Wei had transformed into a seasoned and agile master of tomb raiding, Chen Zhi followed Fat Wei to the side of the altar, which was not particularly tall. Fat Wei grasped the cloth draping over it and swiftly ascended to the altar's top, then extended a hand to pull Chen Zhi up. Upon the altar, colossal candles flickered ominously, their molten wax threatening to scald the unwary. 2 figures tread carefully atop, skillfully avoiding the searing remnants of wax. At the center of the altar stood a towering spirit tablet, its apex perilously close to the side of a coffin, serving as an excellent platform for ascension. The tablet was grand and weighty, surrounded by intricate wooden carvings, a labyrinth of reliefs that provided superb handholds for climbing. With a nimble leap, Pang Wei ascended to the carvings, deftly scaling the surface with his bare hands, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the spirit tablet. Chen Zhi followed closely, climbing upward with great caution. This endeavor was no trivial pursuit, demanding exceptional upper body and leg strength, alongside steady footing. One slip could result in a grievous fall. Each of Chen Zhi's movements was deliberate, taking nearly twice the time of Pang Wei, until he finally reached the summit of the tablet. Standing together atop the spirit tablet, they gazed down. The height was significant, and the narrow surface of the tablet felt precarious, the polished ground beneath exuding an unsettling slickness, as if they might slide off at any moment. A hint of danger loomed ahead. Pang Wei, with a smile that belied the pressure in his eyes, addressed Chen Zhi. He retrieved an iron gecko claw from his pouch, securing one end to a rope as thick as a pencil. Chen Zhi recognized the rope, specialized elastic cord made from a blend of elephant sinew fibers, known as elephant sinew rope, renowned for its strength rivaling that of steel, yet capable of stretching. It was an expensive treasure belonging to Pang Wei. "Shortly, I will dangle over the coffin and climb upward. Once I ascend, I will toss you the rope. You must then secure it around your waist and follow the path I took. Remember to remain calm and steady. Every step must be precise," Pang Wei instructed, giving Chen Zhi's shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping back. He swung the rope with the gecko claw, its elasticity allowing it to whip through the air. With a forceful throw, the claw soared forward, firmly gripping the surface of the coffin. Pang Wei tugged the rope to ensure a secure hold, then nodded to Chen Zhi. Grasping the rope, he leaped into the air, his considerable frame arching gracefully, landing perfectly upon the upright coffin. The suction cups on his arm and leg straps adhered securely to the wooden surface. In that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the purpose of those suction cup bindings. Pang Wei executed a series of swift and precise maneuvers with remarkable finesse, prompting Chen Zhi to silently commend him with a thumbs up. The figure before him no longer resembled the rough-and-tumble grave robber he had known. Instead, he appeared as a somewhat enigmatic figure, the mysterious tomb raider, a legendary master of the craft. Once stabilized on the coffin, Pang Wei removed 2 iron hooks from his waist, driving them firmly into the coffin's wood to establish secure footholds. Then, after a subtle wave of his hand towards Chen Zhi, he began to lift his limbs, one after another, akin to an octopus, skillfully and laboriously inching upwards. Approximately 10 minutes later, he vanished into the darkness. After another 20 minutes, Fat Wei's searchlight blinked 3 times in the dark, a signal agreed upon by Fat Wei and Chen Zhi, indicating that he had successfully ascended to the coffin lid. Free from danger, it was now Chen Zhi's turn. Nervously, he stood at the edge of the spirit tablet, awaiting Fat Wei to toss him the rope. Soon, Fat Wei's lizard-like rope flew through the darkness, accurately gripping the spirit tablet beside Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi detached the lizard's claw, tightened his grip on the rope, took a moment to steady his breath, and then, with a powerful push of his legs, leaped forward into the air. He endeavored to maintain a stable posture, gliding for a brief period before landing securely on the spot left by Fat Wei. Once his feet found purchase on the iron hook, he wrapped the rope around his waist twice and tugged upward to signal Fat Wei that he had reached the surface of the coffin. Shortly thereafter, the rope above trembled twice. Chen Zhi then grasped the rope tightly, his body forming a 90-degree angle as he began to ascend slowly along the rope. Chen Zhi had previously engaged in rock climbing on cliffs during his time in Japan's sealed tombs, but this experience was markedly different. Although the wind was not particularly strong, the surface of the coffin was exceedingly smooth, offering little to no friction. A slip could send his body into a terrifying spin, making it difficult to fathom the sheer willpower with which Fat Wei had climbed it unassisted. After nearly half an hour of this arduous ascent, Chen Zhi finally beheld the edge of the coffin above and the awaiting Fat Wei. Chapter 274, Entering the Divine Coffin, Part 2. As Chen Zhi ascended to the coffin lid, he was drenched in sweat. The difficulty and tension he experienced while climbing the slick coffin board were beyond imagination. His calves, which had remained taut, felt as though they might explode, and he was nearly exhausted. Sitting atop the coffin lid, he rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath before addressing Fat Wei. Now that we have reached the coffin lid, what shall we do next? Are you really planning to pry open such a massive lid? Fat Wei, while coiling the rope, chuckled at Chen Zhi's inquiry. Do you take me for the Marshal of Heaven? A lid of this magnitude would wear me out before I could even budge it. What then? How do we get inside? Chen Zhi pressed further. Fat Wei glanced at Chen Zhi and then turned back to continue gathering the rope. The coffins of deities differ vastly from our human ones. These celestial beings are quite peculiar. When they die, it does not necessarily mean they are entirely lifeless. They still retain a breath. Legend has it that after these deities pass, there is often a small air hole left in the coffin, intended for that breath to ascend to the heavens. However, these are merely legends, and the veracity remains unknown. Since ancient times, those who fancied themselves as immortals, be they Taoists or sorcerers, have adhered to a peculiar custom of leaving a circular vent at the head of their coffins. Given the dimensions of this coffin, it seems plausible that such a vent could accommodate a person. Our current task is to locate this vent, through which we may gain access to the interior of the coffin. You appear to possess considerable knowledge regarding divine burials, and I have never encountered such information. May I inquire as to the source of your understanding? At this moment, Chen Zhi's gaze was fixed intently on Pang Wei, awaiting his response. Yet he harbored a fear of the answer that might come. Do not ask so many questions. This is not the time for such discussions, Pang Wei retorted, coiling the rope into a bundle and gesturing for Chen Zhi to follow him. Just remember this. I, Pang Wei, consider you a brother, and I shall never bring you harm. What, then, is your true purpose for being here? Chen Zhi inquired, remaining motionless with a serious expression. If you genuinely regard me as a brother, then speak the truth. What purpose could I possibly have? Do not overcomplicate my intentions. Pang Wei replied as he turned to Chen Zhi. In my life, I value but 2 things, money and brotherhood. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire solely for these. As Pang Wei spoke, a flicker of anger crossed his face. And let me ask you, Orange, will you ever cease your prattling? You are becoming increasingly like a nagging woman, endlessly rambling. If you do not move, I shall depart. You may remain here and wait for that ghostly woman to return and devour you. After uttering these words, Pang Wei disregarded Chen Zhi, shouldered his satchel, and strode towards the far end of the coffin. Chen Zhi stood still for a moment before deciding to follow Peng Wei without posing any further questions. This coffin is indeed immense, and the wood known as Dachun possesses an extraordinary quality. As Chen Zhi walked upon it, he felt as though he were traversing the surface of a colossal living entity. With each step, he sensed a sticky resistance beneath his feet, the soles of his shoes becoming imprinted with a vivid crimson resin, reminiscent of blood. It was as if the coffin itself were imbued with life. Akin to a nine-tailed fox lying within, glaring at him with defiant eyes, questioning his audacity to tread upon its form, encroaching upon its divine majesty. Meanwhile, Peng Wei seemed entirely oblivious to these sensations, moving swiftly and resolutely ahead. Before long, they arrived at the opening of the coffin, where they discovered the so-called vent intended for the ascension of deities. This circular aperture, approximately 1 meter in diameter, was remarkably symmetrical, with metal reinforcements lining its edges, resembling the mouth of a well. Leaning over the edge, Chen Zhi peered into the abyss below, which appeared in impenetrable darkness, akin to a bottomless pit, obscuring all visibility. At this moment, the stout Wei produced a luminous cord resembling a light strip. After folding it a few times in his hands, he gently lowered one end into the abyss. Chen Zhi had seen this type of sparkling, translucent rope before. It radiated brilliantly in darkness, illuminating its surroundings in the subterranean chamber and thereby dispelling potential dangers. Once Wei had folded the cord a couple of times, it immediately glowed in its entirety. He then gradually let the rope descend through the vent. After a considerable time, it became apparent that the cord had reached its limit. Peering down through the vent, they observed an impenetrable darkness below. Even with the glowing cord, the surrounding shadows remained unyielding. Yet, at the very end of the luminous rope, they caught a glimpse of resplendent, multicolored light, though no specific object was discernible. Curiously, the air wafting up from below was no longer saturated with the fragrance of divine bones, but instead bore a subtle hint of mint, invigorating to the senses. The ethereal light was a reflection from gemstones, indicating that an abundance of extraordinary treasures lay beneath, their quantity staggering. Wei, crouched at the opening, whispered that the scent of mint was indicative of a rare and precious preservative. After articulating his thoughts, Wei began to retract the glowing cord, speaking as he did so. In ancient times, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, people were remarkably adept at handling corpses and crafting protective garments, their techniques surpassing those of the present day. Much like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, who believed they would continue to revel in wealth after death, they would fill their coffins with unique preservatives that could keep the garments eternally fresh and fragrant. It was said that these preservatives were derived from a mystical herb that has since vanished from existence. Over the years, I have pilfered from several imperial tombs. Yet I have not encountered this preservative since the Han dynasty. Only a scant trace of its aroma remains in a few coffins predating that era, reserved for the most illustrious emperors or nobility, such as China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, but in minuscule quantities. The sheer magnitude of this coffin, imbued with such a potent fragrance, indicates a usage exponentially greater than that of the royal families, underscoring the pitiable nature of humanity when compared to the divine. It also attests to the unparalleled status of the nine-tailed heavenly fox residing below. Could there be spiritual elixirs down there? Chen Zhi inquired softly, gazing into the darkness. I cannot say, Wei replied, shaking his head. It is said that spiritual elixirs are akin to the excretions of deities, essentially mere flakes of skin that could be found on their deceased forms or on their garments. If the nine-tailed fox truly possesses such vastness, then even a minuscule fragment of her skin would suffice for our needs. Let us chance our luck. After this, Wei secured a tiger claw to the edge of the vent, lowered his legs, and addressed Chen Zhi. I shall descend now. If I successfully locate something, I will tug on the rope above to signal you, and then you can pull me back up. Remember, if that female ghost returns and I have yet to signal you, do not concern yourself with me. Swiftly devise your own escape. Chapter 275, Entering the Divine Coffin, Part 3. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, a profound feeling washed over Chen Zhi. He recalled that Fat Wei had once mentioned his departure from grave robbing, citing that this profession was seldom a solitary endeavor. Typically, those who assisted were relatives, for the greed of those at the entrance often led to treachery, with the individuals below being sealed in after handing over their treasures, leaving them to their fate. Thus, after the death of Fat Wei's father, he had worked alone, eventually retiring from the profession altogether. Did you not claim that grave robbers never entrust their lives to others? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at Fat Wei. Now you place that trust in me, unafraid that I might abandon you below after securing the treasures? It is of no concern. I trust you, Fat Wei replied casually, fastening a rope around his waist, oblivious to Chen Zhi's expression. You trust me so completely? Are you not often warning against the need for vigilance? Chen Zhi pressed, noticing a hint of discomfort in Fat Wei's demeanor. Fat Wei looked up, puzzled. Chen, are you feeling unwell? Your emotions are quite tumultuous. One moment you're laughing, the next you're crying. I almost suspect you've been rattled into a state of hysteria. Enough of this chatter. Wait for me up there. After uttering these words, Fat Wei tightened the rope and prepared to leap into the pit, only to be halted by Chen Zhi's grip on his arm. Your weight is too substantial. Pulling you up would be quite the challenge. It would be wiser for me to descend and, upon locating the items, signal for you to hoist me back up. You intend to go down? Fat Wei's face registered astonishment. The depths are filled with coffins, and who knows what sinister entities lurk within. Perhaps the nine-tailed seductress, Su Daji, awaits us below. You lack experience in such undertakings. You might well frighten yourself senseless. Though I lack direct experience, I have observed closely while accompanying you. Ultimately, whether it is you or I, the experience will be the same. The divine coffins differ vastly from those of mortals, rendering your knowledge irrelevant. Besides, the nine-tailed fox perished in the warring states. She has long since withered away. Do you truly believe she could manifest as a formidable Zhongzi waiting for me? After delivering this retort, Chen Zhi cast a sidelong glance at Fat Wei and continued, however, I must clarify one point. My descent is solely to procure spirit stones and herbs. As for the mundane artifacts within, do not entertain thoughts of acquiring them. We must escape post-haste. Carrying excessive treasures will only impede our flight. Understood. Fat Wei responded unusually readily, a stark contrast to his typical avaricious demeanor. He nodded at Chen Zhi. Descend you shall. Once you find the items, pull the rope. Rest assured, I shall remain here, awaiting your return. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not depart without you. Thus, after the two had reached an agreement, Chen Zhi took the thick rope from Fat Wei and wrapped it securely around his waist, binding it tightly. The rope was exceedingly long, more than sufficient to lower Chen Zhi to the bottom of the coffin. The two tested the wireless headphones, but there was no signal, leading them to abandon that idea. They exchanged a few simple signals. A single tug on the rope meant they had arrived at their destination, and everything was normal, prompting the next action. 2 tugs signified that the item had been found, and it was time to pull him up. 3 tugs indicated danger nearby and advised caution. Having established these signals, Chen Zhi cautiously lowered his legs into the hole to peer down. The space within was quite cramped, resembling a well, with barely enough room to extend one's arms. A strong scent of mint wafted up from below, and the chill emanating from the coffin was palpable, sending shivers through his legs. Your mask is no longer usable. Take mine, Fat Wei said, handing over his gas mask with a reassuring pat on Chen Zhi's shoulder. Remember, no matter what you see down there, don't panic. If you can't hold on, tug the rope, and I'll jump in to save you. We'll face it together. After listening to Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi smiled faintly, accepted the gas mask, and nodded in acknowledgement. He then held his breath and plunged downward, descending like a falling sandbag. Chen Zhi had previously leaped through the underground palace during missions, always with Fat Wei leading the way, which instilled in him a profound sense of security, knowing Fat Wei was there to protect him and that the surroundings were safe. However, this time was drastically different. The circumstances below were entirely unknown. As he jumped into the darkness, his heart raced, heightened by an overwhelming fear of the unknown beneath him. Despite his trepidation, he understood that he must be the one to enter the coffin rather than Fat Wei. He was acutely aware that their purpose in this crypt was far more significant than merely seeking elixirs. The true objective was to locate the spirit stone dragon bone that held the power to determine the fate of kings. However, he hesitated to disclose this to Fat Wei, fearing the reaction to the mention of the dragon bone, as even the slightest hint of hesitation from Fat Wei might expose his secret. Chen Zhi did not wish to witness him lie, nor could he accept the truth, should it be revealed. As the rope guided Chen Zhi through the narrow opening, he descended into a vast space below. After a few adjustments, he finally stabilized in midair, taking a moment to regulate his breathing. He calmed his racing heart and looked down. Fat Wei's measurements had proven remarkably accurate. He was now less than 2 meters from the ground. Below him lay a dazzling expanse of gold, the brilliance almost blinding, as if a thick layer of golden sand had been spread across the surface, sparkling magnificently under the spotlight's illumination. Chen Zhi wielded a searchlight, illuminating the surroundings below. Apart from the resplendent golden hue, nothing else was visible, and there were no signs of danger. He then tugged at the rope, prompting the corpulent way above, who, adhering to their prearranged signal, gradually lowered the rope. With a leap, Chen Zhi landed firmly on the ground. After unfastening the rope around his waist, he signaled to way above, indicating that he had safely arrived, and then, holding the searchlight, he proceeded to advance into the depths. Soon, he discovered the nature of the golden expanse beneath his feet. It was genuine gold, or rather, a fabric woven from fine strands of gold. The craftsmanship of the fabric was remarkably dense, with countless stitches so meticulously executed that no gaps were discernible. As Chen Zhi tread upon this golden tapestry, he felt a steady footing, suggesting it was closely adhered to the bottom of the coffin. Prior to his descent, Wei had verified the approximate location. If this colossal sarcophagus adhered to human burial customs, then the head should be oriented to the true south. Following Wei's plan, once inside the coffin, Chen Zhi would activate the compass on his left arm and proceed southward. The texture of the golden fabric grew increasingly intricate as he traversed various areas, where he also encountered massive golden ornamental pieces, layered atop one another. The exquisite patterns and lines were densely interwoven, resembling a set of intricately designed golden tiles. The coffins of these deities are indeed opulent, Chen Zhi mused silently. This is truly at the level of gilded pathways. There must be more gold ahead, and it's conceivable that the entire base of this coffin is laid with gold. Just how much gold would that require? It is simply unimaginable. He envisioned how Wei would react upon witnessing this spectacle, likely with his eyes bulging in astonishment. Chen Zhi had often fantasized about the appearance of the nine-tailed celestial fox's corpse within the divine coffin. Would it be nothing more than a decayed skeletal frame of a fox? However, based on prior experiences, deities could retain their corporeal forms without decay. Perhaps its remains would be well preserved, and according to legend, the enchanting Su Daji was renowned for her beauty. Might the nine-tailed celestial fox, upon death, manifest in human form, lying within the coffin as an unparalleled beauty? As he wandered amidst the golden landscape, the fabric beneath his feet creaked, and soon he sensed something amiss. Although the ground was paved with gold, the elevation varied significantly, starkly contrasting with a typical surface. The further he ventured, the more uneven the ground became. The golden reliefs were abundant, not existing independently, but intricately carved into the very surface. The thickness of the gold fabric varied greatly. In some areas, it was remarkably fine, while in others, the gold threads were coarse and rigid. Combined with the shimmering golden ornaments, the overall appearance resembled a colossal suit of armor. Chen Zhi's hypothesis was soon validated. After advancing approximately 50 meters, he reached the terminus of the golden fabric beneath his feet, illuminated by his searchlight. A splendid array of colors emerged ahead, an extraordinarily large and opulent golden helmet, with a diameter of about 10 meters, unfolded before him. The sheer size of the helmet was daunting, making Chen Zhi feel as though he stood before a colossal golden sculpture. This helmet bore an ancient design, its overall form semicircular, with a gleaming golden surface embedded with a multitude of large gemstones. Atop it, several emerald feathers adorned its apex, reminiscent of the helmets worn by celestial warriors depicted in murals, yet far more exquisite and lavish. The jewels and feathers were so opulent that it was evident they were not intended for battle, but rather for decoration. Could this possibly be another tomb of garments? Chen Zhi pondered. The aesthetic here bore a striking resemblance to the garbed tomb he had encountered in the Fox Cave of Heilongjiang, albeit on a much grander scale. Approaching the helmet with his searchlight, he peered inside, and, as he suspected, found no skeletal remains. This was indeed a genuine garbed tomb, and it contained merely a single suit of armor. He now stood at the neck guard of the armor, and the uneven terrain he had traversed earlier was, in fact, the breastplate's protective plates. The golden fabric he walked over was entirely composed of golden chainmail, explaining the evenness of the ground. The massive fragments of metal arranged nearby were, in reality, sections of the armor's protective plates. It appeared he was truly traversing the body of a giant. If this entire set of golden armor could be transported outside, Chen Zhi would instantly become wealthier than nations. The allure of gold was indeed irresistible, yet such thoughts were futile. His immediate priority was to seek the spiritual medicine and dragon bones, rendering the abundant gold merely an illusion. Turning back, he proceeded towards the lower part of the golden armor. Given the degree of wear on the armor, it was highly probable that the nine-tailed fox had donned it. And not merely once. The joints, frequently in contact with the body, likely harbored remnants of the nine-tailed fox's fur, which constituted the spiritual medicine he sought. At that moment, Chen Zhi retrieved a thumb-sized vial from his pocket, containing a high-grade spiritual talisman that had been entrusted to him by the organization through Master Bao before embarking on this mission. This talisman was singular, unbeknownst to the others in his team. It had been collectively inscribed by the organization's grand sorcerers, who pooled their magical energies. The talisman could resonate with spiritual stones within a 500-meter radius. Should any such stone come close, both the talisman and the stone would illuminate simultaneously. Growing brighter the nearer they drew to one another. Master Bao had personally handed the talisman to Chen Zhi at the hot spring resort, instructing him to safeguard it diligently, as it would be crucial for locating the dragon bones at a pivotal moment. Chen Zhi, holding a small vial containing spiritual talismans, strode toward the north under the beam of a searchlight. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, the color of the talismans began to brighten, becoming increasingly radiant. Ultimately, he discovered some faintly glowing green substances clinging to the knee armor of his right leg, resembling delicate threads of transparent silk entwined on the surface of the armor. Inconspicuous in the darkness, had it not been for the talismans, Chen Zhi surely would not have noticed their presence. As he approached and bent down to examine these translucent materials, he realized they were curled remnants of fatty tissue, appearing exceedingly light and glossy, akin to freshly spun silk. Removing his gloves, Chen Zhi touched the silky substance, marveling at its extraordinary softness, far more pliable than silk and remarkably fluffy. After gathering a fist-sized clump and compressing it, it reduced to the size of a marble. Since the talismans react to these substances, it indicates they must belong to a type of spiritual stone, Chen Zhi pondered. Opening his treasure pouch, inside, he found a semi-transparent vial filled with a reagent extracted from the remains of Bai Qian. This special reagent, if it came into contact with any material related by blood to Bai Qian, would exhibit a vivid red hue. The closer the blood relation, the more vibrant the color. Twisting open the vial, he gently drew a drop of the reagent and let it fall upon the fluffy silk-like strands. Instantly, the strands appeared as though drenched in blood, revealing a bright crimson color. Chen Zhi understood that this confirmed the curled, silky remnants originated from Bai Qian's mother, the legendary nine-tailed fox, signifying the existence of a miraculous elixir. It seems Qin Yang's vision may indeed be restored. Chen Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief. Given the rarity of the elixir, he collected as much as he could, stuffing it into his treasure pouch until it could hold no more. Yet, despite the quantity, it felt incredibly light, reminiscent of carrying a bundle of silk threads. With the elixir secured, Chen Zhi felt a sense of assurance. Next, he sought the legendary spiritual stone known as the Dragon Bone Seal, believed to bestow imperial authority. If he could bring the Dragon Bone back, the organization's millennia-long mission would finally reach its conclusion, liberating both Leopard and Chen Zhi, ensuring that the sacrifices of Parrot and the others were not in vain. Before this journey, Leopard had confided in Chen Zhi the origins of the Dragon Bone and the true purpose of their organization. The Dragon Bone, also known as the Heavenly Seal, was essentially the most powerful stone capable of defying fate. In ancient times and long before, the Dragon Bone had been wielded by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, whose leader embodied the divine power, entering into unions with the emperors of the human realm. However, these unions were, in truth, a form of subjugation. Chapter 277. The true nature of the organization. While human emperors succeeded one another through the ages, the lifespan of the divine was exceedingly prolonged. After each generation of monarchs passes away, the newly ascended ruler must wed the nine-tailed celestial fox, the entity wielding supreme power, who then bestows the Dragon Bone imperial seal upon this new sovereign, thereby legitimizing their reign. Hence, every monarch of humanity is, in essence, a demigod, which serves as the origin of the title Son of Heaven. The nine-tailed celestial fox, known as the Su clan, is, in fact, their matriarch or even their great matriarch. This convoluted system of consanguineous unions solidified the ancient deity's dominion over humankind. While the nine-tailed celestial fox has long been regarded as an exceedingly ancient and terrifying entity by these human rulers. From the time of Diyu's marriage to the Tushan clan of the Celestial Foxes, to the union of the last Shang monarch with the Su clan, this dread marriage system has persisted. The dragon bone, as a premier grade of spiritual stone, aids the sovereign in governing humanity, possessing the divine power to unify hearts. Akin to a form of spiritual control that engenders boundless admiration and unconditional obedience among the populace, to the extent that they may even be sacrificed as sustenance. Thus, prior to the Shang dynasty, human realms functioned as mere pastures for numerous deities, with their rulers straddling the dual identities of deity and mortal, feeling profound sympathy for humanity, yet remaining impotent to effect change, until the emergence of Zhangzia initiated a transformative era. At that time, Zhangzia was an exalted son of the divine, endowed with formidable powers and mastery over numerous spiritual stones. His abilities were remarkably unique. He could manipulate these stones to alter the aura of the world and thus dictate fate, earning him the revered title of the Fate Controller. Zhangzia resolved to transform the most significant aura of the universe, fundamentally altering the destiny of humankind. The complexities of the spiritual stone's powers and the intricacies of the aura were exceedingly challenging to master, yet Zhangzia succeeded. With the aid of these stones, he selected several powerful divine offspring and demigods, imbuing them with the capabilities of the stones, exponentially enhancing their divine powers so they could contest the deities, ultimately anointing them as new gods. In the twilight of the Shang era, an unprecedented and colossal conflict erupted between the new gods aiding humanity and the old gods across the expanse of Huaxia. The brutality and shock of this war were beyond contemporary imagination. Many mountains, rivers, and even vast oceans were irrevocably altered. Amidst the rivers of bloodshed between mortals and deities, this war concluded with the defeat of the old gods, heralding the dawn of an era ruled by the new gods and humanity. The dragon bone imperial seal, embodying the essence of sovereignty, became the most vital spiritual stone in the celestial and terrestrial realms. Following the defeat of the nine-tailed celestial fox, it was seized by Zhangzia and bestowed upon the Zhou royal family. Zhangzia's daughter, Yijiang, offered this dragon bone as her dowry to the Zhou king, GFA, thus becoming his queen. From that moment forth, the Zhou lineage and the Jiang lineage were intertwined, their bloodlines fused, and their collaboration unbroken. However, wielding the power of spiritual stones incurs a profound cost, defying fate and usurping the throne, as well as altering the pre-existing aura of the cosmos. Demands an immense sacrifice that transcends a single generation's capacity. This burden must endure across countless descendants. Thus, as humanity seized control of its destiny, having long forgotten the war, the Jiang clan continued to strive for the stability of this aura, sharing the weight of consequence with the Zhou clan. The enigmatic organization behind Master Leopard is, in fact, the lineage of the Zhou royal family. After millennia of bloodshed, the Jiang bloodline has long since withered. Following the death of Chen Zhi's uncle, the Jiang family has lacked a male heir. Presently, the patriarch of the Jiang family, who is also Chen Zhi's distant uncle, is an elderly man nearing a century, frail and on the brink of departing this world. Should the protective aura that safeguards humanity be disrupted, everything in existence will undergo a profound transformation. The first to perish would be the Jiang and Zhou families, with Chen Zhi and the Zhou clan being reduced to ashes, followed by the land itself. Thus, the quest for spiritual stones and the mastery over them to sustain this aura is a task passed down through generations of the Jiang family, intertwined with their very fate. The lineage of the Ghost Blade is of noble descent. He bears the surname Zhi and is a direct descendant of the Zhou royal bloodline, closely related to the supreme leader of the organization. He stands as Chen Zhi's natural ally, someone whom Chen Zhi can trust unconditionally. Regarding the organization, Master Leopard has not divulged much to Chen Zhi, but he did inform him that since the demise of Zhangzia, the Jiang clan has not produced another individual of such extraordinary abilities. Due to the arduous task of maintaining the aura, the Zhou dynasty met its downfall in 256 BC. In the waning days of the Zhou, as the Jiang family's power waned, humanity's political landscape descended into chaos, with the Dragon Bone Seal being fiercely contested among usurpers. Subsequently, the deposed Emperor Li Tsongka of the later Tang ascended a tower with the Jade Seal and self-immolated. A eunuch who escaped the flames witnessed a figure in white emerge from the fire, seizing the dragon bone and proclaiming the divine seal, returning it to the divine tomb. This figure in white was certainly not human. His identity remains shrouded in mystery, and there is no record of him in the annals of the Jiang and Zhou families. Yet one certainty prevails. The dragon bone seal returned to the celestial fox's divine tomb from that moment onwards. This is the ultimate purpose of Chen Zhi and his companion's journey here. The dragon bone must be concealed within this colossal coffin. Holding a talisman for detecting spiritual stones, Chen Zhi's mind wandered through these thoughts. As of now, he remains largely oblivious to the weight of the responsibility he bears. He feels disconnected from this grand mission and cannot fathom the consequences that would follow the disruption of the protective aura. Having traversed the depths of this coffin for what felt like an eternity, he meticulously examined every nook and cranny of the gilded armor, yet the talisman remained unresponsive. 3 hours had elapsed, and he could only imagine how frantic the portly way above must be, as beads of sweat began to form on Chen Zhi's brow. Since entering the divine tomb, he had not enjoyed a moment's rest. His nerves were perpetually on edge. Every human has their limits, and the wounds on his body were being sustained solely through medication. Many of the cuts had reopened, leaving his bodysuit stained with sticky blood. After another careful inspection of the coffin, he could definitively ascertain that there was no response from any spiritual stones. This place was devoid of such energy. Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, yet there was no time for further contemplation. The priority now was to ascend quickly and escape with Wei. Chen Zhi returned to the vent where he had dropped the rope earlier. Per their prior agreement, Fat Wei was waiting above. Chen Zhi tugged on the rope to signal, then patiently awaited a response from Fat Wei before attempting to ascend. He grasped the rope and pulled twice, but after a long pause, there was no reaction above. A sense of unease washed over him. He pulled again, but still, silence reigned. What was happening? Had Fat Wei fallen asleep? Surely not. Or perhaps he had abandoned him, leaving him stranded? A sudden wave of inexplicable dread surged within Chen Zhi, and he finally understood why Fat Wei had emphasized that the other end of the rope should only be entrusted to a loved one. To wait alone in the darkness was an experience fraught with such profound loneliness and anxiety. Growing increasingly frantic, Chen Zhi pulled on the rope repeatedly, hoping that Fat Wei had merely overlooked his signals. Yet, there was still no reply. Panic gripped him entirely, a visceral fear of abandonment crashing over him. He looked up, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Am I to remain here forever, without anyone to pull me up? Just then, he noticed the rope quiver slightly before him, as if someone were gently shaking it. Overjoyed, Chen Zhi grasped the rope and looked up. Suddenly, a droplet of liquid fell onto his forehead, followed by another, and then many more, cascading down the rope in a thick, viscous stream. Wiping it away, he shone his flashlight and discovered it was blood. An ominous premonition seized him, and he instinctively stepped back, gazing upward. To his horror, a figure had materialized at the top of the rope, descending slowly like a spider. As it drew nearer, the silhouette became clearer in the beam of light, revealing a woman, a skeletal, emaciated figure crawling in a grotesque manner, her face ghastly pale. It was Bai Qian. Chapter 278. The decayed Bai Qian. This scene was utterly terrifying, so horrifying that even Chen Zhi's wildest imagination could not conjure such a nightmarish vision. The entity known as Bai Qian was devoid of any fat, her body merely skin draped over a desiccated skeleton. Her dress was riddled with holes of various sizes, teeming with maggots. Her skin was marred by large patches of putrefaction and festering flesh, evoking nausea at the mere sight. Bai Qian's eyes shone with an eerie brightness in the darkness, creating an unsettling contrast against her skeletal visage, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Upon reaching the end of the rope, she leaped to the ground like an animal, crouching with her knees bent, her body tilted sideways. With wild, unkempt hair framing her face, she fixed her gaze intently on Chen Zhi. The darkness that enveloped Bai Qian thickened conspicuously, as if steeped in ink, while the temperature plummeted, creating an atmosphere akin to being encased in ice, exuding a palpable scent of death. This scent was further tainted by the musty and decayed odor emanating from Bai Qian herself, leading Chen Zhi to the grim realization that the figure before him was undoubtedly a corpse. He scrutinized the woman before him, recognizing her as the same individual he had encountered in Shandong, within the ruins of a collapsed villa, her attire identical to that fateful encounter. Yet at that time, she had appeared ethereal and unreal within the illusion. Now, She stood before him in stark reality, albeit terrifyingly so. Bai Qian remained poised, her body slightly tilted as she fixated on Chen Zhi, her eyes wide open and vacant, resembling a soulless entity devoid of logic, utterly motionless. With trepidation, Chen Zhi slowly reached for the hilt of his knife, his heart racing in anticipation of an imminent attack from this spectral woman. A peculiar sound echoed through the air, reverberating eerily. Bai Qian, shrouded in darkness, gnawed forcefully, then abruptly spat onto the ground. A hard object tumbled towards Chen Zhi's feet, revealing a human phalanx bone, barely masticated. A chill coursed through Chen Zhi, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His hands trembled as he drew his knife, but a sudden gust of wind whipped towards him. When he looked up, Bai Qian had lunged forward, her visage grotesque as she emitted a piercing shriek. The speed at which she advanced left Chen Zhi no room for evasion. He felt her teeth clamp down on his neck, and agonizing pain surged through him. And then darkness enveloped his consciousness. When Chen Zhi regained awareness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, racked with excruciating pain akin to fire coursing through his body. As he attempted to rise, he sensed a sharp agony in his ribs, as though they had been fractured, and the surroundings were cloaked in impenetrable darkness. The intensity of the pain made coherent thought elusive. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up and began to crawl forward. Soon, he discerned a glimmer of light ahead, beneath which lay the bodies of Si Yan and a parrot. Si Yan's remains had been nearly devoured, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. The gruesome scene was so sanguinary that it instilled in Chen Zhi an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he had descended into the very depths of hell. Have I perished? He pondered with a distorted sense of reasoning. If I am indeed dead, why do I still feel pain? His gaze slowly ascended. He had emerged from the confines of a coffin, still beneath the altar, where the flickering candlelight danced, casting shadows throughout the tomb. The massive coffin loomed ahead, standing like a mountain, and within the shifting light, something appeared to hover above the altar, swaying precariously, droplets of liquid cascading from it. A foreboding sense of dread settled in Chen Zhi's mind. Chen Zhi strained to look up, and his premonition had come true. The object swaying in the air was indeed Fat Wei, bound by ropes and suspended, drenched in blood, resembling a lifeless corpse. His head and upper body hung limply, motionless in the air. Is Fat Wei dead? No. If he were truly dead, he wouldn't be tied up like that. The ropes suggest that he must have struggled while conscious. Chen Zhi repeatedly reassured himself in his mind, desperately striving to maintain his composure. He crawled forward a couple of times, searching for Bai Qian in the darkness, yet saw nothing, which slightly eased his heart. Are you looking for me? A faint voice suddenly resonated behind Chen Zhi, sending a chill down his spine. Startled, he whipped around, only to be struck with terror. Bai Qian had been crouched in the shadows, her hollow, gleaming eyes fixed upon him. Slowly, she parted her lips, revealing a blood-red maw where flesh had vanished, presenting a ghastly sight in the dark. Trembling in fear, Chen Zhi staggered backward, fighting to remain calm. What do you want? His voice quivered, barely discernible. However, the Bai Qian before him appeared incapable of rational communication. She resembled a mindless specter, her jaws grinding together, emitting a creaking sound as her enormous, hollow eyes slowly inched toward the corpse of the parrot. With hands resembling iron hooks, she began to slice open the parrot's abdomen, extracting its innards and noisily chewing on them. Witnessing this grotesque scene, Chen Zhi's mind shattered completely. He felt no fear, only a profound, visceral hatred that surged within him, so intense that he disregarded his own life, consumed by the desire to slay this monstrous creature. He felt the knife still strapped to his waist, seemingly untouched by Bai Qian, who paid no mind to his weapon. Drawing the long knife with his right hand, he lunged forward, shouting as he aimed for Bai Qian's head. At that moment, Bai Qian appeared utterly engrossed in her gruesome feast, oblivious to Chen Zhi's presence. Yet, just as the blade neared her, her face snapped toward him with ferocity, her eyes glaring menacingly. With a swift motion, she grabbed him, and Chen Zhi felt a sudden chill from his right cheek to his shoulder as his body was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. It was as if a mountain had fallen upon him, his bones feeling shattered and immobile, and in that moment, he comprehended the vast disparity in their strength. Bai Qian, having released the parrot's carcass, slowly rose and approached Chen Zhi. Damn you, you flesh-eating monster! He raged madly, unleashing his terror and fury. Is eating human flesh a crime? Bai Qian suddenly spoke, her voice hauntingly soft. Of course it is. Killing a living person to consume them is undoubtedly a sin. You wicked deity. You deserve to descend into hell. Chen Zhi vehemently cursed, not pausing to contemplate Bai Qian's words. But I am hungry, so very hungry, Bai Qian murmured, her hollow, gleaming eyes suddenly fixating on Chen Zhi. Saliva dripped from her mouth as she slowly approached him. A chilling sense of impending doom enveloped Chen Zhi. He realized that his time was running out. Chapter 279. A turning point. Bai Qian drew closer to Chen Zhi, leaning over him, her decaying visage pressing against his eyes. Her large eyes, with pupils unlike those of any human, flickered with a captivating brilliance, reminiscent of a starry night sky, rendering Chen Zhi momentarily paralyzed. He felt a dizzying sensation, his limbs rendered immobile. This was Chen Zhi's first encounter with Bai Qian at such proximity. An overwhelming realization washed over him. Deities were beings entirely distinct from humanity, possessing an air of nobility and transcendence that was breathtaking. Akin to the apex predators reigning at the top of the biological hierarchy. Is consuming humans a sin? Yet, do you not humans also feast upon animals? Bai Qian remarked, drawing a circle in the air with her finger. Miraculously, the circle materialized an image, akin to a vivid slideshow, yet far more realistic. It depicted Chen Zhi and his companions roasting venison just days prior in the divine realm, a group skinning the hunted deer, extracting its bloody entrails, and roasting them over an open fire, devouring the flesh with fervor. What once seemed a normal scene now appeared grotesque in Chen Zhi's eyes. What is the difference? Is this not a sin? Bai Qian tilted her head, her immense, luminous eyes fixated on him, seemingly awaiting his response. Animals, how are they different from humans? Chen Zhi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Qian observed him, seemingly perplexed, her large eyes blinking rapidly before she stated, what distinguishes animals from humans? Humanity consumes animals because it is stronger. I consume humans because I am stronger than you. As she finished speaking, Bai Qian slowly leaned toward Chen Zhi's neck, her mouth agape, filled with sharp teeth. In that instant, he felt the pulse in his neck being severed, and as darkness encroached upon him, he shut his eyes, sensing the end of his life approaching. But then, a heavy thud reverberated, as though something had fallen to the ground. Bai Qian jolted at the unexpected sound, halting her bite, and turned her gaze aside. In that fleeting moment, a flash of blue light swept through the air, slicing open Bai Qian's neck, her head tilting to one side. Not far away, a figure wielding a blue kunai stood poised, a demon blade in hand. The thought of a knife, a blade, excited Chen Zhi internally, yet he found himself unable to utter a sound, as the aura from Bai Qian's eyes had seemingly numbed his senses, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, a fierce desire to survive surged anew from within his heart. We have survived. The ghost blade has returned, and both Fat Wei and I now possess a glimmer of hope. The figure of the ghost blade stood solemnly, his expression etched with an intensity previously unseen. Veins bulged from his temples and neck, a testament to his taut nerves. With the blue short blade, known as Inazuma, clenched between his teeth, he brandished the ancestral long sword, Great Snow, before his face, stepping back into a poised stance for attack. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi and urged him to rescue Fat Wei. Ah, yes, the realization struck Chen Zhi with clarity. He glanced aside and confirmed that the heavy object that had just fallen was indeed Fat Wei. The ghost blade's previous strike had not only severed Fat Wei's bindings, but had also inflicted a wound upon Bai Qian's neck, executed with remarkable precision. It appeared that the ghost blade had been lurking in the darkness above, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to descend. Chen Zhi exerted himself to rise, but found himself unable to stand, as if Bai Qian's earlier enchantment had rendered his lower body immobile. At that moment, the ghost blade's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and he hoarsely implored Chen Zhi to rise and unveil the edict, to discern its contents. Indeed, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled that although they stood within the sacred tomb of the nine-tailed fox, it also served as its prison. If the edict lay upon its altar, it likely contained inscriptions related to sealing the creature, such as the divine sealing spell. The term divine sealing spell was one Chen Zhi had only encountered prior to his journey to Shandong. According to the organization, this formidable incantation was employed by Jiangxia to bind the ancient deities. Chen Zhi's uncle had carried a golden-edged Omega watch, within which was intricately engraved a portion of this spell. This fragment had been passed down through generations of the Jiang clan, though time and turmoil had rendered it incomplete. With most of the incantation lost to history, only a remnant had been preserved by the clan's patriarch, who hoped that one day, a gifted successor from the Jiang lineage would restore the spell's potency. How could I have forgotten this? Chen Zhi, summoning every ounce of strength, bit down on his tongue, and an immediate rush of blood coursed through his body, awakening his senses and restoring movement to his limbs. He scrambled towards the altar in a frantic manner. Meanwhile, Bai Qian had lost all interest in Chen Zhi. She slowly rose, her head tilted at an odd angle due to the severed portion of her neck, a peculiar smile playing on her lips as she regarded the ghost blade with an enigmatic expression. With a swift motion, the ghost blade lunged, his sword aimed directly at Bai Qian's face. Yet, this time, he faltered. His arm halted before her, as Bai Qian clamped her teeth around the long blade. Her eyes ablaze with fury, her hair bristling, resembling a furious fox. With a sudden tilt of her head and a powerful bite, the ghost blade's divine sword, Great Snow, shattered into two pieces within her grasp. Realizing the peril of the situation, the ghost blade executed a backflip, retreating from the fray. Ha ha ha. Bai Qian's lips dripped with black blood as she tilted her head to gaze at the ghost blade, breaking into a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spine. A member of the Ji clan? Her voice suddenly turned sharp and piercing, resonating like that of a peculiar woman. The ghost blade regarded her in silence, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. A traitor of the Zhou dynasty. At this proclamation, Bai Qian's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl, her eyes cracked with fury, hair lifted by an unseen force, as if this human were her lifelong nemesis, deserving of dismemberment. She gently steadied her head, which had been askew, and after a few moments, the wound healed, allowing her neck to return to its upright position. With delicate fingers, she traced an arc in the air, as if conjuring a spell. Suddenly, radiant beams of light erupted around her, and a gleaming long knife descended into her grasp. The blade shimmered with a silver hue, akin to eternal frost. She drew the sword with a resounding metallic ring, unleashing a wave of frigid air. The knife shone brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the moon above dim in comparison, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it were day. Chen Zhi instantly recognized that the knife in Bai Qian's hand was crafted from the finest control stones, hinting at a significant origin. Upon sighting the blade, the ghost blade's eyes sparkled with excitement, a rare flicker of enthusiasm breaking through his usually placid demeanor. Bai Qian regarded him as a true adversary, which filled him with delight. He silently rolled up his sleeves, revealing vibrant crimson within. Removing the unknown fire from his mouth, he charged forth with lightning speed. What followed was a tempest of blinding blade flashes, rendering Chen Zhi unable to discern the ghost blade's condition amidst the chaos. However, such details were not his concern. His immediate goal was to secure the imperial decree at the altar. Chapter 280. Seizing the blade with utmost urgency. Chen Zhi rolled and crawled toward the altar. He first glanced at the plump Wei lying on the ground, blood covering his face and body. A deep gash ran from his face to his chest, yet he still breathed, not yet departed from this world. Chen Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief, hastening his climb toward the summit of the altar. His bones felt shattered, and this altar, barely 2 meters high, loomed like a mountain before him. Enduring excruciating pain, he persevered and finally ascended to the top. The imperial decree rested before the spiritual tablet, supported by 2 wooden stands, identical in size to the royal blood decree he had seen previously. Chen Zhi seized the decree and slid back down to the ground. The sounds of battle from Ghost Blade had gradually faded away. Chen Zhi, in haste, opened the imperial edict, revealing that it was still covered with golden silk, a fabric from ancient times, softer than silk and reserved for those of the highest lineage. The exterior was wrapped in vibrant brocade, appearing remarkably new. Upon opening it, he noticed the blood-red script inscribed upon the golden silk. Compared to the previous imperial edict he had seen from King Wu of Zhou, this one was much more hastily written, the strokes vigorous and forceful, suggesting that the author had been in a state of profound anger while composing it. Chen Zhi read through the edict from beginning to end, only to find that it was filled with incomprehensible symbols resembling ghostly scribbles. In a flurry, he flipped through it again, discovering that only the minuscule text on the last line was somewhat decipherable. Yet, he could only grasp the pronunciation, the meaning utterly eluding him. What now? This damned ghostly script is nothing short of heavenly scripture, he lamented inwardly, glancing toward Ghost Blade for assistance, only to be taken aback by the sight of him collapsed on the ground. Ghost Blade was drenched in blood, the wound inflicted in a fatal location. Blood gushed from the artery in his neck, and his left arm was grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Bai Qian remained in her previous stance, her sword sheathed, holding it in her right hand as she bent slightly, mockingly gazing at Ghost Blade, disdainfully uttering the words, "Little ant," with his mouth full of blood. Ghost Blade struggled to rise once more, but Bai Qian extended a hand, gently thrusting it into his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. His head tilted to the side, and he fell still. Is Ghost Blade dead? So soon? A wave of despair flooded Chen Zhi's mind. Ghost Blade had always represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in his eyes, an invincible entity. He had never imagined that such a powerful figure could perish before him so effortlessly. Bai Qian withdrew her blood-stained hand from Ghost Blade's chest, and her gaze suddenly shifted to Chen Zhi. It's over. It's come for me. What to do? A blankness enveloped Chen Zhi's mind. The death of Ghost Blade sending shockwaves through his nerves, leaving him at a loss. Yet he was resolute not to be taken back by Bai Qian without a fight, especially with the unconscious Pang Wei beside him. Contrary to Chen Zhi's expectations, Bai Qian did not begin to feast upon Ghost Blade's body. Instead, she wiped the blood from her hands on his chest, picked up the nearby Inazuma short blade, and placed it beside Ghost Blade. Slowly, she stood up, an air of playful menace surrounding her as she approached Chen Zhi. Bai Qian's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a reaper drawing near. In a state of panic, Chen Zhi was uncertain of what to do and reached for the blade at his waist. However, he immediately realized the folly of his actions. Attacking Bai Qian directly was akin to a reckless act of suicide, as the Ghost Blade was utterly ineffective against her. What should I do? What can I possibly do now? Chen Zhi grasped the imperial edict tightly, his gaze falling upon a small line of recognizable script at the bottom, stirring a flicker of hope within him. Given the gravity of the situation, I might as well grasp at straws. If this text contains spells to restrain the nine-tailed fox, then perhaps this final line bears some significance. With this thought, he trembled as he lifted the edict, pressing his hand to the last line of text and reciting it softly. Chen Zhi did not comprehend the meaning of the 2 lines of incantation, yet they flowed from his lips with surprising ease, as if they were deeply ingrained in his memory. Upon uttering these spells, a subtle tremor coursed through the stone chamber. The air became thick and still, halting the winds and settling the dust. Bai Qian halted her advance, her eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded Chen Zhi with incredulity. Is it working? Could it truly be effective? Chen Zhi closed the edict and, with a voice imbued with conviction, loudly chanted the incantations he had memorized. A resounding boom echoed through the chamber, causing it to tremble slightly. The massive coffin before him collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a magnificent golden door beneath the debris. The door gleamed with an almost blinding radiance, reminiscent of stars descending from the heavens, rendering Chen Zhi momentarily unable to gaze directly at it. Yet, the moment Bai Qian beheld the door, she was utterly captivated, her eyes fixated on its brilliance as if it held the most precious treasure in the world, propelling her towards it with great urgency. In the blink of an eye, a flash of blue light sliced through the air, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. Bai Qian's arm was severed, falling to the ground alongside her pristine long sword. Behind her, the bloodied Ghost Blade, wielding the Inazuma, swiftly seized the fallen sword from her severed arm and, with a single sweeping motion, cleaved Bai Qian in 2 from head to toe. Her body split apart. A torrent of dark blood erupted forth, and she collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Panting slightly, the Ghost Blade regarded Bai Qian and remarked, "How's that, little ant?" With that, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing Bai Qian to a mere heap of fragments. The entire sequence transpired with such breathtaking swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The Ghost Blade, devoid of color, his pallid lips trembling, turned to Chen Zhi and urged, "She will soon rise again. Hurry, go through the door." With that, he collapsed with a resounding thud, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 281. The Divine Corpse. At that moment, Chen Zhi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In a panic, he thrust the edict into his bosom, gritted his teeth, and hoisted the incapacitated Ghost Blade onto his back, desperately dragging him toward the golden door. The distance of merely several meters appeared deceptively short. However, for the grievously injured Chen Zhi, it felt interminable. beneath the excruciating pain radiating from his myriad wounds. Chen Zhi toiled for approximately 7 or 8 minutes to drag both his companions to the entrance. Just as he was about to push the door open, a creaking sound echoed, and the golden door parted slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi desperately thrust Fat Wei and Ghost Blade inside. As he turned back to glance behind him, he beheld Bai Qian, who had gradually reassembled and was now standing outside the door. With a resounding thud, the golden door slammed shut. In that fleeting moment, as the door sealed, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of Bai Qian, her gaze filled with resentment, fixated upon him. Having pushed Ghost Blade and Fat Wei through the threshold, Chen Zhi had expended his last vestige of strength. Now, his limbs felt utterly limp as he leaned against the door, laboring to catch his breath, attempting to recuperate from his physical exhaustion. At that moment, Bai Qian's chanting reverberated from the other side of the door. The tone was sharp and bizarre, yet each word was articulated with remarkable clarity. Echoing the incantation Chen Zhi had recited moments earlier, employing the same divine script, word for word, without deviation. Propped against the door, Chen Zhi's heart began to race as he absorbed the sounds from outside. Ghost Blade and Fat Wei lay in a state of unconsciousness, particularly Ghost Blade, whose condition was akin to that of the deceased. Should Bai Qian chant her spell to open the door at this juncture, they would be utterly defenseless, facing certain demise. Chen Zhi strained to drag both Fat Wei and Ghost Blade further away, but discovered himself utterly devoid of strength. His body had grown numb to the pain, every muscle quivering uncontrollably. Regardless of the commands his mind issued, his body resolutely refused to obey. After several futile attempts, Chen Zhi despaired. Leaning against the door while listening to Bai Qian on the other side, incessantly reciting the incantation, awaiting the door's opening and the inevitable arrival of death. Strangely, however, no matter how fervently Bai Qian chanted, even with the exact same words as Chen Zhi's earlier recitation, the golden door remained impervious, unmoving. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless chanting, Bai Qian, realizing her efforts bore no fruit, succumbed to a frenzy of rage, violently battering against the golden door. The resounding echoes reverberating behind Chen Zhi. He could sense that Bai Qian, in her assault, had transcended her human form, transforming into a colossal beast, her roars deafening. Chen Zhi could even feel the very earth tremble beneath the chaos she unleashed, the entire main tomb collapsing around them. Yet, the golden door remained steadfast, not yielding even the slightest tremor in response. After nearly an hour of relentless battering, Bai Qian finally fell silent, and the world returned to tranquility. At that moment, Chen Zhi exhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, knowing that Bai Qian could not breach the threshold. As he drifted into a state of semi-slumber, time became irrelevant. Eventually, he felt his muscles begin to revive, his limbs regaining mobility, accompanied by a resurgence of intense pain coursing through his body. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Zhi's first instinct was to retrieve analgesics and healing ointments from his pouch. This medication possesses remarkable efficacy, yet its side effects are equally significant. When administered after a fracture, it alleviates pain without signifying that internal wounds have healed, often concealing the severity of the injury and leading to further complications. Chen Zhi first took the analgesics himself, then drew forth a short blade to slice open the clothing of Gui Dao, applying the hemostatic powder to his wounds. The azure dragon on Gui Dao's right shoulder vividly re-emerged, though now it bore a tinge of crimson. Chen Zhi recalled Gui Dao mentioning that the dragon would only turn red upon death. Currently, while the dragon had not fully transformed, it had turned a shade of deep violet. Gui Dao lay with his eyes tightly shut and a pallid complexion, appearing almost lifeless. Chen Zhi forcefully administered emergency medication to both Gui Dao and Pang Wei, followed by a few drops of water from his flask. After several minutes, Pang Wei stirred slightly, gradually awakening. "Damn it, do you think I'm made of stone?" were the first words Pang Wei uttered, suddenly sitting upright and surveying his surroundings. "Where am I? Am I dead? Where's that witch?" His voice was laced with urgency and panic, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, clearly indicative of the trauma he had endured prior to losing consciousness. Chen Zhi continuously reassured him, and once Pang Wei had calmed, he noticed the ashen-faced Gui Dao lying nearby. What happened to him? Why is he bleeding so profusely? Pang Wei tentatively reached out to touch Gui Dao's chest, but upon encountering the gaping wound inflicted by Bai Qian, his hand recoiled as if electrified. "Gui Dao is gravely injured. He may not survive. Chen Zhi leaned against the door, speaking lethargically to Pang Wei. With Pang Wei's awakening, Chen Zhi felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In such dire circumstances, having an ally to deliberate with was crucial. He could no longer bear the burden of 2 lives alone, waiting in the darkness. It was an overwhelming responsibility. Chen Zhi recounted the harrowing events to Pang Wei, informing him that Bai Qian lurked just beyond the door, perhaps even pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on their conversation. Pang Wei fell silent upon hearing this, glancing at the motionless Gui Dao, unable to utter a word. After a moment, he gazed into the darkness ahead and suggested, "Since we cannot retreat, let us seek a way forward." His words sparked a realization in Chen Zhi. He had been fighting alone, and with Bai Qian relentlessly battering the door, his mind was in a state of heightened anxiety, leading him to overlook the unknown expanse that lay beyond the door. Together, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei gently assisted Gui Dao into a nearby corner, positioning him to lie flat in an effort to minimize further injury and bleeding. After applying the hemostatic powder, Gui Dao's wounds ceased to flow. However, due to excessive blood loss and the wounds being in fatal locations, it is nothing short of a miracle that he is still able to breathe. After Chen Zhi and Pang Wei secured the ghost blade, they lit a firebrand and ventured into the darkness. Their searchlights and headsets had been knocked away during Bai Qian's attack, but fortunately, Pang Wei adhered to tradition and had tucked 2 firebrands into his leg guards, igniting a flicker of light in the dark. Beneath the dim glow of the firebrand, a peculiar silvery luminescence emerged from the encompassing darkness ahead, resembling a vast expanse of matte silver, accompanied by wisps of mist that coalesced into a colossal shadow in the hazy air. Chapter 282. The corpse of the divine fox. Beyond this grand door lay a cavernous space, shaped like a funnel, narrow at their current position and widening infinitely ahead. A gust of wind rushed from within, evoking the sensation of being in a valley. As Chen Zhi and Pang Wei took a few steps forward, a bronze wall lamp appeared to Chen Zhi's left front. Approaching it, he discerned it to be a typical oil lamp, where all the wicks were interconnected. Igniting one lamp meant igniting all the wicks simultaneously. Peering ahead, he noticed another lamp about 2 meters behind the first, followed by more, extending into the darkness. Between each pair of lamps, thick chains were affixed to the walls, each as thick as a person's arm, uniformly nailed down, seemingly reaching into the darkness as if to restrain something lurking within. Could this be? A thought flickered in Chen Zhi's mind as he approached and brushed his hand against the chain, immediately struck by a piercing cold sensation. This chain was a high-grade control stone chain, imbued with an exceptionally potent energy that felt chilling to the touch. Were these control stone chains meant to bind? Chen Zhi's neural pathways quivered violently, and he cast the firebrand into the bronze oil lamp. With a whoosh, the lamps on the left wall ignited in succession, illuminating the entire area with brilliant light. Looking forward, he beheld a massive silver fox, resembling a great mountain, lying before him, bound in an intricate web of control stone chains. The enormous head of the fox faced Chen Zhi, its body sprawled across the ground, its grayish-white eyes now clouded and lifeless, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. Its silvery fur billowed like a grove of gray trees in the wind, casting a shimmering glow throughout the cavern. The entirety of the giant fox's form resembled a silver snow-capped mountain, stretching endlessly. Both he and Pang Wei were profoundly shaken by the grandeur of the scene, and Chen Zhi felt a tremor in his body, acutely aware of his own insignificance, realizing that such wondrous and colossal beings had once existed in this world. In contrast, the civilization crafted by humanity is remarkably ephemeral. One can only imagine the vast expanse of time that preceded human civilization, a history that must be both lengthy and awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this magnificent sight, Pang Wei's mouth fell agape, remaining so for an extended period. Eventually, with a gravelly voice, he remarked, "Surely, this must be the legendary nine-tailed fox goddess. Her form is truly colossal, akin to a great mountain. It is utterly terrifying. Thankfully, she is deceased. Had she been alive, I would have been terrified to the point of losing control." Chen Zhi, gazing upon the enormous fox carcass, was equally astounded. This must undoubtedly be the great deity from ancient times, the nine-tailed fox associated with Su Shi, who is none other than the famed consort of King Zhou of Shang. Su Daji, casting another glance at the fox's corpse, resembling a snowy mountain, Chen Zhi thoughtfully mused, It appears that after the nine-tailed fox fell from grace during that war, she was exiled, ultimately imprisoned here at the foot of Mount Tai until her demise. Following her death, all her descendants were tasked with guarding her tomb, and thus, the lineage of the Tianhu clan faded from the world. Chuckling, Pang Wei remarked, "History tells us that King Zhou was a glutton for beauty, indulging in countless lovely maidens, reveling in worldly pleasures. All of this was mere pretense. In truth, his wife was such a formidable being that he could scarcely endure it. On the day of their wedding, upon seeing this divine creature, he would have been terrified to the point of losing control. Do refrain from such nonsense. Be wary of the deities listening behind you," Chen Zhi cautioned, though he found the situation amusing. If he were to share a marital chamber with such a colossal entity, he would prefer death. What you behold is the true form of the nine-tailed fox. She likely possesses the ability to transform into human form, just like Bai Qian. Su Daji in her human guise must have been an unparalleled beauty. Chen Zhi continued, advancing forward. He soon noticed a massive iron collar tightly constricting the neck of the fox's corpse. This collar, forged from a high-grade control stone, was affixed to a substantial chain that had etched deep, crimson grooves into the fox's neck, marks that were starkly evident, though time had rendered them dry and petrified. Pang Wei, observing the immense wound, grimaced. The ancient people were rather ungracious towards deities, weren't they? They left the poor creature's neck in such a bloody state. This hardly resembles a sacred tomb for a goddess. It feels more akin to a prison. Indeed, it is a prison, Chen Zhi affirmed to Pang Wei. That resplendent golden door through which we entered, while seemingly fragile, is exceptionally sturdy. During your unconsciousness, Bai Qian's assaults were no trifling matter. Despite the prolonged battering, that door remained immovable, indicating its extraordinary nature. It surely conceals powerful magic within. I suspect that after her defeat, the nine-tailed fox has been confined behind that door for millennia, never having escaped, and her direct descendant, Bai Qian, has never entered. Pang Wei, perplexed by Chen Zhi's assertions, queried, "If, as you say, that grand door harbors magic, then why was it so easily opened with a mere push?" "I am unaware of this," Chen Zhi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "In truth, I did not even push. The door opened automatically as I approached. Furthermore, that grand door is indeed formidable. If you examine closely, you will see that the surrounding rock walls are marked with the claw prints of the nine-tailed fox, indicating that when it was imprisoned here, it struggled desperately, exerting every effort to escape, yet ultimately failed. If even such a colossal creature could not break free, can you fathom the potency of the magic that binds that door?" As they conversed, they continued onward, striving to uplift their spirits amidst the despair, hoping to discover an exit ahead. Though the fur of the nine-tailed fox is robust, it is remarkably soft, with wisps of downy hair drifting into the air, brushing against their faces and evoking a comforting sensation akin to floating amidst the clouds. The depths within were too vast, and the size of the fox's corpse was such that they could not perceive its entirety from one end. Upon reaching the midpoint, they noticed numerous gaping wounds across the fox's body, brutally severed, exposing bone beneath the mangled flesh, tightly bound by control stone chains, glaringly stark against the exquisite silvery fur, presenting a scene of extreme cruelty. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the tail of the fox's corpse, where they beheld from a distance a series of luminous shadows flickering ahead. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the source of the light was the 9 enormous fox tails, plush and intertwined, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 283. Illusion. The fluffy tails of the nine-tailed fox entwined with one another, resembling a mountain aglow with silver light, and behind the tails lay the conclusion of the cavern, where a porous rock wall stood, its openings remarkably large, allowing the wind to rush in from those apertures. The fluff upon the fox's tails appeared abundant, radiating resplendent light, swirling in the air like fireflies. It seemed that although the cavern's space was expansive, it was sealed off, and no exit lay ahead. Their hopes of escape had dwindled to nothing, and as this realization dawned upon them, the spirits they had just managed to lift sank once more. At that moment, Chen Zhi noticed that the luminous fluff was gradually drifting towards his face, alighting upon his skin with a gentle caress, an exquisitely tender sensation that sent a shiver through his entire being. He then observed that the fluff was, in fact, pink, light in texture, resembling glowing cotton. Suddenly, Chen Zhi beheld the rock wall ahead illuminating, casting shadows of several figures that appeared to be women, their forms graceful and enchanting, playing instruments and dancing, producing sounds as exquisite as celestial melodies. Chen Zhi felt as though the world was spinning, a thunderous roar filling his ears, as an immense force seemed to pull him closer. Chen Zhi, a robust voice called, snapping him back to reality. What are you doing? Why are you standing there in a daze? Fat Wei inexplicably shouted behind him. Oh, I see. Chen Zhi turned back, only to find a barren rock wall, devoid of anything else, while the enormous tails of the nine-tailed fox continued to emit a radiant glow. At that moment, a gust of wind arose, sending the fluff from the giant fox's tails swirling into the air, becoming denser and illuminating the entire cave, with a clump of fluff sticking to Chen Zhi's body. He felt as though he had entered a realm of enchantment, his breath growing increasingly rapid, and all the surrounding shadows began to take form. A sweet sensation blossomed within his heart, as if his soul were about to escape its corporeal shell, and his body gradually lost all sensation. A problem. A warning signal blared in Chen Zhi's mind. But it was too late. The ethereal music that had just graced the air swiftly resounded, and a group of graceful female figures appeared on the rock wall, dancing seductively. At that moment, Chen Zhi found himself unable to move a single step. Orange, wake up. Fat Wei yanked Chen Zhi away, and the pink fluff instantly flew off, jolting Chen Zhi awake. Before he could fully regain his senses, he heard Fat Wei's voice beside him. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anything. This cursed place is wrong. We must flee. Instinctively, Chen Zhi took a step forward, following Fat Wei as they sprinted away. Simultaneously, the enchanting music continued to invade his ears, penetrating even his very pores. The two of them ran wildly back to the Golden Gate, finally escaping the haunting sounds that had pursued them. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while the ghostly blade lay there, unconscious. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the sound of Bai Qian's weeping echoed. Her cries were sharp and sorrowful, more akin to a wail than mere sobbing. Bai Qian's voice was hoarse and piercing, reminiscent of a wounded animal's lament, evoking profound discomfort and even a tinge of pity. What is that cursed woman doing outside, howling like a banshee? Fat Wei complained, unable to bear it any longer. What does she want? To come in and see her dear mother? Hearing the mournful wails, Chen Zhi felt equally uneasy. I suspect that since the nine-tailed fox was imprisoned in this cave, Bai Qian has not seen it. If she were to discover her mother in such torment, she would likely snap and devour us both in her rage. The cries outside grew louder, intermingled with incomprehensible words, as if Bai Qian were cursing Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, a palpable resentment emanating from beyond the door. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie, and Chen Zhi and Fat Wei sat helplessly beside the ghostly blade, enveloped in Bai Qian's anguished cries. As her voice grew increasingly filled with hatred, Chen Zhi felt his own spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Was he destined to remain in this cursed place for eternity? They soon realized that, even in their current predicament, they could not sustain themselves for long. Those glimmering wisps were gradually drifting closer. Damn it, it's truly a mother-daughter duo, while the daughter outside is wailing and lamenting. Her mother is here ensnaring us with her enchantments. If we remain here, I shall surely be driven mad by these wisps. It would be better to confront Bai Qian directly, at least death would come swiftly, Fat Wei lamented loudly. As the wisps approached ever nearer, Chen Zhi once again heard that melodious music, akin to celestial harmony, enveloping him in a euphoric sensation, as though he were floating on clouds. We cannot stay here. Chen Zhi thought, there must be illusions within those wisps. If we fall prey to their enchantments, madness is merely a matter of time. He cast a glance at the ghost blade beside him, lying motionless, its brow furrowed tightly as if enduring immense pain. Its visage had drained of color, and the azure dragon upon its left heart was growing increasingly red. Were it not for the faintest breath escaping its nostrils, Chen Zhi would have assumed it was already lifeless. The situation before them resembled an unavoidable death trap. They could find no escape. Remaining here meant a slow demise. Yet venturing out offered no better fate. The wisps spread rapidly, and Chen Zhi felt that enchanting music infiltrate his mind. Fat Wei, with his head resting against the rock wall, stared vacantly, clearly having abandoned hope. In despair, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, silently awaiting his fate to be consumed by illusions. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him. In an instant, every pore of his body opened wide as an overwhelming, ineffable force descended upon him, pouring from the crown of his head into his being, igniting his very blood. Chapter 284. The Jiang bloodline. This sudden surge of power inflicted immense agony upon Chen Zhi, as if his brow were being forcibly torn apart. The force, accompanied by excruciating pain, surged within him relentlessly. His blood boiled in the heat, and the power coursed through him, rendering him momentarily uncontrollable. Chen Zhi let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, writhing in torment. Fat Wei, startled by Chen Zhi's sudden outburst, stood up in astonishment, watching helplessly as Chen Zhi writhed in agony on the ground. The intense sensation of pain soon subsided, and the influx of power began to coalesce within Chen Zhi, surging toward the Baihui point atop his head. With a sudden burst, it felt as though his Baihui point had been breached, leading to an indescribable surge of potent warmth consolidating within him. Opening his eyes, Chen Zhi was struck by the profound transformation of his surroundings. He could even see faint currents swirling behind Fat Wei, discern the waning aura surrounding the ghost blade, and glimpse outside the door whereby Qian's aura converged, radiating a brilliant golden glow. "Orange, are you all right? Have you lost your mind, or what? Don't scare me like that," Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Chen Zhi in bewilderment. "I find myself enveloped by an overwhelming force," as if Chen Zhi, extending his hands, gazes at the faint luminescence emanating from them, a subtle intuition stirring within his heart. Could it be that the power of the Jiang lineage has been bestowed upon me? Chen Zhi recalls how Lord Leopard has repeatedly mentioned that the current patriarch of the Jiang clan, his distant uncle, is nearing a century in age, his vitality all but extinguished, with little time remaining. Once this venerable patriarch passes, the Jiang lineage will lack an heir, and the essence of their bloodline may very well transfer to Chen Zhi, a descendant of the maternal line. At that juncture, he would inherit the full force of the Jiang legacy, a significant aspect being the ability to comprehend divine script. As this realization dawns upon him, Chen Zhi suddenly understands why Lord Leopard hurried back, scarcely pausing to bid him farewell. It is likely that his uncle was gravely ill, necessitating Lord Leopard's swift return to stabilize the situation. If all these conjectures are true, then now, Chen Zhi muses, hastily retrieving the imperial edict from his bosom and unfolding it. Indeed, he finds that he can now comprehend every vivid red character inscribed upon it. The script on the edict is divided into two distinct sections, one hastily scrawled, indicative of a person writing in a fit of rage, while the other is meticulously penned, showcasing a robust hand, evidently not of the same author. The overall format, structure, and grammar of the edict starkly contrast with contemporary language. The peculiarities of this script are such that, without innate talent, a mere mortal could study it for a lifetime and still not fathom its meaning. The first portion of the text, translated into modern vernacular, conveys a message that beseeches the deities of heaven and earth, as well as all beings on earth. "Since my ascension to the throne, my queen, Su of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, has committed acts of unspeakable cruelty, her deeds too vile to record. For generations, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has subjected my royal family to relentless oppression and humiliation, treating us as mere prey for their amusement. In their pursuit of fleeting pleasures, they have constructed the deer platform, burdening the populace and depleting the nation's resources while amassing dogs, horses, and exquisite treasures to fill the court. Simultaneously, they have established lavish feasts, filling pools with wine and hanging meat like forests, hosting banquets for up to 3,000 guests, where men and women are stripped bare and chased for the entertainment of their fox kin. The common folk lament their plight, living in a state worse than death. In a bid to quell rebellious sentiments, Su has even devised the torturous punishment of copper columns coated in oil and set ablaze, compelling offenders to walk upon them, only to plunge into the fiery coals, their screams echoing in agony. Upon hearing such cries, Su finds amusement akin to the sweetest music. "I am fond of the daughter of the Nine Marquis, for she is dignified and frugal. Thus, I have made her my concubine." Yet, upon learning of this, Su, in a fit of rage, had her killed and reduced to a meat paste, consuming her flesh before my eyes. The debauchery and inhumanity of the Fox clan have plunged the people of Chao Gu into dire straits, leaving none who do not yearn for a swift demise. While the populace pledges their unwavering loyalty to me, I find myself forced to deliver them to the cauldron, a burden too heavy to bear. I am willing to plead on behalf of the common people, wishing for divine power to descend and annihilate the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, to slay Queen Su. to strip her of her skin and flesh, to extract her tendons and sever her bones, to incinerate her with heavenly fire until she is reduced to ashes, ensuring she shall never attain rebirth for all eternity. I yearn to witness her being scorched in the underworld, having no other desires in this life. The imperial edict concludes here, signed by the illustrious King Zhou of Shang, Dxin. This lengthy decree, fraught with disorderly scripts, reveals numerous repetitions, particularly in the gruesome details of skinning and tendon extraction, showcasing King Zhou's deep-seated loathing for the nine-tailed fox, which has reached an unbearable intensity. After Chen Zhi recounted the contents of the decree to Fat Wei, the latter expressed profound astonishment. First, he was shocked that Chen Zhi could comprehend such arcane text, and second, he was taken aback to discover that the historical King Zhou was not, as legend suggests, infatuated with Su Daji, but rather harbored a visceral hatred for her. What, then, does the densely packed text that follows signify? Fat Wei inquired, pointing to the neatly inscribed characters at the back of the edict, which were clearly not penned by King Zhou, but displayed meticulous precision. This subsequent text is an incantation, Chen Zhi responded. However, this is merely the upper stanza, while the incantation engraved within my uncle's watch forms the lower stanza. Together, these two segments likely embody the decree of Fengshen, the divine ordination that Jiang Zia executed to dominate the realms. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei was elated and quickly asked, "Do you still remember the incantation within your uncle's watch?" "I have it committed to memory," Chen Zhi affirmed. Yet, there seems to be an inconsistency when these two stanzas are combined. It feels as though something is amiss, though I cannot quite articulate what it is at this moment. Do not dwell on trivial matters. With such a formidable incantation, surely it will suffice to confront that ghastly specter outside? Fat Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, sensing a glimmer of survival. Chen Zhi gazed at the imperial edict in contemplation. Although this incantation lay in my possession, it feels alien to me, and I remain uncertain about how to wield it to unleash its full potential. For now, I can only attempt it, hoping it may yield results. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi approached the golden door, unfurling the scroll upon the ground. He pressed his palms upon the gilded fabric of the scroll, meticulously aligning the incantation word by word, and began to chant it aloud. The incantation was exceedingly lengthy, and as Chen Zhi's voice resonated, a wondrous force began to emanate from within him, igniting swiftly in his veins. This power ultimately coalesced into an invisible penetrating force, aimed directly at the figure of Bai Qian outside the door. At that moment, Bai Qian's cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a fleeting silence, soon shattered by piercing screams that were horrifyingly anguished, akin to someone engulfed in flames, desperately crying out in despair. Upon concluding the upper stanza of the incantation, Chen Zhi commenced reciting the lower stanza from memory. As he vocalized this segment, Bai Qian's screams intensified, tearing through the air with a heart-wrenching quality, accompanied by the chilling sounds of her bones being wrenched apart, echoing with a gruesome finality, as if she were on the brink of being reduced to ashes. As Chen Zhizong completed the incantation, the cacophony of screams outside abruptly ceased. Following a brief silence, the eerie sound of bones realigning echoed from beyond, as if Bai Qian's body was beginning to heal anew. Moments later, her voice drifted hauntingly from outside the door. "Your incantation is incomplete." Chapter 285. The final choice. Bai Qian then emitted a chilling laugh from outside, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, mocking Chen Zhi's impotence and the shattering of their last hope for survival. "What the hell, Qing'e? Is that divine incantation of yours even remotely reliable? I distinctly heard that ghostly woman gasping for breath just moments ago. How could it suddenly falter at the critical moment? Is there a missing segment in your recitation?" Fat Wei exclaimed, hurriedly rifling through the decree in search of the absent words. "No need to search further," Chen Zhi whispered. "That missing segment is simply not inscribed on this decree. The individual who placed this decree only transcribed the initial portion of the divine incantation, omitting the latter half. This was a precaution to prevent the celestial foxes from entering the mountains, acquiring the complete incantation, and ultimately unleashing the nine-tailed celestial fox to manipulate the deities, which would spell catastrophic consequences. The latter half of the incantation has been passed down through generations of Jiang Zia's descendants. After thousands of years of turmoil, the Jiang family lost this crucial segment, perhaps due to their constant wanderings or other reasons. By the time it reached my uncle, this part had already become irretrievably fragmented. From the literal interpretation, The two missing lines of the incantation are undoubtedly the most vital, the concluding lines of the divine slaying technique. This was the source of my earlier unease. Without these two lines, the sequence was entirely altered, rendering the incantation incomplete. At best, it could only restrain Qing'e momentarily, but it could not bring about her demise. Damn it, hasn't this just led to false hope? Fat Wei lamented. If not for those two missing lines, that ghostly woman outside would be as good as dead. It's merely two lines. You should ponder over it. Since this so-called divine incantation was bequeathed to you by your ancestors, perhaps you might experience a mental resonance and recall those two lines. If we do, we can escape. Upon uttering this, Fat Wei shouted towards the outside. Listen, you ghostly woman. Don't get too smug. Once we unearth those two lines of the incantation, rest assured we shall ensure your absolute demise. It seemed Qing'e heard Fat Wei's voice, as she continued to laugh maniacally, accompanied by the horrifying sound of her grinding teeth. The ensuing moments were excruciating. The wisps of hair drifted towards them, evading Chen Zhi's aura yet gravitating toward the ghostly blade and Fat Wei. Desperately, Fat Wei swatted at the oncoming strands while Chen Zhi fervently attempted to reconstruct the incantation. Yet he found himself utterly lost and ultimately fruitless. Fat Wei began to succumb to despair, oscillating between consciousness and unconsciousness. When he regained clarity, he unleashed a torrent of curses at Qing'e outside, denouncing her as an unrelenting specter and a wretched fox. Outside, Qing'e offered no response. Only the harsh sound of grinding teeth echoed, as if silently anticipating their emergence to devour them whole. After several minutes, the cave became unbearable. Pink fluff clung to Fat Wei, rendering him akin to a large pink zongzi. The redness in his eyes betrayed his struggle against the illusion. At that moment, Chen Zhi made a final decision. He forcefully brushed off the fluff from Fat Wei and shook him vigorously to bring him back to consciousness. Once Fat Wei awoke, Chen Zhi communicated through lip movements. I will soon open the great door and temporarily suppress Qing'e with a spell. Take this opportunity to flee with the dagger. What do you mean? Fat Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Zhi swiftly covered Fat Wei's mouth, gesturing towards the door to silence him. He continued, I calculated that the incantation will restrain Qing'e for approximately 10 minutes. You must escape with the dagger during this time, swiftly. This pearl will guide you. After speaking, Chen Zhi produced a pearl from his mouth, placing it into Fat Wei's hand. Remember, once you reunite with Lao Jindo, exit through the well and seal the cover of the Jade Maiden Spring. Do not concern yourself with me. After that, leave quietly on your own. Do not wait for the dagger to awaken. Otherwise, Lord Leopard will not spare you once he learns your identity, and the dagger will show no mercy. Tears welled in Fat Wei's eyes as he gazed at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi gently shook his head and continued, I do not know who you truly are or what brings you here, but I have never wronged you. If you consider me a brother, ensure the dagger's safe passage out, and we will owe each other nothing. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei's tears flowed freely. He offered no explanation, merely nodded vigorously and whispered, Rest assured, the ghost dagger will survive. Hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before unfurling the sacred edict. Laying it before the golden door, Fat Wei adjusted his attire, securing Chen Zhi's pouch filled with elixirs around his waist, shouldering the ghost dagger, and concealing himself beside the door. Noticing Fat Wei was ready, Chen Zhi placed his hand gently upon the golden door. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled his resolve and pushed with all his might. To his astonishment, the golden door, capable of withstanding immense weight, swung open effortlessly. As the door creaked ajar, the darkness revealed Qing'e's horrific visage. In this moment, she appeared even more terrifying, having seemingly undergone a grotesque reconstruction of her bones and flesh. Now, she could barely be described as human. Her head had twisted down to her shoulder, her back arched grotesquely, resembling a hunchbacked monster. Her enchanting eyes, contorted by shattered sockets, glimmered with a sharpness reminiscent of blades, while her mouth, split wide, revealed a set of razor-like teeth gleaming with a cold, harsh light. The moment Chen Zhi laid eyes on Qing'e, her figure flickered and, with astonishing speed, she appeared before him in an instant. Simultaneously, the incantation of the divine sealing spell resonated within the cave. Chen Zhi stood less than a meter away from Qing'e, reciting the spell with a voice that rose and fell in intensity. As he chanted, waves of golden energy surged from within him, piercing through Qing'e's form and igniting into a fierce blaze upon her body. The skin of Bai Qian emitted a hissing sound as it seared, and tendrils of white smoke spiraled upwards, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Her bones began to fracture, segment by segment, causing her body to collapse gradually until only her disheveled head remained, glaring at Chen Zhi with resentment, hanging limply from her weakened form. Bai Qian trembled incessantly, enduring excruciating agony, yet she refrained from shrieking, her eyes wide open in silent defiance. Blood oozing from the corners of her mouth and eyes as she awaited the conclusion of the incantation amidst a profound silence. This atmosphere intensified the palpable dread, making it unfathomable to imagine the fury that would erupt from Bai Qian once the incantation concluded. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of Fat Wei, who, with the ghost blade on his back, had already escaped through the crack of the golden gate. After running several meters, Fat Wei glanced back at Chen Zhi, his eyes brimming with tears, as if reluctant to leave, yet he resolutely turned away and continued into the encroaching darkness. The power of the divine sealing spell persisted in incinerating Bai Qian's body, transforming her before Chen Zhi into a smoldering mass, slowly evaporating in the flames. Chen Zhi knew he could not abandon his position. If he did, the spell would lose its potency, allowing Bai Qian to regain her strength. Spring forth and crush his throat, then pursue Fat Wei and the ghost blade, rendering his efforts meaningless. If a sacrifice was inevitable, he pondered, it was better for him to perish alone than for all three to meet their demise. Chen Zhi continued reciting the second segment of the divine sealing spell. Acutely aware that Bai Qian was gradually acclimating to the incantation, the flames enveloping her were no longer as fierce, and she struggled, seemingly poised to break free from the inferno. He realized that her recovery this time would be swifter than before, and he needed to buy additional time for Fat Wei and the ghost blade to escape. The overwhelming power surged within Chen Zhi's veins, as though revealing the immense strength contained within the Jiang bloodline. Continuing to chant the incantation, Chen Zhi drew forth the god-slaying blade, carving a crimson line across his palm, allowing his blood to saturate the blade's edge. Bai Qian appeared to sense his intentions, her face contorted with fury, her eyes like daggers fixated on Chen Zhi, awaiting the impending event. At this moment, the incantation reached its final line. Suddenly, Chen Zhi beheld Bai Qian's grotesquely contorted face break into a chilling smile, a grin so unnerving that it seemed to shroud the world in darkness, as though she had seized control of everything within her grasp. The incantation of the divine sealing spell had finally concluded, and before the steam enveloping Bai Qian could dissipate, Chen Zhi, in this final moment, raised his bloodied blade and aimed for her head, summoning all his strength to strike. With a resounding clang, the blade met an unyielding force, as if it had collided with solid metal, lodging itself deep into Bai Qian's skull. The blade penetrated over 3 inches, emanating white smoke from its bloodied edge. While Bai Qian's eyes turned a sinister crimson, her visage twisted in a grotesque mask of rage, an overwhelming fury radiating from her entire being. Like an injured beast, she violently shook her head, dislodging Chen Zhi's weapon, and stood upright with a swift motion. Startled, Chen Zhi instinctively recoiled 2 steps, immediately feeling ensnared by the formidable aura that emanated from the enraged Bai Qian, an indescribable force that seemed boundless and overwhelming. Panic seized him. He had never anticipated that a single strike could slay Bai Qian, yet he was equally astonished by her rapid recovery. Instead of lunging to attack, Bai Qian approached slowly, her distorted face looming ominously before Chen Zhi, her body slightly bent forward as if to assert dominance. The pressure from her presence was suffocating, a stark reminder of the insurmountable disparity in their strengths. What does she intend to do with me? Skin me alive? Devour me whole? Chen Zhi thought in terror. Bai Qian fixed her gaze on him for what felt like an eternity, approximately 2 minutes, before her eyes slowly shifted forward, bypassing Chen Zhi as she continued her advance. Momentarily stunned, he pivoted to observe her as she approached the colossal fox carcass, enveloping herself in its silvery fur, arms outstretched, her entire form sinking into the plush pelt. As the pink fluff danced in the air, it seemed to recognize its mistress, converging upon Bai Qian and gradually enveloping her, transforming her into a vision of pink cotton from afar. She is so far from me now, should I flee? A desperate instinct ignited within Chen Zhi's mind. Bai Qian appeared utterly absorbed in the 9-tailed fox's fur, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The golden gate loomed close. If he made his escape now, perhaps she would not notice. An opportune moment. Run, he thought, crouching low and propelling himself forward, dashing towards the gate, nearly escaping through the crevice of the golden door. Yet, in less than 110 seconds, a loud crash echoed as the golden gate abruptly slammed shut before him. Chen Zhi's heart raced violently as he glanced back, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Bai Qian had somehow positioned herself behind him, her eyes aflame with fury, exposing her sharp fangs, as if she intended to consume him alive. At this moment, Chen Zhi felt no need for restraint. In the desolate tomb of the gods, confronted by this ancient deity, he no longer concealed his terror and let out a desperate cry. His mind spiraled with uncontrollable imaginings of how Bai Qian would torment him, perhaps skinning him alive or crushing his bones, leaving him to bleed out. Rather than suffer such a torturous death, he contemplated an end to his own life. As this thought crossed his mind, he reached for the dagger concealed in his trousers. But a sudden force knocked his hand away, rendering his grip numb. Bai Qian extended her withered arm and seized Chen Zhi by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Her strength was astonishing. Her long nails pierced his neck, drawing forth crimson droplets. Holding Chen Zhi aloft, Bai Qian brought him closer to her face, gazing into his eyes, her voice sharp and peculiar as she uttered, "Mere mortals are like ants. A mere flick of my fingers can extinguish their lives. Why save them?" Following her words, she angrily hurled him away, sending him crashing far from the sky into the waiting embrace of a colossal fox, where the pain of shattered bones surged through him. A searing agony gripped his chest, and he spat out blood. Chapter 287. Darkness and Death Enduring the Pain. Chen Zhi turned to look back, only to see Bai Qian suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling pink fluff that enveloped her in layers, revealing a new form. As the fluff dispersed and she descended, her body was no longer decayed and rotting. Her limbs had returned to normal, restored to her once vibrant human guise. She still wore that tattered plaid skirt, yet it now clung to her beautiful figure in a way that seemed less worn. Bai Qian's face remained the stunning visage Chen Zhi had beheld in Japan. Yet now, he felt no delight in her beauty. Instead, he perceived an unsettling malevolence in her pale green pupils. "Do not even think of fleeing." Her voice, now melodious, turned icy. As she delicately grasped the air, Chen Zhi felt an invisible force constricting his limbs, lifting him into the void. Then, with a swift motion of her fingers, she clenched her hand tightly. Chen Zhi screamed in agony as his limbs were wrenched apart, an indescribable torment coursing through his entire being, rendering existence more unbearable than death. Bai Qian released her grip, and with a resounding thud, he fell onto the fur of the giant fox, his limbs rendered motionless, his body trembling in pain. Bai Qian seemed to disdain the light within the cave. With a flick of her wrist, all illumination extinguished, leaving only a solitary bronze wall lamp at the entrance, swaying gently in the breeze, casting a feeble glow into the encroaching darkness. In the days that followed, Chen Zhi succumbed to a haze of despair and agony, trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. Yet Bai Qian appeared to harbor no intent to slay him, nor did she exhibit any interest in devouring him. Instead, she continued to feast upon the carcasses of the parrot and the four-eyed creature. Like a cunning fox, she crawled on all fours across the ground, dragging the bodies into the stone cave where she tore and gnawed at them. The scene was drenched in blood, with chunks of flesh and organs strewn about, evoking a horror that was beyond words, embodying a true vision of a hell on earth. Chen Zhi, tormented by the sight before him, teetered on the brink of collapse. Having not had a sip of water for an extended period, he was gravely dehydrated, his throat parched and burning, lying half-conscious atop the fox's carcass. At this moment, fear and the desire for escape had completely dissipated, leaving him to watch Bai Qian with indifference as she crawled around the cavern, smeared in blood, seemingly unaware of her actions. Eventually, Chen Zhi realized that Bai Qian was in search of something. On that day, Bai Qian ceased her relentless crawling, standing before the enormous head of the nine-tailed celestial fox, fixated on her mother's pale, stone-like eyes. After standing there for what seemed an eternity, she suddenly seemed to come to a realization. She extended her hands and, with considerable strength, pried open the colossal jaws of the nine-tailed fox, inserting her entire body within. Chen Zhi, witnessing her bizarre behavior, was utterly bewildered, yet he lacked the energy to concern himself with it. He was already a man on the verge of death, detached from all that transpired around him. Approximately a dozen hours later, Bai Qian emerged from the fox's mouth, her face adorned with a manic grin. Her body coated in a purplish viscous fluid that resembled decayed entrails, soaking her long hair and rendering it damp. Strangely, Chen Zhi sensed that since her emergence from the belly of the giant fox, she radiated an extraordinarily powerful and majestic aura, invoking a sense of reverence akin to that of royalty. Have you come to seek this? Bai Qian climbed atop Chen Zhi, raising a resplendent object in her hand and shaking it before him. Chen Zhi glanced at it. It was a deep purple stone, roughly the size of a tofu block, shimmering with a brilliant glow. Clearly, it was a substantial spirit stone, its color profoundly deep, with faint streams of light coursing through it, as if several dragons danced within. A vibrant luminescence encircled the stone, illuminating the darkness of the cave. Chen Zhi recognized it as the legendary dragon bone, the spirit stone capable of granting dominion over the world. Is the dragon bone truly here? Chen Zhi's voice faltered as he spoke, astonished that, on the brink of death, he could behold the splendor of the dragon bone. The dragon bone has always been in the possession of our fox clan. Once, your clan leader Jiang Zia presented it to King Qing'e of the Zhou dynasty, hoping he would ascend as the emperor of humanity for generations to come. Yet the great Zhou ultimately met its demise. Later, Jiang Zia bestowed it upon King Yingzheng of Qin. Yet, this obstinate and self-willed being squandered the power of the dragon bone, preoccupied solely with grand constructions and the expansion of palaces, vainly believing he could rival the divine and attain immortality, only to ultimately dissolve into dust. Humanity is exceedingly selfish and ignorant. None are worthy to reign, but merely to serve as sustenance. The absurdity lies in humanity's perpetual ignorance, ceaselessly struggling through their fleeting existence. Who asserts that humanity is destined only to be food? Chen Zhi, fueled by an unknown strength, defiantly retorted, even if your deities are formidable, Jiang Zia defeated you 5,000 years ago. Since then, the heavenly Tao has aligned with humanity, and our victories are just. Do you comprehend what the heavenly Tao is? Laughed Bai Qian, as if she had heard the most ludicrous term in the world, bursting into laughter. She then gazed contemptuously at Chen Zhi, stating, "It is not the possession of the heavenly Tao that guarantees victory, but rather that the heavenly Tao invariably stands with the victors." After asserting this, Bai Qian suddenly pressed her face close to Chen Zhi's, her eyes piercing as she queried, "Who claimed that humanity triumphed 5,000 years ago?" With that, Bai Qian slowly rose, continuing to sway the dragon bone before Chen Zhi, smilingly inquiring, "Do you desire it?" In truth, from the moment he laid eyes upon that spiritual stone, an overwhelming desire for possession surged within Chen Zhi. Yet, he turned away, refraining from answering, aware that Bai Qian was merely toying with him, much like a beast playing with its captured prey. "Do you not wish to be the dragon among men?" Bai Qian pressed on, and upon witnessing Chen Zhi's indifferent response, she shook her head, stating, "You of the Jiang lineage will never comprehend what you truly desire." After saying this, she stood, lifting the dragon bone for a moment, and melancholically remarked, "Since you do not wish for it, let it remain hidden within the divine tomb." Upon finishing her words, she gently blew upon the dragon bone, and the deep purple spiritual stone transformed into a stream of violet powder, slowly drifting out of the cave. Hidden within the divine tomb? Has Bai Qian sent the dragon bone to another tomb? Whose tomb could it be? Chen Zhi pondered, observing Bai Qian's actions. Yet his expression remained stoic. Bai Qian, watching the receding violet powder, smiled and mused. If, years hence, the dragon bone is discovered by some human, another who claims the title of Son of Heaven may emerge, fabricating yet another myth. Ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Bai Qian erupted into wild laughter. You humans are truly amusing. After a prolonged bout of laughter, she abruptly turned to Chen Zhi, her eyes glimmering with a chilling green light, pupils dilating into an olive shape, revealing a pair of fierce, fox-like eyes. "Now it is your turn. How shall I deal with you?" Chapter 288. The endpoint of deities. Chen Zhi gazed numbly at Bai Qian, displaying no signs of fear or response. At this juncture, fear had become meaningless. In truth, he felt that all his prior actions were devoid of significance. The rise and fall of humanity bore no relation to him. Such grand missions felt distant and unattainable. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. He would prefer to return to the life of an ordinary person, living a tranquil and unremarkable existence alongside his father. Bai Qian, with her striking emerald fox-like eyes, gazed expressionlessly at Chen Zhi, her lips curling into a sinister smile, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, slowly inching closer to his face. Are you going to devour me? Is this how it all ends? Just like this? Unexpectedly, an emotion of discontent surged within Chen Zhi. Are you hoping for someone to rescue you? Bai Qian's voice, melodious and enchanting, echoed as she scrutinized Chen Zhi's visage. No, Chen Zhi vehemently retorted, yet his voice emerged as a mere whisper, weakened by days without sustenance, leaving him devoid of his final ounce of strength. You lie. Humanity is perpetually inclined to deceive both others and themselves. After uttering these words, Bai Qian delicately traced a circle in the air, within which images began to materialize. Chen Zhi beheld figures of Lao Jindo and Qing'e, accompanied by the portly Wei, who had just emerged from the well, all displaying somber expressions, with Wei's eyes and nose swollen from weeping. Several gunmen utilized safety belts to hoist them upward. There is hope within your heart. Bai Qian pointed at Chen Zhi's chest. You are deceiving yourself. You are terrified, believing they will return to save you. But they will not. Upon concluding her statement, she extended her finger towards Chen Zhi's heart, gradually penetrating it. The agony ravaged his entire being, and he felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, her fingernail pressing against his heart, poised to shatter it. Should I take your life? Bai Qian regarded Chen Zhi with mild curiosity. Perhaps it will be more intriguing when you uncover the entire truth? Chen Zhi hardly absorbed Bai Qian's words. Yet the pain rendered his mind painfully lucid, unveiling the raw desires of humanity. She was correct. He yearned for Wei's return, to rescue him, to not abandon him in this abyss of darkness. Do you understand what fate is? Bai Qian's luminous eyes regarded Chen Zhi, filled with an unexpected compassion, as she continued. Fate is an intrinsic element of the universe, immutable, akin to deities ruling over humanity and humanity consuming animals. It is all destiny. Jiang Zia defied the heavens to alter fate, but has destiny truly changed? Have you shown mercy to animals? How foolish. Bai Qian's finger remained lodged in Chen Zhi's chest, merely an inch away from extinguishing his life. Chen Zhi gazed at her helplessly, akin to a fawn awaiting its demise in the jaws of a predator, silently bracing for his fate. Do you wish to survive? Bai Qian asked Chen Zhi with a hint of mischief, her fox-eyed visage appearing both eerie and sanctified in the darkness. Give me a reason, and I shall set you free. This is the promise of a deity. Chen Zhi's parched and cracked lips trembled as he summoned the last of his strength to speak. During our first encounter, I aided you. I liberated you from your obsession, allowing you to escape that villa. You owe me a favor, and now I require you to repay it. Let me go. Yet, Bai Qian seemed unfazed, continuing to smile at Chen Zhi, declaring that it was not a valid reason. Chen Zhi fell silent, turning his face away and choosing not to speak further. He did not wish to be toyed with by Bai Qian any longer. If he were to die, he preferred to do so with dignity. Bai Qian maintained her smile, her fingertips inching forward until they brushed against Chen Zhi's heart, trembling momentarily before retracting. I have lived too long. I am weary and must return, Bai Qian stated, rising slowly and retreating without another glance at Chen Zhi. Though you have survived, it does not mean you are more fortunate than I. The debts owed by the Jiang family shall be repaid by you. Such is your fate. Upon concluding her words, Bai Qian waved her right hand in the air, causing a flurry of pink fluff to take flight, shimmering and illuminating the dark cavern like a fairyland. Within the luminous haze, a vast expanse of golden wheat fields gradually materialized, revealing a giant fox peacefully sleeping in the midst, resembling a serene mountain. In front of the magnificent fox stood an exquisitely designed Japanese garden, lined with rows of magnolia trees, their white blossoms dancing in the breeze, scattering throughout the sky. Is it not beautiful? Bai Qian, enveloped in the radiant fluff, was adorned once more in a splendid, intricately designed white kimono with a long train, her ears adorned with large pearl earrings. Her beautiful face bore an extraordinary calmness as she gazed expectantly at the scene before her. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that this spectacle was astonishingly real and expanding. He found himself amidst the golden wheat fields, able to see the plump, golden grains of wheat before him. An illusion? Chen Zhi marveled at the scene unfolding. Bai Qian then turned her head, offering a gentle smile to Chen Zhi. Humans always believe they can distinguish between illusion and reality. Yet, Thousands of years ago, my mother, the celestial fox goddess, could conjure boundless illusions, enveloping all creation and leading beings into a dream from which they would never awaken. Are you truly certain that the world you perceive is entirely real? As she spoke, a child's voice echoed, and a boy of 3 or 4 years emerged from the Japanese garden, clad in a kimono and wooden sandals, outstretched arms reaching eagerly towards Bai Qian. She tenderly embraced him, no longer glancing at Chen Zhi, and with a gentle flick of her sleeve, said, "You may leave. Long ago, I indeed owed a favor to someone, but it was not you." As her sleeve fell, darkness enveloped the space, and the surroundings began to whirl violently. A powerful gust of wind lifted Chen Zhi, propelling him higher into the air. He watched as Bai Qian cradled the child, traversing the golden wheat fields and entering the garden. The golden expanse gradually diminished, ultimately shrinking into a mere yellowed before vanishing into the abyss. Chapter 289. Shattered in body and soul. When Chen Zhi regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital in Shandong. The first person he encountered was old Jindo, who filled him in on the events that had transpired during his absence. While Chen Zhi had spent merely a few days within the divine tomb, over a month had passed in the mortal realm. He had been discovered in the woods behind the Jade Maiden Spring, after Fat Wei led them out of the well. He did not heed Chen Zhi's instructions to seal the well's entrance. Instead, he returned immediately with others. However, apart from the spring water, the well contained nothing else. The entrance to the Jade Maiden Spring had vanished, along with the realm of the divine. In a fit of madness, Fat Wei excavated the well's mouth, causing the spring water to surge forth and flood the area. Eventually, the lifeless body of Shi began to surface, along with some weapons and gear they had left behind in the divine domain. Yet, the bodies of the parrot and the four-eyed one were nowhere to be found. Everything felt surreal, as though awakening from a dream, only for all to vanish. The female mantis who had opened the door for them mysteriously disappeared after they descended. Later, the Bao family discovered her corpse in a cave deep within Mount Tai. Her demise was harrowing. She lay stripped and discarded, her abdomen slashed open, her entrails completely removed, and her ribcage inscribed with a multitude of incantations. By the time the Bao family found her, her body had long since begun to decay, yet the ravenous beasts surrounding her still dared not approach. The injury sustained by the ghost blade was grievous. Upon emerging from the well, he was immediately rushed to a local hospital for emergency treatment before being sent back to the organization for further care. On that very day, Fat Wei inexplicably vanished. Everything unfolded as Chen Zhi had anticipated, yet the death of the female mantis was an unforeseen tragedy. The information regarding his mother was thus obscured, leaving Chen Zhi profoundly disheartened. Upon his return, Chen Zhi's friends were astonished and overjoyed, despite the majority of his bones being fractured and his dehydration severe. The advancements of modern medicine promised recovery after a period of treatment. However, the wound inflicted by Bai Qian on his chest continuously bled without ceasing. During this time, Lord Leopard had not appeared, but had called Chen Zhi twice to inquire about the circumstances within the divine tomb. He refrained from mentioning the organization or the Jiang family, and Chen Zhi did not probe further. When Chen Zhi informed him that Bai Qian had transferred the dragon bone to another divine tomb before her death, Lord Leopard fell silent for an extended period before calmly acknowledging the information. In comparison to Chen Zhi's physical injuries, his mental state was of greater concern. Following his emergence from the divine tomb, he sank into a deep depression and isolation, exhibiting symptoms of misanthropy. He loathed conversing with anyone, plagued by frequent nightmares in which he was chased and frantically fled, awakening with cries of terror. Gradually, he developed an overwhelming fear of darkness. Countless times, he beheld the terrifying visages of the parrot and the four-eyed creature materializing before his sickbed, their forms grotesquely disfigured and bloodied, slowly gesturing for Chen Zhi to return with them to that cursed tomb. At times, he would also glimpse an ancient man clad in white, with long flowing hair and a jade hairpin, his obscured face dark and indistinct, standing rigidly at the foot of the bed, gazing intently at Chen Zhi. The doctors were at a loss regarding these hallucinations, and the neuropharmaceuticals prescribed offered little solace. Deep within, Chen Zhi recognized his spirit and body had been shattered. He had grown weary of all his endeavors, questioning the significance of his past actions. Consumed by a dread of the darkness, he found himself unable to sleep at night, gradually succumbing to a reversal of day and night, exacerbating the symptoms of his depression. Even when the old jester visited him, he could scarcely muster the energy to converse. He felt as if the darkness from the tomb had seeped into his very soul, rendering the sunlight of the real world incapable of illuminating the shadows within. After enduring his perilous ordeal, he was returned to the city for continued treatment. Upon arriving in the small steel-producing city of his birth, he felt a sense of physical relief and emotional stability. As was his custom, he refrained from notifying his father and was instead placed in the private hospital of the Bao family. During this period, a piece of good news arrived. The miraculous elixir Chen Zhi had brought forth had proven remarkably effective, restoring Qing'e Yang's sight. Though she was still in the later stages of recuperation and could not visit him in the hospital. During his time in the hospital, Chen Zhi sensed an unusual tranquility enveloping the world. Since Fat Wei's disappearance, there had been no word, and the madman had inexplicably rushed abroad. Strangely, upon returning to the city, Chen Zhi had not made an appearance nor contacted him, and even the old jester ceased his visits. Chen Zhi felt as though he had been forgotten, as if all the inhabitants of the world had vanished, leaving him in solitary existence. And an ominous premonition began to stir within his heart. One evening, after the nurse completed her routine checks and offered a few words of care before departing, Chen Zhi rose from his bed and leaned against the balcony's recliner, staring vacantly at the sky, his mind wandering through the events of recent times. Suddenly, he heard 2 knocks at the door, followed by its opening. Turning, he saw it was Master Bao. Master Bao maintained his usual impassive demeanor, though his handsome face bore the stubble of neglect, a testament to the burdens of recent days. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, he forwent pleasantries, taking a seat on the bed and quietly uttering, "You have endured much." "Yes," Chen Zhi replied, his expression still devoid of emotion. Master Bao regarded Chen Zhi's somber countenance and inquired further, "How is your recovery progressing?" "It's better. There's nothing amiss," Chen Zhi responded, still appearing detached. Subsequently, a heavy silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Chen Zhi suddenly spoke, "Master Bao, I have something I wish to share with you." The leopard glanced at Chen Zhi, a flicker of intensity igniting in his deep gray eyes. "Speak," he commanded. Chen Zhi hesitated for a moment before responding, "Leopard, after this mission, I no longer wish to continue. Please seek someone else." "No longer wish to continue?" The leopard's gray gaze shifted, lingering on Chen Zhi before he spoke again. "Are you aware of your identity?" "I am." Chen Zhi nodded, his countenance darkening. "However, I no longer desire that identity. I yearn to live as an ordinary person. I lack the capacity to bear this heavy burden. It is too much for me. I apologize." The leopard's face remained impassive, yet his ears began to redden, veins bulging on his forehead. "Is responsibility something you can simply discard at will?" The corners of his eyes reddened, though his tone remained unyieldingly calm. Chen Zhi, observing the leopard's demeanor, fell silent. He had never witnessed him in such a state. The leopard ceased speaking, procured a cigarette from his breast pocket, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Some responsibilities cannot be evaded simply because they seem unbearable. Chen Zhi noticed a slight tremor in the leopard's hand as he spoke those words. It appeared he wished to convey more, but ultimately refrained. He rose, casting one last glance at Chen Zhi before turning to exit the hospital room. For the next few hours, Chen Zhi was engulfed in profound despair, feeling akin to a cowardly deserter, utterly humiliated. Yet, he was overwhelmed. He could no longer endure the weight of it all. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a young driver unexpectedly arrived at the hospital to collect Chen Zhi. The driver's face was unfamiliar, and in his hand, he held a token from the leopard, claiming that the leopard wished to see him. Without delay, he drove Chen Zhi away from the hospital. Chapter 290. The inevitable fate of the Jiang family. As the car traversed the city, Chen Zhi gazed out at the familiar scenery. It felt as though a millennium had passed, and suddenly, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. He realized he had been forcing himself to engage in activities that drained his spirit, leaving him utterly exhausted, as if he were on the brink of collapse. After nearly an hour of travel, the vehicle entered the mountainous region of Qianhua Mountain, eventually arriving at the courtyard of the hot spring villa. The new driver escorted Chen Zhi inside the villa, this time not leading him to the hot spring lake, but rather towards the courtyard at the back of the villa. The blue-clad warriors who protected the leopard stood sentinel at the entrance, while old Jindo sat nearby. Upon seeing old Jindo, Chen Zhi nearly failed to recognize him. It was as if he had aged a decade overnight. His once mottled gray hair had now turned nearly white, his eyes were shadowed, and they appeared swollen. When old Jindo spotted Chen Zhi, his expression remained neutral. He gestured towards the courtyard behind him, saying, "Go, the leopard awaits you there." Chen Zhi glanced at old Jindo, wishing to engage in conversation, but ultimately decided against it upon observing his weary demeanor. Chen Zhi walked towards the backyard, only to discover that behind the hot spring villa lay a vast expanse of space. Upon entering through the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the sight of a secluded, antiquated courtyard nestled against a gentle hill. The slope seamlessly blended into the courtyard, adorned with lush greenery that remained visible even in the nocturnal gloom, enveloped in ethereal mist. A scene that felt otherworldly. At the center of the courtyard stood an imposing armchair, where Leopard Master sat, one hand grasping a cigarette. His gaze directed upwards toward the heavens. Behind him lay a large white cloth covering a row of human-shaped forms, reminiscent of a line of corpses. "Leopard Master, did you summon me?" Chen Zhi inched forward, captivated by the mysterious objects concealed beneath the white cloth. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, Leopard Master displayed no reaction. His eyes still fixated on the sky. After a prolonged silence, he quietly asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "This place," Chen Zhi replied, perplexed, glancing ahead. It was evident that this was a beautiful hill within the Qianhua mountain range, likely harboring hot spring sources, which explained the construction of this old-style Chinese courtyard behind it. However, the courtyard appeared desolate, devoid of any signs of habitation. Leopard Master exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "This is the ancestral land of our Bao family. Ever since my father established his first steel business, he purchased this hill and built this residence. He envisioned that our family would reside here for generations. However, after his untimely demise, this courtyard fell into neglect. I later transformed the hot spring area into a villa, while I sealed off this part of the backyard, allowing no outsiders to enter, for here lie the remains of our esteemed ancestors." A sudden shock surged through Chen Zhi, prompting him to gaze forward, where he finally discerned that the hillside was, in fact, a private cemetery. Tombstones stood solemnly before each grave, densely packed upon the slope, their sheer number staggering. Obscured in the darkness. So many. Are they all? Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the latter half of his question. "You have guessed correctly." Leopard Master's expression turned grave. "These are the souls lost during my collaboration with the organization, all in pursuit of the spiritual stones. Over the years, I have laid my fallen brothers to rest here." Leopard Master rose, brushing off the ash from his cigarette, taking a few steps forward, hands clasped behind him as he surveyed the scene. Among these departed souls were warriors dispatched by the organization, as well as associates and friends of the Bao family, most of whom were tragically young. Throughout the years, I have often come here to pay my respects, whenever I feel overwhelmed. Seeing their graves lined up before me reminds me that I lack the right to speak of surrender. What significance does all this hold? Chen Zhi erupted in a fit of fury, emotions that had long been bottled up finally bursting forth, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. So many lives lost, does it even matter? If we cease our search for the spiritual stones, will this world truly descend into ruin? That notion is utterly absurd. What era are we living in? Humanity possesses atomic bombs, aircraft carriers, and fighter planes, with the United States and the Soviet Union looming beyond China's borders. The era of deities has long since passed. The world has irrevocably transformed. Yet, fate remains immutable, the elder leopard solemnly declared. From the day I sought aid from the organization and entered into a clandestine pact, I understood that I would bear the weight of this agreement for the entirety of my existence. What pact? Chen Zhi trembled as he inquired. The power to collect spirit stones and maintain the barrier established by Jiangxia 5 millennia ago, a barrier that governs the fate of humanity. This is my responsibility. And it is also your destiny, the elder leopard replied softly. To hell with destiny. Chen Zhi cried out in anguish, his voice resonating with despair. What does this have to do with me? Do you know how a parrot meets its end? Are you aware of how Four Eyes died? I am losing my mind. I truly am. I see them every night. Can you fathom this torment? The elder leopard stood there, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with indifference as Chen Zhi raged. I understand this torment. The souls of the departed visit me in my dreams nightly. During those times, I was much like you are now, the elder leopard stated, gently gesturing towards the row of tombstones ahead with the hand that held his cigarette. Then let us not concern ourselves with it, elder leopard. Chen Zhi continued to weep. So many have perished. We have done our utmost. Some have died without even leaving behind a complete corpse. How tragic. Let this all come to an end. Let that cursed barrier be shattered. To hell with the spirit stones and dragon bones. What concern is humanity's fate to us? With a sudden impact, before Chen Zhi could react, the elder leopard's fist struck his temple, sending him crashing to the ground, blood immediately flowing from his nostrils. The elder leopard then delivered a fierce kick to Chen Zhi's abdomen, aggravating his recently healed ribs with a sharp pain. Everyone may abandon hope, but you cannot utter the words, "I give up." Do you believe these people died for whom? You cowardly wretch. Being the heir of the Jiang clan is your destiny. It is not a choice you can make, nor can you ever speak of surrender. The elder leopard kicked Chen Zhi once more, then pointed to a pile covered in white cloth on the ground. Go and see. There are those you recognize within. The elder leopard's words struck a nerve deep within Chen Zhi's heart, and he scrambled towards the covered forms. His hand trembled as it brushed against the cloth, but he ultimately tore it away. Beneath the white fabric lay 6 corpses lying side by side, each appearing somewhat familiar. Among them, one face was unmistakably known to him. It was Sanzi. Chapter 291. An unbearable reality. Beneath the white cloth were 6 male bodies arranged in parallel, each bearing a semblance of familiarity, all members of the Bao family. Among them, one corpse was most recognizable to Chen Zhi. It was Sanzi. Sanzi's body was riddled with gunshot wounds, yet the fatal injury that led to his demise was a broken cervical spine. This indicated that Sanzi had been forcibly restrained by someone, ultimately leading to his excruciating death by a twisted neck. Sanzi's complexion was a deep, purplish hue, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, his lips a pallid gray, and his eyes gently closed. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his face bore the unmistakable innocence characteristic of a boy his age, evoking an ache in the heart. Sanzi. Has Sanzi truly departed? Chen Zhi, as if awakening from a dream, felt tears cascade down his cheeks as he clutched Sanzi's lifeless form, wailing uncontrollably. In truth, since returning to the city, Sanzi had not come to see him. A suspicion had lingered in his mind, yet he had dared not confront it. The harshness of reality struck him with unrelenting cruelty, leaving no room for mercy. Who could have done this? Who in the world is responsible? I shall bring them to justice. Chen Zhi's cries reverberated through the desolate mountains, releasing his pent-up anguish. Who was responsible? You must be well aware, right? The voice of Lord Leopard was as cold as ice, observing the weeping Chen Zhi from behind. Not long ago, our secret warehouse for storing control stones was attacked, and not a single guard survived. Among them was Sanzi. The armed forces we had stationed there were formidable. Even a battalion could not easily breach it. Moreover, at the time of the incident, no distress signal was emitted. The location of the control stone warehouse is highly confidential, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to locate. We have kept the news surrounding the development of the control stones under strict secrecy, known only to a select few around me. All evidence points to the presence of a traitor within our ranks. Most of those privy to the control stone information have already been slain in the warehouse. Among the survivors, Madman has been dispatched to America to attend to certain matters. He is quite disciplined and remains entirely uninvolved in organizational affairs, thus trustworthy. As for you, Ghostblade, and Qing'e, you are all integral members of the organization and could not possibly betray it. Uncle Jean has been with me since my childhood, akin to a father. If he wished to harm me, he would have acted long ago, and he would never slay Sanzi, whom he regards as his own son. Thus, he is the only remaining suspect. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi abruptly turned to face Lord Leopard, whose eyes glinted like daggers, piercing into him fiercely. Chen Zhi's heart began to race violently. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the one who killed Sanzi is Fat Wei? The latter part of Chen Zhi's statement caught in his throat. He could not bear to utter Fat Wei's name, yet the undeniable truth before him left him speechless. You deliberately let Fat Wei escape, did you not? Lord Leopard's voice cut through Chen Zhi's heart with chilling precision. Chen Zhi trembled all over, unable to articulate a single word or provide a response. Lord Leopard's cold voice continued. I have conducted an investigation into him. 3 years ago, he, along with 2 accomplices, pilfered the finest royal tombs across the nation, their exploits becoming legendary, once stirring widespread notoriety. During those grand tomb-raiding endeavors, they amassed a fortune, and at that time, they were renowned as the Iron Triangle. Curiously, however, 3 years ago, his 2 companions vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. No one knows where they went or what transpired. However, Since that time, Pang Wei has retired from his former ways, and he has accumulated a substantial amount of savings in several foreign accounts. The mysterious disappearance of his two partners raises suspicions, if they are indeed deceased. The primary suspect is none other than Pang Wei. He may have eliminated his associates to seize their wealth. Given his current fortune, he would hardly risk his life for a mere few tens of thousands. Moreover, he had previously claimed his relentless pursuits were for the sake of his hospitalized mother. Yet in truth, his mother had long passed away, and the person he had been in contact with was not her, but rather a mysterious man. Uncle Jean recalled that he had approached us of his own volition. At that time, we were in need of someone with tomb raiding experience to assist with our endeavors. Consequently, Uncle Jean spread the word in Beijing, seeking an old digger for help, and he suddenly appeared, presenting himself enthusiastically. Although he haggled over the price, he did not impose any substantial demands. In fact, he had remained hidden from the world for a considerable time. His abrupt emergence into our ranks undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. His true name is not Pang Wei, his surname is Wang, and no one knows his actual name. It's inconceivable. Chen Zhi vehemently shook his head. Unable to accept any of the assertions made by Leopard, he could not fathom that the Pang Wei who had fought alongside him, the man who had shared drinks and camaraderie with Sanzi, would ultimately turn against him with such ferocity. You are always swayed by emotion, Leopard remarked, swiftly approaching and pressing Chen Zhi's head against Sanzi's lifeless face. Look closely, this is reality. If he could kill the two brothers who shared the same perilous fate with him in the tomb, what makes you think he wouldn't eliminate you? Your emotional nature is your greatest weakness. You once spared Pang Wei, and now Sanzi lies dead here. Ultimately, it is you who has caused Sanzi's demise. Leopard's words cut through the air like a cold blade, leaving no room for compassion. Chen Zhi gasped heavily, shutting his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Sanzi's pained, gray visage. A surge of frenzied anger rose within him. His immediate desire was to confront Pang Wei and demand an explanation for his heinous actions, to discern the motivations that could drive one to such depravity, and then to tear him apart. He is exceptionally clever, Leopard continued. His movements are remarkably elusive, akin to a top-tier special forces operative. He never lingers in one place for more than 24 hours and avoids using his real identity for hotel registrations, steering clear of monitored transportation. Tracking him is exceedingly difficult, but we have ultimately located him. He is currently hiding in a remote village in Fujian province. Leopard paused momentarily before addressing Chen Zhi again. I am preparing to send someone to retrieve him alive. I need to uncover the secrets of those who manipulate him, and the forces behind him, which may very well be the organization behind ICE-4. I must go? Chen Zhi shouted in a frenzy. Let me capture him and avenge Sanzi. Leopard Master gazed at Chen Zhi for an extended moment before slowly uttering, Are you certain you will not show any leniency? If he resists, we shall eliminate him on the spot. If I send my men, the matter may be resolved more simply. Absolutely not, Chen Zhi retorted through gritted teeth. This time, please believe me. Very well, Leopard Master replied with a slight nod. Then off you go. The sooner you return, the better. Do not hesitate. During your time in the Divine Tomb, your cousin has passed away, and the position of the Jiang clan's leader is currently vacant. Upon your return, we have much to address. As for the subsequent tale, you need only observe. Do not inquire further, nor dwell too much. This is my story, one I have long wished to unveil. Chapter 292. The search for Fat Wei. The ensuing days were exceedingly arduous. Chen Zhi, accompanied by several members of the Bao family, buried the bodies of Sanzi and others upon a small hill. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi learned that the funerals of those in the underworld were astonishingly simple and understated. To avoid drawing undue attention, no formal ceremonies were held, few attended, and there were no monks or priests to perform rites, nor any funeral processions. Simply, they were interred quietly and unobtrusively. Someone had procured several coffins, and together they lifted the bodies of Sanzi and the others into them. A spot was chosen on the hillside, where they opened a grave and laid the coffins to rest. In the latter half of the night, a torrential rain suddenly fell, and after burying Sanzi and the others, Chen Zhi and his companions, drenched in mud, stood vigil at the gravesite, allowing the downpour to drench their bodies, mingling tears with rainwater. Leopard Master remarked that individuals like them did not require any incantations for the deceased, for if there truly exists karmic retribution, the deeds they committed could never be forgiven. Lao Jindo remained silent throughout, merely observing as the boy he had raised, Sanzi, was lowered into the earth. His back appeared even more stooped, and his weathered face bore the marks of hardship and fatigue as he stood in the deluge before Sanzi's grave, silently enduring the heartache of a parent mourning a child. Chen Zhi arranged for the purchase of numerous sheets of yellow paper for burning, and in the courtyard, he set them ablaze one by one for Sanzi, ultimately breaking into loud sobs, though he could hardly recall the words he uttered amidst his weeping. In the early hours, it was Lao Jindo who drove Chen Zhi back home with orange juice. Chen Zhi attempted to converse with him, yet found himself at a loss for words. He noticed Lao Jindo's gaze, vacant and fixed ahead, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Zhi finally grasped Lao Jindo's arm gently, whispering, "Uncle Jean, I am sorry." As he spoke those words, tears streamed silently down his face, heartfelt sentiments he wished to convey to Lao Jindo, for beyond that, he knew not what else to say. The corners of Lao Jindo's mouth twitched slightly, his already swollen eyes reddening further, as he turned to Chen Zhi and hoarsely replied, "Sanzi always wanted to join you on missions, eager to achieve something to show me. I was aware of it all. I initially believed that this child would one day provide for my old age. Little did I know that he would depart first. All of this is my fate, my retribution." After uttering these words, Lao Jindo appeared exceedingly fatigued. He slightly nodded to Chen Zhi and said, "You may leave." Chen Zhi, with a sense of indifference, exited Lao Jindo's vehicle and returned to the hospital. Upon entering his room, he felt utterly drained, as though all his strength had been sapped from him. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Chen Zhi's sleep persisted until 4 a.m. the following day. Upon awakening, he found that the weariness and all sense of languor had vanished. Previously, he had grown weary of the constant violence, deeming it meaningless. However, now those sentiments had dissipated. As if he were a transformed individual, his spirit soared with fervor, and the anger directed at Pang Wei ignited every fiber of his being. He could not abide such betrayal, nor the stark brutality that had unfolded. His mind was singularly fixated on one notion, vengeance. In the subsequent day, Chen Zhi meticulously familiarized himself with the terrain and conditions of the village in Fujian province where Pang Wei was hiding. It was an exceedingly remote hamlet, devoid of direct train access. Even upon reaching the vicinity of the mountainous region, entering the village would require several days of arduous trekking. It appeared that Chen Zhi would need to walk a considerable distance this time. Pao Yi offered to assign him a few assistants, yet he declined, opting to undertake this mission alone. From Pao Yi, Chen Zhi procured a highly efficient compact assault rifle, significantly shorter than a conventional rifle, making it easy to carry. Capable of firing 15 rounds in rapid succession, akin to a small submachine gun. He also strapped the small firearm, a gift from Pao Yi, to his waist. The long knife, known as God-slaying, which had previously been lost in the Divine Tomb, resurfaced in the Yunu Spring and was returned to Chen Zhi's possession. He secured the long knife in its sheath on his back. Apart from a few essential items, he refrained from taking anything else and set forth that night. According to Pao Ye's estimation, Pang Wei was likely backed by a powerful organization that could be covertly monitoring Chen Zhi's every move. To elude detection, Chen Zhi chose not to fly or travel by car. Instead, he utilized a false identity to board an old green train bound for Fujian. Since the advent of high-speed rail, such traditional green trains had become increasingly rare. The train chugged along the tracks, swaying gently, while the sparse passengers had long succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi diligently searched for information on the small village in Fujian on his phone. Pang Wei's hiding place was located in a village called Guiqing, nestled within the mountainous region of Zhongshan Town, Wupiang County, Fujian Province. Few may be familiar with Guiqing Village, but Zhongshan Town is renowned. This ancient town boasts a history of several millennia and is referred to as the People's Town. Though not large, Zhongshan Town is home to a remarkable diversity of surnames, totaling 108, earning it the distinction of being a unique place, celebrated as a notable Hakka town. The population of Zhongshan Town is merely 10,000, encompassing an area of around 2 miles. Yet, in ancient times, it flourished and earned the moniker of Little Beijing. The lively lantern festivals held there are reminiscent of those in Nanjing, aptly describing this historic town of Wupiang. In that town, everything adhered to its own customs. Even the language was marked by a unique local dialect known as Zhenjiawa. However, Guiqing Village is an exceedingly remote hamlet, nestled deep within the mountainous region of Zhongshan, and one can scarcely find any information about it online. After a prolonged period of excitement and exhilaration, Chen Zhi's neural impulses gradually calmed. He meticulously analyzed the actions and character of Peng Wei, pondering what could compel him to retreat to such an isolated village after betraying everyone. This backward settlement is certainly not a place conducive to indulgence. If there were no extraordinary reasons, the only plausible explanation would be that Peng Wei was evading someone. This further corroborated all of Master Bao's prior suspicions. If Peng Wei truly killed his two brothers, with whom he had shared the perilous journey of excavating the imperial tombs, solely for the sake of greed, he would indeed be a person of profound cunning and ruthless nature. The persona he had previously exhibited would then be a fade, and the true Peng Wei would be unimaginably terrifying. As Chen Zhi contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine. Recalling every detail of the past year spent with Peng Wei, each memory chilling him to the bone. Chapter 293. The escapee from the underworld. The green train continued to sway forward, accompanied by the thunderous sound of its wheels and the occasional blast of the whistle. The night instilled a sense of calm, as Chen Zhi's fervor subsided, allowing him to analyze the events of recent times meticulously. Peng Wei's actions were vividly clear, yet when he juxtaposed Peng Wei's character with his deeds, something felt amiss. Ultimately, he concluded that Peng Wei's intentions were decidedly ambiguous. Setting aside other matters, what could be the purpose of Peng Wei hiding in such a secluded village? If it were merely to escape the pursuit of the Bao family, then fleeing abroad would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. After all, Peng Wei was alone and unencumbered, with the financial means to do so. Furthermore, what of the organization behind him? If he truly had connections with the mysterious group associated with Bing Si, that organization should be providing him with substantial protection. Why then would he choose to conceal himself in this mountain village, veiled in silence? As Chen Zhi pondered these illogical aspects, he continued to browse through his smartphone, which displayed information about Guiqing Village and its location within Chongshan Town. This Chongshan Town is indeed quite legendary. Its Hakka culture has deep roots, and according to the data on his phone, outsiders began to trickle into this ancient town as early as the Yuan dynasty. Such occurrences were rare during those tumultuous times, and the motives of these early arrivals remain shrouded in mystery. What is known is that most of these outsiders eventually departed. Yet a small fraction chose to settle, establishing their homes in the town of Chongshan, thus becoming the progenitors of 108 surnames in this quaint locale. What could have compelled such a multitude of outsiders to flock to this town? Chen Zhi pondered silently. It seems that something remarkable must have transpired here during the early Yuan dynasty, and this event likely elucidates the reason for Peng Wei's presence. Chen Zhi's conjecture was soon met with revelation. A message arrived on his phone, sent personally by Lord Leopard. It was a photograph of an ancient text, adorned with elegant seal script, containing a passage pertaining to the town of Chongshan. The text recounted the extraordinary tale of a monk named Dan Shi during the twilight of the Song dynasty. It narrated how this monk had fortuitously entered the realm of the underworld and returned to the mortal world, bringing with him a trove of clandestine treasures from the netherworld. In the waning years of the Song dynasty, amidst ceaseless warfare and the suffering of the populace, the monk Dan Shi sought refuge from worldly turmoil, wandering alone among the majestic mountains. During one of his ascents on a snow-capped peak, he stumbled upon a stone tablet inscribed with a Sanskrit incantation. Upon reciting the verses, he hesitated, only to witness the heavens and earth rend asunder, revealing a colossal bronze gateway amidst the void. Upon entering this grand portal, he found himself enveloped in darkness, save for a resplendent palace that towered before him. At the entrance, a plaque, affixed by golden nails, bore the words, "Birth and Death." As Dan Shi marveled at the sight, a messenger clad in azure emerged from the red gates, forcefully ushering him into the palace to pay homage upon the crimson steps. Inside, the palace was aglow with golden lamps, yet darkness loomed around. There, seated within, was a titan known as the Emperor of Fengdu, the supreme deity of the underworld, whose booming voice resonated as he inquired about Dan Shi's identity. Dan Shi answered truthfully, and the Emperor of Fengdu, astonished by the presence of a living mortal in the realm of the dead, invited him to remain and propagate the teachings of Buddhism, commissioning him to inscribe the laws of the underworld. Reluctant to defy, Dan Shi acquiesced and served in the underworld for many years, ultimately seizing an opportunity to escape. He emerged not only with an abundance of treasures, but also with a map leading to the underworld's Yellow Springs. The ancient text did not elucidate how Danqi transported such a vast quantity of treasures back to the world of the living. It merely noted that the sheer volume of these riches astonished the entire nation, with legends claiming that even the wheels of the carts bearing these treasures left impressions of gold upon the ground. Subsequently, the monk Danqi, having returned from the underworld, mysteriously vanished, with contemporaries speculating that he had been reclaimed by the emissaries of the netherworld, leaving behind a substantial cache of treasures in the realm of the living. At that time, the Mongolian Yuan dynasty had just been established. Due to the belief that tales of spirits and deities could sway the hearts of the Han people, there was a concerted effort to suppress these folk legends. This led to widespread imprisonment and a prohibition against the oral transmission of such extraordinary stories. Over time, the tale of the monk Danqi gradually faded from memory, and the legend slowly vanished from history. The era of Mongolian rule was marked by chaos and conflict, with battles erupting in various regions, resulting in countless casualties. In times of human despair, extraordinary individuals often emerge. Although Danqi was forgotten, some individuals remained fixated on the treasures he left behind. In the early years of the Yuan dynasty, a group of exceptional individuals, skilled in various arts, emerged in the realm of Jianghu. These enigmatic figures, adept in their crafts, could scale walls and conjure armies from mere beings. They converged on a single location, the hometown of the monk Danqi, known as Chongshan Town. The gathering of these treasure seekers led to a brief period of prosperity for Chongshan Town, during which even the surrounding Mongolian nobles' garrisons dared not intrude. However, the treasures of Danqi remained elusive, and as time passed, many treasure hunters abandoned their quest and departed the town. The fervor for seeking the treasures of the underworld eventually waned, restoring tranquility to the town. Yet, a small contingent of outsiders chose to remain, establishing their homes and, over time, transforming the area into a town inhabited by 108 different surnames. If Fat Wei stayed behind in search of treasures, it certainly aligns with his character. Chen Zhi mused silently, closing his eyes. The purpose of Fat Wei became increasingly clear in Chen Zhi's mind, while other questions would likely remain unanswered until he could confront Fat Wei directly. With this thought, Chen Zhi caressed the handgun at his waist, contemplating the sensation of a bullet piercing Fat Wei's chest. Unbeknownst to him, the train had arrived in Longran City, Fujian Province, after a grueling journey of over 60 hours. Chen Zhi felt stiff all over as he entered the train station, where he was met by a representative from the Bao family. The man, named De Zheng, was a middle-aged individual from northeast China in his 30s, dressed in a floral shirt and adorned with a large gold chain, revealing a smile that showcased his smoke-stained teeth. He had been in Fuzhou for many years, overseeing all steel foreign trade for the Bao family in the region, embodying the essence of a businessman. Chen Zhi's visit to Fuzhou was entirely arranged by De Zheng, who was unaware of Chen Zhi's true purpose, assuming he was merely there for business. After greeting Chen Zhi, De Zheng enthusiastically invited him to explore the city for a couple of days, but Chen Zhi declined, insisting that De Zheng forego any arrangements for his rest and drive him directly to his destination, Chongshan Town, Wupian County. De Zheng drove a luxurious off-road vehicle and, upon leaving the city, headed straight for Wupian County. Wupian County is characterized by a mild climate and ample rainfall, with its terrain sloping from northwest to southeast, crisscrossed by ravines and surrounded by mountains. It serves as a vital transportation hub and distribution center in Fuzhou, often referred to as the Little Golden Triangle. With Chongshan Town nestled in the most mountainous region to the southeast of Wupian County. After nearly 7 hours on a long-distance bus, they finally arrived at the legendary ancient town of Chongshan just as dawn broke. The vehicle exited onto the town's main road and slowly made its way towards the center. Chen Zhi observed from the window that this town was indeed small and sparsely populated. However, there were no signs of stagnation or decline. All urban amenities such as convenience stores, gas stations, and various shops were readily available. He also noticed that the townsfolk, who were bustling about, had already taken note of the vehicle entering the town, yet they did not gaze directly at them, conversing in a dialect that was almost indecipherable. Many deliberately avoided Chen Zhi's eyes. Chapter 294. Chongshan Town. After circling the town, De Zheng found no hotels, an exceedingly unusual occurrence for such a small settlement. Typically, ancient towns lack a robust economy and rely on tourism for sustenance. Chen Zhi noted that while this town possessed some modern facilities, The buildings appeared remarkably antiquated and dilapidated, creating a stark contrast with the contemporary elements. Everything seemed intentionally subdued, as if to deter outsiders from entering. When De Zheng's vehicle ran out of fuel after its tour around the town, they pulled into a local gas station. De Zheng politely called to the attendant, hoping to inquire about the town's amenities and directions. The attendant, a burly man in his 30s, approached with a brisk gait, a smile adorning his face, and spoke with a heavy accent. "What brings you here, guests?" "Ah, fellow townsmen, I would like to ask for directions," De Zheng replied, offering a cigarette. "Where might we find a hotel?" "A guest house would suffice. We just circled the town and couldn't find a single place to stay." "Oh, there's no need for that," the burly man said, gently pushing aside the cigarette. He pointed to the side of the gas station, indicating that smoking was not permitted. "Our town is quite impoverished and lacks attractions. Few ever come here. We have never had any hotels. What is your purpose for visiting?" "Is that so?" De Zheng continued. "We have some business in the mountains. Do you know how to get to Guiqing village? By the way, can you find a guide familiar with the mountain paths to that village?" "I'm not aware of such a village." The burly man shook his head. "The affairs of our town are dictated by my uncle Gio. If you like, you may inquire with him. I would be happy to accompany you." With a face full of goodwill and a courteous demeanor, the man joined Chen Zhi and De Zheng in their vehicle, leading them towards the heart of the town. Along the way, De Zheng and the man engaged in lively conversation. The man was quite talkative and did not exhibit the usual reserve of mountain folk. His surname was Zheng, and due to his tall and robust stature, the townspeople affectionately referred to him as Zheng the Giant. Mountain dwellers marry young. He already had 2 children. The only gas station in the town was owned by his family, where he served as both the proprietor and attendant. Although the economic development in Wuping County is commendable, this particular town remains impoverished. It lacks any distinctive local products, cannot rely on its natural resources, and has no tourism to speak of. The residents subsist primarily through hunting and farming, occasionally selling handmade crafts woven from rattan to outsiders, but otherwise have little interaction with the outside world. The elder mentioned earlier, known as Uncle Gio, shares the surname Zheng and is his paternal uncle, revered as the most respected elder in the area, who arbitrates all matters, great and small, within the town. Upon arriving at the town center, Zhengde led them toward an alley. Chen Zhi noticed that Zhengde moved with remarkable nimbleness, his feet barely touching the ground as he walked. They soon encountered the elderly man known as Uncle Gio, a white-haired figure with a beard, who was squatting at the street corner selling his homemade salted meats. A stark contrast to the esteemed town leader Zhengde had referenced. "This is my Uncle Gio," Zhengde introduced, explaining to the elder about Chen Zhi and his companion's quest for a guide. Upon hearing this, the old man stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing. He appeared to be in his 70s, with a face etched in deep wrinkles, a ruddy complexion, and dressed in a coarsely woven tunic, his calves tightly bound, presenting a dignified posture and a resonant voice. He did not focus on Zhengde, but instead scrutinized Chen Zhi with keen eyes. 2 esteemed guests from afar, the white-bearded elder greeted in a polite dialect. "What brings you to our dilapidated town?" "It's nothing of great importance," Zhengde replied. "Old man, we need to visit Guiqing village for some matters. Could you assist us in finding a guide to Guiqing village?" The elder's discerning gaze continued to appraise Chen Zhi, finally resting on his waist. After a moment, he smiled and said, "What could esteemed guests possibly want in that rundown village? Perhaps you might share your intentions, and I could lend a hand." "Nothing much. We are merely in search of a rare medicinal herb that can only be found near that village." Chen Zhi replied with a smile, then inquired, "Do you know of any accommodations in this town?" "In our humble abode, what sort of lodging could there be?" "If you do not mind, you may stay at my house tonight," the elder offered graciously. "As for telephones, we have none, but I will ask around to see if anyone knows that village and would be willing to guide you up the mountain." The white-bearded elder then turned to Zhengde, saying, "Big fellow, go back and inform your wife that we have distinguished guests today. Let us prepare a chicken to welcome them." "All right," Zhengde replied cheerfully, beckoning Chen Zhi and De Zheng back to the vehicle as they continued onward. After making a turn, they arrived at the so-called Zheng family residence. This abode was indeed quite dilapidated, essentially a large courtyard containing several shabby earthen houses, seemingly a shared dwelling for multiple families. A worn sign hung crookedly above the entrance, inscribed with the words Zheng family residence. The courtyard was home to numerous chickens and ducks, their cacophonous clamor mingling with the barking of dogs. while a boy of about 10 chased ducks around in a playful frenzy. Zheng De ushered Chen Zhi and De Zheng into the courtyard, where a young boy suddenly rushed forward, colliding with Chen Zhi. "Father, I heard there are visitors from outside today. Is it them?" The boy exclaimed in remarkably standard Mandarin. "This is my eldest son, named Shrieked, a country lad unaccustomed to the wider world. Please do not mock him," Zheng De replied courteously, then playfully swatted the boy on the head, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did you ever learn of outsiders coming? Stop chattering and go back." As the boy opened his mouth to respond, a woman carrying a child emerged from the house, scolding and calling Shrieked back. This woman, likely Zheng De's wife, appeared youthful and delicately beautiful, far from resembling a typical mountain dweller, leaving De Zheng momentarily entranced. With a serene demeanor, she nodded politely to Chen Zhi and De Zheng before retreating inside to prepare a meal. Before long, smoke began to rise from the kitchen, and the young men of the Zheng family returned from the fields, while the women emerged from the house. The women, possessing notable beauty, set up tables and utensils in the courtyard, casting furtive glances at Chen Zhi and De Zheng without uttering a word. All the inhabitants of the courtyard bore the surname Zheng, and their demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Soon, Uncle Joe also returned, carrying 2 large pieces of cured meat. Zheng De's wife had slaughtered 2 chickens, bustling about to prepare a feast of rustic mountain dishes, and the group gathered to dine in the courtyard. During the meal, Uncle Joe informed Chen Zhi that he had inquired with the townsfolk, and in recent years, they had rarely ventured into the mountains. Furthermore, the village of Guiqing was indeed quite remote, with hardly anyone familiar with it, making it difficult to find a guide. Thus, he advised Chen Zhi against going. Should they require any medicinal herbs, they could assist in searching the nearby hills. Hearing this, De Zheng persistently urged Uncle Jio to reconsider, while Chen Zhi remained silent. As night fell, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Chen Zhi and De Zheng were assigned to a humble stone room on the edge of the courtyard, and De Zheng began to complain upon entering. De Zheng's company was a branch of the Bao family, and he seldom had the opportunity to meet Lord Bao. However, this time, Lord Bao had personally called him, instructing him to ensure Chen Zhi's accommodations were impeccable. De Zheng, surprised and eager to impress, hoped to earn favorable words from Chen Zhi upon his return, yet the current situation left him rather disheartened. As darkness enveloped the night, De Zheng's complaints gradually faded into slumber, while Chen Zhi remained wide awake. Around midnight, he heard a series of footsteps outside. A large group entered through the main gate, making their way towards the back of the Zheng residence. Their steps were remarkably light, producing only the faint rustle of feet brushing against the grass. Had it not been for Chen Zhi's years of training, he might not have noticed at all. Chapter 295. The Grand Marshal Hall. As the subtle footfalls passed by Chen Zhi's room and gradually faded, he grasped the long knife beside his pillow, quietly slipped out of bed, and noticed De Zheng still soundly asleep. Without waking him, Chen Zhi softly opened the door and stepped outside. After Chen Zhi stepped outside, he walked a few paces and soon beheld a large crowd rapidly making their way towards the backyard, numbering over 100. He discreetly strapped his knife to his back and followed these individuals, deliberately keeping a safe distance to avoid detection. Ultimately, he observed them entering the innermost earthen building of the Zheng family compound. This structure was quite expansive, spanning nearly 700 to 800 square meters, with 2 stories and walls of a dull gray hue, rendering it rather unremarkable. The throng of people surged through the main entrance, and Chen Zhi noticed a dilapidated wooden ladder leaning against a window at the back of the building, illuminated by the warm glow within. Seizing the opportunity presented by the commotion at the front, he stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the earthen building, grasped the rickety ladder, and leapt up to peer through the window. Inside, he observed a vast conference hall on the 2nd floor, filled with a multitude of men engaged in hushed conversation. Each individual was dressed simply, devoid of any excess. In the center of the hall stood a circle of grand armchairs, each occupied by a figure. Most were elderly men past their 50s, save for one young man in his 20s. The prominent figure, Zhou Shugong, occupied the most conspicuous position at the front of the hall, with Zheng De standing behind him, exuding a commanding presence that was markedly different from earlier in the day. Counting carefully, Chen Zhi noted that precisely 108 individuals were seated in the grand armchairs. Behind Zhou Shugong loomed a large altar, adorned with a multitude of ancestral tablets. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the altar was dedicated to the revered ancestor, Bodhidharma. A plaque hung above, inscribed with 3 golden characters, De Wu Tang. This is indeed a gathering of martial practitioners, Chen Zhi mused silently, holding his breath as he continued to observe. The individuals in the hall moved with remarkable agility, whispering to one another, but the atmosphere fell silent the moment Jiu Shugong raised his hand. Jiu Shugong, have you discerned clearly? Does that outsider truly bear a firearm? The young man on the grand chair inquired respectfully. I have indeed seen it clearly, Jiu Shugong replied, nodding subtly and speaking in standard Mandarin. I cannot be mistaken. That outsider carries not one but several weapons, emanating a palpable aura of menace. He openly expressed his intent to visit Guiqing village. I suspect he has come for the outsider residing there. Regardless of his intentions, we shall bind him and interrogate him. There is no need for everyone to act. We, the Jin family, shall handle this matter, declared the young man, eliciting cheers from those behind him. That is unwise. Jiu Shugong gently shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the young man, who immediately fell silent. Xiao Jin, you are newly in charge. One must learn to exercise patience. The Zheng family has maintained order in this town for many years without major incident, thanks to the support of various clans. We must adhere to the principle of if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. We should avoid unnecessary conflicts and refrain from easily provoking others. This individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. If he is not here in pursuit of treasure, then let him be, much like that man surnamed Wang from Guiqing village. As long as he remains inactive, we shall remain indifferent. Is he referring to Fat Wei? Chen Zhi's heart stirred, and he exhaled a long-held breath. At that moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the hall, with everyone frozen in place, the expression on Uncle Jiu's face contorting slowly as he turned towards Chen Zhi's hiding spot. This is bad. These practitioners are remarkably perceptive, able to hear even a breath, Chen Zhi thought anxiously. However, without hesitation, he propelled himself down the stairs, crouched low, and sprinted towards the sleeping quarters. Throughout his escape, Chen Zhi felt no one pursuing him. Upon reaching the door, he shouted, De Zheng, wake up. We must leave at once. With a forceful shove, he flung open the door. Yet, when the door swung wide, Chen Zhi found himself taken aback. Inside, a group led by Uncle Jiu stood, with the small golden figure, who had been seated in the grand chair, holding De Zheng down on the bed. De Zheng's eyes were wide with panic, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Taking a step back, Chen Zhi endeavored to steady his breath, his right hand instinctively reaching for his firearm, while his eyes remained alert to the group's movements. Observing Chen Zhi's action, Uncle Jiu promptly raised a hand in warning. Young brother, trust me, do not make any sudden movements. Only then did Chen Zhi notice the beams above were laden with individuals. Dark weapons glinting ominously in the shadows, hidden projectiles. As Chen Zhi relaxed his grip on the gun, Uncle Jiu cleared his throat softly and approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. Young brother, I am Zheng Tai, aged 101. I apologize for any offense caused. Uncle Jiu spoke with impeccable Mandarin, devoid of any dialect, exuding an imposing presence that unmistakably marked him as an extraordinary individual. He continued, the Guiqing village you seek lies behind 2 mountains. Nestled deep within the dense forest, it is an exceedingly secluded settlement inhabited by generations of indigenous people. We have no connection with them whatsoever. Our town has a myriad of surnames and established rules. Every matter must be deliberated collectively by the clans. Our ancestors set forth these regulations generations ago. No clan member is permitted to venture into the back mountains alone. Should any issues arise within the mountains, it necessitates the gathering of 108 clans to resolve them. This custom has endured for centuries without exception. Thus, we are powerless to assist you. My apologies. Upon concluding his explanation, Uncle Jiu bowed respectfully once more. At that moment, De Zheng, pinned to the bed, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Old man, why are you so obstinate? How much can you earn selling those 2 pieces of pickled meat on the roadside? If you take us into the mountains, it will surely suffice for half a year's worth of sales. Why cling to such antiquated rules? Besides, if you choose not to go, then why the grand display? One might think you intend to rob us. Do not speak nonsense, Chen Zhi admonished loudly, stopping De Zheng. He turned back and politely addressed Uncle Jiu, saying my apologies. Elder, we shall depart at dawn. Chapter 296. Golden Sands. Thus, Chen Zhi cautiously and restlessly spent a night in the house. As dawn broke the next morning, he awoke. After a brief preparation, he was ready to set out. In truth, He did not necessarily require a guide to enter the mountains. The photograph previously shared by Bao Yi was, in fact, a satellite map of considerable resolution, which, when magnified, revealed a barely discernible path to Guiqing village. After all, this is a modern society, and no place is entirely inaccessible. However, the routes appeared serpentine and treacherous, necessitating the crossing of two mountains, indicating that the journey ahead would be arduous. Following the events of the previous night, the Zheng family seemed to have adopted a more amicable demeanor, particularly Zheng Da's son, Dan, who hovered around Chen Zhi, incessantly inquiring about his intended destination. As if privy to some undisclosed information, Chen Zhi initially intended to venture to the county town outside the village to procure basic supplies and provisions. For the dampness of the southern mountains was unfamiliar to him. Entering the mountains alone posed challenges distinct from those faced in a group. Issues regarding food, water sources, and even suitable resting places loomed large. However, Zheng Da insisted otherwise, leading Chen Zhi to their family's general store in town, where an abundance of provisions awaited. Descending to the basement revealed an array of tools, ropes, and equipment, including high-end outdoor gear, from which Chen Zhi selected a compressible sleeping bag for his expedition. Once adequately prepared, Chen Zhi resolved to send De Zheng back, planning to contact him after exiting the mountains. He recognized that someone of De Zheng's disposition would find the rigors of trekking through the wilderness intolerable, ultimately becoming a burden he could ill afford, as he firmly believed that the matters between himself and Fat Wei must be settled by them alone. De Zheng, reluctant to depart, insisted on remaining in town to await Chen Zhi's return, fearing that should any misfortune befall Chen Zhi, he would be unable to account to the Bao family. Chen Zhi also deemed it prudent to leave someone behind in the town. After securing Uncle Zhou's permission, De Zheng stayed in the Zheng family's building. Chen Zhi repeatedly reminded De Zheng that if he did not return within a fortnight, he was to immediately inform Bao Yi, who would know the appropriate course of action. Furthermore, during his stay, De Zheng must show utmost respect and courtesy to Uncle Zhou, and refrain from staring at the daughters-in-law, lest he find himself in dire straits without knowledge of how it came to pass. Having settled all matters, Chen Zhi instructed De Zheng to drive him to the mountain's entrance. Upon reaching the end of the road, he alighted from the vehicle, shouldering his belongings as he ventured into the mountains alone. From the satellite imagery, Chen Zhi had prepared himself for the difficult terrain, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the ruggedness. The southern mountains differed greatly from those in the north, where the climate was arid and the trails relatively navigable. Here in the south, the persistent rainfall resulted in a damp and decaying forest, teeming with blood-sucking insects that swarmed around him in clusters. The stones underfoot were exceedingly slippery, entwined with branches, parasitic vines, and ferns, while a verdant carpet of moss blanketed the surface of the rocks, rendering the ascent a formidable challenge. Everywhere lay a layer of decayed leaves accumulated over the years, within which clusters of rotting animal remains could be discerned. Their skin had decayed into a dark gray, revealing a shriveled carcass, the identity of which was indiscernible, teeming with repugnant maggots. Chen Zhi dared not repose upon the branches, for the tree snakes of the southern jungles are far more perilous than ferocious beasts. Along his journey, he had already encountered numerous vividly colored mountain snakes coiled upon the trunks, some of which were as thick as a barrel, their long tongues flicking out as they scrutinized this intruder in their domain. Thus, Chen Zhi persevered through the depths of the mountains for 2 days and nights. Having already scaled a great mountain, he needed only to conquer a smaller hill to reach the valley where Guiqing village lay. The arduous trek had left Chen Zhi utterly fatigued. He could bear it no longer. He paused near a mountain spring, drew forth his water flask to quench his thirst, and opened his pack to consume some provisions. As he chewed on the dry rations, he gazed into the spring, reflecting on his haggard visage. The psychological strain and long journey had rendered him as gaunt as a monkey. Having returned from the tomb, his wounds had yet to fully heal, and now his eyes were filled with weariness, his face etched with the marks of time, as if he had aged a decade. Suddenly, the surface of the water, which mirrored Chen Zhi's shadow, trembled slightly, and a black, powdery substance erupted from the spring, swiftly mingling with the water and shimmering with golden flecks under the sunlight. This minuscule glimmer resembled the luster of sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, often overlooked, yet not escaping Chen Zhi's keen observation. He plunged his hand into the spring, scooping up a handful of the black powder, sifting it through his fingers, and weighing it in his palm. Under the sun's rays, The powder sparkled even more brilliantly. Chen Zhi recognized this as undoubtedly auriferous soil, liquid gold that had solidified upon rapid contact with the cold spring water after being mixed with wet earth at high temperatures. This indicated that somewhere within the great mountain lay a substantial deposit of high-purity liquid gold. Recalling the peculiar behaviors of the 108 clans in town, as well as their archaic traditions passed down through generations, he found understanding in it all and could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, every corner of the world, even in these secluded mountains, harbors secrets. At present, Chen Zhi held no interest in the wonders of the mountain. His paramount concern was finding a place to sleep. After days of relentless travel, he was utterly exhausted. Traversing the mountains alone was exceedingly arduous, without the luxury of a watchful companion. The wild beasts might ambush him under the cover of night, making daylight slumber relatively safer. He sought a crevice in the rock face beside the spring, a location elevated enough to deter beasts and snakes, and relatively dry. After placing some twigs to obscure the entrance, Chen Zhi unfurled his sleeping bag and quickly succumbed to slumber. The weariness enveloping Chen Zhi allowed him to sleep deeply and soundly. After an indeterminate period of slumber, he suddenly felt a gentle push in the darkness. He opened his eyes abruptly, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, only to find an abyss of darkness surrounding him. Just as he was about to close his eyes once more, another push came from behind. This time, Chen Zhi sprang to his feet, peering ahead. Bathed in the bright moonlight streaming through the cave's entrance, he discerned a familiar silhouette crouching in the corner of the cave. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi demanded loudly. The figure did not respond, but gradually stepped into the moonlight, revealing a clear visage. A familiar voice echoed, "Chen Zhi, do you not recognize me?" Chen Zhi's mind erupted in chaos as he processed the sight before him. "Fat Wei, how is he here? How could this be? Has he been watching me all along? Is he human or a ghost?" Confusion swirled within him, and a tempest of rage and grief surged through his thoughts. Trembling with agitation, he clenched his teeth and questioned, "Who are you? What do you want from me? Who am I? Who am I? Ha ha." Fat Wei suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, his coarse guffaws reverberating through the cave. The moonlight transformed, taking on a hue reminiscent of blood, while Fat Wei's face contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulging with a crimson glare. His mouth twisted at an unnatural angle, revealing a maw filled with bloodstained fangs. And he lunged violently at Chen Zhi. Chapter 297. Fat Wei in the Village. Ah! Chen Zhi screamed, jolting awake to find the sky outside still brilliantly illuminated. It had merely been a harrowing nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his brow, the chilling images from his dream lingering in his mind, indicating that the events surrounding Fat Wei had weighed heavily on him. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was around 3 in the afternoon. He had been asleep for approximately 7 hours, and his strength had been restored. From satellite imagery, the mountain path ahead appeared clearer, with only a small hill remaining to traverse, the route seeming relatively more manageable. Chen Zhi gathered his belongings and continued on his journey. After traversing the damp forest for a day and a night, he finally reached the summit of the valley around 3 o'clock the following afternoon. Gazing downwards, he beheld Guiqing Village. The photos had not done justice to its beauty. In reality, Guiqing Village exuded an ethereal charm, nestled amidst clouds and mist, evoking the sensation of stepping into a paradise beyond the worldly realm. The entire landscape was enveloped in vivid green. A small waterfall cascaded at the village's entrance. And within the village, there were over 20 houses scattered about, surrounded by meticulously cultivated fields. The harmonious blend of water and sky, with egrets soaring gracefully, painted a picturesque pastoral scene. Upon descending, Chen Zhi chose not to enter the village through the main path. Instead, he stealthily lurked nearby, surveying the terrain. He soon discovered a dilapidated mountain temple on the village's periphery, its origins lost to time. Constructed of yellow earth, the temple's roof was overgrown with weeds. Chen Zhi nestled amidst the foliage, setting up a folding telescope to observe the villagers going about their daily lives from a distance. He soon discovered that the village was sparsely populated. There were hardly any figures in sight, only a few villagers laboring in the fields, employing tools that were remarkably antiquated, reminiscent of scenes from the previous century. These villagers appeared remarkably simple, and their eyes shone with an untainted purity, evidently oblivious to the outside world due to their prolonged seclusion within the mountains. Chen Zhi's gaze wandered through the fields in search of the person he sought, and at last, as dusk fell, that familiar figure emerged. It was Pang Wei. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi sensed that Pang Wei seemed to have lost considerable weight. Appearing somewhat haggard, he ambled with his characteristic swaying gait, wielding an axe to chop kindling. The locals appeared to be quite familiar with him. Two women, adorned with floral headscarves, engaged in light-hearted banter with him while weaving wicker baskets, even offering him water from a bamboo container at their waist. Their pace was leisurely, as if the entirety of time belonged to them. As night approached, the farmers returned home, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the rooftops of every dwelling. Pang Wei, too, retreated to his own house, but after a while, many villagers gathered in the center of the village to share their meals. Yet Pang Wei did not emerge. Through his binoculars, Chen Zhi noted that Pang Wei's residence was a stilted house, evidently newly constructed, towering above all the other buildings in the vicinity. Such stilted houses are commonplace in the mountainous regions of southern China, a custom of the Tujia people in building their villages. The persistent rains and numerous mosquitoes and wild beasts of the southern mountains necessitate this elevation. Had the houses been built at ground level, one would worry about the intrusion of crawling creatures. Thus, the Tujia people raise their homes, ensuring that not only crawling pests but even other animals find it difficult to intrude, allowing the inhabitants to dwell in peace. The roof of Pang Wei's home was thatched with leaves, and the walls and floors were constructed of wood, elevated several feet off the ground, effectively barring the entrance of animals and insects. Even for a person wishing to ascend, it would not be an easy feat. This stilted structure appeared square and likely contained a suite with an outer room and an inner chamber, with the two spaces interconnected. Once Pang Wei entered the stilted house, he did not emerge again. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, a powerful urge surged within Chen Zhi, causing him to tremble slightly with excitement. He longed to rush forward immediately, to pin Pang Wei down and demand answers for everything. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that in terms of physical strength, Pang Wei far surpassed him. If he intended to confront Pang Wei alone, he would need to employ cunning. Chen Zhi quietly crouched by the mountain deity temple, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Finally, the sky darkened completely, and the darkness in the mountain village thickened profoundly. The rural populace had a habit of retiring early, and with no electrical devices in the village, all the lights in the homes extinguished, plunging the valley into an impenetrable silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi leapt down from the cattle shed, choosing the most direct path to Pang Wei's house. He bent low, using the cover of night to swiftly navigate through the village, striving to keep his movements as silent as possible, for the village dogs were highly vigilant. Should they bark and rouse the villagers, it would be akin to startling a snake in the grass. After Chen Zhi silently and swiftly traversed the village, he arrived beneath Fat Wei's elevated structure. The building stood at a considerable height above the ground, with a lengthy staircase leading up to its main entrance, around which were intricately woven fine threads, each tied with minuscule iron balls, so small they were nearly imperceptible. Chen Zhi recognized these iron balls. They were devices that Fat Wei had procured from an ancient tomb, essentially tiny pure silver bells. Despite their diminutive size, the sound they emitted was astonishingly loud, surpassing contemporary alarms, as they were often employed in ancient treasury vaults as a security measure against theft. The fact that Fat Wei had set these up indicated that he had been on guard during this period, rather than ascending the staircase at the front. Chen Zhi opted to climb up the back of the structure, scaling the columns until he reached a window that was ajar, propped open by a bamboo tube. Leaning gently against the window frame, he peered inside, confirming that the interior was indeed a suite. The room he observed was the outer chamber, with a door presumably leading to the inner chamber, which was secured by a large iron lock. The decor of the outer room was exceedingly simple, surrounded by wooden walls, furnished with several bamboo chairs and a table, upon which lay a few coarse porcelain bowls. Against one wall stood a bamboo bed, from which a person's head protruded, obscured by a thick quilt, soundly asleep. The individual bore a stocky physique, identical to that of Fat Wei. Chen Zhi scrutinized the person's chest area, and a realization dawned upon him. With utmost caution, Chen Zhi climbed through the window and concealed himself in a shadowy corner. He grasped a bamboo chair from the ground and, aiming it at the figure on the bed, struck with force. The sound echoed sharply through the night as the chair connected. The bed jolted, folding together like a giant iron clamp, trapping the chair in between. While the occupant's head rolled to the window's edge, illuminated softly by the moonlight, it was a plastic doll's head. Simultaneously, a corpulent figure sprang from beneath the bed, brandishing a submachine gun and directing it towards the front of the bed, bellowing, "Who's there? Get the hell out." At that moment, Chen Zhi emerged from the shadows, pressing his handgun against Fat Wei's nape, softly uttering, "It's me." Chapter 298. Old memories. As the gun was pressed against Fat Wei's head, he did not react as Chen Zhi had anticipated. Instead, he seemed unconcerned by the weapon, abruptly turning his head and exclaiming, "Orange, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Fat Wei's face, Chen Zhi's hand trembled slightly around the gun, and a surge of indignation and fervor flooded his mind. He refrained from firing and instead delivered a powerful punch to Fat Wei's head, the force of which knocked him to the ground. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Are you possessed by a ghost?" Fat Wei shouted angrily, clutching his sore chin as he lay on the floor. His harsh words ignited Chen Zhi's fury even more. In a sudden surge of anger, he lunged at Peng Wei, pinning him down and unleashing a flurry of punches. "You bastard! Is your heart made of stone? Sanzi considered you a brother. How could you betray him?" Chen Zhi's fists fell like a torrential downpour, his voice a fierce roar, tears streaming down his face and splattering onto Peng Wei. In that moment, Peng Wei suddenly pushed Chen Zhi off with a violent shove, shouting, "What did you just say? What happened to Sanzi?" His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a menacing aura akin to that of a vengeful spirit. As he grasped Chen Zhi by the collar, "Speak again. What happened to Sanzi?" "Sanzi is dead. His neck was broken. You are the traitor. Stop pretending." Chen Zhi's eyes reddened as he shouted back, gripping Peng Wei's throat in retaliation. "Impossible. Sanzi was perfectly fine. How could he be dead? You're talking nonsense." Enraged, Peng Wei retaliated with a powerful punch to Chen Zhi's jaw, causing him to feel a numbing pain as if his chin had shattered. The two, overwhelmed with emotion, were rendered speechless and immediately found themselves grappling with one another. They rolled on the ground for nearly 2 hours, covered in dirt, until their energy was utterly depleted, lying flat on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move any longer. "I didn't kill Sanzi. I am not a traitor," Peng Wei panted. "I have things I kept from you, but I would never harm Sanzi. I am not that kind of person." Chen Zhi lay silently on the ground, utterly exhausted. With no strength left, he gradually regulated his breathing, calming his racing heart, and chose not to respond. Yet, deep down, he understood that Peng Wei was not lying. Sanzi's death was not at his hands, and the true traitor remained at large. After lying in silence for a considerable time, they both managed to rise and found chairs to sit upon. The earlier shouting and fighting had drained their energy, leaving them parched. Peng Wei poured himself a large bowl of water, gulping it down before filling another bowl for Chen Zhi. "How did Sanzi really die?" Peng Wei inquired in a hushed tone, his eyes beginning to redden. Chen Zhi, noticing Peng Wei's agitation, paused for a moment before responding. "Sanzi was killed by a formidable group. There was a traitor among us. Someone who knew of the existence of the control stone and the location of the warehouse where it was stored. They stealthily infiltrated the warehouse and stole all the control stones, murdering all the guards, including Sanzi." "Bastard." Peng Wei's tears finally fell as he clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. "If I find that traitor, I will flay him alive." After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi quietly asked Peng Wei, "Who exactly are you?" "Lord Bao has already investigated you. With your wealth, there is no need for you to risk your life with us. What is your true purpose in joining our ranks? Is it for the dragon bone?" "Nonsense about the dragon bone." Peng Wei seemed infuriated, vehemently retorting. "The dragon bone is that legendary spirit stone that can make one a monarch, right? Do you think everyone desires to be a ruler? What merit does the emperor possess that affords him the freedom we enjoy today? Damn it, I wouldn't want such a position. Why did you voluntarily enter the Bao family then? Moreover, from where did you acquire such extensive information regarding the divine tomb?" Chen Zhi cast a stern glance at Peng Wei and continued his inquiry. With a heavy sigh, Peng Wei began to recount his story from 5 years prior. 5 years ago, Peng Wei enjoyed a period of remarkable prestige, collaborating with 2 companions on numerous significant domestic excavation ventures, achieving notoriety within the tomb raiding community. At that time, the prominent merchants of Lioli factory clamored around him, eager to procure exquisite artifacts without daring to negotiate. His 2 companions shared a profound bond, not ordinary individuals themselves. One possessed exceptional skills, rivaling even the ghost blade, while the other hailed from a distinguished family, renowned for his intelligence. However, the burdens and secrets they carried were immense, most of which remained unspoken. Peng Wei, pragmatic and untroubled, Contrasted sharply with his companions, the skilled one was perpetually pensive and preferred solitude, while the other, driven by an insatiable curiosity, was both tenacious and serious. Ultimately, such traits led to their downfall. During a significant excavation operation atop the snow-capped Qing'e mountain, they stumbled upon an ancient tomb left by the Jurchens, purportedly the mausoleum of the Jurchen king. Within this tomb, they encountered a magnificent bronze gate, and to their astonishment, they witnessed the spectral soldiers emerging. All were rendered speechless, paralyzed by the spectacle. Given his nature, Pang Wei suggested they disregard the incident and discreetly depart to ensure their safety. Yet, his exceptionally skilled companion was unwilling to retreat. His sole aim had been to reach the bronze gate. Consequently, he followed the spectral soldiers through it, entangling their fates irreversibly. After his second passage through the bronze gate, that companion vanished without a trace. The other, however, was resolutely determined to retrieve him. Over the next 3 years, he tirelessly sought information regarding the bronze gate, accumulating numerous classified documents. Alas, 2 years ago, he inexplicably succumbed to madness. Pang Wei remained ignorant of the cause of this madness, only aware that his friend now resided in his own world, fantasizing about their adventures together, imagining that their companion would emerge from the bronze gate. Pang Wei sought out renowned physicians to cure his friend, yet all efforts proved futile, exacerbating the situation. Ultimately, he learned of a miraculous herb reputed to cure all ailments. His knowledge of this herb, along with the existence of the Bao family and spiritual stones, stemmed from the classified documents. Thus, he disguised himself as an uninformed antiquities dealer, responding to the summons of the old master. Throughout his quest for the divine tomb, his ultimate goal was to seek the elusive elixir. After retrieving the ghostly blade from the tomb, he took a mere fraction of the elixir and departed, harboring no intentions or interests in the remainder. Chen Zhi listened intently to Fat Wei's account, nodding slightly before suddenly turning to him and asking, "If the situation is truly as you describe, why did you choose to conceal it? Otherwise, how could I call you Navi?" Fat Wei wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Do you genuinely believe that the northeastern leopard is harmless? You haven't returned to the fox village in Heilongjiang, have you? Are you aware of its current state? Many have seemingly vanished into thin air. Over the years, the Bao family has been fiercely protective of the secrets surrounding the spirit stones, forbidding anyone from accessing any information about them. That leopard is ruthless, killing as effortlessly as one squashes an ant. If I had told him the truth, that I came for the elixir, do you think I would still be alive today?" "You are speaking nonsense," Chen Zhi retorted, though he lowered his head, lacking confidence. After a moment, he inquired about Fat Wei's deranged brother. "Where have you placed him? Is he confined within this very room?" As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at the heavy iron lock on the door. "Ah, don't mention it." Fat Wei shook his head in resignation. "Ever since we returned from Qing'e Mountain, my brother has been consumed by madness, incessantly claiming he must return to rescue that sibling, insisting he must find the map to the bronze door. I have no idea what significance he attaches to it. Eventually, he began to roam aimlessly, and despite hiring several caretakers, they could not restrain him. Since arriving here, his condition has worsened to the point where I can hardly sleep without locking the door. When I open it later, please do not stare at him." Upon finishing, Fat Wei produced a set of keys and inserted them into the lock, turning it with a series of clicks. Chen Zhi peered curiously inside as Fat Wei cautiously pushed the door open. The inner chamber was modest in size, furnished more than the outer room. Shadows loomed in each corner, while an oil lamp flickered on the central table, casting a dim glow over untouched food and utensils. In one corner sat a bamboo chair, occupied by a man whose head leaned against the wall at an odd angle. The man was lean, his hair disheveled, and his clothes appeared unwashed for quite some time. The darkness obscured his features, but he seemed to be in his late 20s. "Brother, still awake? Someone has come to see you." Fat Wei's voice was soft as water, his face adorned with a smile. However, the man in the corner merely stirred his eyes upon hearing Fat Wei's voice, offering no further response. Fat Wei approached the table, adjusting the lamp for more light, and, upon observing the untouched meal, shook his head in despair. He turned to Chen Zhi and said, "You see, this is my brother. What you witness now is the better version. When he has an episode, it can be utterly terrifying. Since his arrival in this village, he seems to have deteriorated further, spending his days sketching incomprehensible symbols, the meaning of which eludes understanding. Alternatively, he behaves as if driven mad, stealthily venturing out in the dead of night. claiming he must seek a map in the mountains. I have previously hired several caretakers, yet they all refuse to continue, leaving me at a loss for solutions. Upon hearing Fat Wei's lamentations, Chen Zhi took a few steps forward to observe the man seated in the corner. The man's head rested against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the ceiling, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable clarity, suggesting a profound understanding of his inner turmoil. If his condition is so dire, he ought to be promptly transferred to a sanatorium for treatment. You should never have brought him to this isolated village, devoid of medical care and resources. It can only exacerbate his plight, Chen Zhi whispered to Fat Wei. You are unaware of the circumstances here, Fat Wei replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. When my brother first fell ill, there were moments of lucidity. During these brief intervals, he insisted that I bring him to Guiqing village in Zhongshan town, claiming that once here, everything would be clear to him. It was all so jumbled and nonsensical, I felt compelled to bring him. However, since our arrival, nothing has changed, only his condition has worsened. Is that so? Chen Zhi inquired, keeping a watchful eye on the man in the corner. Have you administered the spiritual medicine? What effects has it yielded? Oh, don't even mention it. I gave him all the spiritual medicine I brought back, yet it produced no effect whatsoever. Fat Wei lamented, his frustration palpable. After all this effort, it seems to have been in vain. The essence of spiritual medicine lies in restoring physical health, primarily addressing tangible injuries. It is ineffective for mental afflictions, Chen Zhi observed attentively, continuing, moreover, your brother does not appear to be mad. Rather, it seems he is haunted by inner demons. Whether it is indeed inner demons, I am powerless to determine at this point, Fat Wei replied helplessly. All I can do now is care for him here. My brother's family once held some standing, but alas. Oh, do not mention it. It is all due to that accursed bronze giant gate, concealing some dreadful secret. Many lives have been lost because of it, and my brother's family has suffered gravely. They are nowhere to be found, leaving him utterly alone. I cannot abandon him. After expressing his thoughts, Fat Wei wrung a damp towel in hot water, preparing to wipe the man's face. Just as the towel was about to touch the man's skin, his eyes darted around suddenly, and he seized Fat Wei's arm, swiftly pressing a note into his hand, whispering urgently, Hurry, you must go, there is no time left. He can help you. The man then turned his head, casting a significant glance at Chen Zhi, and resumed his silence, facing the corner. What did he give you? Chen Zhi asked Fat Wei, astonished by the unfolding scene. However, Fat Wei nonchalantly unfolded the crumpled note, shaking his head as he remarked, What else could it be but these cryptic symbols? For years, every time he sees me, he hands me one of these notes. I have no idea when he writes them. Sometimes they are soaked with sweat from my grip. The note always bears those same bizarre symbols, resembling eyes. Though I have no clue what they signify. Right? Let me see. Chen Zhi took the note from Fat Wei's hand. Fat Wei continued, over the years, he often grasped my hand, urging me to venture into the bronze door to rescue that brother of mine, insisting that time was of the essence. I wish I could, but it's not that simple. That bronze door is not a place for mere mortals. After listening to Fat Wei's account, Chen Zhi, intrigued, unfolded the note, and its contents startled him. He immediately inquired of Fat Wei, You mentioned your brother passed through that bronze door. Did he ever tell you what lies beyond it? Fat Wei furrowed his brow and shook his head. Who knows? In the end, he never provided a clear answer. He merely stated that behind that bronze door is the ultimate conclusion. Ultimate? Chen Zhi responded, flipping the crumpled note for Fat Wei to see. The symbols he drew are not mere gibberish. They are divine script. The meaning of these characters is Yellow Springs. Chapter 300. The map of Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs? Are you saying the cryptic symbols my brother wrote mean Yellow Springs? Fat Wei seemed perplexed, blinking in disbelief as he retorted to Chen Zhi. Isn't Yellow Springs a place only the deceased are said to visit? What could he mean by that? Not at all. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, saying, In divine script, there is no concept of adjectives. A term means precisely what it signifies. This Yellow Springs refers to the realm of the dead, the underworld. According to legend, Yellow Springs is a pathway leading to the underworld, which is described in numerous myths. These tales depict a world divided into three realms, heaven, earth, and hell, where humans possess souls. Each individual has 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon death, one must report to the underworld, where they face judgment from the king of hell. Those who committed sins in life are cast into the 18 levels of hell for various punishments. As Chen Zhi elaborated, he glanced at the man seated in the corner. Continuing, Your brother's use of divine script to inscribe those two characters, Yellow Springs, is no coincidence. He is conveying a message to you, indicating that the surrounding environment is perilous. As I mentioned earlier, I do not believe he is truly insane. Typically, those afflicted with madness exhibit clouded eyes and disordered thoughts, with fragile spirits. Although your brother behaves strangely and refrains from communication, his eyes are clear, unlike those of someone who is mentally unhinged. As I previously stated, he is tormented by an inner demon, and that is precisely why he has come to this village of divination pits. As he spoke, Chen Zhi's words seemed to awaken Pang Wei from his stupor. He remarked, in a daze, that upon their arrival, his brother had suddenly exhibited an unusual excitement. He recalled that his brother often insisted on venturing out in the dead of night, urging him to search for a map in the mountains. At the time, Pang Wei had been perplexed by this insistence and was concerned for his brother's safety, thus forbidding him from leaving. Subsequently, his brother ceased to communicate with him altogether, and eventually, he transformed into his current state. Did he mention a map? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, Pang Wei nodded. But I have no idea what sort of map it was. Whenever I asked him, he remained silent. I see, Chen Zhi mused thoughtfully. What he referred to must be the map leading to the underworld, the Yellow Springs map. He then succinctly relayed to Pang Wei the information that Leopard had sent him. This town of Zhongshan holds a significant history. During the late Song dynasty, there was a monk named Dan Qi who claimed to have escaped from the underworld, bringing with him a vast treasure that he concealed in this very place. Following his mysterious disappearance, it was rumored that he possessed a map leading to the underworld, the true path to the Yellow Springs. How is that possible? Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he listened to Chen Zhi's tale. Isn't the underworld a realm only the dead can enter? Such beliefs belong to a bygone era. Surely, there is no 18-layered hell. Even if such a place existed, could anyone return from it alive? Every rule has its exceptions, Chen Zhi replied, his expression slightly altered. As far as I know, 2 individuals have returned from the underworld. The monk Dan Qi I just mentioned, and your remarkably skilled brother. What do you mean? Pang Wei suddenly seemed to grasp the significance of Chen Zhi's words. Are you suggesting that behind the bronze door lies the underworld? Yes, Chen Zhi affirmed with a subtle nod, casting a sidelong glance at the man seated in the corner, whose back was turned to them. The man's back quivered slightly, as if he had overheard their conversation, but soon returned to his previous calm. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, Chen Zhi continued. To uncover the truth of it all, we must first locate that Yellow Springs map. After the disappearance of the monk Dan Qi in the early Yuan dynasty, there was a fervent pursuit of his treasure, drawing many martial artists and eccentric individuals to his hometown, this very Zhongshan town. The current inhabitants of Zhongshan are, in fact, descendants of those treasure seekers. These individuals possess remarkable skills and are not to be trifled with. Their prolonged presence here without discovering the treasure suggests that it is not so easily found. Pang Wei, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. You speak with such certainty, as if you already know the treasure's whereabouts. Perhaps this is all mere fantasy, he mused. Is there truly treasure from the underworld? If so, how could these people still be impoverished? They would have long since unearthed it. As Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted outside, suggesting that a crowd had gathered at the entrance. The two immediately halted their discussion and rushed out of the door. Outside, a group of villagers congregated, all brandishing torches and wielding pickaxes and clubs, encircling Pang Wei's home. At the forefront stood a robust, elderly woman with a dark complexion, appearing to be in her 70s, yet remarkably vigorous, her face a tapestry of deep wrinkles obscuring her features. Pang Wei, is everything all right? The elderly woman inquired in a peculiar military dialect, casting a glance at Chen Zhi, who stood nearby. I heard sounds of commotion from inside. Have you been robbed? No, it's nothing, Pang Wei responded with a smile, reassuring the old woman. It's just my friends visiting from outside. We haven't seen each other in a long time, and we were just celebrating. Oh, as long as it's nothing serious, the old woman chuckled, her face lighting up with a smile as she waved her hand at Chen Zhi. You city lad, make yourself at home. Don't wander about at this late hour. Tomorrow, we'll kill a chicken in the village to welcome you, our new guest. After her words, she gestured to the villagers, and they all turned to leave, following her back. Chen Zhi observed the retreating lights and remarked to Pang Wei, it seems the villagers hold you in high regard. Indeed, Pang Wei replied, a sense of pride swelling within him. Setting aside my own charm, The villagers are genuinely down to earth. Although the village is impoverished, the people are incredibly kind-hearted. They have lived in isolation in the mountains for years, without even a road, and are completely unaware of the world outside. They are far superior to those in the town. When I first arrived, I struggled to even ask for directions from the townsfolk. By the way, Pang Wei suddenly recalled. What was it you mentioned earlier? That the people in the town are descendants of treasure seekers? Chapter 301. The simple-minded monk. As Pang Wei pondered, he recalled Chen Zhi's words. What was it you said? That those in the town are descendants of treasure seekers? Hush. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, signaling Pang Wei to drop the topic, and pulled him back into the room. I have encountered those townsfolk. They are descendants of martial artists. The secretive figures of ancient China should not be underestimated. That era produced many legendary individuals who not only possessed extraordinary skills, capable of scaling walls and traversing rooftops, but also adeptly wielded mystical arts, summoning soldiers with mere beans and casting spells through incantations. Truly formidable beings. Chen Zhi glanced cautiously at the door and the outside before continuing in a hushed tone. Your brother brought you to this quaking village for a reason. Its location is quite extraordinary. When I traversed the mountains to reach this village during the day, I discovered that the spring water in the nearby mountains contained a significant amount of gold dust. This gold is not derived from local soil, but is instead the solid form of liquid gold, created when high-temperature liquid gold encounters damp earth and cold water. Thus, I suspect that Quaking Village is indeed the true homeland of that simple-minded monk, and the treasures brought by the underworld may well be concealed within the mountains that lie beyond. Is it truly a treasure? Upon hearing the word gold, Pang Wei's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Chen Zhi, observing Pang Wei's reaction, found it amusing. Despite already possessing considerable wealth, Pang Wei's insatiable greed was perplexing. Why hoard so much money in the bank without spending it? What is the purpose? I don't have any money, Pang Wei replied defensively. That money isn't mine. It belongs to my brother. There's a lot to explain, and it can't be done in a moment. In short, it's the money of several families, and it serves a significant purpose. I'm merely safeguarding it. I cannot touch it. He continued, over the years, I've traveled extensively to fund my brother's medical treatment. The savings I once had are long gone. Even my marital funds have been exhausted. How can I not be excited about gold? Please, tell me more about the gold in the mountains, Chen Zhi urged. Now I understand, Chen Zhi said, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Pang Wei. It seemed that the billionaire was merely a fade. I surmise that somewhere in the mountains behind us, there lies a place abundant with molten gold, and in astonishing quantities. The exact location eludes me at this moment, but it must be near the surface, not too deep. After speaking, Chen Zhi glanced around the inner room and continued, however, your brother's purpose in coming here is unlikely to be treasure. His true aim must be that map to the Yellow Springs. If I'm not mistaken, he ultimately seeks to pass through the bronze door. Or else this inner turmoil will never be resolved. Damn it, Pang Wei spat angrily onto the ground. If this is his inner turmoil, then I shall seek out that cursed map and dig up the treasure to replenish my marital funds. At this point, Pang Wei looked at Chen Zhi with a pleading expression, his eyes large and innocent. Orange, you heard him. My brother trusts you immensely to say you can help me. You will accompany me on this quest for the map, won't you? After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi solemnly nodded. I am willing to accompany you. However, you must promise me that regardless of whether we find the Yellow Springs map or not, you will return with me to the northeast. The Bao family believes you to be a traitor and is pursuing you relentlessly. We must clarify the situation. Of course, Pang Wei replied through gritted teeth. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would return. I intend to expose that traitor and avenge Sanzi. After conversing for a while, Chen Zhi began to feel his body weaken. Having traversed mountainous terrain for several days, exhaustion had set in. He had been maintaining his strength through sheer will, but now, as he relaxed, he felt as though his muscles were about to give way, and a slight fever crept across his forehead, making him yearn for rest. Pang Wei first found some fever-reducing medicine for Chen Zhi before arranging for him to sleep in the outer room. He then entered the inner room to rest with his friend. Having recently recovered from serious injuries and feeling quite frail, Chen Zhi soon drifted off into a deep slumber. Yet, within the realm of slumber, he perpetually harbored a disquieting intuition, a sensation that a pair of eyes was fixated upon him from a distance, sending shivers down his spine and preventing him from attaining restful sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds outside. The villagers had indeed slaughtered 2 chickens and an old goat to honor Chen Zhi, their esteemed guest from afar. This village was undeniably impoverished, as such meat was scarcely available even during festive seasons. This occasion, however, provided a rare feast for the village children, and despite his repeated refusals, Chen Zhi found himself compelled to alter his plans and remain an extra day, joining the villagers in their revelry. The villagers, embodying a simplicity and sincerity rarely encountered in the outside world, generously presented their modest stores of grain, some even offering sweets exchanged in town that they had withheld from their children. Chen Zhi was deeply moved by the kindness of these mountain dwellers, engaging joyfully in conversation and toasting with them as he observed the children playfully frolicking around them. During the festivities, he inquired with the village matriarch, Granny Jiao, about the legend of the monk Dan Qi. Granny Jiao's family had been rooted in the village for generations, from her great-grandfather to her grandfather and father. They had been the pillars of the community. With a sparse population, only her family possessed a modicum of literacy, and they maintained a family genealogy that chronicled significant figures from the village. When Chen Zhi requested to peruse this genealogy, Granny Jiao graciously acquiesced. Initially, Chen Zhi merely sought to test his fortune, as records from centuries past were exceedingly rare. However, to his surprise, Granny Jiao informed him that the genealogy indeed contained entries regarding the monk Dan Qi, along with numerous descriptions of his life. As they made their way to Granny Jiao's abode, she recounted how the village had historically been impoverished, relying solely on meager farming on the mountains to sustain themselves, never producing any scholars or eminent figures. During times of famine, it was not uncommon for families to send their children to temples to become monks due to their dire circumstances. Among these monks, a few distinguished individuals emerged, recorded in the genealogy, including the monk named Dan Qi. However, Granny Jiao could not recall the specifics of Dan Qi's accomplishments, only that he returned home in splendid attire after mastering Buddhist teachings and subsequently retreated into the mountains, ultimately attaining immortality. In chapter 302, Earth Immortal, Fat Wei found the notion amusing. Were monks not always in association with the Buddha? How could they possibly achieve immortality? If they succeeded, which temple would they belong to? Indeed, do not take it lightly, Granny Jiao fervently asserted, her face alight with devotion. There are earth immortals in the surrounding mountains, and that monk Dan Qi practiced his craft among them. After achieving immortality, there were still those in the village who claimed to have seen him. Is that so? Could it truly be that extraordinary? Fat Wei replied, his skepticism wavering as he began to entertain the possibility. A few individuals, engrossed in conversation, unwittingly found themselves at the residence of Granny Jiao. Her house, slightly larger than the typical villager's abode, was a high stilt structure. Yet it bore the weight of time and appeared quite dilapidated. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei remained downstairs, while Granny Jiao ascended to retrieve the family genealogy. After a short while, she emerged, clutching an ancient, tattered notebook, which she handed to Chen Zhi. It was a weathered tome, yellowed with age, its cover adorned with unevenly scrawled calligraphy that was quite unsightly. Here, Granny Jiao opened the genealogy to the page concerning the monk Dan Qi, revealing a line of crooked brush strokes, the handwriting hasty and rough. The first line proclaimed Master Dan Qi, followed by his birth date, and subsequent lines chronicled the life of the monk. At the tender age of 7, Dan Qi was sent by his parents to the Daming Temple beyond the mountains to be ordained as a monk. As an adult, his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings and diligent practice led to his recommendation by the temple to the Ministry of Rites at the court for the recording of scriptures, after which he wandered the world as an ascetic. The final entries in the record were somewhat obscure, noting his role as a scribe in the realm of the dead, ultimately achieving success and returning home in glory. The chronicler, likely lacking in education, did not question this account of Dan Qi's time in the underworld. In retrospect, it seemed probable that this passage referred to his tenure in the nether realm, suggesting that Dan Qi had been retained there as a scribe before escaping with a wealth of treasures and a map of the underworld. After perusing the genealogy, Chen Zhi inquired of Granny Jiao, "Granny, do you know the location of the Fengtu mountain where it is said that Master Dan Qi attained immortality?" "Of course," she replied, gesturing to the mountain behind Chen Zhi. "It is the very mountain that lies behind you. Master Dan Qi is a revered figure in our village, and a small pagoda has been erected in his honor there." "Is that so?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, turning to gaze at the mountain Granny Jiao had indicated. which he had crossed upon entering the village. But Granny, I walked past that mountain, and it is not particularly large. I did not see any ancient pagoda. Oh dear. You city folk are unfamiliar with the paths of the mountains, Granny Gio chuckled, her wrinkled face lighting up with laughter. The mountain may not be vast, yet its paths are dense and winding. Not to worry. If you wish to go, I shall lead you to Qing'e Mountain tomorrow. Even with my old bones, I can make the round trip in a day. That sounds splendid. Granny Gio, you are truly as vigorous as ever, Peng Wei exclaimed, showering her with compliments. After arranging a time for their ascent the following day, they departed from Granny Gio's home. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei returned to the village feast, and as night fell, they finally made their way back to their own lodgings. Since Granny Gio mentioned that there was only a single path to the mountain, they needed not pack excessively. They prepared only some provisions and water, taking along weapons as a precaution. In the evening, Chen Zhi appeared troubled as he tidied his belongings while inquiring about certain village matters from Peng Wei. Eventually, their conversation turned to the subject of last night's sleep. Peng, I must ask you something. Did you ever feel as though someone was watching you while you slept here? Not at all. Peng Wei chuckled, seemingly amused by Chen Zhi's question. Are you suggesting that someone was observing you in your slumber? Are you perhaps suspecting that some village girl has taken a fancy to you? Oh, Chen, you are overthinking it. Even a charming fellow like me has never had a girl approach him, so do not dwell on such notions. I'm not jesting. Please take me seriously, Chen Zhi replied, his expression grave. This sensation cannot be mere illusion. I felt it not only last night, but also during my slumber in the mountains. I am nearly certain that someone has been watching me. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Are you suggesting that someone has been following you? When did this start? Have you seen any figures? I have not seen any figures, but the feeling began as soon as I left the town and entered the mountains, Chen Zhi stated, taking a seat while offering Peng Wei a cigarette. He lit one for himself as well. When I was climbing Qing'e Mountain, I once slept in a cave and sensed the presence of someone nearby, though I did not see a distinct figure. Are you suspecting those from the town? Peng Wei inquired, accepting the cigarette and sitting down beside him. Yes, Chen Zhi nodded slightly, but I cannot be certain. Moreover, there is something that has always struck me as odd. Those treasure hunters from Chongshan Town have been here for centuries, yet they have failed to uncover the gold on Qing'e Mountain. Why have they not come to seek their fortune? Is there some particular reason that prevents them from accessing the treasure? Who knows? Peng Wei extinguished his cigarette. However, I have never held those fellows from Chongshan Town in high regard. Even when I hired a vehicle in the town, I noticed how selfish they were, utterly unwilling to assist with anything beyond their own affairs. We must remain cautious of them. They may very well be up to no good. Indeed, Chen Zhi acknowledged, deep in thought. The following morning, they had arranged to meet with Granny Gio, and the mountain folk rise early, so both men retired to bed quite early. As expected, just as dawn began to break, Granny Gio was calling for them outside Peng Wei's door. Chen Zhi glanced at the clock. It was still not yet 5 o'clock. After dressing, Peng Wei placed provisions for the day in his brother's room. In this village, where the customs are straightforward, there was no need to lock doors, and Peng Wei had already asked a villager to look after his brother during the day. Thus, before the sun had fully risen, the two men set off into the mountains with Granny Gio. Though she was in her 70s, Granny Gio's legs were remarkably strong, and as they ascended the mountain, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei often found themselves lagging behind the elderly woman. After 3 continuous hours of climbing, Chen Zhi began to struggle, and he proposed to Granny Gio that they pause for a moment to rest on the mountainside. Granny, what is the name of that ancient tower? Has anyone from the village ever ascended it? Chen Zhi panted as he addressed her. As for the name, long before, few knew of it. For atop Qing'e Mountain, we referred to it as Qing'e Tower. This tower has stood for several centuries, even older than my grandfather. In our youth, we often came here to play, but now our visits have dwindled. Grandma Gio is remarkably robust. After such a lengthy ascent, her complexion remains unaltered and her heart steady. Our village is exceedingly poor, distant from the emperor, devoid of any official offices or temples. Even during times of war, battles have never reached this tranquil place, which has remained unremarkable throughout history, save for the enigmatic monk, a figure of some renown. There are numerous legends concerning this tower within the village. Since childhood, I have heard many tales of dark shadows emerging from the mountains, figures adorned with sharp horns, their skin dark and robust, their faces reminiscent of cattle. Others claim these apparitions are transformed earth immortals, intent on abducting village children for sustenance. instilling great fear of the tower among the villagers. Rarely does anyone dare approach it. Indeed, I have not ventured there in decades. Have the villagers discovered anything of value on the mountain in recent years? Fat Wei, disinterested in the tales of Earth immortals, swiftly redirected the conversation to treasures. Yet, he instantly regretted his words upon witnessing the change in Grandma Zhou's countenance, as she leaned feebly against the rock, her age evident. Needing to rest, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, observing Grandma Zhou sitting on the stone, sipping water from a bamboo tube, her wrinkled face bearing a hint of melancholy. A few years prior, someone had unearthed a valuable treasure in the mountains, but it was an artifact of the Earth immortals, forbidden to touch, as doing so could lead to dire consequences. My son met his fate in such a manner. Chapter 303. The 7 Treasures of Golden Arrowheads. Grandma Zhou, with a serious expression etched upon her aged face, recounted sorrowful events from over a decade ago, including the tale of her missing son. Her son, Chen Zhi, was in his early 20s, strong and spirited, adept at both farming and hunting, regarded as one of the finest young men in the village. The villagers held him in high esteem, viewing him as the emerging leader, the embodiment of Grandma Zhou's hopes. However, that fateful summer, an unfortunate incident transpired. As autumn approached, the mountains teemed with game, marking a prime hunting season. Chen Zhi, as was customary, led a group of hunters up Feng Mountain, venturing deeper than usual, aspiring to return with substantial game to share with the villagers. During their trek, they stumbled upon an injured doe, nearly drained of blood and on the brink of death. An arrow lodged in her hind leg. The arrow glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, drawing their attention. Upon extracting the arrowhead, they were astonished to discover it was crafted from pure gold, encrusted with gems, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Believing they had unearthed a treasure, Chen Zhi and his companions hurried back to the village to present it to the villagers, who were equally baffled by its nature and origin. They suggested that Chen Zhi take the arrowhead to the town of Chongshan, where knowledgeable individuals might offer insights. After witnessing the gemstone arrow, the townsfolk informed Chen Zhi that this arrow was a priceless ancient artifact, adorned with 7 distinct gems. In ancient times, it was referred to as the 7 Treasure Arrow, utilized by emperors for sacrificial offerings to deities. The age of this arrow was exceedingly ancient, rendering it immensely valuable. They urged Chen Zhi to promptly take the 7 Treasure Arrow back home and keep it safe, should he wish to sell it. The townspeople would assist him in finding a buyer. Thus, Chen Zhi returned to the village, recounting all this to Granny Zhou and the villagers. Their spirits were lifted, believing that prosperity awaited them, as they envisioned selling the 7 Treasure Arrow to construct new homes, repair roads, and send children to school. However, that very night, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, Chen Zhi vanished without a trace, along with the 7 Treasure Arrow he had safeguarded. His hunting knife and straw sandals were also missing, and a trail of footprints led up the mountain, from which he never returned. Granny Zhou's family had once held great prestige in the village, and her son Chen Zhi was trusted by all. Yet, this incident left the villagers disheartened. They speculated that Chen Zhi had secretly absconded with the treasure, abandoning them to seek a better life in the city. Granny Zhou was profoundly saddened by this turn of events. She could not fathom that her son would act in such a manner. She stubbornly believed that the 7 Treasure Arrow was the property of the earth spirits, and that Chen Zhi had been bewitched by its allure, leading to this disgraceful act. From that moment onward, Granny Zhou never saw her son again, and Chen Zhi's name faded from the villagers' conversations. When Chen Zhi heard this, he inquired of Granny Zhou whether Chen Zhi had shown the 7 Treasure Arrow to the townsfolk before his disappearance. Indeed, Granny Zhou nodded. They even appraised the treasure and offered to help us find a buyer. Yet that very night, both Chen Zhi and the treasure vanished. Alas, it must have been the earth spirits that bewitched my son. How absurd. What earth spirits? Fat Wei exclaimed indignantly to Granny Zhou. If your son truly intended to flee, why wait until then? He could have simply run away in the town without anyone knowing. I suspect those townspeople are to blame. They are not to be trusted. They must have seen the money and sneaked into the village that night to steal the 7 Treasure Arrow. They probably even murdered him. They are truly despicable. Not necessarily. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking. If he had been killed, why would his knife and sandals be missing? Furthermore, those townsfolk have informed me of their ancestors' strict regulations. No clan may ascend the mountain alone. If there were matters to address on the mountain, All 108 surnames must go together to resolve them. Thus, it is possible that Qing'e is still alive. Orange, how can you be so naive? Fat Wei retorted, his voice raised in indignation. Do you truly believe their nonsense? What rules established by our ancestors dictate this? To me, it seems that money is their true ancestor. It is certain that Qing'e was murdered by them, and now we have no idea where he lies buried in the mountains. At this point, Peng Wei halted. Noticing Chen Zhi motioning to Granny Jiao with a shake of his head, signaling him to temper his words, for such directness might sadden the old lady. Realizing he had misspoken, Peng Wei promptly fell silent. Chen Zhi then softly addressed Granny Jiao, urging her not to be disheartened. For matters of evidence must not be spoken of lightly. He expressed that those skilled in martial arts often prioritize righteousness and camaraderie, suggesting they should not assume the worst of others, for it is not so casual a matter as taking a life. Humph. I believe you have been watching too many martial arts films. Speaking of chivalry, Peng Wei muttered under his breath, turning to Granny Jiao and adding, do not be upset. Granny, once I return to town, I will take care of those hired hands and avenge your son. Granny Jiao seemed to respond with a vague acknowledgement, saying, yes, yes. Let us hurry. We must traverse the mountain path without delay. Chen Zhi could not shake the feeling that Granny Jiao, while speaking, did not appear as sorrowful as one might expect. This small mountain, seemingly unremarkable, concealed a complex topography within. The path ahead twisted and turned, presenting a challenge far greater than any they had encountered before. Unbeknownst to them, they followed Granny Jiao into a secluded valley, where towering trees obscured the sun, resembling a primeval forest untouched by human presence. The valley, deprived of sunlight for years, was cloaked in green moss and fungi on both the trees and rock faces, and the air was damp and gloomy. The path ahead vanished, leading them to a vertical cliff that they would need to ascend. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei followed Granny Jiao as they climbed, gripping thick vines and scaling the rocky wall. As they ascended, loose stones and gravel tumbled down, echoing in their ears, while the wet moss made the climb perilous. With a single misstep, one could easily slip and fall. Yet, Granny Jiao moved with remarkable agility. Seemingly tireless, halfway up, she encountered a gnarled tree entwined with vines, and with a swift pull, she leapt upward, a feat astonishing for a woman in her 70s. Chen Zhi, watching from behind, likened her movement to that of a large monkey. Chapter 304. A Strange Realm. Upon reaching the summit, they looked down to discover they had unknowingly arrived at the peak, where a sea of clouds lay beneath them, offering a panoramic view of Guiqing village. The wind at the top was fierce, and ahead loomed a cave, its entrance adorned with thick green vines that obscured much of the opening. Inside, darkness reigned, concealing what lay beyond. Once we enter this cave, we shall behold the ancient tower, Granny Jiao said in a hushed tone. However, be forewarned. There may be peculiar and unusual things within. No matter what bizarre objects you encounter, do not be afraid. Uncertain whether it was due to the recent ascent or the fierce winds, Chen Zhi sensed an unusual quality in Jiao voice, as if it belonged to someone with a strained throat, forcing words to escape in a peculiar manner that defied description. In this world, it would indeed be remarkable if anything could still instill fear in us, Fat Wei remarked with a chuckle. Jiao, do not underestimate us. Even if the Jade Emperor were to suddenly appear, I could still engage him in light-hearted banter. Following his jest, Fat Wei laughed and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Zhi, who understood the unspoken cue and stepped ahead, trailing behind Jiao into the depths of the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, growing denser with each step taken, rendering their fingers invisible. Yet, Jiao navigated the obscurity with remarkable speed, leaving Chen Zhi and Fat Wei trailing behind. The cave was enveloped in an eerie silence, one so profound that the fall of a pin would be audible. In this pitch blackness, they could not discern one another, yet the rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed clearly. Fat Wei remained closely aligned with Chen Zhi, and midway through their journey, he suddenly reached out, swiftly inscribing a message on Chen Zhi's back. Be cautious, she is not human. A shiver coursed through Chen Zhi's spine, a chill rising within him, yet he stifled any noise, pressing onward and keeping a tight hold on the figure in front. The cavern was long and dark, with Jiao advancing briskly, neither glancing back nor uttering a word, as if oblivious to the two trailing her. In the depths of this darkness, Chen Zhi experienced a sudden illumination, a warm energy surging from his chest, revealing the aura surrounding their bodies. This ability to perceive the human aura had lain dormant since its awakening in the divine tomb, surfacing only in moments of profound peril. Now, he observed faint glimmers emanating from himself and Fat Wei, a flowing luminescent aura. Fat Wei's aura shimmered in a medley of dull hues, while Chen Zhi's remained a swift, golden glow. Peering ahead, he noted that Jiupopo continued to exude an unsettling darkness, devoid of any aura, resembling a lifeless specter. Silently, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei followed her, moving with great haste until, after approximately 3 hours, an extraordinary sight unfolded before them. The cave remained enveloped in darkness, yet the walls were adorned with clusters of fungi that seemed almost sentient, glowing vibrantly. At the cave's terminus, a multitude of luminous mushrooms formed an intricate pattern resembling a human face, their radiant colors creating a breathtaking spectacle, transporting one into a realm of fantasy. Upon reaching this point, Jiupopo abruptly halted, slowly turning to face Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, the glow of the mushrooms casting a ghostly pallor upon her aged visage. These are illusory light mushrooms. Do not gaze at them directly. Jiupopo's voice became even more hoarse, resonating with an unsettling discomfort. The mushrooms captivate the eye, inducing a dizzying sensation. Typically, those who venture here find themselves entranced by these fungi, oblivious to the passage ahead. After speaking, Granny Jiu wiped away a large face-like pattern in front of them, revealing the mushrooms writhing like a mass of flesh, slowly disclosing a small black void. This void expanded gradually until it transformed into a circular opening, taller than a person. Let us proceed. Granny Jiu beckoned to Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, indicating that they would soon find their way out. As they observed Granny Jiu stepping into the entrance, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei exchanged glances before following her in. The journey ahead was intricate, with Granny Jiu navigating several turns. Each entrance they passed activated a shimmering mushroom overhead, until at last, the exit appeared before them. Upon stepping out, a wave of sweet, fresh air enveloped them. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the scenery was so fantastical it felt as if they were witnessing a Hollywood fantasy epic. If Quaking Village was a paradise, this place was nothing short of a celestial realm. Every plant here was a large-leafed variety, lush and verdant, carpeting the valley. Strings of bright red fruits hung from the branches like exquisite jewels. Towering trees flourished, their gnarled trunks twisting gracefully, while vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Rocky formations stood majestically, their curves resembling the work of a divine sculptor. A small river meandered through the landscape, its surface sparkling as if composed of diamonds, evoking the essence of a fairy tale. Yet, the wonders did not end there. Amidst the greenery, small, radiant birds occasionally flitted about, their cheerful chirps trailing vibrant beams of color in their wake, dancing through the air like rainbows, a breathtaking spectacle. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, Granny Jiu remained unfazed by the beauty around her. She pointed toward the spire of a tower peeking through the dense forest, declaring, "That ancient tower lies ahead. We must hurry to reach it before noon." Her voice took on an increasingly peculiar tone, almost reminiscent of a man's. As she continued onward without glancing back at Pang Wei and Chen Zhi, striding directly toward the riverbank. The river was crystal clear, its gentle current flowing steadily, with a small wooden boat tethered at the shore. "Come aboard," Granny Jiu called to Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, instructing them to drift along the river-esque course. Swiftly, she boarded the vessel and untied the rope, prompting Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to jump in as well. As the boat began to glide downstream, the colorful birds took flight, swirling around Granny Jiu in a vibrant display. Chen Zhi gazed into the transparent waters below, noticing conspicuous black powder floating abundantly, gold-laden soil. Once aboard, Granny Jiu fell silent, lowering her head and engaging in a profound stillness, enveloping the three in an atmosphere of quietude. Breaking the silence, Chen Zhi ventured, "Granny Jiu, I have another tale regarding the monk of mild temperament. Would you care to hear it?" Yet, Granny Jiu, still with her head bowed, seemed to be unresponsive, as if she had not heard a word. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on her as he continued. "In the tale I know, the monk from centuries past, who appeared somewhat foolish, did not return home adorned in glory due to his mastery of Buddhist teachings. In truth, he had been captured and spent many years in the underworld. Eventually, he managed to escape, bringing back treasures from the nether realm along with a map of the Yellow Springs. Yet, upon his return to his hometown, he inexplicably vanished. What do you suppose is the reason for that? Suddenly, Granny Zhou trembled, raising her gaze to Chen Zhi, her aged countenance cold and rigid. In a hoarse voice, she responded, perhaps upon his return from the underworld, he realized he was no longer human. Upon hearing Granny Zhou's words, both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei immediately tensed up, swiftly retreating to the rear of the boat in silence as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Chen Zhi's heart raced, uncertain of the enigmatic old woman's intentions, who had responded so directly with such a chilling answer. He sensed that since entering this cave, her demeanor had gradually shifted, as if she no longer felt the need to conceal anything. The silence lingered, thickening the air with an unbearable intensity. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, gripping their knives, felt beads of sweat forming in their palms. The water beneath them surged with increasing ferocity, propelling their small vessel forward. After a sharp turn, the riverbank loomed closer, and the ancient tower became ever more distinct. Enough of this charade, Fat Wei bellowed, leaping onto the deck, drawing his knife with a swift motion, and addressing Granny Zhou at the bow of the boat. I've been aware of your oddities since we entered the village. No one has mentioned anything about the ancient tower or Qing'e. Either you fabricated these tales, or you are the only one privy to such secrets. You must know best how your son Qing'e met his end, don't you? Your agility in climbing these mountains, no 70-year-old could manage that, not even a robust athlete. Who exactly are you? Reveal your true self. With his declaration, Fat Wei brandished his knife defiantly, ready to fight. Suddenly, Granny Zhou erupted into a fit of eerie laughter, her voice unmistakably that of an aged man. Her pale, rigid face slowly turned towards Fat Wei, her expression grotesque as she inquired, "Who am I? Are you not afraid of meeting your demise in my belly? Huh, what is there to fear from you?" Fat Wei retorted, "Let me tell you, old witch. My brother and I are not to be trifled with. Not only you, but even ancient deities would fall before us. Show your true form. I confront gods and slay them. I confront Buddhas and vanquish them." As Fat Wei finished his declaration, he swung his knife toward Granny Zhou's head. At that very moment, a flock of colorful birds descended from the sky, chirping and scattering glittering dust, momentarily dazzling Fat Wei. In that fleeting moment, the old woman leapt from the vessel into the water, her figure vanishing beneath the surface with a swift flash. However, at that instant, the boat began to sway violently, as if ensnared by an unseen force, careening down the river and crashing forcefully against a mound of leaves on the shore. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei were both thrown into the water. Struggling to swim to the surface, they crawled onto the bank like drenched rats, their clothes thoroughly soaked. They had arrived at the land where the ancient pagoda stood, the ground blanketed in a thick layer of damp leaves. Chen Zhi observed that to their right lay a dense forest, while to their left, less than 500 meters away, stood the ancient pagoda. The pagoda's design was not particularly novel. It was constructed from large blocks of blue bricks, soaring over 20 meters high, composed of multiple tiers. The base was a square platform, surmounted by a corbelled foundation, predominantly crowned with a circular column, adorned with a Buddha niche. Typical of stone Buddhist pagodas from the Yuan dynasty. During that era, many enlightened monks chose to be buried beneath pagodas upon their passing, believing that such a resting place would enable them to return to the teachings of Buddhism and attain spiritual enlightenment. The flourishing of Buddhism during the Yuan dynasty made such pagodas quite common. Yet, the pagoda before them bore a striking distinction. While conventional pagodas feature octagonal bodies with tiered eaves that taper progressively upward, resembling a sword pointing skyward, this pagoda appeared like an inverted sword, seemingly thrusting into the ground, as if it were piercing through to subdue some lurking creature below. Surrounding the pagoda was a thicket of low trees, emanating a brilliant, radiant light. In front of the pagoda, a winding brook sparkled with a rich golden hue, though its exact form remained elusive from afar. The true essence of the old woman likely perished long ago, Chen Zhi murmured to Peng Wei after reaching the shore. For humans, regardless of age or frailty, a certain aura emanates from their being, yet this old woman possessed none. Such a phenomenon could only imply one thing: she was dead. The question of why this deceased woman lingered among the living was secondary. More pressing was her motive for deliberately leading them here. She had mentioned the pagoda before piquing their interest with the 7 treasures golden arrow, leading them into the cave. What was her ultimate purpose? "I do not know," Peng Wei replied, wiping the water from his forehead while casting a wary glance around. However, I am certain that this old witch has no good intentions in bringing us here. We should keep our distance from the pagoda and find concealment within that forest, remaining vigilant until we ascertain our next move. Chen Zhi wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. Pang Wei consistently exhibited remarkable composure in critical moments. The two of them wrung out their clothes, secured the small boat to a nearby tree, and then hurried into the thicket ahead. Pang Wei's decision proved prudent, for scarcely had they concealed themselves in the woods when a cacophony erupted outside, a peculiar sound akin to a herd of wild horses racing forth from the ancient pagoda. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei ascended a grand tree, concealing themselves amidst its dense branches. They unfurled a pair of binoculars, directing their gaze towards the ancient tower. A cloud of dust swirled around the tower as a large throng of dark silhouettes emerged, gathering ominously along the riverbank. When Chen Zhi and Pang Wei discerned the appearance of these figures through the lenses, disbelief washed over them. Before their eyes stood a group of extraordinarily robust humanoid creatures, sporting enormous bovine heads and hooved feet, each towering over 2 meters in height. Their powerful hands bore sharp claws, and their heads were adorned with curved, pointed horns. Their skin was a deep, lustrous black, covered in gleaming fur, while around their necks hung golden collars embellished with multicolored gems. With flaring nostrils, they panted heavily, their crimson eyes blazing as they roared ferociously. "What on earth are those?" Pang Wei exclaimed, astonished by the unfolding scene. Could they be the legendary bull-headed creatures of the underworld? Chen Zhi, equally entranced by the bizarre sight, noted that these beasts bore no mention in the annals of China's historical mythological creatures. If one were to draw a comparison, they bore a striking resemblance to the mythical guardians of hell. "These must be the earth spirits spoken of by the villagers," Chen Zhi murmured softly. "If these beings truly were summoned from the netherworld by the dim-witted, then everything within this valley ought not to exist in the realm of mortals. It appears that from the moment we entered this cavern, we have trespassed upon the territory of the dim-witted." Chapter 306. The Beastmen Hidden in the Tree Canopy. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei clung tightly to the trunk, wary of making a sound as they observed the towering, peculiar bull-headed beastmen rampaging along the riverbank. Searching fervently for them, these creatures exhibited immense strength, effortlessly lifting small boats tethered to the shore to inspect the waters below, as if intent on uncovering Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's whereabouts. After a prolonged search along the riverbank yielded no results, the beastmen gradually ventured into the woods in pursuit of their quarry. Alarm coursed through Chen Zhi. These bull-headed beings resembled ungulates, known for their acute sense of smell and tracking abilities, capable of locating prey solely by scent. Should they be caught, with the overwhelming number of beastmen, resistance would be futile. A dark mass of beastmen began to swarm into the forest, and as they passed through the area where Chen Zhi and Pang Wei concealed themselves, he gained a profound understanding of their raw power. This was an ancient wood, with trunks thick enough for 3 or 4 individuals to embrace, standing tall and proud. Yet, these robust trees were no match for the beastmen. The very trunks groaned under the impact of their collisions, branches swaying violently, and many towering trees were shattered by their might, leaving the forest in disarray. From his vantage point, Chen Zhi witnessed a towering beastman strike a troublesome boulder within the woods. Their fists were the size of sandbags, capable of obliterating stone with a single blow. One could only imagine the fate of a human who dared to confront these creatures directly. They would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, these orcs failed to discover the tree where Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were concealed. This woodland was abundant with fragrant fruit trees, a type of wild fruit native to the south, known for its astringent taste yet rich aroma. Following a recent rain, the air was saturated with the scent of dampness and fruit, completely masking the presence of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. The orcs rampaged through the forest for quite some time, failing to locate them, and in their frustration, they broke numerous large trees, their roars reverberating through the mountains, causing Chen Zhi's head to throb painfully. Eventually, a towering orc let out a bellow from the center of the woods, summoning all the orcs back to retreat from the forest. Once the orcs had departed a considerable distance, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei finally exhaled, as they had been holding their breath and tensing their nerves, afraid to make a sound. The threat to their lives had momentarily passed. The mass of orcs, after dashing to the base of the ancient tower, gradually vanished, raising clouds of dust and debris that eventually settled. Once the haze cleared, tranquility returned to the vicinity of the tower, with sunlight cascading down in vibrant rays, as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained cautious, hesitant to descend from the tree. Their prolonged experience in executing missions had taught them the virtue of vigilance. They clung to the branches, shrouded in thick foliage, silently awaiting the onset of darkness. As twilight approached, Chen Zhi, through his binoculars, spotted a small boat drifting down the river, slightly larger than the one he had previously used, gliding closer with each passing moment. He and Fat Wei quickly retrieved their folding binoculars to peer ahead, revealing Grandma Zhi seated at the bow of the boat, her legs crossed, holding a string of prayer beads as she meditated. Flanking her were two towering orcs, standing like sentinels behind her, while in the middle of the boat lay a child bound with ropes, tears streaming down his face, his eyes rolled back, clearly in a state of terror, motionless on the floor. Despite the distance, the exceptional capabilities of the binoculars allowed Chen Zhi to discern the child's features clearly. It was Yazi, a boy who had run around them during the village feast just the day before. Yazi was merely 10 years old, raised by his mother, and had often been seen orbiting around Fat Wei, eagerly expressing his desire to explore the city's sights. Now, for reasons unknown, he found himself bound and cast onto the small boat. "Damn it," Fat Wei exclaimed upon seeing Yazi on board, his agitation palpable. What are these vile creatures doing with the child? Could it be? He hesitated, swallowing the latter part of his thought, his face paling as he struggled to confront his own fears. Yet, Chen Zhi voiced the unspoken conclusion. "You are correct. This child has likely been captured for consumption." This is probably not the first occurrence, and it also explains why Grandma Zhi has remained in this village after her death. These creatures have likely been utilizing the guise of the old woman known as Nine Granny to abduct children from the village over the years, subsequently dragging them into the mountains for consumption. These must certainly be anthropophagus beasts. I recall upon encountering the remains of the nine-tailed celestial fox within the divine tomb, I observed that its mandible was excessively elongated, with teeth inclined sharply, starkly contrasting the biological structures of our contemporary beings. I surmised that when these deities and divine beasts emerged, humanity had yet to exist. Their anatomical composition resembles that of ancient glacial epoch creatures, or perhaps even earlier. The bovine-faced orc exhibits a remarkably primitive skeletal structure, and their skin possesses unique characteristics, flourishing only in environments devoid of sunlight for extended periods. If I am not mistaken, these orcs must be of great antiquity, having dwelled long in the shadows, perhaps in the underworld. You mean that these beings are indeed as astonished as Fat Wei, with their eyes wide open? Chen Zhi asserted confidently to Fat Wei. These orcs are likely the legendary Oxhead and Horseface of the underworld. Oxhead and Horseface are figures from Chinese mythology, long regarded as the soul-reaping emissaries of the netherworld. The Iron City Mud Plow Sutra once chronicled the origins of Oxhead and Horseface, describing how the former, in human form, was condemned to serve as a patrolling enforcer in the afterlife for his unfilial conduct. Initially, the representation of Oxhead and Horseface featured solely the head of an ox. It was the community's penchant for symmetry that later adorned it with a horse's visage, thus mythologizing their appearance and role over time. In truth, they were once tangible beings, possessing extraordinarily long lifespans akin to deities, remnants of an era preceding human civilization. Fat Wei found himself perplexed, scrutinizing the scene ahead through his telescope. It struck him as curious. If these were indeed such formidable entities as Oxhead and Horseface, how could they be subservient to Nine Granny? Furthermore, how could a monk named Dan Qi, from centuries ago, have possibly led so many of them out of the underworld and into these remote mountains? What means did he employ to command and control them? That is a question for Dan Qi himself, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing into the distance from their swaying vessel. The true Nine Granny has probably long since perished. What resides now is merely a creature cloaked in her skin. The entity aboard that boat is likely the monk Dan Qi from centuries past. Chapter 307. The cry for help from the forest. Could Nine Granny be Dan Qi? Fat Wei exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and clarity dawned. Good heavens! I just recalled that when I first arrived in the village, the locals mentioned that throughout history, there have been frequent cases of children going missing, particularly those prone to wandering off. Consequently, the villagers vigilantly watch over their offspring, believing it to be the mischief of mountain goblins, which has given rise to local legends. In retrospect, it appears those children were captured by 9 Granny, or rather, that monk Dan Qi, for consumption. By the heavens, how has this old bald donkey lived for centuries without perishing? Fat Wei pondered, still harboring skepticism. Is such a thing truly possible? How could a human live for so long? Did you not just hear him say that? Chen Zhi whispered, his gaze fixed through the telescope. Since emerging from the underworld, Dan Qi may no longer be human. After speaking, Chen Zhi peered again at the frail Granny Geo in the small boat, her face devoid of expression, resembling a rigid puppet as she deftly twirled her prayer beads. Let us exercise caution and refrain from speaking further. These creatures possess keen hearing, and our words may be carried to them by the wind. We should remain in the trees until nightfall, Chen Zhi advised Pang Wei, gesturing for him to maintain silence. As the boat carrying Granny Geo and the child reached the shore, 2 beastmen hoisted the child into the tower, while Granny Geo disembarked, standing at the water's edge, gazing into the woods for what seemed an eternity before vanishing without a trace. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei fell silent, waiting until darkness enveloped the forest before finally descending from the trees. They soon discovered that the night air was thick with moisture, the ground transformed into a quagmire, rendering their movements laborious. Having toiled throughout the day without sustenance, their stomachs grumbled with hunger, prompting them to seek a safe place to rest and consume some provisions to regain their strength, before deliberating on how to rescue the child or finding an exit to plan their next steps. As they waded through the muddy underbrush, a sudden cry echoed through the trees. Chen Zhi strained to listen, the voice ringing clear and eerily familiar, a man's desperate shout for help. Who in this desolate wilderness is calling for help? Pang Wei exclaimed, astonished as he trudged through the mire. Ignore it. It is likely some malevolent spirit, he suggested. Nay, Chen Zhi replied, tilting his ear to the wind. After listening intently, his expression shifted. That voice, it bears an uncanny resemblance to De Zheng, who accompanied me to Chongshan town. He relayed a brief account of De Zheng to Pang Wei, detailing their prior experiences in Chongshan town and how he had left De Zheng at the Zheng family's residence. His presence here defies logic. Pang Wei marveled. Could he have also been captured? No, that's implausible. Could it be that these fiends, unable to locate us, are masquerading as someone we know, attempting to lure us out? We must be wary of falling into their trap. Chen Zhi, harboring his own doubts, recognized the unreliable signal in these mountains. It had been a considerable time since he last communicated with De Zheng. Hearing his cries in such a place indeed raised suspicion. He recalled tales of a creature from the underworld capable of mimicking human voices to ensnare its victims. Help! Help! The cries from the forest grew louder and more frantic, stirring anxiety within those who listened. Chen Zhi discerned with clarity that it was undoubtedly De Zheng's voice, filled with anguish and tremulous despair, as if he had sustained injuries. That voice truly belongs to De Zheng, Chen Zhi quietly remarked to Pang Wei. Judging by the sound, he must be nearby. If it is indeed him, we cannot simply ignore it. Pang Wei, also unsettled by the haunting cries, felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Damn it! This cursed place harbors all sorts of misfortunes. Since you are certain it is him, let us proceed. However, we should not rush to reveal ourselves. We must assess the situation first. Who knows if it is a person or a ghost, especially in this eerie forest at night? Understood, Chen Zhi responded, drawing his knife as he moved forward alongside Pang Wei. The cries for help grew louder and clearer as they advanced towards the source, halting their steps when they were near enough to climb a nearby large tree, concealing themselves amidst the foliage. They produced a pair of binoculars to peer towards where the voice emanated. In a small clearing within the woods, they spotted shattered rocks strewn about, and a bloodied figure knelt among the debris, one hand clutching a wound while calling for help. Under the moonlight filtering through the trees, Chen Zhi recognized the person in distress as De Zheng. It truly is him. Chen Zhi whispered to Pang Wei, I will descend to investigate. You stay here and do not move until I signal you. Pang Wei nodded, chambering around in his handgun and remaining in the tree to await Chen Zhi's return. Chen Zhi then slid down from the tree, gripping his loaded firearm tightly, and cautiously approached the clearing. As Chen Zhi emerged from the woods, De Zheng's eyes lit up with relief, tears streaming down his face. Oh, brother, how did you come here? Thank goodness you arrived, otherwise I would have perished in this forest. De Zheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he recounted his ordeal. After Chen Zhi entered the mountains, De Zheng had felt an unsettling worry and decided to follow him into the woods. However, he soon found himself lost, wandering aimlessly until he stumbled upon this spot. With no one around, and having accidentally fallen, he had injured his leg on the jagged stones, causing him great pain and prompting his desperate cries for help. Just when he was about to succumb to despair, Chen Zhi had miraculously appeared. Were you lost and ended up here? Chen Zhi scrutinized De Zheng closely, examining every detail, yet finding no apparent issues. Indeed, I have wandered these mountain paths for days without even catching a glimpse of that place called Guiqing Village. I stumbled and staggered my way here, completely unaware of my surroundings. De Zheng, I need to ask you something, Chen Zhi said, his expression grave. Can you tell me what your company primarily operates in, which group it belongs to, and where the headquarters is located? What's wrong, brother? Have you lost your memory? De Zheng replied, astonished. My small company is part of the Bao family's enterprises. I have been engaged in steel sales for the southern region on behalf of the Bao family. Who in Northeast knows nothing of the Bao family? Are you not simply the one they sent? Chen Zhi nodded in relief, preparing to assist De Zheng. Suddenly, De Zheng interjected, let us not dwell on that, my brother. Surely you are not alone. Where is the other person who accompanied you? Chapter 308. Who exactly are you? De Zheng's words struck Chen Zhi, causing his heart to skip a beat. He instinctively stepped back, gripping his firearm tightly, directing its muzzle towards De Zheng. How do you know I have another companion? I have not disclosed that to you. Taken aback by Chen Zhi's response, De Zheng paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Oh brother, how could you be so confused? It was you who mentioned that you came to the mountains in search of someone. Now that you have found them, it stands to reason there must be another person. Where are they now? Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on De Zheng, sheathing his firearm at his waist. He cautiously reached for his long blade, the God Slayer, and shook his head gently. I have never revealed my purpose for coming to the mountains, nor have I stated that I was searching for anyone. You could not possibly know of another person unless, of course, you had seen us just now. De Zheng's expression suddenly stiffened, his countenance darkening as if his very skin might peel away. He exhibited no fear of Chen Zhi's firearm, yet when he caught sight of the God Slayer, his brow furrowed slightly, and Chen Zhi detected a flicker of impatience in his demeanor. Speak. Where is your other companion? We must leave this valley together. De Zheng maintained his smile, though it appeared grotesque, his lips stretching wide like a crescent moon. My friend has already departed from this place, Chen Zhi stated coolly, his eyes keenly observing De Zheng's reaction. You are not De Zheng. What are you truly? How can you impersonate his appearance? Upon hearing this, De Zheng abruptly stood, as if his injuries had vanished. His expression remained rigid, his body slowly arching backward like an infuriated beast. Just then, Chen Zhi heard rustling from the woods behind him and realized the situation was dire. It must be Fat Wei descending from the trees upon witnessing the unfolding events. He shouted, "Stay back. It's a trap." At that moment, De Zheng's visage twisted grotesquely, his features melting together as they morphed into an entirely different countenance. A monstrous entity devoid of a nose and eyes, its skin smooth and glistening, covered in a viscous slime, with a long tongue protruding, resembling a large caterpillar. Chen Zhi unsheathed the God Slayer, swiftly retreating several steps, bracing himself to confront the creature. Yet, instead of lunging at him, this caterpillar-like monstrosity curled its blood-red tongue and emitted a series of ghastly cries into the sky. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Stunned by the creature's horrific sounds, Chen Zhi quickly regained his composure. This is bad. It is calling for reinforcements. I must silence it, he thought, preparing to charge forward. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and a spear pierced the creature from head to toe, causing it to ooze black blood as it collapsed to the ground with a thud. From its grotesque body, viscous fluids oozed out, and it was clad in tattered garments that belonged to a man named De Zheng. Chen Zhi was startled by this unexpected turn of events and quickly looked up, only to see a man with a curved blade leaping down from the tree above. This man was adorned in a makeshift outfit of leaves, resembling a wild savage. He was the one who had hurled the spear. The leaf-clad man kicked the fallen beast and swiftly extracted the spear, shouting in authentic Hakka dialect at Chen Zhi. What are you standing there for? Come on, run with me. That monster has already sent word. The goblins will be here shortly, and they will devour you alive. After delivering this urgent warning, he took off, sprinting deeper into the woods with the spear in hand. Glancing back, Chen Zhi noticed that Fat Wei had already caught up. He had seen Chen Zhi threatened by the creature and rushed over to assist him. But the events unfolded so rapidly that he had barely comprehended the situation before the monster lay dead. Follow him. Run. Chen Zhi urged Fat Wei, and the two hurried after the man into the dense forest. Indeed, before they could venture far, a cacophony of roaring and thundering echoed behind them as a horde of orcs charged into the woods, pursuing them relentlessly. The three of them raced for their lives. Chen Zhi felt as if they would break Olympic records at that moment. The man led the way with remarkable speed, clearly familiar with the terrain, while Chen Zhi and Fat Wei closely trailed behind, weaving through a rocky labyrinth. The rocky terrain was complex, akin to a natural maze, where the unacquainted could easily lose their way. The man navigated the rocky forest with agility, eventually reaching a substantial crevice in a massive rock wall. He leapt into the opening and vanished. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them, leaving Chen Zhi and Fat Wei no time to ponder as they followed him into the crevice, landing on solid ground and discovering that the opening was shallow, leading to a natural underground stone passage. After walking a short distance in darkness, they were greeted by a flicker of light. The other end of the stone passage opened into a small cavern, shielded by a cascading underground waterfall, making it difficult for anyone to discover their hiding place. The man halted inside the cave, leaning against the wall, panting heavily, and reassured Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, "You are safe here. They won't find us." At that moment, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exhaled in relief, collapsing onto a rock as they gasped for breath. In their haste, Chen Zhi had not taken a close look at the man's appearance. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that the leaves were merely a disguise, as the man wore tattered cloth beneath, clearly showing signs of wear from many years without change. The man bore a sun-kissed complexion, appearing to be around 30 years of age, with muscles that were remarkably well-defined. His teeth were as white as snow, and his face radiated a sincere and unpretentious demeanor typical of those from the mountains. I inquired, "My friend, who might you be? You seem to have emerged like the legendary Sun Wukong, yet you dress like a wild man." Panting, Fat Wei surveyed this extraordinary figure from head to toe, straightening his back. The man smiled warmly at Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, revealing a mouthful of pristine teeth. "I am called Qing'e, a native of Qing'e village. My mother was the village chief during her lifetime." Chapter 309. "Qing'e, is it truly you, Qing'e?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. It appeared that the tales spun by the false Granny Geo were indeed grounded in truth. Such a person did exist. "But weren't you supposed to be dead?" Fat Wei questioned, equally astonished. "The Granny Geo you encountered was not the real one. My mother passed away long ago, yet I am very much alive. I remain here to protect the people of Qing'e village." After declaring this, the man, who introduced himself as Qing'e, bent down to drink from the waterfall, then wiped his mouth and continued, "I just saved you. That slimy creature is capable of transforming into human form. After luring you out, it would summon the earth elementals. And those towering beings possess great strength. One punch could shatter rocks as large as you. If they captured you, it would spell your doom." Exchanging glances, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei immediately expressed their gratitude to Qing'e, yet their confusion persisted. "But weren't you lost along with the 7-treasure golden arrow 10 years ago? How is it that you are here now?" I have been unable to escape all this time." Qing'e sighed deeply, recounting the events of his past decade and the truth of that fateful night when the 7-treasure golden arrow vanished. Qing'e had grown up in Qing'e village, his family having held the position of village chief for generations. After his father's death, his mother, Granny Geo, had occupied that role for many years. Orphaned at a young age, he was well regarded by the villagers, having dined at nearly every home. As he matured, Qing'e became a robust and insightful individual, emerging as the backbone of the village. The villagers placed their trust in him as the new generation's leader. Qing'e village was impoverished, with scarce resources on the mountains, and most inhabitants had never ventured beyond its confines, leaving the children without educational opportunities. Qing'e's greatest aspiration was to construct a road connecting the village to the town, enabling the village's children to attend school and offering a glimmer of hope for their future. That year, Qing'e, accompanied by several young men from the village, ventured into the mountains to hunt large game, an annual tradition. As autumn approached, the mountains teemed with wildlife. A successful hunt could yield several deer, the antlers of which could be sold for a considerable sum, while the hides and blood were also in demand. After searching the mountains without encountering any significant prey, they decided to delve deeper into the wilderness. After a lengthy trek, they stumbled upon an extremely steep rock face, an area they had never explored before. A group of young men, skilled hunters from the mountains, possessed an unwavering confidence in their climbing abilities. Driven by curiosity, they ascended a steep, unfamiliar cliff, where they stumbled upon the entrance to a cave. At the mouth of the cave, they discovered a wounded doe on the brink of death, with a golden arrow lodged in her hind leg, later known as the Seven Treasures Golden Arrow. The sight of the gleaming arrow filled them with astonishment. They believed they had unearthed a treasure of the mountains. Consequently, they abandoned their autumn hunt and hurried back to their village with the golden arrow in hand. Upon their return, the exuberant Chen Zhi proudly presented the arrow to Granny Jiao and the villagers, sharing their intention to sell it in town and utilize the proceeds to repair the village roads. However, Granny Jiao and several elders vehemently opposed this plan. They spoke in hushed tones of the earth spirits residing on Qing'e Mountain, recalling the ancient legends of hidden treasures and dire warnings passed down through generations, cautioning against meddling with mysterious riches from the mountains, lest they invoke the wrath of the earth spirits, who were said to abduct village children. Undeterred by the elders' warnings, Chen Zhi and his companions dismissed the legends as mere superstition. With Qing'e's insistence, they resolved to take the golden arrow to town for appraisal. Upon their arrival, the evaluation exceeded their wildest expectations. Townsfolk proclaimed the arrow could fetch at least 10 million, perhaps even more, but emphasized the necessity of finding the right buyer. They advised Chen Zhi to return to the village with the arrow, urging caution and recommending he keep it concealed from prying eyes, lest greedy individuals take an interest. At this juncture, Pang Wei interjected, asserting that the townspeople were not to be trusted and that Chen Zhi remained blissfully unaware of their true nature. He admonished him for showcasing the arrow in town, suspecting that the very same scoundrels would plot against him. Chen Zhi, however, remained resolute, confident in his ability to discern character. He insisted that the townsfolk were honorable and trustworthy, especially Uncle Jiao from the Zheng family, whom he had frequently dealt with during his fur trading days. Recognizing him as a man of integrity, Chen Zhi firmly believed that the true threat lay with the earth spirits. After sharing his thoughts, Chen Zhi recounted the events that transpired upon his return to the village with the Seven Treasures Golden Arrow. That night, he disclosed the arrow's worth to the villagers, who were elated and began to dream of the possibilities that this newfound wealth could bring, repairing roads, constructing a primary school, and establishing farms for raising pigs and poultry, ensuring a brighter future for the village children. However, that very night, an unexpected incident occurred. In the dead of night, a knock echoed at Qing'e's door. The villagers, accustomed to early slumbers, rarely visited one another at such an hour, unless compelled by urgent matters. Granny Jiao donned her outer garment and opened the door, only to find a young man, Tianya, one of Qing'e's companions who had ventured into the mountains with him. This young man was the father of the boy recently captured by the earth spirits. Tianya is an adept hunter with a strong rapport with Chen Zhi, and Granny Jiao treats him like her own son. After inviting Tianya in, Granny Jiao and Chen Zhi serve him hot tea and inquire about the urgency of his late-night visit. However, Tianya engages in trivial conversation, his eyes darting restlessly around the room. Eventually, he expresses a desire to see the Seven Treasures Golden Arrow once more. Chen Zhi and Granny Jiao think little of it, as the golden arrow is kept within the house. Granny Jiao leads Tianya inside to view the arrow, while Chen Zhi waits outside for their return. After a while, Chen Zhi notices Tianya emerging alone, bloodied hands in tow. Terrified, he suspects Tianya may have turned rogue in pursuit of the golden arrow and reaches for a nearby curved knife. Yet, he is taken aback by the sinister ferocity in Tianya's gaze as he lunges forward, sinking his teeth into Chen Zhi's neck. In that instant, Chen Zhi feels the frigid touch of Tianya's body and hands, coupled with an overwhelming strength. Realization dawns upon him. Tianya is already dead, and what has approached him is but a corpse. Chapter 310, Chen Zhi, Part 2. Though Chen Zhi hails from the village, he possesses a certain audacity, and with his mother's fate uncertain, he cannot succumb so easily to death. Having previously battled beasts in the mountains, he recalls that a predator typically bites the throat of its prey first, gauging its reaction. If the prey struggles, the predator bites down harder. If it becomes still, the predator assumes it is dead and releases its grip. Thus, after Tianya bites him, Chen Zhi feigns a struggle for a moment before going limp. Upon sensing Chen Zhi's stillness, Tianya releases his bite and strides into the house. With narrowed eyes, Chen Zhi watches as Tianya emerges, dragging his mother, Granny Jiao. whose head is drenched in blood, eyes rolled back, evidently lifeless. In that moment, rage surges within Chen Zhi, believing Tianya has risen from the dead. As he witnesses Tianya exit, he resolves to awaken the villagers and rally them to vanquish this reanimated corpse. However, upon reaching the door, he realizes the futility of his intentions. Stealthily following Tianya out of the elevated structure, he encounters the young hunters who had ascended the mountain with him. Their faces frozen in a ghastly stupor, resembling a horde of zombies. This macabre assembly waits for Tianya to emerge before collectively dragging Granny Zhou's corpse back towards the mountain. Chen Zhi comprehends the grim truth. These individuals are all deceased, their bodies possessed by malevolent spirits, the very ones who had ventured to the cave with him. They are drawn by the allure of the 7 treasures golden arrow. The villagers of Qing'e are few in number, with most able-bodied youth among this group. Based on the ferocity of Tianya's earlier attack, any confrontation with these zombies would surely lead to death for the remaining villagers. The village is isolated and devoid of any means to summon the authorities. A massacre would spell doom. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to ensure the villagers remain unaware, for to alert them would only bring about their demise. In a state of desperation, Chen Zhi stealthily grasped a curved blade and tore a strip of cloth to bind the wound on his neck tightly. Subsequently, he discreetly followed the group into the mountains. As he traversed this path, Chen Zhi became increasingly convinced that these individuals were indeed a band of monsters. Their manner of climbing was peculiar, their movements entirely devoid of human grace. Rather than using their hands and feet to ascend, they writhed upwards like crawling insects. Seemingly indifferent to the abrasions their skins suffered against the stones, as if they were entirely oblivious to pain. Thus, Chen Zhi followed them deep into the mountains, eventually arriving at a steep cliff. Upon climbing it, he entered a cave. These creatures appeared to possess a lack of keen awareness, and given Chen Zhi's habitual practice of hunting and tracking prey, he managed to remain undetected throughout his journey. Ultimately, he found himself in a strange realm alongside these monsters. It was then that Chen Zhi realized there existed another sky in this place. Although it lay above Windy Peak, it was a sight unseen by them, an expansive, untouched wilderness. Upon witnessing the grotesque figures dragging his mother's corpse into an ancient tower, Chen Zhi dared not enter recklessly and instead concealed himself within the forest. After observing for a time, he soon discovered that he was trapped. The only exit from this valley was through the cave, and reaching it necessitated crossing a river. Wooden boats frequently lined the riverbank, but that area was dominated by the towering goblins, whose strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. The creatures here could be categorized into 2 main types. The predominant variety consisted of bull-headed beings known as goblins, who were immensely powerful. The other type resembled large caterpillars, rarely seen, yet capable of transforming into human form and inheriting the memories of the individuals they imitated, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the fake. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi witnessed these monsters assuming the appearances of villagers to infiltrate the community and abduct children, accompanied by his mother, whom the creatures had replaced. Notably, the entity that had taken his mother's place was unlike the others. It seemed to be their leader, commanding the rest of the monsters. However, the frequency of their abductions was low, occurring only at specific times when they would seize children and then perform a ritualistic activity by the riverbank. Over the course of 10 years, these creatures captured 5 or 6 children from Qing'e village. Concealed within the forest, Chen Zhi gradually discerned their habits. After capturing a child, they did not consume them immediately. Instead, they would leave the child by the river's edge overnight, encircled with red earth and a statue erected before them, offering incense. All the monsters would retreat into the tower, remaining inside for the night. The following morning, the entity resembling his mother would lead the monsters back out, where they would use a 7-treasure golden arrow to fatally strike the child before devouring them, a scene of harrowing cruelty. Spring was taken aback by the gruesome scene before him, filled with intense fury. Yet, he understood that should he recklessly rush out to save the child, he would not only fail but also forfeit his own life in vain, rendering his efforts meaningless. His priority was to escape and return to the village to inform the others. Thus, he sought refuge in a secure cave. 2 years later, when the goblins captured another child, Spring had already discerned the monster's sacrificial habits. Under the cover of night, he stealthily ventured out to rescue the child. Subsequently, every child taken by the monsters was secretly saved by Spring. It was from that point onward that the creatures began to notice his presence, adopting the guise of villagers to lure him out, much like the monster that masqueraded as De Zheng to entice Chen Zhi. Since rescuing those children, Spring's sense of purpose intensified, and he became increasingly cautious, aware that he was no longer acting solely for himself, but also to protect these innocent lives. Unable to escape by his own means, he patiently awaited a fortuitous opportunity to bring the children back to their parents. Until today, with the arrival of Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, after hearing Spring's account, both were utterly astonished. "Brother, no, Spring, have you been here, contending with these monsters for a decade alone? And you still maintain such a sound state of mind? I truly admire you," Peng Wei exclaimed, giving Spring a thumbs up. His face suffused with genuine admiration. "Of course, I must remain sharp. If I falter, what will become of these children?" Spring replied, gesturing towards a small side opening in the deepest part of the cave, calling out, "Hey, come out, the noble ones have arrived. We have hope of escape." No sooner had he spoken than several children emerged from the opening. The eldest appeared to be around 13 or 14, while the youngest was merely 5 or 6. Likely due to their prolonged exposure to darkness, their hair and skin bore a yellowish hue, and signs of malnutrition were evident. They timidly emerged, eating their fingers, their eyes wide with wonder and hope as they gazed at Chen Zhi and Peng Wei. These children, having long been deprived of human contact and terrified by the local monsters, were too frightened to venture outside. They were equally fearful of being captured by the creatures, avoiding hunting and fire, subsisting instead on wild fruits. Spring lamented their plight and looked hopefully at Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, declaring, "Now that noble ones have arrived, I can see you are capable individuals. The survival of both myself and these children depends on you." Chapter 311. The Rescue Plan. After hearing Spring's words, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei fell into a prolonged silence. At that moment, Spring's image loomed larger in their minds. This ordinary mountain man, not only kind and optimistic, but also remarkably composed and astute in such dire circumstances, commanded deep respect as a true grassroots hero. Fat Wei momentarily forgot his true identity as a tomb raider, becoming inspired by Chunsheng, feeling an elevation in his own moral character, as if he were shouldering a magnificent and noble mission. "Rest assured, dear brother Chunsheng, we shall undoubtedly rescue you all. I may lack other talents, but over the years, traversing the vast expanses of this land, engaging with these malevolent creatures has bestowed upon me considerable experience. Henceforth, we shall devise a plan to facilitate your escape from this dire predicament. However, I must confess, your ability to survive in such a place and save so many children is truly commendable." Fat Wei expressed his admiration for Chunsheng with genuine excitement, sharing some chocolate from his pocket with the children. Initially, the children hesitated to accept, but soon they grew fond of Fat Wei. The three of them then began to strategize their escape from this valley, a task far from simple. Chunsheng had explored every nook and cranny of the valley over the past decade, and the sole exit was the cave through which they had entered. Their immediate priority was to rescue Yazai. Upon learning that Yazai was the son of Tianya, Chunsheng became even more animated. He had grown up alongside Tianya, who had met an untimely and mysterious end, leaving behind this sole heir, now captured by monsters. Chunsheng resolutely declared his intention to retrieve Yazai. According to Chunsheng's observations over the years, these creatures abducted children at a specific time to conduct a sacrificial ritual, exclusively targeting boys. At night, they would bind the children to the riverbank, surrounding them with a red clay and erecting a statue for worship due west. Once the ritual concluded, all the monsters would hasten back to their ancient tower, remaining there until dawn. It was during this interval that Chunsheng could rescue the children. Thus, the plan to save Yazai hinged on seizing this opportunity tonight. After bringing Yazai back to the cave, they would escape together. As Chen Zhi contemplated this, he inquired of Chunsheng, given that the riverbank is unguarded at night and the monsters do not emerge, why not simply cross the river by boat under the cover of darkness? "I have considered and even attempted this approach," Chunsheng explained. "You must have seen those colorful little birds flitting over the water's surface, correct? In fact, these birds serve as the eyes of the creatures. They flit about the river, and if they sense something amiss, they immediately call out as a warning. When I attempted to stealthily cross the river, I was discovered by them. Had I not escaped swiftly, I would have been captured by a goblin." Understanding this, Chen Zhi nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Do you believe that those monsters must kill a person before transforming into their likeness?" Is it certain that the transformed individuals perish? That seems unlikely, Chen Zhi pondered. Over the years, to lure me out, they have transformed many villagers. They surely wouldn't have killed them all. Realizing this, Chen Zhi nodded. Now convinced that De Zheng from the town was still alive and likely residing safely in the Zheng family residence. After Chen Zhi fell into a prolonged reverie, he meticulously calculated the various feasible options for their escape, listing all potential breakthroughs. Ultimately, he concluded that the likelihood of escaping solely with their limited numbers was nearly non-existent. Judging by the monster's aversion to the god-slaying blade, it appeared to belong to a category of ancient divine beasts. As with their previous combat experiences, controlling their weapons could serve as a form of restraint against such creatures. However, this did not imply that Chen Zhi and Fat Wei could contend with these goblins. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, with hundreds of goblins possessing immense strength. A coordinated assault could easily overwhelm them. Had the ghost blade been present, their chances might have been significantly improved, yet they were now left with only the two of them. Engaging them head-on was utterly impractical. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to rescue Yazai first, seeking refuge within this cave while awaiting external assistance. We must establish contact with the outside world to solicit aid, Chen Zhi remarked to Chen Sheng and Fat Wei. During my time in Chongshan town, I discovered that the men there are descendants of remarkable figures from the ancient martial world. Each possesses unique skills and abilities. Given their demeanor, they are likely not to be trifled with. They are the closest to us, and we should seek their assistance. Spare me the optimism, Fat Wei interjected, shaking his head vigorously. You actually expect help from them? Even if that bunch hasn't harmed Chen Sheng, they are hardly benevolent. They are not the type to act heroically and lend a hand. When I sought a guide in town to hire a vehicle to Guokeng village, no one cared to assist. Those people are utterly indifferent to outsiders. Their selfishness is astounding. Waiting for them to come to our rescue is akin to hoping for the Monkey King to arrive on a rainbow. No, Chen Zhi replied pensively. Those individuals are not as simple as they appear. Moreover, the nature of our distress signal will determine whether they respond. Since they gather here for treasure, only the promise of treasure will entice them. Furthermore, sending out a distress signal increases our chances, providing us with a glimmer of hope for escape, which bears no cost. Most importantly, we need to inform Lord Bao, urging the Bao family to dispatch someone to rescue us. Yet, distant aid cannot quench our immediate thirst. We shall have to wait a while longer. After deliberating, Chen Zhi requested Chen Sheng to help find a higher vantage point in hopes of catching a mobile signal. After some contemplation, Chen Sheng informed Chen Zhi that there was indeed a high point on the cliff behind the cave, though it remained uncertain whether a signal could be received. Cautiously emerging from the cave, Chen Zhi and Chen Sheng assessed their surroundings and deemed them relatively safe before ascending the cliff. The summit was indeed lofty, but the depths of the mountain rendered Chen Zhi's phone signal, Microsoft's, intermittent and unstable. Chen Zhi composed a text message and sent it to De Zheng in Chongshan town. The content instructs De Zheng to promptly inform Uncle Jiao of the Zheng family that the treasure of the monk Dan Qi has been located. He is to gather as many personnel and weapons as possible and rush to the rescue. Furthermore, De Zheng is to immediately notify Lord Bao, requesting the Bao family to send a team for support. At the end of the message, Chen Zhi meticulously detailed the method to access the cave, emphasizing urgency. Once the message was composed, Chen Zhi pressed the send button multiple times. After a prolonged wait, the message finally dispatched, but the phone signal vanished instantly, rendering him unable to receive any reply. Helpless, Chen Zhi, wary of lingering too long, hastily returned to the cave with Chen Sheng. It was around 6 p.m. when the trio began preparations for the nighttime rescue of Yazai at the riverbank. Chapter 312. The great emperor of Fengdu Chen Zhi requested Chen Sheng to recount the entire sacrificial process in detail once more. The monsters would first bind the child by the riverside, encircling them with a type of red earth and sprinkling it in a complex pattern around the child. Finally, a deity statue would be hung in the west, and throughout the night, the monsters would remain hidden. By the following dawn, they would emerge alongside Granny Jiao, who would then use the 7 treasures golden arrow to slay the child and partake in the feast. Although Chen Sheng's description of this series of sacrificial rituals was rather vague, it conjured a shadow in Chen Zhi's mind, an ancient deity, shrouded in deep reverence and fear across generations of the Chinese people, representing the essence of death, the great emperor of Fengdu. Prior to the Zhou dynasty, China had long upheld the worship and sacrifice to the great emperor of Fengdu, venerating the deity of death with boundless awe, a reverence born from fear. The rituals associated with this deity were notoriously brutal, leading to their abolition during the slave society era. The records of death deity worship that Chen Zhi encountered were found in a yellow silk manuscript from the spring and autumn period. The manuscript spoke of the great Yin law, detailing the summoning of the earth's shadow spirits and the collection of physical forms to assess their souls. This description pertained to one of the ancient titans, the great emperor of Fengdu. Also known as the Northern Yin Emperor, Fengdu is the supreme deity of the underworld. The god of death governing the realm of mortality in ancient mythology, often referred to colloquially as Yama. Over time, various folk tales have obscured the original origin of this death deity. In truth, the great emperor of Fengdu is an ancient being, coeval with the heavens and earth, distinct from other deities, as he is the god of the realm of ghosts. The Shanhai Jing contains accounts of the ancient ghost realm, where a great peach tree stands atop Mount Shual, its branches extending 3,000 miles into the ghostly gate. The inhabitants of this ghostly land, the Qi and Mei, wander beneath the yellow springs, ruling Fengdu, the entryway for myriad spirits. Fengdu is none other than the legendary hell, a place where the wicked and malevolent are confined after death, eternally barred from rebirth. The horrors of Fengdu's underworld are vividly depicted in legends, where specters and malevolent beings converge to torment and devour the souls of humankind. To honor the great emperor of Fengdu, sacrifices of child flesh and blood are required, with fire and earth forming the ritualistic patterns, depicting the phoenix's rebirth. The sacred artifacts are employed to slay the child, incinerating all on earth, constituting the rites of worship. This bears a striking resemblance to what Chunxing has described. If this sacrificial ceremony is indeed a tribute to the god of death, it further confirms that these creatures are specters emerging from the underworld, and that the old woman known as Jo Popo is indeed the enigmatic monk, Danshi. However, the only incongruity lies in the fact that this once human monk possesses some extraordinary ability to command these formidable underworld spirits to submit to him. As the night has deepened, based on Chunxing's past experiences, it is apparent that if they fail to rescue Yazai tonight, the child will not survive until dawn. Thus, the immediate priority is to save the child. Other matters can be addressed later. Their foremost challenge is the issue of the Wuzong Temple. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei are utterly famished. Having rushed here, they only brought a meager supply of dried bread. Chunxing, concerned that lighting a fire might attract the attention of the monsters, refrained from hunting for food. Fortunately, there is a type of wild fruit on this mountain, about the size of a pomegranate, vibrantly red, large, succulent, and exceedingly delicious. Combining the dried rations with the wild fruits, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei managed to fill their stomachs sufficiently before preparing to set out. They did not undertake extensive preparations upon leaving. Armed only with 2 handguns and a small dagger, their ammunition was scant. Luckily, they each carried their long knives strapped to their backs, and they departed the cave alongside Chunxing. Once on the surface, they first traversed the rocky forest above before entering the depths of the wooded area. They moved cautiously, taking care to avoid making excessive noise, walking in segments to guard against potential ambushes. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they ascended a tall tree, concealing themselves among the foliage, and peered through binoculars into the distance. What they beheld was a scene illuminated by bright lights along the riverbank, where several large bonfires were lit. Yazai was bound to a stone on the shore, his wide eyes filled with terror as he surveyed his surroundings, too frightened to cry, his face drained of color. A circle of red earth surrounded him, forming a complex pattern that, from a distance, resembled a bird. In the western part of the red earth circle stood a wooden structure, towering at least 10 meters high, upon which hung a vividly painted image that shimmered in the firelight. Chen Zhi recognized the red earth. It was a highly flammable mineral powder, similar in composition to sulfur, igniting upon contact with fire. The grotesque visage depicted in the image was unmistakable to him. It was the legendary god of death, Fengdu Dadi. The image portrayed Fengdu Dadi clad in a magnificent, multicolored battle robe, exuding an aura of authority, wielding a halberd, with a blue face and sharp fangs, eyes blazing with fury, an utterly fearsome sight. The bull-headed, human-bodied goblins knelt reverently before the idol. After a while, Geopopo emerged from the tower, cradling a gem-encrusted golden box, which she placed before the statue. Stooped and humble, She knelt before the idol, bowing 10 times in fervent worship. Then, retrieving a resplendent golden bow from behind her, she fitted an arrow adorned with jewels, drawing the bowstring back, symbolically aiming towards the child. At that moment, all the goblins erupted in excited cries, roaring with fervor, continuing their devout worship of the image, their reverence beyond description. It was that arrow, the 7 treasures crimson gold arrow that I had stumbled upon, Spring-Sheng softly remarked to Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Chen Zhi gestured for Spring-Sheng to remain silent, urging him to continue observing the situation along the riverbank. After an extended period of monotonous rituals, the night had progressed into the latter half. With the cold mountain breeze beginning to stir, the creatures showed no inclination to enter the tower, instead lying prostrate before the statue, silent and still, resembling a cluster of artificial rocks in the darkness. This state persisted for quite some time. By now, Chen Zhi and the others had been perched in the tree for over 7 hours. Chen Zhi glanced at his watch. It was already past 2 in the morning. The dawn in the mountains arrives early, and in just a couple of hours, the sun would rise. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he quietly inquired of Spring-Sheng. Spring-Sheng, you haven't miscalculated the time, have you? It's nearly dawn, yet they have yet to enter. Spring-Sheng appeared puzzled as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. No, that's correct. They have always returned to the tower during the night without fail. The only difference this year seems to be that the ritual commenced earlier than in previous years, though I cannot recall the exact timing. Let us wait a little longer. They should be returning shortly. Just as they were conversing, all the apparitions and Granny Gio simultaneously rose, quietly retreating into the ancient tower. Granny Gio clutched the gem-encrusted golden box with fervor, as if it contained something of utmost value. Fat Wei and Spring-Sheng, having waited anxiously in the tree, were elated at the sight of the creatures retreating, eager to descend. However, Chen Zhi halted them, for reasons he could not articulate. He felt that something was amiss with the ritual, and he wished to bide a little longer to assess the situation. Yet, Fat Wei and Spring-Sheng could not contain their impatience. Spring-Sheng whispered to Chen Zhi, "Fear not. Those apparitions will not emerge tonight. We must hurry. Once dawn breaks, these creatures will surge forth, and we shall be unable to save anyone." Upon hearing Spring-Sheng's words, Fat Wei acted without hesitation, pulling Chen Zhi down from the tree, and they dashed towards the riverbank. Chapter 313. Saving the child. The 3 raced towards the riverbank, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of red earth and sulfur, the pungent aroma of the red mineral dust igniting upon contact with fire. Amidst the crimson haze, Chen Zhi beheld the towering statue, seemingly alive as it loomed through the fog, its green visage and menacing tusks strikingly fierce. Yazi, already terrified, remained in a semi-conscious state, rigid in place. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and the others approaching, she finally burst into tears, extending her small hands, her face flushed with indignation. Fat Wei rushed forward, swiftly untying the ropes binding Yazi, and lifted her onto his back, ready to flee. However, he soon noticed a dark shadow looming behind them. While Fat Wei was perplexed, Chen Zhi had already sensed that the atmosphere was decidedly unsettling. The patterns on the ground were hastily drawn, and the statue's placement appeared askew. Upon closer inspection, it was not oriented directly west. Such discrepancies were imperceptible from the tree, only discernible on sight. Everything here resembles a deceptive illusion, deliberately crafted to give the impression that these specters are engaged in a ritualistic homage to the gods. If this is not a genuine sacrificial ceremony, what then is their purpose? Suddenly, a horrifying realization flashed through Chen Zhi's mind, and he shouted, "Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. Run!" As his voice echoed, the ground began to tremble, revealing the aged and grotesque visage of Granny Gio amidst swirling crimson smoke behind the idol. With the earth quaking beneath them, a horde of dark goblins surged forth from the vicinity. At that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the truth. This had been a plot from the very beginning. From the moment they captured Yazai, the intent was to use him as bait to lure them out. These creatures were astute. They were aware that Chen Sheng had been hiding here and that he had rescued those children, for he understood the intricacies and the gaps within the sacrificial ritual. Thus, they devised this scheme, capturing Yazai, feigning to use him for the sacrifice, and then coaxing Chen Sheng into revealing the details of the ritual for that night. On this day, prior to the actual date of the ceremony, they orchestrated a false sacrifice, knowing that Chen Sheng would inevitably emerge to save the children, ultimately ensnaring him and Chen Zhi in their trap. Granny Jiu, hunched and sinister, emerged from behind the portrait, her malevolent grin widening as a swarm of goblins encircled them, baring their fangs in a taunting manner. Peng Wei, ever quick to react, sensed the dire situation immediately upon witnessing the unfolding scene. He clutched Zhi tightly, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination, and whispered to Chen Zhi, "In the chaos, you take care of the child and do not worry about us. If an opportunity arises, flee swiftly." With that, he entrusted Zhi into Chen Zhi's arms and drew forth his massive blade. "Understood," Chen Zhi replied resolutely. Securing Zhi on his back and unsheathing his curved dagger, veins throbbing like fire in his neck, ready to fight with all his might. At that moment, regret flooded Chen Zhi's heart. He realized the recklessness of their undertaking. He should have halted Peng Wei earlier, given him just a few moments. He would undoubtedly have spotted the flaws in this trap. Yet, the cunning of these creatures had far surpassed Chen Zhi's expectations. Now, it was too late for remorse. The stark disparity in their numbers rendered their chances of survival exceedingly slim. He and Peng Wei were destined to meet a gruesome end, their lives consumed by these monsters. Granny Jiu's countenance bore no trace of humanity. Her lips curled in a sinister smirk, and an expression of savage delight danced in her eyes, akin to that of a predator fixating on its long-awaited prey. "Danshi, you were once a human and a monk. Why do you torment yourself and harm your own kind?" Chen Zhi struggled to communicate with the entity disguised as Granny Jiu, subtly signaling to Peng Wei with hand gestures. Despite the lack of any visible reaction on Granny Jiu's face, a gravelly male voice emanated from her belly, declaring, "I am no longer human. I wandered into the underworld and became a ghoul that preys on mankind. It is not my fault, yet upon my return to the world of the living, humanity cast me aside." After the sound emanated from the abdomen of the old woman, she fell silent. Then, with a swift motion of her right hand, the surrounding goblins began to converge rapidly upon Chen Zhi and his companions. Chen Zhi noticed that these goblins were deeply wary of the control stone long knives possessed by him and Fat Wei, their eyes fixated on the weapon in Chen Zhi's grasp. Hesitant to approach. At this juncture, I must stake everything on a desperate gamble, capture the leader to ensnare the minions, and hope to buy more time for Chunqing and the child, Chen Zhi resolved in his heart. He exchanged a glance with Fat Wei, signaling the commencement of battle. Suddenly, Fat Wei raised his massive axe high and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me. Let us carve a bloody path." Upon finishing his cry, Fat Wei charged towards the forest, prompting the nearby goblins to instinctively pursue him. The old woman also lunged forward in pursuit of the fleeing Fat Wei. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi dashed toward the old woman with lightning speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Through rigorous training, Chen Zhi's speed had significantly improved. The ghost blade had once instructed him to harness the power of the wind in his run, to act faster than thought itself, and to utilize reflexes to strike the opponent, thereby achieving the limits of physical velocity. As Chen Zhi surged forward, he barely had time to discern the old woman's figure before the god-slaying blade descended upon her visage. The old woman, momentarily distracted by Fat Wei's shout, failed to notice Chen Zhi's lightning assault. Yet, her reflexes were still exceptional. As she realized the blade was coming for her, she swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to her head, though her left shoulder was struck squarely by Chen Zhi's weapon. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved through, and the old woman's right shoulder was severed entirely. The might of the control stone weapon was indeed formidable, a torrent of dark blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground. In that instant, all the goblins froze, enveloped in a profound silence. Chen Zhi, splattered with the dark blood and still processing the scene, was about to swing his weapon again when he felt his long knife gripped tightly by another's hand, an unmistakably masculine hand. Blinking away the blood from his eyes, he focused on the tableau before him. Indeed, the one grasping his blade was a man, or rather, a creature resembling a man. From the gaping wound of the old woman emerged the head of a man, a shining bald scalp adorned with gray scars, marks left by a monk seeking the purity of his vows, having burned incense upon himself. This is the true form of the deluded monk, Chen Zhi realized. Chapter 314. The true form of the deluded monk from the severed body of the old woman, a creature resembling a man wriggled forth. Its form half human and half beast, coated in a viscous slime. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, the glistening scalp marked with the scars of a monk's vows. Its eyes had completely atrophied, the eye muscles slack. The eyelids fused with the surrounding flesh, a consequence of prolonged existence in a realm devoid of light. The creature's arms were disproportionately elongated compared to those of an ordinary human, with massive hands resembling the claws of a beast. Its skin exhibited a grayish-red hue, adorned with vibrant crimson scales. Astonishingly, its lower body resembled that of a gigantic scorpion, glistening with a transparent viscous substance, pulsating and expanding gradually. At this moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the true form of the monk Dan Qi. He had transformed into a grotesque monster, his entire being ablaze in a fiery red, bearing fangs and claws, exuding a terrifying malevolence akin to a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Chen Zhi profoundly grasped the significance of Dan Qi's earlier words. I am no longer human. I have wandered into the underworld, transformed into a specter that devours the living. This is not my fault. Yet upon my return to the realm of humanity, I have been forsaken. One of Dan Qi's elongated arms grasped Chen Zhi's god-slaying knife with a vice-like grip as he writhed and stood tall, his lower limbs adorned with a multitude of claws that danced menacingly, revealing his full stature. Towering over Chen Zhi at an impressive height of over 3 meters. He loomed imposingly, casting a palpable sense of dread. His neck was covered in tendrils, quaking violently with rage, while the appendages on his face trembled at a rapid frequency. His entire form radiating a fierce crimson, reminiscent of a colossal reptile poised to attack, ready to pounce and rend its adversary asunder. At the rear, Pang Wei was equally taken aback by the demonic visage of Dan Qi, the enormity of his form far surpassing their expectations. Had their previous plan succeeded, with Chen Zhi dispatching Dan Qi in a single stroke, the goblins might have been left leaderless, thrown into disarray. This would have granted them a sliver of hope for survival. However, that plan lay in ruins, their chances of survival now extinguished to naught. Nevertheless, they understood that they must fight for their lives. Since the harrowing encounter with Bai Qian in the God Tomb, Chen Zhi had long since forgotten the sensation of fear. As he witnessed the half-human, half-beast scorpion form of Dan Qi ascend before him, his instinctive reaction was to strike first. With remarkable swiftness, Chen Zhi's left hand reached for his waist, drawing forth the little kitty, a sniper pistol. He recalled that the weapon contained 2 control stone bullets, which he had prepared prior to his arrival in Zhongshan town for unforeseen circumstances. With a flick of his wrist, he aimed rapidly at Dan Qi's arm and fired, the shot echoing in the air. The control stone bullet wreaked havoc upon the aberrant creature, causing Dan Qi's arm to explode, black blood spewing forth. Instantly, Dan Qi released his grip on the god-slaying knife, and seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi drew his blade, leaping into action to thrust it toward Dan Qi's heart. Yet, Dan Qi had anticipated this move. He evaded with his injured arm, and his other hand lunged forward, its colossal palm clamping down on Chen Zhi's waist, lifting him high with tremendous force. A searing pain coursed through Chen Zhi as he felt his pelvis and ribs nearly crushed. Enduring the agony, he retaliated with another shot, the second control stone bullet striking Dan Qi in the left side of his head. The impact was catastrophic, as his face erupted in a gruesome display, the deteriorated eye socket becoming a gaping void, with the entirety of his left cheek and ear obliterated, splattering black blood across Chen Zhi's form. The injured creature let out a deep roar, the pain forcing it to release its firm grip on Chen Zhi. Its massive, crimson body twisted incessantly. Chen Zhi felt a surge of triumph, believing he had struck a vital spot, only to soon realize it was a fleeting delusion. Transformed into a ghoul, the creature's human head was no longer its fatal weakness. The perforated skull quickly wriggled and retracted into its body. Near its shoulders, another head emerged, entirely devoid of human resemblance, a grotesque beast with blood-red eyes and menacing fangs. Undeterred, Chen Zhi continued his assault. Upon landing, he leaped forward twice, swinging his blade towards the creature's neck. Infuriated by his relentless attacks, the monster shrieked and lashed out with its scorpion-like tail, sending Chen Zhi sprawling far away. Landing amidst a throng of goblins, he crashed heavily to the ground, every bone in his body screaming in agony. Rolling to his feet, he found himself besieged by the goblins, who surged towards him like a relentless tide. The ensuing minutes were a harrowing spectacle, the sky drenched in blood as Chen Zhi and Pang Wei fought valiantly against the overwhelming goblin forces. Their battle was fierce, wielding the stone-cutting blade. They cleaved through goblins with the ease of chopping vegetables, toppling them in droves. Yet, The sheer number of goblins was staggering. Chen Zhi's skin was already shredded by countless bites, blood streaming into his eyes, blurring his vision as he fought instinctively. Meanwhile, Pang Wei had sustained a grievous wound to his abdomen, blood pooling around him. In the midst of the chaos, Chunsheng, under the cover of the fray, had managed to escape with Yazai to the riverbank, boarding a wooden boat. However, they were soon assailed by a flock of vividly colored monstrous birds, their beaks sharp as knives, leaving Chunsheng covered in gashes. He bent low, shielding Yazai beneath him, yet could find no opportunity to escape. Yazai, utterly terrified, began to wail, his piercing cries mingling with the blood-soaked air, evoking a profound sense of impending doom. Before long, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's resistance reached its limits. The goblins were far too numerous, swarming in an uncountable mass, pinning Chen Zhi and Pang Wei in place. Had it not been for the stone-cutting blade in their hands, they would have long been disemboweled. Now, they lay helplessly beneath the throng, watching as the goblins continued to flood over them, gradually obscuring the sky above. As they braced for the embrace of death, Chen Zhi suddenly heard a clear, melodic whistle followed by a rapid approach of footsteps, as if a large group was hastily descending. Whoosh, 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 several gusts of wind rushed in, accompanied by the sound of metal slicing through the air. The foremost goblins tumbled down, creating an opening above Chen Zhi's head. A hand reached down, seemingly pulling Chen Zhi upward. Desperately, he grasped that arm like a lifeline. Looking up to find a familiar face, the venerable Uncle Jiao from the Zheng family estate. With a powerful yank, Uncle Jiao hoisted Chen Zhi up and shouted commands to those behind him. Chapter 315. The Divine Art Reigns Supreme. Heir of the mystical arts, ninth uncle grasped Chen Zhi's hand with an irresistible force, pulling him from the pile of earth spirits with remarkable strength. With his other hand, he swiftly extracted Pang Wei, then turned to call out, "Zhengde, the individuals have been rescued. Please invoke the divine art and unleash the mountain winds." No sooner had ninth uncle's voice faded than a chorus of robust men's voices resonated from the distance. Urgently, as commanded, with the divine, we emerge. The heavens and earth shall be turned upside down. 9 paths shall be sealed. May the mountain god assist us, and the northern winds prevail. As these incantations echoed, a fierce northern wind suddenly swept through the valley, stirring up clouds of yellow dust, enveloping everything in a shroud of sand. Ninth uncle, effortlessly tossing Chen Zhi and Pang Wei over his shoulders as if they were mere chicks, nimbly leaped upon the earth spirits, moving with a grace that belied his age of over 100 years. The earth spirits roared and clawed at the air above, but the blinding sandstorm rendered them incapable of grasping ninth uncle. In a short while, ninth uncle burst through the perimeter. It was then that Chen Zhi observed the multitude of men standing outside, clad in short, rugged attire, with approximately 200 individuals wielding weapons, their fierce gazes fixed upon the earth spirits. The incantation that summoned the mountain winds had originated from these men. These faces were familiar to Chen Zhi. They were the residents of Zhongshan town. At the forefront stood Zhengde, the very man he had encountered at the gas station. Zhengde was adorned in finely crafted metallic armor, wielding a silver chain mace, exuding an aura of authority reminiscent of a general from ancient times, starkly contrasting with the rustic, unassuming figure he had previously met. Beside him stood his eldest son, Sheridan, clad in exquisitely crafted golden armor and brandishing a double-headed small machete, grinning at Chen Zhi with a spirited expression. The group of earth spirits soon realized that Chen Zhi and Pang Wei had been rescued, and they were instantly incensed, roaring in fury as they surged forward like a black tide. "Everyone, stand clear," Zhengde shouted, witnessing ninth uncle's successful return with Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. He swiftly advanced to the front, adopting a firm stance against the oncoming deluge of earth spirits, and proclaimed loudly, urgently, as commanded, "The 9 luminaries shall align. The primordial essence shall disperse. May the fire god assist us, and let the heavenly fire descend." Upon completing the incantation, Zhengde swiftly produced a pre-drawn red paper, bit his tongue to draw blood, and swallowed the paper whole before forcefully expelling it forward. Boom! A conflagration erupted from Zhengde's mouth. The searing flames propelled by the mountain's tempest, instantly igniting the red earth below, transforming the ground into a sea of fire. The earth spirits appeared to be deeply afraid of the flames, trapped within the fiery barrier, paralyzed with fear and unable to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi encountered the young clan leader surnamed Jin in Zheng's residence, who suddenly tore open his front shirt, revealing several rows of glimmering golden needles tied around his waist. Like birds in flight, they leapt into the air, and with a flourish of his arms akin to the multi-armed guanyin, he unleashed a multitude of golden needles downwards. The vibrant, pecking birds that had been tormenting Chunsheng were all struck down, revealing the bloodied figure beneath. The clan leader of the Jin family landed beside Chunsheng, cradling the child in his arms before assisting Chunsheng back to the center of the group. The fierce flames continued to blaze, with a horde of goblins roaring angrily behind the fire. Chen Zhi observed that the previously distant figure of Dan Shi had now advanced to the forefront of the goblins. Its visage illuminated by the flames, eyes blood-red and filled with venomous hatred directed at the people of Chongshan town. Dan Shi's massive form plunged into the flames, exhaling a cloud of green smoke that extinguished the fire wherever it drifted. The wall of flames would not hold for much longer. We must flee, Zheng De shouted to everyone. A throng of people followed Zheng De toward the waterway ahead, only to soon see that the cave they had come from was now swarming with colorful birds, the entrance blocked by fallen rocks, sealing their escape. Thus, they retraced their steps, fleeing alongside Chunsheng towards the direction of the cave where they had previously sought refuge. This backtrack consumed precious time, and by the time they entered the forest, the wall of fire was nearly extinguished. Once in the woods, Chen Zhi realized that the townsfolk were all masters of lightness, effortlessly soaring above the ground, their feet alighting on tree trunks with the grace of birds, moving at astonishing speed. Even Zheng Da's son, Sheridan, kept pace with the adults, darting along the branches with equal agility, leaving the stout Wei in utter astonishment. Just as they reached the heart of the forest, the wall of fire was completely extinguished, followed by a violent tremor of the earth, as the goblins surged forward like a tidal wave, their speed alarmingly swift. Due to the delays and the injuries suffered by Chen Zhi, Wei, and Chunsheng, they found themselves perilously close to the relentless pursuers. Should they seek refuge in the cave, their hiding place would be exposed, placing them in an even more precarious situation. As the goblins drew nearer within sight, Uncle Jiu called out to Zheng De, urging him to run ahead while he held them off, leaving a trail marker for them to follow. Agreed. Zheng De hoisted Wei onto his shoulder, while another companion lifted Chen Zhi, and they all pressed onward with renewed determination. I say, Wei called out from Zheng Da's back, this hero, while I can comprehend your noble intentions to save us, do you truly intend to abandon your own uncle to face that horde of monsters alone? Is that not a death sentence for him? Zheng De, already burdened by Wei's weight, replied with exasperation, he can handle himself. You need only worry about your own safety. After Zheng De dismissed Pang Wei with a single remark, he ignored any further words from him and continued to sprint ahead with great speed. At that moment, the sounds of the approaching goblin horde thundered from behind, shaking the very earth and sky. Suddenly, the diminutive figure of Uncle Jiu leaped into the clearing of the forest, positioning himself before the oncoming goblins. Unfazed by the menacing shrieks of the creatures, he raised his two thumbs skyward, forming a mystical seal, and proclaimed loudly, urgent command. By the power of the ancient incantation, summon the legions to vanquish evil and guide the multitude, turn beings into soldiers. In a dramatic display, Uncle Jiu thrust his hands into his waist pouch, retrieving two glimmering golden beans, which he flung into the air with a flourish. The spell of transforming beings into soldiers is a legendary art in Chinese folklore, believed to conjure an army merely by scattering yellow beans. The principle lies in using grains as vessels, with each bean infused with the caster's vital energy, invoking ancient, battle-hardened spirits to attach themselves to the beans. Upon their manifestation, these spirits would eagerly consume the beans, thereby absorbing the life force contained within and responding to the caster's will. The originator of this remarkable technique was none other than Jiang Zia. According to myth, in a fierce battle atop Qishan Mountain, he faced off against Wenzhong, whose forces were bolstered by allies. Just when hope seemed lost for the Zhou army, Jiang Zia received divine assistance from the ancient Buddha of illumination and unleashed the spell of transforming beings into soldiers, summoning a legion of formidable warriors to turn the tide of battle. Now, this ancient art, attributed to the ancestor Chen Zhi, manifested through the elder of the Zheng family. As Uncle Jiu scattered the golden beans before the advancing goblins, the creatures surged towards him. The moment the beans touched the ground, they vanished into the earth, triggering a seismic tremor that birthed towering clay soldiers, armed with an array of weapons, standing rigidly to block the goblins' advance. In a spectacular display, Uncle Ju leapt into the air, his hands mimicking the grip of a long sword, and with a mighty swing, he commanded, "Divine might descends, slay the demons." His ascension was awe-inspiring, akin to a celestial general descending from the heavens, resonating with the power to shake the very foundations of the earth. With a thunderous roar, the clay soldiers erupted from the ground, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward the goblin horde, colliding with the advancing wave of creatures. The soldiers, though fashioned from clay, glimmered with blue light in their eyes, embodying the spirit of fierce warriors, skilled in the art of battle. As the clash ensued between the clay soldiers and the goblins, Pang Wei could hardly contain his excitement. By my ancestors, today my eyes are truly opened. This is the real transformation of beings into soldiers. Orange, did you see that? Look, look, exclaimed Fat Wei, his excitement resembling that of a cuckoo, as he perched on Zheng Da's shoulder, his head swiveling back and forth. I've always admired the heroes from martial arts novels since childhood. I never expected to meet a real one today. What kind of master is your Uncle Gio? Do you belong to a sect? By the way, do you practice the 9-yang divine skill? Do you know the little dragon girl? Stop moving. Zheng Da, irritated, smacked Fat Wei firmly on the thigh. If you keep moving, I'll throw you off. This slap silenced Fat Wei, who promptly ceased his chatter. As Zheng Da sprinted ahead, he addressed Sherdan. Sherdan, go leave a mark for your Uncle Gio. Understood. Sherdan replied cheerfully, leaping down from the tree. He produced a colorless, odorless powder from his belongings, scattering it on the ground and around the trees to create a trail. With Uncle Gio holding off the pursuing goblins from behind, they were not immediately followed, allowing everyone to escape into a cave, hiding beneath a waterfall. Before long, Uncle Gio arrived, following the trail. His left arm dripped with blood, and he bore an expression of fatigue. Upon entering the cave, he gestured for everyone to remain silent. Thus, a group of individuals concealed themselves in the cave, refraining from uttering a sound, listening to the commotion above that persisted for a considerable duration before gradually fading into silence. Remaining quiet, they continued to wait below. During this time, due to the severe injuries sustained by Fat Wei and Chen Zhi, whose wounds bled profusely, some began to assist in treating their injuries. The townsfolk had come well prepared, bringing ample medical supplies. After a prolonged silence, when the sound of the wind could be distinctly heard above, the group finally began to converse. Uncle Gio, thank you for saving our lives, Chen Zhi said, covering his freshly bandaged wound as he attempted to bow deeply to Uncle Gio, only to be stopped. This decision was made collectively by our 108 clans. It is not solely my doing, Uncle Gio replied with a calm tone and a warm smile. As practitioners of martial arts, we prioritize righteousness. In our serendipitous encounter, how could we stand idly by when we saw you in peril? This is only to be expected. It is no great matter. Finally, unable to contain himself, Fat Wei interjected, Old man, no need for thanks. You certainly frightened me with those 2 moves. Given your eloquent demeanor, you must be a true sage. How about this? Do you take disciples? I would like to become your apprentice. Uncle Gio looked at Fat Wei, stroking his snow-white beard as he chuckled. I am but old. There is little I can offer, merely some rudimentary skills. You flatter me. However, you too are indeed reckless. Had we not hastened to your aid, you 3 adults, along with these few children, could have met with untimely ends. Uncle Gio, since we are at this juncture, I shall be frank, Chen Zhi said, pressing his hand against his wound. I am already aware of the matter regarding the monk Dan Shi escaping from the underworld during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties and bringing forth treasures from there. If I am not mistaken, the brethren in this town are likely descendants of treasure seekers from long ago. With your abilities, you must have uncovered the gold hidden within these mountains long ago. Yet, why have you refrained from venturing into the mountains to claim the treasure, instead choosing to remain in this remote little town and settle down? My eyesight is quite keen, young one. You possess a discerning mind. The elder, with his white beard, praised. We, the wanderers of the martial world, have gathered in this secluded town for 2 reasons. First, to pursue the treasures of the underworld. Second, to fulfill the wishes left by our ancestors. Centuries ago, 10 imperial edicts were consecutively issued to the ancient town of Chongshan, and our forebears were once commanded by the emperor. As the elder recounted this, his eyes glistened with emotion. He cleared his throat, and shared with Chen Zhi and Pang Wei the tale of Chongshan, along with the truth of the monk Dan Qi, who had crawled from the depths of hell during the transition from the Song to the Yuan dynasty. Chapter 317. The 10 Edicts of Execution. The precise events of those days remained somewhat obscure even to the elder and his companions. However, their family genealogy clearly records the issuance of 10 consecutive imperial edicts commanding the execution of the monk Dan Qi during the late Southern Song period. Amidst persistent turmoil in the Central Plains and relentless suffering among the populace, the court desperately sought military provisions to fend off the Mongolian invasion. At this critical juncture, a monk emerged, voluntarily offering a substantial tribute of gold to the court. This monk was none other than Dan Qi, who had escaped from the underworld. The court, in dire need of funds for military supplies, warmly welcomed the monk, accepting his treasures and extolling his virtues in written records. At that time, the wealth Dan Qi brought to the capital was immense, with gold and silver abundant, earning him widespread fame. However, this fortune was short-lived. Soon, it became apparent that the once wealthy monk was increasingly losing his humanity. He became a fearsome creature, bloodthirsty and savage, ultimately resorting to cannibalism. The emperor, enraged, realized the origins of Dan Qi's wealth and denounced him as a demon monk, ordering his capture. Upon hearing this news, Dan Qi fled the capital under cover of night, taking his treasures back to his hometown of Fuzhou. As he transported his riches, it was discovered that he was accompanied by grotesque goblins. Upon returning to his homeland, Dan Qi, cloaked in his newfound power, declared himself a king over the land. His inherent nature proved unchangeable, leading him to commit horrific acts of slaughter against humanity. Except for his birthplace, Guiqing village, no one within 100 miles was spared, and the original inhabitants of Chongshan town were almost entirely consumed. Meanwhile, the goblins at Dan Qi's side inexplicably multiplied at an alarming rate. During this tumultuous period, the Southern Song court summoned all martial artists and extraordinary individuals from the realm to converge upon Chongshan town. In a fit of rage, the emperor issued 10 edicts, bestowing titles upon these martial wanderers, promising that upon the execution of Dan Qi, all treasures of the underworld would be granted to them. The recipients of these edicts became the ancestors of the present-day inhabitants of Chongshan town. Eventually, the Mongols invaded, and the Southern Song, unable to resist, met its demise. Before the emperor's death, he secretly commanded these individuals from the martial world to vow to guard this place with their lives until the malevolent spirit named Dan Qi was vanquished, ensuring he would no longer wreak havoc upon the world. In the imperial decree, the most distinguished families among them were conferred titles, with the Zheng family, led by the 9th uncle, elevated to the rank of 3rd-class sword-bearing guardian, the highest among all clans. This is the reason why the later 108 surnames regarded the Zheng clan as their leader. Most of these appointed martial artists possessed exceptional skills and were adept in the arcane arts. They encircled Dan Qi, who was then at the height of his power, but soon realized that subduing him was no simple task. Firstly, the number of earth spirits surged rapidly, coalescing into a formidable army within a few years. Secondly, certain monstrous beings could disguise themselves as humans, even inheriting the memories of those they impersonated, leading to internal strife among these martial artists. The greatest threat lay in this internal division. Trust eroded as many inexplicably met untimely ends, and the very brothers they raised their blades against could be the ones standing beside them. Consequently, severe conflicts erupted among them. As time passed, the number of earth spirits became increasingly alarming, rendering the martial artists powerless to pursue Dan Qi into the mountains, compelling them to abandon their mission, with most choosing to leave. However, the families that had been honored by the court remained in the town of Zhongshan, establishing a rule that all significant decisions must involve the entire clan, with no one permitted to venture into the mountains alone, effectively preventing Dan Qi from sowing discord among them. This tradition endured for centuries, and the inhabitants of Zhongshan town became accustomed to this way of life. Although they possessed extraordinary abilities, they lived modestly as commoners, diligently guarding their secret. When Pang Wei heard this, he was perplexed. If these monsters could assume anyone's form, why did they not simply transform into the emperor himself? Wouldn't that resolve everything? That is impossible, the 9th uncle replied, shaking his head. These creatures have their vulnerabilities. Their transformation is time-limited, lasting only about an hour before they revert to their original forms. Moreover, only a select few can change shape, The majority of Earth spirits cannot. For instance, Danshi could only masquerade as a human by donning a human skin. When we distinguished these monsters, we found they could only inherit fragments of a person's memories, unable to discern information unknown to the individual. They can only add, not subtract, and once the time elapses, they will immediately revert to their true form. I see, Chen Zhi nodded, marveling at the hidden talents that lay within the vast expanse of Huaxia. The healing remedies brought by the townsfolk proved remarkably effective, swiftly halting the bleeding from Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's wounds. As they gathered together, they devised plans for escape while sharing the provisions they had brought, which included an abundance of cooked meats and rice dumplings, along with strong liquor carried by Zhengde, precisely what Chen Zhi and Pang Wei needed at that moment. In the cavern, everyone was engaged in drinking and dining while fervently discussing their battle plans. The atmosphere quickly became lively, as the children, witnessing such a multitude for the first time, were overwhelmed with excitement, entirely oblivious to the peril surrounding them. Amidst this, Yazi, still recovering from the earlier fright, lay quietly asleep, foam escaping his mouth, while Sheridan steadfastly remained by his side. After deliberating numerous strategies, Uncle Jiao, Chen Zhi, and the other clan leaders found themselves at an impasse. They recognized that despite the arrival of many skilled fighters in town, their numbers paled in comparison to the vast host of goblins. Engaging them directly yielded little hope of victory. With the sole exit blocked, any endeavor to excavate it would inevitably lead them into confrontation with the goblins. It seemed evident that without addressing these monstrous foes, their escape was unattainable. "Let us charge in," proposed Zhengde. "When those goblins gather in the tower, I shall unleash our Zheng family's fire magic to incinerate that ancient structure, and we will seize the opportunity to flee." "No, absolutely not," the young leader of the Jin clan immediately countered. "If you ignite that tower, the goblins beneath will surge forth. What will we do then? We cannot contend with so many goblins at once. What do you suggest we do?" Zhengde replied, exasperated, extending his hands in frustration. The other clan leaders chimed in, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of discussion, yet no solution emerged. However, Zhengde's words sparked a realization in Chen Zhi. His gaze fell upon his coat, splattered with the black blood of the goblins, and he recalled the terror the goblins exhibited in the presence of flames. He removed the coat and inhaled its scent. "Look at this. What does this black blood resemble?" Chen Zhi presented the stained coat to the group. Zhengde took it, examined it closely, and brought it to his nose, his eyes widening in astonishment. "This scent is all too familiar. It's oil." Chapter 318. The demon suppression operation. Is this black blood truly oil? Zhengde's declaration astonished everyone. They eagerly grasped Chen Zhi's coat, observing the viscous, foul-smelling substance. Someone flicked a lighter, igniting the fabric in an instant. The goblin's blood proved incredibly flammable. Chen Zhi informed the assembly, oil is a substance formed from ancient marine or lake organisms through extensive evolutionary processes, classified as biological sedimentary oil. This aligns with the goblin's subterranean habitat, as their blood contains a substantial amount of cycloalkanes, closely resembling the chemical composition of oil. Though these goblins are ferocious, if their skin is breached and their blood spills upon flames, it will ignite immediately. This explains their profound fear of fire. And what of it? Puan Wei interjected. "Earlier, we observed that while goblins fear fire, the Danshi do not. In fact, they can expel frigid gases to extinguish flames." "Precisely." Chen Zhi nodded thoughtfully. On solid ground, the cold breath exhaled by Danshi could extinguish the burning walls of fire. However, within a completely enclosed space, surrounded by a horde of goblins, quelling the flames would be a formidable challenge. The sheer number of goblins was staggering. To conceptualize their multitude was to envision an equal quantity of dark blood, with the oil-laden essence being substantial as well. Should these goblins converge and ignite simultaneously, the resultant explosion would be nothing short of catastrophic, transforming this massive goblin army into a harbinger of doom for Danshi. Chen Zhi's words were met with immediate agreement. Yet someone raised a valid concern. The goblins' vast numbers and formidable strength were not akin to obedient cattle. How could they possibly be gathered together? Nevertheless, Chen Zhi conceived a plan. Over the next hour, he meticulously crafted a detailed offensive strategy, intent on sending these malevolent demons, who had occupied the mountain for centuries, down to hell within a single day. At noon, Chen Zhi enlisted the clan leader, Little Jean, from the Jin family. to venture out with 2 others to survey the situation above. The Qing'e family possessed ancestral lightness of foot, allowing them to traverse the skies and tread upon snow without leaving a trace. Even if they encountered goblins, their speed ensured no one could pursue them. Upon their return from scouting the area, they reported that the goblins had entirely retreated, with only a small faction lingering by the riverbank, while the majority had entered the ancient tower, leaving red earth scattered outside. However, the unfortunate news was that they discovered the cave's exterior had been marked by the goblins. If their suspicions were correct, the goblins had begun to grow wary of the location. If they did not act swiftly, they risked being trapped within the cave, rendering them vulnerable. This revelation sent a wave of urgency through the group, prompting an immediate decision to act without waiting for nightfall. Chen Zhi then requested Little Jean to gather more individuals to collect numerous branches from outside. With the remaining time, the group commenced the crafting of their primary weapon for this mission, bows and arrows. These individuals, seasoned in the art of weaponry, swiftly fashioned simple longbows and arrows using daggers to whittle and carve. Once the weapons were complete, Chen Zhi shared the detailed plan with everyone, dividing them into 2 groups and assigning tasks for each step. In this moment of crisis, the 200-plus individuals were temporarily under Chen Zhi's command, with Uncle Jiao and representatives from various families yielding to his leadership. Chunsheng and Shurdan were tasked with remaining behind in the cave to care for the children, vigilantly observing the movements ahead. Before their departure, Chen Zhi meticulously reviewed the entire deployment from start to finish, ensuring there were no oversights. Once satisfied, he secured the bandages on his body, rallied everyone, and together they shouldered the newly crafted bows and arrows, leaving the cave in unison. Upon reaching the surface, they were met with the sight of the stone forest in disarray, ravaged by the goblins, whose immense strength had left shattered rock fragments strewn everywhere. At the entrance of their hideout, the ground was marked with a multitude of hoof prints, indicating that the goblins were quite suspicious of this location. After nightfall, they would likely prepare for an attack. Let us proceed. Tread lightly, so as not to disturb the goblins ahead. Chen Zhi gestured to the group. The small clan leader, Jean, led a team to leap onto the trees ahead, clearing the path, followed closely by Chen Zhi, Uncle Jiao, Fat Wei, and Zheng De with another team in tow. Their steps were soft as they swiftly traversed the forest, arriving at the riverbank. From a distance, they observed that all the goblins had retreated into the tower, leaving heaps of red earth. However, the idol had been removed, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of goblins slain by Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Just as I suspected, the comings and goings of these goblins are timed. After such a tumultuous night, they have retreated into the ancient tower. Chen Zhi signaled to the others, and they quickly approached the riverbank. They turned over the goblin corpses, soaking the tips of their arrows in the goblins' black blood. Once they had saturated all their arrows, the group formed several lines and stealthily made their way toward the vicinity of the ancient tower. This was Chen Zhi's first time so close to the tower, and they soon discovered that the golden glow surrounding it emanated from a small stream in front. The stream that appeared golden from afar was, in truth, filled not with water but with steaming, bubbling liquid gold, the quantity of which was unimaginable. Derived from melted pure gold vessels, unmelted golden artifacts lay carelessly discarded along the banks. Pure gold shields, spears, and various vessels, even a gilded chariot. The ground was strewn with enormous pearls, vibrant emeralds, and brilliant red agates, all sparkling under the sunlight, suffused with a radiant glow. In such a place, the treasures of the world seemed to be mere mountains of wealth, inconsequential in comparison. Fat Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape and saliva pooling as he stammered. "We have struck it rich. There is so much treasure here that not even 100 great carts could carry it all. This is merely a fraction." Uncle Jiao whispered to Fat Wei. Legend has it that when Dan Qi transported these treasures, the gold spilled along the roadside was incalculable. In a single night, every household in the capital hoarded gold, and this is the tale behind it. Chen Zhi too was awestruck by the vast array of treasures. But the manner in which the gold and jewels were carelessly discarded along the riverbank suggested that Dan Qi held little regard for these riches, perhaps even harboring disdain for such yellow and white objects. Chen Zhi signaled for the team to halt, motioning for silence, then cautiously advanced a few steps forward. The ancient tower loomed less than 100 meters away, its entrance firmly shut, with numerous stone windows dotting the tower's upper facade. On my signal, we shall proceed according to plan. Everyone, exercise utmost caution, Chen Zhi quietly instructed the group behind him. They all nodded in unison, maintaining a solemn silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi drew forth an arrow soaked in black blood from behind him. With a flick of his lighter, a resounding pop echoed as the arrowhead ignited. He continued, "Since these monsters have crawled out of hell, let us now send them back." Chapter 319, The Demon Suppression Operation, Part 2. According to the plan, the small Golden Clan leader, accompanied by several dozen individuals, leapt to the top of the ancient tower. This group boasted the finest agility, their movements remarkably swift and silent, landing atop the tower without a sound. The ancient tower featured numerous stone windows, each leading into its interior. The small Golden Clan leader effortlessly ascended to the highest point, dangling to peek inside a window, before signaling to Chen Zhi with a gesture. "It is our turn now," Chen Zhi whispered to those around him, urging them to maintain silence so as not to alert the goblins within the tower. Everyone silently nodded in agreement, carefully gathering the red earth from the ground and forming a line, transporting it one by one to the entrance of the tower. Tension hung in the air, particularly for those closest to the door, who moved with utmost caution, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. They were acutely aware that even the slightest sound could be heard by the goblins inside, jeopardizing their plan and endangering their lives. Together with Uncle Jiao and Zhengde, Chen Zhi gently arranged the transported red earth around the entrance. The tower's door, reinforced with thick wood and iron, was effectively sealed by the surrounding red earth. Once this task was completed, Chen Zhi directed everyone to retreat to a safe distance, then signaled the small Golden Clan leader atop the tower to commence. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's signal, the small Golden Clan leader waved for everyone to ignite the arrow tips, aiming them at the interior of the window. With a mighty shout, they released a flurry of arrows, instantly filling the air with a barrage of fiery projectiles that pierced into the tower. With a thunderous roar, the interior of the stone tower ignited, engulfed in flames. As the inferno blazed within, a horde of goblins surged forth from the tower's entrance, many engulfed in flames and bearing arrows. Some had already collapsed, trampled by their frantic comrades. "Fire!" Chen Zhi called out to the crowd behind him, vigorously swinging his arm as hundreds of flaming arrows rained down upon the pile of red earth at the entrance. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrant red mineral powder ignited instantly, the red earth being highly flammable. Coupled with the splattering black blood from the fleeing goblins, it erupted violently, sending sparks and flames erupting from the base of the ancient tower as if it had exploded. Urgent as a command, with the divine at our side. The heavens and earth shall tremble, and all paths shall be sealed. Mountain gods, lend me your strength. Let the northern winds prevail. Under Zhengde's leadership, everyone began to chant the wind god incantation. As the words resonated, the earth trembled, and the howling northern winds swept through the valley. The flames, fueled by the wind, raged uncontrollably, enveloping the ancient tower in a fierce blaze, while thousands of goblins screamed in agony amidst the inferno. A horde of enraged goblins, their eyes aglow with fury, frantically ascended the stone tower. The esteemed leader of the Golden Clan, accompanied by his loyal band, nimbly traversed the tower's ledges, brandishing their blades to strike down the fleeing goblins, sending them tumbling into the flames below. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and his Uncle Jiao commanded another group, surging into the periphery of the inferno to mercilessly slay the goblins that had escaped the fire. As the number of goblins grew, their flammable black blood surged forth, intensifying the blaze and complicating their escape. In no time, the vast goblin army was reduced to smoldering ashes. At this juncture, the sky was shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and choking soot. After what felt like an hour, no new goblins emerged from the flames. The stone tower glowed a fierce red, and the leader of the Golden Clan and his companions could no longer maintain their footing atop the tower, prompting them to leap down. The conflagration raged throughout the night, and by dawn the following day, Uncle Jiao led the group in a silent prayer for rain. The weather in the valley shifted dramatically, dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour ensued. The rain cleansed the sky, suppressing the smoke and ash, revealing the charred remains of goblins, piled in heaps at the tower's entrance, surrounded by a shroud of black dust. Chen Zhi, Uncle Jiao, and the others proceeded into the tower, clearing the goblin corpses that obstructed the entrance, thus creating a pathway for the group to enter. Upon entering, they discovered that the upper portion of the stone tower was entirely hollow. The central hall was vast and spacious, with a stone staircase spiraling downwards into the depths below. Scattered about the staircase lay numerous goblin corpses, and the air was thick with the remnants of moisture, obscuring the surface of the stone floor, making it impossible to discern the age of the materials. As they tread upon the goblin corpses, they cautiously descended the stone staircase. The darkness below grew increasingly oppressive, and the temperature plummeted. Each step downward revealed more of the goblin's charred remains, while in the corners of the subterranean chambers, they stumbled upon a multitude of skeletal remains of children. Judging by their attire, these were the children of ancient times, their small bones fragmented and expressions frozen in anguish and terror. One could only imagine the suffering inflicted upon countless innocents by the goblins within this tower over the centuries. The sight of this hellish underground tower ignited a profound rage within the group. They longed to seize the charred goblins and exact vengeance for the plight of these unfortunate children. Upon reaching the final level of the tower, they discovered that the staircase finally came to an end. This chamber was markedly different from the others. The air was frigid, devoid of the stench of smoke, and no goblin remains could be found, as though the flames had never reached this place. The chamber was lofty and expansive, adorned with numerous stone columns, resembling an underground sanctuary. "Here lies the true sanctum of the stone tower," Fat Wei declared to the group. "The structure of such ancient towers mirrors a subterranean palace. For every layer above, there exists a corresponding layer below. Judging by the area we occupy, this is likely the main chamber where the insipid old demon has concealed itself. Throughout our descent, we have yet to encounter the body of the insipid one, which suggests, with a high degree of certainty, that he remains alive." As Fat Wei's words faded, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from afar. From behind a stone pillar in the darkness, a shadowy figure emerged. "Who goes there? Spare me your ghostly antics. I assure you, I have encountered more specters than there are humans, so any fiends or phantoms may reveal themselves." Fat Wei, eager to showcase his prowess as a tomb raider before these martial experts, called out boldly to the shadow ahead. "It is I," came a chilling, low voice from the obscured figure. Upon hearing this voice, Fat Wei was momentarily struck dumb, his face displaying an unprecedented astonishment intertwined with an unmistakable sorrow. "You, it is you," he stammered, his voice quivering as he fixed his gaze upon the silhouette, slowly lowering the blade in his hand. The figure took a deliberate step forward, gradually revealing a faintly discernible face, handsome yet marked by a shadow of melancholy. Bare-chested, a lifelike Qing'e tattoo coiled around his shoulder. His cold voice resonated once more. "Have you forgotten me after leaving me there?" Chapter 320, The Exorcism Action, Part 3. "Have you forgotten me after leaving me there?" The figure emerged slowly from behind the pillar, unveiling a youthful, pallid visage, his face rigid and frigid. The striking Qing'e tattoo on his shoulder was almost blinding, and his gaze was hollow, devoid of color, resembling that of a corpse. "We did not abandon you. Fat Wei suddenly appeared dazed, his spirit seemingly shattered as he stepped forward. "Do not approach," Chen Zhi shouted vehemently from behind him. Yet, Fat Wei appeared oblivious, continuing his advance, the blade slipping from his grasp. "We did not abandon you. We have been seeking a way," he lamented, his voice hoarse and trembling, tinged with sorrowful cries. However, the youth's expression remained impassive as he coldly regarded Fat Wei from the shadows, his pale face shimmering with a faint glow. In his gaze lay a deep resentment, accompanied by an undeniable sorrow. At that moment, several swift sounds pierced the air, followed by a flurry of golden light. A dozen gleaming golden needles flew towards the young man, who immediately began to bleed black from his face and collapsed to the ground. "Do not," Fat Wei shouted as he rushed forward, only to witness the youth's form gradually contorting and melting, transforming into a large caterpillar, glistening with luminous slime. "The monster is not yet dead. Strike it down." The small Golden Clan leader, who had launched the golden needles, shouted to Chen Zhi. "Stand clear." Chen Zhi shouted at Fat Wei, leaping into the air to push him aside. With a swift motion, he cleaved the creature on the ground in two, causing a cascade of green, translucent liquid and black blood to erupt, rendering the monster lifeless. It was at this moment that Fat Wei finally reacted. Staring at the creature's corpse, gasping heavily, his face ashen, momentarily rendered speechless. "Who is he?" Chen Zhi inquired softly, but received no answer. He pressed on. "He is your brother who ventured into the bronze door, isn't he?" This revelation stirred Fat Wei. He looked up at Chen Zhi, nodding slightly, his pallor unchanged. How could this monster know what my brother looked like? It must have seen him in hell. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed, a sound so eerie that it sent shivers down one's spine. From the dark corners surrounding them, countless blood-red eyes began to emerge. This is bad. We are ambushed. Return quickly, Uncle Joe shouted from behind. Instantly, everyone grew tense, huddling together as they swiftly drew their weapons. Chen Zhi hastily pulled Pang Wei back into the group. The eerie cries had alerted them to danger, and Chen Zhi felt his teeth chattering involuntarily. An icy breath swept through the air, freezing the ground in an instant. This presence was insidious, the chill penetrating to the very bone, making their hearts feel as though they were encased in ice, every hair standing on end. The blood-red eyes gradually revealed their true forms, a horde of colossal goblins, each towering 4 to 5 meters high, hunched over with deep black scales covering their bodies. Their hollow, blood-red eyes and massive, frost-covered bovine faces exuded a terrifying aura. Their stout legs and protruding bellies suggested a distinctly female anatomy. Foolish humans. Does your temporary victory excite you? Rasped a voice from the darkness. Amidst the rustling sounds of movement, a figure slowly emerged, dragging its enormous form into view. This creature, still toying with prayer beads in one hand, gripped a golden box in the other. Its bald head sported a pair of black horns, its blood-red eyes piercing through the gloom, while its lower body resembled that of a giant scorpion, draped in a robe adorned with golden threads, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Humans are always so self-righteous, just like your ancestors from centuries past, ignorant and weak, believing they could vanquish me, only to become fodder for the bull demons. As the creature appeared, fear swept through the group, and they collectively took a few steps back. Chen Zhi distinctly felt the erratic beating of everyone's hearts. The formation began to falter. So these monsters are known as bull demons, Chen Zhi remarked with a sardonic smile directed at the creature, his expression remarkably composed. I have always wanted to ask you, what power does a mere human like you possess to command the formidable spirits of hell? I suspect these bull demons do not willingly obey your commands, for you are no reaper. In the silence of the dark, a faint madness began to manifest, its body gradually turning a deep crimson, and its tendrils quivered with agitation. Chen Zhi observed as it clutched a pure gold box tightly, as if fearing its loss. Emitting a furious growl, your grim reaper has long since perished, son of the Jiang clan. Do not presume too much. Even one as noble as you shall today be entombed within the belly of this fiend. After uttering these words, the creature's blood-red maw gaped wider, revealing a mouthful of glistening fangs, the sheer horror of which was beyond description, as it emitted a piercing screech. The surrounding fiends began to advance slowly towards Chen Zhi and his companions. They immediately sensed that these creatures were utterly dissimilar to the goblins they had previously encountered. These fiends exuded an icy aura, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, emanating a scent of death that instilled dread from afar. As though confronting the very limits of darkness, it became evident that these fiends were the progeny of the madness that had been brought forth from hell by the creature. The goblins they had seen earlier were mere offspring of these fiends, explaining their rapid proliferation. Uncle Joe shouted at Chen Zhi, these beings are not to be trifled with. What should we do now? The towering fiends drew ever closer, their chilling presence sending shivers down everyone's spine. Remain calm, ignite your arrows and shoot them, Chen Zhi urged, reminding all that if the goblin's blood was flammable, then surely the blood of these fiends would ignite as well. In a hurried flurry, they set their arrows ablaze and launched them towards the formidable fiends. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired before the arrows could reach the fiends. They were extinguished by the frigid air. The flameless arrows struck the fiend's hide with a sound akin to hitting steel, bouncing off and shattering upon impact. Still struggling in vain. How foolish humanity is, unaware of its own frailty. The creature's voice echoed chillingly in the darkness. You shall soon witness the true terror of hell. Chapter 321. The Exorcism Operation, Part 4. As the creature's words faded, the temperature in the room plummeted to sub-zero, the breath of the crowd crystallizing instantly. The flame upon the torch dwindled under the oppressive cold, and darkness loomed ominously. The crowd began to stir restlessly, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Chen Zhi called out amidst the chaos, those holding torches, come to the center. We must not let the fire extinguish. The sound of heavy iron chains clanked around the fiend's feet, their footsteps cold and heavy as they approached. The bone-chilling aura emanating from these monsters seemed capable of freezing everything in its path, rendering all motionless. It became clear to everyone that these fiends were the true demons of hell, their terror an insurmountable force against humanity. "Quickly descend the stairs. I will cover your retreat," declared the young leader of the Golden Clan. With that, he brandished dozens of golden needles, which he swiftly hurled towards the monstrous creature, the bull demon. However, before the needles could reach their target, they were repelled by a chilling aura, crashing to the ground. This frigid atmosphere was overwhelmingly potent. Upon landing, the needles were instantly encased in ice. When the young leader looked up again, the enormous bull demon had already materialized before him like a specter. A low, eerie howl pierced the air, sending tremors through the bones of all present, evoking an intense terror that surged from the depths of their hearts. They soon realized their legs had become numb and rigid, immobilized as if this icy presence had seeped into their very souls, rendering them paralyzed with fear. In that moment, Chen Zhi finally grasped the staggering disparity in power between humans and these bull demons. They were woefully vulnerable, as fragile as glass before these fiends. A thought crossed Chen Zhi's mind. If only the formidable ghost blade were here, perhaps such a being could withstand these demons. Yet, in the face of their current predicament, doom loomed over them all. Many began to tremble, a primal fear taking hold. Chen Zhi could distinctly hear the rapid beating of their hearts against such formidable adversaries. They appeared powerless, left only to await their demise. After enduring so much, Chen Zhi never imagined he would meet his end here. The young leader of the Golden Clan stood rigid, desperate to flee but unable to move, as he helplessly watched the bull demon open its cavernous, icy maw, exuding a putrid stench, looming over him like a black hole. "Young Golden, get out of the way." Suddenly, Zheng De soared forward, chanting a fire incantation, and shoved the young leader aside. Yet, in the process, he was caught by the bull demon's razor-sharp teeth, which sank into his shoulder. Blood gushed from his wound, and in agony, he convulsed, unable to utter a sound, collapsing to the ground. Awakened by the sight of Zheng De bleeding profusely, the young leader's vision turned crimson with rage. "Damn you!" he roared at the bull demon. "I will fight you." The young leader leapt into action, grasping over 100 golden needles, and with all his might, hurled them at the bull demon. As the needles rained down, he executed a swift flip, landing atop the bull demon's head. With a dagger in hand, he plunged it into the creature's skull. A howl erupted from the bull demon, its body trembling slightly. Yet the young leader was immediately encased in ice, his limbs frozen in place. Only his eyes could move, and the dagger remained embedded in the bull demon's head, having failed to pierce its skin, resembling a frozen statue. The bull demon slowly raised its massive arm, seizing the young leader with one hand while gripping his head with the other, twisting it forcefully downward. "It is over. Xiao Jin is doomed." Chen Zhi's mind raced, yet his legs felt as if frozen, unable to move. Suddenly, a surge of warmth erupted from behind him, the temperature rising sharply, and at last, Chen Zhi could mobilize his legs. Urgently, as the law dictates, the 9 luminaries traverse the primordial essence. Heavenly fire descends. From the mouth of Uncle Gio emerged a blazing fireball, hurtling towards the face of the bull demon, igniting its fur. The bull demon, startled by the unexpected flames, trembled, its icy body releasing its grip on Xiao Jin. "Brother Chen Zhi, swiftly wield your divine blade," Uncle Gio called out, unleashing an even larger fireball to clear the path for Chen Zhi. With his legs finally responsive, Chen Zhi brandished the god-slaying blade and leapt into the air, aiming a powerful strike at the bull demon's right arm. As he neared, he felt his mind freeze, yet the blade remained razor-sharp, severing the bull demon's robust limb. Xiao Jin, the clan leader, fell abruptly, his ribs having been crushed, collapsing to the ground in agony. Pang Wei and several others rushed to drag Xiao Jin away from the bull demon's vicinity. Awo, enraged, the injured bull demon fixed its blood-red gaze upon Chen Zhi's blade, leaping with force that shattered the ground beneath it and lunging swiftly towards Chen Zhi. A chilling aura enveloping the air. "Quickly dodge." Uncle Gio leapt in front of Chen Zhi, shouting, "It is impossible for us all to escape. You must take Zheng De with you. I will clear the way." Upon finishing, he swiftly bit his tongue, letting his blood spill into his palm and smear it upon his forehead. The blood shimmered in the darkness, exuding a fragrant aroma that drew the attention of all the bull demons. Uncle Jiu shed his outer garment, revealing his aged torso, and bellowed to the surrounding bull demons. Come, all of you, come for me, urgently, as the law dictates. Fire god, wind god, descend upon me, great conflagration. After proclaiming this, Uncle Joe opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped him, igniting his entire being into a blazing fireball, casting an astonishing spectacle. Qing'e, just regaining consciousness, beheld this scene and cried out in a frenzy, desperately attempting to return to his uncle, only to be forcibly pulled towards the stone steps by others. As they approached the exit, a thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal bull demon leapt onto the stone steps, blocking their escape. The enormous hand of the bull demon swiped downward, causing stones to tumble, completely sealing the exit. Damn it! Are you hellbent on our destruction? Pang Wei, at the forefront, wielding a massive stone cleaver, faced the unavoidable confrontation. He had no choice but to charge at the bull demon. As he approached, the frigid aura surrounding the bull demon seized him, and his body stiffened before he could strike, the bull demon's hand clenching around his throat. Without hesitation, the formidable creature extended another hand, seizing Fat Wei's head and squeezing with tremendous force. Fat Wei and Chen Zhi shouted desperately, racing forward, as it seemed Fat Wei would soon suffer a catastrophic fate. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 322, The Demon Suppression Operation, Part 5. Just as it appeared that Fat Wei was on the brink of destruction, an unforeseen spectacle occurred. A series of white lights flickered through the darkness, dispelling the chilling atmosphere in an instant. The speed of the light was akin to that of a shooting star, vanishing before one could even grasp it. As the white light dissipated, the colossal creature holding Fat Wei suddenly stiffened, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground, with Fat Wei tumbling down alongside it. Who could have done this? Whose blade was so swift? Everyone was struck with awe at the sight, their gazes fixed ahead, where a shadow of a young man stood atop the rubble, radiating an aura of lethal intent, wielding a long knife as cold as ice and pure as snow, surrounded by a shimmering light. With each swing, a faint azure glow danced in the air. Upon seeing this figure, Chen Zhi's heart surged with excitement. It was none other than the ghost blade. The moment Chen Zhi laid eyes on him, an indescribable exhilaration flooded his being. Although he could not comprehend how the ghost blade had arrived at this moment, he understood one thing. With the ghost blade present, their lives were spared. They were saved. The ghost blade spoke little, instead leaping to the side of the surrounded Jiushu, swiftly brandishing his long knife. A chilling flurry of blade shadows passed through the air, intimidating the surrounding creatures into retreat. The flames engulfing Jiushu gradually extinguished, revealing extensive burns and mangled flesh. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The ghost blade hoisted him onto his back and soared back to the group. Jiushu, how are you? Please don't frighten me, Zheng cried, disregarding his own wounds as he wept over the charred and bloodied Jiushu. Chen Zhi hurriedly checked for signs of life, relieved to find a faint breath. The enormous creatures let out low growls, seemingly recognizing the ghost blade's prowess, their eyes fixated on the long knife he wielded, filled with trepidation. As cold air billowed from their massive nostrils, Chen Zhi had seen the ghost blade's snow-white long knife before. It was the divine blade of Bai Qian, drawn when Bai Qian battled the ghost blade, a blade forged from superior control stones, an ancient artifact far surpassing Chen Zhi's own weapon. The creatures roared in anger, raising their heads and pounding their chests. No longer concerned with anyone else, they dragged their heavy chains and charged towards the ghost blade. There are too many of them. We cannot afford to prolong this battle. I will draw their attention. You all must find a way to escape. The ghost blade whispered to the group before leaping into the midst of the creatures, his divine knife glowing with brilliance. Upon striking the creatures, it severed tendons and shattered bones, inciting a chorus of furious roars from the injured beasts as they closed in tightly around the ghost blade. The chilling aura of the bull demon possesses a formidable power, capable of rendering one's limbs rigid. After engaging in combat for a while, the ghostly blade's speed was soon impeded by the encroaching cold, causing it to slow down. Fortunately, the divine sword radiated a piercing cold light that temporarily deterred the bull demons from approaching. In this fleeting moment, everyone desperately endeavored to remove the stones blocking the staircase, striving to clear the exit, but their pace was evidently insufficient. As the ghostly blade succumbed to the cold, its movements grew sluggish, and in a moment of carelessness, Chen Zhi felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. In a state of turmoil, Chen Zhi was at a loss when he suddenly spotted the sinister visage of the demon monk, Dan Qi, in the darkness, fixating intently on the ghostly blade while tightly clutching a pure gold box. Chen Zhi had long observed that the strength of these bull demons far surpassed that of Dan Qi, rendering them unlikely to be easily commanded by him. Each bull demon was shackled with heavy chains made of high-density control stone, suggesting they were not free but rather enslaved. Legends speak of the formidable power of the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians of the underworld, whom even deities and celestial ancestors fear. They are solely loyal to the god of death, Emperor Fengdu. If they had originally departed the underworld to this realm, only to be subjugated by the demon monk Dan Qi, there must be a significant reason behind this occurrence. Elder Jean, cover us. I must retrieve the gold box from Dan Qi. It surely contains the secret to his control over these bull demons. Can you do it? Chen Zhi inquired hesitantly, looking at the young leader of the Jin clan. Certainly, the young leader replied without hesitation. Chen Zhi signaled to Fat Wei. The two had long perfected their attack strategy during previous training sessions. In a swift motion, they concealed their control stone blades behind their backs, crouched low, and darted into the adjacent shadows, stealthily approaching Dan Qi's position. Despite his injured ribs, the young leader gritted his teeth and closely followed behind Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Just as they were about to reach Dan Qi, the young leader leaped into the air, releasing hundreds of golden needles that cascaded like a rain of gold towards Dan Qi. Dan Qi, having concentrated his attention on the newly arrived ghostly blade, was oblivious to the stealthy approach of Chen Zhi and his companions. When he suddenly noticed the golden needles soaring toward him, he swiftly lifted his robe to shield his head. The robe, woven from fine golden threads, shimmered brilliantly and deflected all the young leader's needles. However, when Dan Qi lowered his robe, he was taken aback to see Fat Wei's large blade descending upon him. "You wretched fool!" Dan Qi roared, his eyes instantly turning blood red. He bared his fangs, swatting Fat Wei to the ground, causing the control stone blade to be repelled and Fat Wei to crash heavily onto the floor. With a monstrous cry, Dan Qi lunged at Fat Wei, his jaws agape, ready to bite into Fat Wei's neck, but suddenly sensed something amiss and whipped around. In the corner, he saw Chen Zhi cradling the golden box, which he had opened, scattering its contents across the ground. Inside were several gleaming gems, one of which was pitch black and radiantly brilliant, resembling a black diamond. "This is indeed the secret to your control over the bull demons, isn't it?" Chen Zhi picked up the black gem and coldly remarked to Dan Qi, "You are no longer the master of the spirit stone. I am eager to see how the bull demons you once enslaved and forcibly brought from the underworld will treat you, the counterfeit Grim Reaper." Chapter 323. The map of the Yellow Springs with a series of crisp metallic cracking sounds. The shackles binding the bull demons' legs shattered completely. Their demeanor transformed in an instant. They no longer acknowledged the ghostly blade, exhaling icy breaths as they collectively turned their gazes towards Dan Qi. Upon realizing the Spirit Stone's box had been taken by Chen Zhi, Dan Qi initially intended to rush forward and reclaim it. However, witnessing the bull demon's shackles break, he was overcome with dread, promptly disregarding Chen Zhi and swiftly retreating into the darkness, his scorpion-like body writhing in an attempt to flee. But in a mere moment, the chilling aura enveloped him, and colossal bull demons, akin to descending fiends, appeared beside Dan Qi, encircling him entirely. The ensuing scene was nothing short of horrific. The bull demons lunged at Dan Qi, tearing and gnawing at him. His anguished screams echoed as blood and flesh filled the air, dark blood splattering against the surrounding pillars, marking them with his essence. Seizing the opportunity amidst their internal conflict, "Let us flee," the little golden chieftain shouted to Chen Zhi, pointing towards the stone staircase, where an exit had been revealed. "No need for that." Chen Zhi tightly gripped the black spirit stone in his hand, rising to approach the bull demons, testing their reactions. After devouring Dan Qi, the bull demons turned towards Chen Zhi, their bodies drenched in his blood and flesh, their eyes filled with malice, seemingly waiting for Chen Zhi's next move. The two sides locked eyes for a protracted moment. Chen Zhi and the bull demons stared at each other. They neither attacked him nor submitted to him, but gradually retreated into the darkness, emanating strands of blue light. Their forms dimmed until they ultimately vanished within the azure beams. "Have those ruffians returned to hell?" Fat Wei struggled to rise from the ground, adjusting his arm that had nearly been crushed by Dan Qi, and continued to inquire. Did they obey Dan Shi's commands solely because of that black spirit stone? If the stone is now in your possession, why do they not heed your summons? Chen Zhi curiously lifted the spirit stone, scrutinizing it closely in his hand. The stone was slightly larger than an egg, crystal clear, and dazzlingly black. The spirit stone is not easily wielded. These bull demons are not creatures of this realm, and they should not remain here. They were previously manipulated by this stone, forcibly extracted from the underworld by Dan Shi. Although the spirit stone is now in my possession, I remain unaware of its operational methods, rendering me incapable of controlling them. After speaking, Chen Zhi glanced back at the colorful spirit foods scattered on the ground, for in total, each shimmering and radiating brilliance. These spirit stones must have been brought out from the underworld by Dan Shi in his earlier days, with the assistance of the bull demons who helped him transport these treasures. Yet, I find myself pondering what transpired in the underworld that year, allowing Dan Shi the chance to escape and to carry away such an abundance of treasures and precious spirit stones. Could it truly be, as Dan Shi claimed, that the Grim Reaper has perished? At the staircase's entrance, upon noticing the bull demons had vanished and the situation was secure, some individuals lit the oil lamps affixed to the walls with fire sticks, instantly illuminating the vast chamber within. This expansive underground stone room must have required substantial manpower and resources during its construction. The surroundings were adorned with intricately carved bluestone slabs, exuding a style reminiscent of the late Song dynasty. In the corners of the chamber lay countless desiccated corpses, clad in ancient attire, likely the artisans who had built this place, only to be executed and discarded thereafter. What remained was a staggering accumulation of gold and silver treasures, ancient gold coins piled high like small mountains, exquisite gold and silver vessels, large white gemstones, finely crafted bronze tripods, countless golden swords and ritual implements, and a corner heaped with pearls and agates that sparkled so brilliantly they could bewilder the gaze. However, this was not the moment to transport these treasures. Their immediate priority was to carry the injured Uncle Jiao outside for urgent medical attention, and then to retrieve Chunsheng and the children from the cave, leaving the valley together. A throng of people followed Zhengda, bustling to carry Uncle Jiao toward the tower. Yet Chen Zhi and Fat Wei stayed behind. They understood that their ultimate purpose for this visit was not the treasure, but rather the elusive map of the Yellow Springs. In the subsequent hours, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei scoured every corner of the stone chamber, opening every treasure box and golden chest, yet the map remained elusive. Chen Zhi had once speculated that Dan Shi might have inscribed the map upon the walls, but after searching with their oil lamps for an extended period, they uncovered nothing. Was that legend truly credible? Could it be mere fabrication by the common folk? Could this peculiar monk genuinely possess a map to the Yellow Springs? Fat Wei began to express doubts about the map's existence. It must be real, Chen Zhi murmured softly, yet he surmised that Dan Shi must have concealed the map somewhere, and they had yet to discover its hiding place. Where else could it possibly be? We have searched every nook and cranny. We have nearly dug up the floor tiles. Fat Wei complained loudly, stamping his foot on the stone slabs. It cannot be there. Chen Zhi shook his head, continuing to survey the surroundings, mulling over the thought. If Dan Shi had indeed escaped from the underworld and was the sole possessor of knowledge regarding the path to the Yellow Springs, where would he have sketched the map? What would be the safest, most reliable location? Always close at hand and impervious to loss. Always close at hand. A spark of realization illuminated Chen Zhi's mind as he swiftly turned his gaze towards Dan Shi's remains. After the bull demons had departed, only the remnants of Dan Shi, devoured and scattered across the ground, remained. His massive, scorpion-like lower half had been completely consumed, leaving behind severed appendages and claws strewn about. Around the mutilated corpse lay a pool of dark blood, which appeared eerily strange under the flickering light. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei approached, oil lamps in hand, to examine the faintly visible body ahead. Upon sighting it, Pang Wei was instantly overcome with nausea, turning his head away and muttering, "What a tragic sight. This is what they call retribution for evil deeds." But why is he staring with those wide-open eyes? Does he refuse to rest in death? As Chen Zhi drew closer, illuminated by the flickering lamp, he beheld the remains of the body. The upper half of the corpse was grotesquely disfigured. Half of the head had been bitten off, and its blood-red eyes were filled with resentment. The abdomen had been sliced open, and the foul, putrid entrails spilled out, a ghastly sight that was nearly unbearable. However, the back of the corpse remained intact, revealing faint tattoo patterns on the shoulders. "Give me a hand and help me turn him over," Chen Zhi instructed Pang Wei. "What do you intend to do?" "I refuse to do that. Aren't you disgusted?" Pang Wei protested, pinching his nose and shaking his head vigorously. Disregarding Pang Wei's objections, Chen Zhi set down the oil lamp and turned the body over himself. The light revealed, as he had suspected, a densely inked and intricately detailed human skin map tattooed across the back. Chapter 324, The Map of the Underworld, Part 2. The design on the map was exceedingly intricate, covering the entirety of the back with a pattern from an ancient and long-lost tattooing technique known as dark tattoo, also referred to as bloodline tattoo. This ancient Miao tattooing art has long been forgotten. It involved the use of human flesh as a canvas, incorporating the blood of a mystical tortoise that had existed for millennia in the sea. Such tattoos retained their vividness and clarity even long after death. In ancient times, when medical knowledge was rudimentary and blood relations were often unclear, these tattoos were frequently inscribed on princes and heirs at birth to ensure the purity of royal lineage. The entire tattoo was a labyrinth of intricate pathways, intertwining in a complex and elaborate manner, with each route leading to a destination filled with enigmas. At the center of this map was a circular symbol composed of two combined characters, representing Fengdu. Fengdu, also known as the City of Ghosts, is the underworld described in ancient lore. It is said to be a chaotic city, devoid of heaven or earth, perpetually shrouded in cold and darkness, where sunlight never penetrates. Within Fengdu dwell the spirits of the deceased, as well as the demons and monsters of the underworld. According to legend, Fengdu encompasses places such as the Hall of Yama, the Ghost Gate, the Yinyang Realm, and the 18 levels of hell. Upon death, individuals are assigned to different realms based on their earthly actions. The Emperor of Fengdu is the deity who governs the underworld, with the Hall of Yama serving as the domain of this grim figure. Chen Zhi had once believed that the so-called City of Ghosts was merely a fictional construct born from humanity's fear of death, an imaginary place conjured to explain the unknown. In ancient times, sovereigns fabricated a terrifying underworld to instill fear among the populace, compelling them to remain loyal to their rulers. Those who harbored rebellious thoughts were warned of descending into this hellish abyss to suffer torment. However, upon gazing at the map before him, he became utterly convinced that Fengdu was indeed a tangible location within this world. The intricate layout of Fengdu City, with its complex terrain and winding paths, was not merely chaotic but rather a meticulously designed architectural marvel, boasting all essential structures and routes that rival modern edifices. At the entrance of Fengdu stood a grand double door, its interior and exterior mechanisms strikingly dissimilar, the complexity of its pathways transcending the mere description of a labyrinth. Even someone as adept at reading blueprints and familiar with architectural engineering as Chen Zhi found himself momentarily unable to discern the detailed directions of this map. In other words, without this map, entering Fengdu City would be akin to scaling the heavens. "This must be the Huangquan map my brother has been seeking," muttered Pang Wei, his fingers gently tracing the tattooed patterns, his expression gravely serious. He reached out to touch the imposing entrance, murmuring, "If this entrance is located at Changbai Mountain, then it surely must be that bronze door. Could it lead to the depths of hell?" "Quite possibly," Chen Zhi silently nodded, later adding, "What we are observing is merely a two-dimensional representation. The myriad routes and directions conceal countless secrets. We must take this map back, magnify it using technology, and conduct a thorough examination to fully comprehend its intricacies." After voicing this, he cast another glance at Pang Wei. "For now, let us ponder how to extract this map. What other method is there? Let's skin it off." Pang Wei chuckled at Chen Zhi, drawing a dagger from his leg guard and beginning to gesture over the back of Dan Qiyet. Chen Zhi felt a pang of apprehension. Skinning a human was no trivial matter. He struggled with the moral dilemma of taking such an action, compounded by the fact that Dan Qi's back had already grown cold, the skin clinging tightly to the flesh. The gilded robe had become firmly adhered to the body, and human epidermis is notoriously thin. One slip could result in complete tearing. The two cautiously employed the dagger, meticulously peeling the golden robe away from Dan Qi's body. The robe, stained with blood and flesh, was made of a robust material. Its exterior was a blend of crimson satin and golden threads, while the inner layer comprised a thin sheet of yellow silk, its stitching loose and readily coming apart. Upon the removal of the blood-stained yellow silk, an unexpected discovery awaited them within the robe. Beneath the yellow silk lay a palm-sized piece of brocade, securely sewn into the garment. Inscribed upon the brocade were several lines of fine calligraphy, elegantly pinned in the official script of the Southern Song dynasty, the Old Song style. The content of these lines read as follows: "Natural disasters and man-made calamities have brought untold suffering to the common folk. I, the humble monk Dan Shi, residing in the royal temple, have squandered my days feasting on state allowances, witnessing the people endure harrowing trials, powerless to assist them. Burdened with guilt towards my sovereign and the citizens, my heart unquiet. In the midst of the perilous expanse of Qing'e Mountain, there exists a legendary realm of ultimate bliss, replete with treasures and an army of millions, capable of quelling external threats and extinguishing the flames of war. I, a humble monk, have vowed to seek out this paradise, to retrieve its riches and alleviate the suffering of the common people." Following this passage, another section appears, written in a hurried and erratic script, suggesting a sense of urgency. "I have inadvertently wandered into the ghost city of Fengdu, suffering immensely. Who shall come to my rescue? Here, everything is at an end. I endure the torments of being flayed and scraped, unwilling to meet my demise, yearning only for the day I can escape the abyss of the underworld and reunite with my family, thereby relieving the hardships of the populace." The text abruptly concludes. After reading these lines, Chen Zhi flipped over the woven gold cloth to uncover a blood-written verse on the reverse side. This verse, inscribed in a chaotic and indistinct manner, resembled the scrawl of one unskilled in writing. The content of the verse is as follows: "In the hall of Yama, life and death are severed. With one gust, life ceases, with another, death follows. In ancient times, even nobles and generals meet this fate, ultimately unable to escape death." After absorbing this text, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei fell into a prolonged silence, momentarily at a loss for words. "Damn it, it seems this fool isn't so bad after all," Pang Wei finally exclaimed, his expression tinged with resignation. "Human nature is indeed mutable, one's morality often swayed by circumstance. A person who today is steeped in vice may have once been virtuous, just like the calligraphy of old." The creator of this text was none other than the infamous Qing'e, a traitor who sought personal gain at the expense of his country. Yet, he was once a talented individual concerned for the world. Time, status, and desire can transform a person entirely. The two spoke little more, for their immediate concern was to swiftly detach this human skin map. As the woven gold cloth had become soaked in dark blood, Chen Zhi rolled it up and concealed it within his clothing. Subsequently, Pang Wei deftly used a knife to remove the layer of skin from the back of the foolish one. Without this covering, the remains were even more ghastly. They wrapped the body in a cassock and carried it out of the ancient tower. Upon returning to the surface, they found the townsfolk of Chongshan anxiously awaiting their return. The boats along the riverbank were limited, necessitating a divided passage to the cave's entrance. The injured, including Uncle Zheng and others in dire need of aid, were naturally the first to be sent across. The ghost blade also departed to assist the Bao family. The remaining individuals stood by the riverbank, waiting for Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to ascend. Chen Sheng emerged from the stone forest with the children, who, witnessing the brilliance of the sunlight for the first time, were filled with joy and excitement, darting about in glee. Yazi had also improved significantly, though still hesitant to speak. He timidly grasped Shiden's hand, stealing glances at Pang Wei and Chen Zhi, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and Pang Wei carrying the remains of the foolish one wrapped in a cassock, the crowd was bewildered. After Chen Zhi recounted the general circumstances, they were moved. Together, they laid the remains to rest in the grass by the stone tower, covering it with a thick layer of yellow earth and encircling it with stones to form a grave. After they resolved all matters, the last batch of wooden boats returned to the shore. They boarded a small vessel and arrived at the cave's entrance, where the stones had long since been cleared away. At last, they departed from this valley. Upon emerging from the cave, they encountered the substantial forces of the Bao family. Upon receiving a distress call from Dezheng, Lord Bao immediately dispatched the family's private aircraft, hastily transporting the advance team, led by Ghost Blade, to this location. These individuals were not as swift as Ghost Blade. They had only just arrived. Upon spotting Fat Wei, the Bao family members promptly raised their weapons, encircling him, which caused the townsfolk of Chongshan to become inexplicably tense, uncertain whether they were friend or foe, nearly escalating to confrontation. Chen Zhi urgently intervened, calming the members of the Bao family and informing them that circumstances had changed. He would personally explain everything to Lord Bao. Chen Zhi then recounted the sequence of events to Ghost Blade, who nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. His demeanor towards Fat Wei remained unchanged, as though he had never doubted Fat Wei's loyalty. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. However, upon hearing about the bronze door, Ghost Blade's brow furrowed momentarily. The subsequent developments were fortuitous. Although Uncle Gio suffered severe burns, he was not in danger of losing his life. After being taken to a major hospital for treatment, the old man, due to his robust constitution, regained consciousness within 2 days. Fat Wei and Xiao Jin, while in town, extolled Uncle Gio's valiant struggle against the monstrous bull demon, proclaiming him a true patriarch of the people, selflessly sacrificing himself in a critical moment, embodying the spirit of proletarian dedication, a true hero. Consequently, the townspeople held Uncle Gio in even greater esteem, and tales of his exploits spread with an almost mythical quality. They were eager to hold a commendation ceremony to honor him. Yizi was returned to her mother's side, who had been bedridden for days, deprived of sustenance. The villagers of Guiqing were overjoyed upon Spring Sheng's return. After withholding certain necessary details, he shared with them the experiences of the past decade, assuring them that the hardships of Guiqing village were finally at an end and that they would soon enjoy a life of remarkable prosperity. The villagers were ecstatic, and the parents of the children expressed profound gratitude towards Spring Sheng, elevating him to the status of a village hero, succeeding Grandma Gio as the community's leader. Chongshan town was bustling these days. After generations of effort, Dan Shi finally met his deserved fate, and the entire populace rejoiced. They secretly burned incense and mourned before their ancestors' tablets, weeping tears of joy to share the momentous news. However, during this period, an unexpected incident occurred. Upon returning to the elevated house in Guiqing village, Fat Wei discovered that his brother had vanished. The villagers informed Fat Wei that his brother had been in the house just a day prior, but that night, he inexplicably disappeared without a trace. The lock on the door had been pried open with a wire, and no one had witnessed him leaving the village. He must have slipped away alone under the cover of night. On the table lay a letter addressed to Fat Wei, the handwriting remarkably neat, revealing the writer's clear and lucid thoughts. The content of the letter is as follows. Dear friend, I sincerely apologize for my abrupt departure. I am grateful for your support during this time. Your new acquaintance is indeed a wonderful person. He is correct in his assessment that I am haunted by inner demons, from which I find no escape throughout this life. Ultimately, one cannot elude their fate. I owe him far too much to abandon him, leaving him to face his struggles alone. 10 years is a lengthy period, and I have made a decision to follow him. If I cannot succeed, I shall remain in this hell alongside him. If you have acquired the map to the underworld, I implore you to burn it. Do not entangle yourself further in this matter. Above all, do not allow obsession and curiosity to ruin your life. Do not tread the path I have taken. You are different from us. You are an outsider. Embrace a new life with your newfound friends. Take care. Upon finishing the letter, Peng Wei wept, remaining silent for a considerable time. He then set the letter ablaze and gifted the building, where his brother once resided, to Chunxing. He declared that he would never return to this place, having been tormented by the struggles of his 2 companions for far too long, and he wished to forget those memories. Subsequently, the Zheng family took charge of the ensuing matters, convening to discuss the handling of the treasures from Fengtu Mountain. The treasures were vast and abundant, containing numerous invaluable artifacts that necessitated notification to the government. During this time, many officials from top-secret agencies arrived in the capital, collaborating with the residents of Chongshan Town and Chunxing from Guiqing Village to formulate a reasonable plan for the treasures. Naturally, the artifacts were to be surrendered to the state. However, the government would fairly allocate rewards based on the total value of the treasures, resulting in astonishing bonuses for everyone involved. The Zheng family and Chunxing distributed these funds equitably among all, including portions for Chen Zhi and Peng Wei. Zheng Da instructed Chen Zhi and Peng Wei to wait for further news, assuring them that they would receive a just amount. After sharing life and death experiences, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei held deep trust in Zheng Da and his companions, feeling that their lives had been saved, making any remuneration unnecessary. Following a brief stay in Chongshan Town, Chen Zhi, Peng Wei, and Gui Dao returned to the city aboard a private plane belonging to the Bao family. Upon their arrival, Lord Bao personally sent someone to greet them at the airport, In the days that followed, Chen Zhi had already established contact with Lord Bao, informing him about the events and Peng Wei's past. Lord Bao expressed his understanding and did not impose any difficulties upon Peng Wei during their reunion. After their return, Chen Zhi and the others did not immediately head home, but instead opted to stay at the retreat pavilion, as so much had transpired that they needed time to recuperate. A few days later, Peng Wei ascended the mountain to pay his respects to Sanzi. That day, he wept profusely, having previously evaded the reality of Sanzi's death and the memories of their shared time. However, upon seeing Sanzi's tombstone, the harsh truth pulled him back to reality. After several days of tranquility, Lord Bao summoned them together once more, inviting them to meet at the hot spring villa. Chen Zhi and Peng Wei had long awaited this day. They understood that all other matters must be set aside. The most pressing concern was to unearth the traitor hidden within the Bao family. This infiltrator had undoubtedly been lurking in the shadows for quite some time, possessing intimate knowledge of the family's affairs, including the secrets of the spiritual stones and the divine tomb. Moreover, this individual had concealed themselves for ages, and it was imperative that they be discovered to avenge the three sons. Chapter 326. Everything has changed on that evening. The moonlight was particularly dim, casting a somber glow over Qianhua Mountain, which had been shrouded in a damp and musty odor due to several days of relentless rain. Chen Zhi, Gui Dao, and Peng Wei were driven by a chauffeur into the ancestral home of the Bao family, the Qianhua Mountain Hot Spring Villa. Upon entering the villa, everything appeared as it once was, yet the entrance was adorned with a plethora of flowers, exuding a beauty reminiscent of feminine elegance. The Blue Ribbon Warriors continued to guard the entrance to the hot spring lake, and besides them, they spotted the elderly Jiando seated by the lakeside. Since the death of the three sons, Jiando had made infrequent appearances. It was rumored that he had become exceedingly peculiar during this time, with his health deteriorating and his demeanor growing increasingly reclusive, seldom engaging with others. Aware of Chen Zhi and Peng Wei's return, he did not seek them out. Upon their arrival, his expression lacked warmth, and he refrained from initiating conversation with them. Considering Jiando's current health condition, Lord Bao had refrained from assigning him any responsibilities, allowing him to recuperate peacefully in the hot spring villa. Jiando appeared content to remain there, spending his days in the courtyard of the mountainside, rarely venturing out. Chen Zhi understood that the backyard was home to the small hill laden with graves, the Bao family's private cemetery, where Jiando wished to keep company with the three sons. This was the first time Peng Wei had seen Jiando since returning from Guiqing village. Jiando nodded at them from a distance, his face devoid of a smile. Peng Wei hurried over, eager to speak with Jiando, but the elder sidestepped, seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation. "What has become of old Jin too?" Peng Wei remarked, gazing at the aged Jiando, then heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head. Everything has changed." As the three of them prepared to move further inside, a familiar figure approached unexpectedly. "You've returned?" A woman gracefully emerged from the villa, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. It was Qing'e. This marked the first time Chen Zhi had encountered Qing'e since their return from the Tianhu Divine Tomb. During the preceding days, his mind had been preoccupied with Peng Wei's matters, leaving him little room to inquire about her well-being. He had only heard that she was undergoing treatment for her eyes within the organization. Qing'e's eyes had fully healed, the scars around them now vanished. Her eyes, already striking, sparkled with the unique brilliance of a demigod. She retained her slender frame, yet her complexion bore a hint of blush, making her appear much more vibrant. Her attire and jewelry were exquisite, clearly of considerable value. "My, how you've changed in just a few days," Peng Wei exclaimed upon seeing Qing'e's rejuvenated appearance, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he grinned. "What good fortune has befallen you recently?" Chen Zhi surveyed Qing'e from head to toe, momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently and inquired, "Have you been here all this time?" "Yes, I've been with Lord Bao," Qing'e responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. After giving a subtle nod to Chen Zhi and the others, she added, "Follow me. Lord Bao is waiting for you inside." "What does that mean?" Fat Wei asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Without further comment, Qing'e turned and walked toward the villa. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances and, along with Ghost Blade, followed closely behind her. "Hey, do you think this celery shoot has struck it lucky? She looks so vibrant now. She used to resemble an African refugee. But this outfit truly enhances her beauty," Ghost Blade remarked, casting a detached glance at Fat Wei. "Enough of that nonsense," Chen Zhi chided softly, a smile playing on his lips. Her status in the Bao family is no longer ordinary, so refrain from calling her celery shoot. Refer to her as Lady Bao instead. Lady Bao? Who? Her? The Qing'e we picked up from a heap of corpses? Fat Wei exclaimed in disbelief, nearly choking on laughter as he covered his mouth. Lord Bao certainly has no discerning taste. Walking ahead, Qing'e seemed oblivious to their banter as she made her way directly to the pavilion at the center of the hot spring lake. It was Fat Wei's first encounter with the architectural marvel of the hot spring lake, and he found himself captivated by its ingenious design, showering it with praise. Upon reaching the pavilion at the lake's center, they discovered Lord Bao already seated, awaiting their arrival. The central pool in the pavilion was devoid of hot spring water. Lord Bao, clad in a pure cotton tang suit, reclined comfortably on a stone chair. Upon their entrance, he greeted them with a gentle smile and a wave of his hand. Come in. Make yourselves comfortable. Once everyone settled into the pavilion, Lord Bao gestured for Qing'e, who obediently excused herself. Lord Bao, congratulations. When did you and the celery shoot? No, Lady Bao, become an item. Fat Wei playfully flattered, cautiously gauging Lord Bao's reaction. Oh, Lord Bao replied nonchalantly, as if he had not quite understood. He did not pursue the topic further, but instead retrieved a bottle of red wine and several tall glasses from a nearby cabinet. Pouring a glass for Fat Wei, he patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I misunderstood you before. That's all in the past now. Don't take it to heart. And no, you are too kind. It was I who should not have concealed things from you, Fat Wei hurriedly explained, having fretted since last night about the possibility of Lord Bao bringing up his previous missteps. Lord Bao, I didn't genuinely wish to keep anything from you. We were brothers. No need to elaborate, Fat Wei began, but Lord Bao interrupted him with a casual dismissal. Let bygones be bygones. One should not dwell on the past. Ah, indeed. Fat Wei swallowed his words, refraining from continuing. Lord Bao then poured drinks for Chen Zhi and Ghostblade, raising his glass as he proclaimed, I invited you here today to express my gratitude for everything you have done. After we finish this toast, our fates will be intertwined. From this moment on, there shall be no more doubts among us. After Leopard finished speaking, he drained his glass of red wine and remarked, This is a 1942 law fight. Do give it a try. I have heard that it carries the essence of the smoke from World War II. Chen Zhi, hearing such a notion for the first time, was intrigued. Upon inhaling the aroma, he was inexplicably convinced that the glass contained a hint of gunpowder. The three of them finished their wine, and Leopard seized the bottle to refill their glasses. Your recent expedition to Guiqing village has yielded unexpected rewards. There, you discovered 5 precious spiritual stones, each possessing distinct abilities. Among them is a stone that maintains the balance of water resources, a highly coveted asset that is sorely lacking within the organization. Leopard's words filled Pang Wei with exuberance, and fueled by the wine, he exclaimed, So, are we now considered the world's superheroes? Just on our underwear. And we're akin to Superman. His jest elicited laughter from all present. By the way, Leopard, what is the purpose of that black spiritual stone? Pang Wei inquired. That stone is extraordinary. I witnessed those colossal hellish creatures being controlled by it. Chapter 327, The Ghost Seal. Upon mentioning the black spiritual stone, Leopard's expression darkened momentarily. After a brief silence, he continued, That black spiritual stone is quite unique. There are no records pertaining to it within the organization, and its elemental composition is peculiar. Internal examinations reveal an abundance of energy, unlike anything from our world. The chief sorcerer within our ranks has stated that this stone is of a very high grade, possessing control over creatures similar to dragon bones. However, unlike dragon bones, the beings it governs are not human. It likely exerts control over the dark entities, those that exist in a realm entirely separate from our human world. Chen Zhi interjected, When we were beneath the ancient tower, we had a close encounter with those hellish creatures. They are fundamentally different from ordinary beings and do not resemble the divine beasts we have previously encountered. These hellish entities are chilling, as though devoid of souls, ferocious, and lacking in intellect. We witnessed that monk, who had escaped from the underworld, using the black spiritual stone to command those terrifying creatures, yet I am unaware of the precise method to wield its power, which is why I could not bind them. They vanished in an instant, as if possessing some form of parallel traversal ability. The method of using the spiritual stone is not complex. Leopard remarked when Chen Zhi reached this point. The issue lies in the fact that this black spiritual stone is incomplete. Under microscopic examination of the stone's fracture, we observe precise cut patterns. It is highly probable that this black spiritual stone was struck from a larger, intricately carved spiritual stone. Given its attributes, such a small stone could not exert control over massive hellish beasts. Instead, it serves a restraining function, with the true power to control residing in the larger carved stone. The primary function of this smaller black stone is to prolong the spiritual energy of the larger stone, enabling it to bind those hellish creatures. As Leopard concluded this explanation, he glanced at Pang Wei and inquired, "I presume you have heard of the ghost seal, have you not?" Upon hearing the term ghost seal, Fat Wei's demeanor stiffened momentarily, and he nodded in silence. I had previously encountered references to this entity. As Leopard continued, the ghost seal bears a striking resemblance to this black spiritual stone. It is said that this ghost seal once belonged to a lord during the Warring States period, possessing the power to command the armies of the underworld and bring peace to the realm. Furthermore, it serves as the key to enter the underworld, does it not? After sharing this, Leopard glanced at Fat Wei, awaiting his response. Indeed, Fat Wei replied, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes beginning to redden. I do not possess extensive knowledge about the ghost seal, nor have I witnessed its powers, yet I am certain of one thing. It is undoubtedly a malevolent artifact. Both of my brothers were led into hell by it. Fat Wei then recounted everything he knew about the ghost seal to the gathered audience. His knowledge was limited, yet the connection to the ghost seal was profound. Fat Wei had once observed the ghost seal up close. It was exquisitely carved, resembling a jade seal. In retrospect, its texture indeed parallels that of this black spiritual stone. As Leopard had mentioned, the ghost seal had made an appearance at an auction a few years back, a coveted treasure fiercely contested by many in the field. During that time, numerous events transpired, marking one of Fat Wei's most illustrious periods. One of Fat Wei's exceptionally skilled brothers had been in pursuit of the ghost seal, which was said to have been left behind by a notoriously brutal lord of the Warring States period. This lord was rumored to have slain a colossal dragon, discovering within its belly a jade box that contained the ghost seal. Legend has it that this seal could command the spirits of the dead to fight for this lord, leading him to triumph over all foes. However, his excessive bloodshed ultimately led to his downfall, as he was dispatched back to hell by the underworld. Eventually, this ghost seal fell into the hands of Fat Wei's brother, who ventured into a massive bronze door deep within the Qing'e mountains with the seal, never to return. Another brother subsequently succumbed to madness, living in his own illusions, desperately searching for a way to access that bronze door. Fat Wei paused here, his eyes glistening with emotion. Reflecting upon it now, the ghost seal, like this black spiritual stone, was hewn from the same great spiritual stone, both serving as keys to that bronze door. Moreover, the Yellow Springs map we obtained from the back of Dan Shi likely illustrates the scenery behind that door. Indeed, Leopard remarked, rising slowly and patting Fat Wei on the shoulder. The Yellow Springs map you brought back is exceedingly intricate, its patterns so convoluted that they are nearly unimaginable. Under magnification, we observe that inscriptions adorned the buildings depicted, yet due to the skin's metabolic processes, the writing has become indistinct. Our technicians are diligently working to restore this map, and I believe we will soon unveil its complete form. However, that is a matter for another time. At this juncture, Leopard turned abruptly, addressing everyone with grave seriousness. Our foremost concern at present is to clear our ranks. I am now entirely convinced that there is a traitor concealed within our midst, a ghost who has burrowed deep, exceedingly formidable, and many of us have perished as a result. Therefore, from this day forth, our primary task is to unearth this traitor. Upon broaching the subject of the internal spy, a contemplative silence enveloped the group, as this has been a matter of profound reflection for all during this period. The act of uncovering a mole may seem straightforward in theory, yet it is fraught with complications. Human thought often possesses blind spots. The traitor may be someone entirely overlooked, perhaps a mere waiter, a driver, or an individual easily dismissed. There exists an even graver possibility. The mole could be someone in whom one places unwavering trust. Since the days of World War II, intelligence operatives have discovered that the most effective method to identify moles within their ranks is to meticulously list all details and systematically eliminate suspects through a process of elimination. The individual who remains, no matter how incredulous it may seem, is the reality they must confront. Do we have any leads? Chen Zhi inquired of Mr. Bao. At present, there are no discoveries, Mr. Bao replied, shaking his head. The intruders employed remarkably professional tactics. During the assault on the control stone warehouse, no alarms were triggered. Upon our examination of the scene, there were no signs of struggle, not even traces of resistance. Many fell victim to sudden neck breaks, unaware of their impending doom. These intruders undoubtedly possessed the key to the warehouse door, and they were highly trained assassins, adept at executing their lethal acts in silence and darkness. However, there is one point I must emphasize, Mr. Bao continued, casting a glance at Chen Zhi. The control stone warehouse is secured by 2 doors. The first can be unlocked with a key, while the second is a completely sealed pressure door that can only be opened from within. Surveillance cameras are positioned at the entrance, and unless someone inside willingly opens the door, even a colossal artillery shell would be ineffective in breaching it. Among the deceased, only Chen Zhi had the authority to unlock the second door, and he was equipped with an emergency alarm device that I personally provided for him. This alarm transmits signals at remarkable speed without the need for any network. It can be activated with a mere touch. I had advised him not to open the door for anyone, and in the event of an emergency, to immediately activate the alarm for assistance. Yet, he did not trigger the alarm and instead opened the second door himself, which can only indicate one thing. Chen Zhi picked up where Mr. Bao left off, stating, "This implies that the person standing outside at that moment was someone he recognized, indeed, a person he trusted implicitly." Chapter 328. The Tale of the Bao Family. This confirms that the individual outside was someone familiar to Chen Zhi, someone he trusted deeply, correct? Chen Zhi asked, echoing Mr. Bao's assertion. Indeed, Mr. Bao nodded gently in affirmation, continuing. This person not only inspired profound trust in him, but also compelled him to open the door without hesitation, neglecting even to activate the safety system on his person. Do you think it is possible that an outsider masqueraded as one of our own to deceive Chen Zhi into opening the door? After a moment's hesitation, Fat Wei addressed the group. Isn't it often portrayed on television? With a human mask, one could impersonate another. And during the Fox Den incident, did not Fu Yi want to use disguise techniques to assume the appearance of Xiao Gu? The ghost blade nodded in agreement with Fat Wei's hypothesis. Impossible. Leopard shook his head decisively and continued. We have considered this possibility before. Therefore, the interior of the second gate is filled with manifestation symbols drawn by the great sorcerers. Before these symbols, any form of disguise would reveal its true form. Moreover, the cameras outside utilize infrared vision, capable of penetrating the skin to reveal the human skull. Superficial techniques like human skin masks simply cannot deceive them. The figure that appeared behind the second gate was undoubtedly the genuine individual. After Leopard's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation, each wrestling with their thoughts, their emotions in disarray. Many matters seemed painfully clear yet cruel, rendering them impossible to confront. Leopard. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before continuing. You mentioned that the intruders possessed the key to the first gate. I recall you stating that the location of the control stone warehouse is highly confidential. I assume that not just anyone could acquire the key to the first gate, correct? Indeed, Leopard replied, his gray eyes flashing as he nodded at Chen Zhi. This warehouse is the most secretive one belonging to our family, housing classified items. Very few are aware of its existence. The individuals capable of obtaining the key to the first gate, aside from myself, number only 3. These 3 are elders of our family, who fought alongside my father and have been away from the city for many years, now scattered across the northeast. Leopard. Chen Zhi hesitated before finally asking, does Uncle Jean possess the key? At this question, a profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Leopard. He paused for an extended moment, thoughtfully regarding Chen Zhi before responding slowly, of course. My key has always been entrusted to Uncle Jean. All keys belonging to our family are under his guardianship. After stating this, Leopard's deep gray eyes remained fixed on Chen Zhi, an intricate expression swirling within them. I have heard that Uncle Jean has been with the Bao family for many years. Could you share with us the story of his connection to our family? Chen Zhi inquired under Leopard's penetrating gaze. Leopard's expression remained calm as he lowered his head, not immediately answering Chen Zhi's question. Instead, he returned to the wine cabinet, poured some red wine, and swirled it in his glass for a long while before finally speaking. Firstly, I must tell you that Uncle Jean is the person I trust most. Even if everyone else in this world were to betray me, I would not believe he would. After taking a sip of wine, Leopard began recounting the tale of old Jindo and the Bao family, which also included the story of Chen Zhi's uncle, Jiang Li. the young patriarch of the Jiang clan. It was an era filled with fervor and vitality, a time when people had not yet been tainted by greed. Still possessing a childlike heart, believing that the camaraderie among men was the most precious treasure in the world. During that time, Leopard's father, Old Leopard, rose from humble beginnings and wielded considerable influence in the underworld. Known for his righteousness and decisiveness, he was affectionately dubbed Golden Leopard by those in the community, a moniker reflecting the flourishing business and wealth of the Bao family. In that era of the underworld, the principles of brotherhood and loyalty were paramount. The venerable Old Leopard, who rose from humble beginnings, was supported by his 3 sworn brothers. Together, the 4 of them shared an unbreakable bond, traversing the most perilous situations, having saved each other's lives and incurred debts of gratitude. As the power of the Bao family grew increasingly formidable in northeast China, a multitude began to align themselves with Old Leopard. Their enterprises expanded from the initial steel trade to foreign commerce, eventually encompassing a myriad of entertainment venues. However, Old Leopard steadfastly refused to engage in the narcotics trade, fully aware that once that line was crossed, there would be no turning back, and the inevitable repercussions would be dire. Yet, his youngest sworn brother, Feng Laosi, fervently advocated for involvement in the drug business. Driven by greed, Feng Laosi's wealth rapidly escalated, ultimately leading to catastrophic consequences. In one of his dance halls, a patron succumbed to paralysis due to drug use and tragically passed away before help could arrive. Caught unprepared, the police swiftly conducted a raid on the dance hall, and the outcome was predictable. Feng Laosi was immediately apprehended. In China, the sale of narcotics is a grave offense, leaving no room for leniency. Though this matter initially had no bearing on Old Leopard, an anonymous tip led to his arrest a month later. This tip provided evidence of the Bao family's support for Feng Laosi's drug dealings, along with documentation of their involvement in organized crime, which had resulted in multiple homicides. Such information was deeply confidential, known only to those intimately close to Old Leopard. It was widely believed that Feng Laosi had betrayed Old Leopard to save himself. As the evidence mounted, the Bao family's empire crumbled like a house of cards. In a swift turn of events, both Feng Laosi and Old Leopard faced execution by firing squad. At that time, Bao Ping, Old Leopard's only son and the legal heir to the Bao family, was merely 11 years old. The world of organized crime is notoriously ruthless and unforgiving. As the target of various factions, Bao Ping found himself ensnared in a web of danger, with numerous assassins lurking in the shadows. Tragically, many of his family members, including his grandparents, met untimely ends. And under immense pressure, his mother chose to take her own life, abandoning her son. When it seemed that the young Bao Ping would not survive another day, Lao Jindo, a figure of resilience, took him under his wing and led him to a mysterious force, the very organization that now supports the Bao family. Chapter 329, The Tale of the Bao Family, Part 2. At that time, Lao Jindo was still under 40, having emerged from poverty. He had received some education in his youth and even worked as a teacher, embodying the spirit of the old scholars. However, due to his uncompromising nature, he had made enemies and found himself embroiled in a murder case, nearly losing his life in prison. During that period, Old Leopard held considerable influence in society, casually remarking, "Killing is merely a matter of a light tap." He saved the life of Old Jindo, and when he was released from prison, he brought him into the Bao family as an advisor. From that moment on, Old Jindo was profoundly grateful to Old Leopard and remained unwaveringly loyal to the Bao family. During that period, Old Jindo had the fortune of meeting Jiang Li, the uncle of Chen Zhi. At that time, Jiang Li was not yet 20. A passionate young man whose approach to life starkly contrasted with the Jiang family's traditionally low-key demeanor. He was flamboyant and rebellious. His legendary exploits circulated widely, and during that era, Jiang Li truly shone with brilliance, commanding attention and admiration. Due to the covert nature of the organization behind Jiang Li, Old Jindo was unaware of his true identity and circumstances, only recognizing that this young man possessed significant influence, spending money like water and wielding immense power, a figure of boundless capability. Therefore, when the Bao family faced adversity, Old Jindo stealthily led the young leopard out of the city under the cover of night, seeking refuge among friends, only to encounter obstacles at every turn. When they finally sought refuge with Jiang Li, he welcomed them with remarkable warmth, rather than shunning the trouble-laden youth that others feared. Upon hearing of the various threats facing them, Jiang Li scoffed at these dangers and introduced Bao Ping and old Jindo to the leader of his organization, subsequently bringing the Bao family under the organization's protection. Soon, the people of northeast China were aware that the Bao family had allied with a formidable and mysterious force, whose influence was deeply entrenched and extraordinarily powerful. In no time, the factions that had previously troubled the Bao family were quietly eradicated, and the assassins who had killed Bao Ping's grandparents met a grim fate, their bodies displayed prominently as a warning to others. The organization's ruthless methods served as a stark deterrent, exemplifying the principle that when individuals encounter a more powerful adversary, they will often choose to ally with it rather than oppose it. Thus, various factions began gravitating towards old Jindo and the young Bao Ping, allowing the Bao family's towering establishment to gradually regain its stature. During this time, due to Bao Ping's youth, it was old Jindo who truly steered the family's affairs. Years later, as Bao Ping matured, old Leopard's brothers, save for Feng Laosi who had passed away, were released from prison. The old guard rallied once more to support the young Leopard, elevating him to the pinnacle of power in northeast China. By this time, old Jindo had accomplished his objectives and stepped back, remaining by the young Leopard's side as an advisor, managing the family's affairs and providing counsel. This encapsulates the history of the Bao family and the bond between old Jindo and them. After recounting these past events, old Leopard fell silent, observing the reactions of those present as if awaiting their inquiries. Chen Zhi and his companions exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a moment of silence, it was Fat Wei who broke the stillness. Old Leopard, I mean no offense. I am merely speculating, Fat Wei began, before continuing. Do you think that old Jindo, upon losing his former position, might harbor resentment? Upon hearing these words, the countenance of Lord Leopard transformed dramatically, his gaze chillingly cold, and the color of his deep gray eyes shifted ominously as he cast a sharp glance at Fat Wei. I have previously stated that my trust in Uncle Jean is unwavering. I am convinced that, at any given moment, he would never betray me. After uttering this, Lord Leopard's words silenced Fat Wei, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward as all present fell silent. At this juncture, Lord Leopard continued, suggesting that if we are to investigate the invader responsible for the death of the three sons and unearth the traitor within the Bao family, it would be prudent to start with the three elders of the Bao clan. Times have changed, and these elders have since appointed new heads. Without a domestic traitor, one cannot lure out external foes. I possess an instinct that the spy lies among these three individuals. I have summoned them back from various places under the guise of business, and in a few days, I would like you to accompany me to the airport to receive them. Agreeing with a nod, Chen Zhi and the others exchanged glances, realizing there was little more to discuss. After bidding farewell to Lord Leopard, they exited the hot spring pavilion. As they made their way back along the waterway of the hot spring lake, they suddenly spotted a figure stealthily observing them from behind a large tree. The figure, hunched and emaciated, appeared eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the old acrobat, Lao Jindo. His expression was grim, and an inexplicable chill emanated from his gaze as he fixated on Chen Zhi, his gaunt face resembling a ghost. The three men were taken aback by Lao Jindo's demeanor and exchanged bewildered glances before hastening forward to greet him. However, upon noticing Chen Zhi's approach, Lao Jindo retreated a couple of steps, seemingly intent on avoiding him, and gestured at Fat Wei from a distance. This peculiar action was unmistakably an invitation for Fat Wei to come closer, leaving Chen Zhi and Ghost Knife behind. The three men felt a tinge of awkwardness, exchanging looks before Fat Wei stepped forward alone, smiling as he addressed Lao Jindo. Uncle Jean, what is it that you wish to discuss? Why the secrecy? Oh, Wei Zi. Come here. I have something to ask you. Lao Jindo replied evasively, pulling Fat Wei aside to engage in hushed conversation. Their behavior unsettled Chen Zhi, who recalled that since returning from Guiqing village, he had not seen Lao Jindo, who appeared to have been deliberately avoiding them, particularly him. As they whispered ahead, suddenly, Qing'e glided gracefully along the waterway towards them. Chen Zhi noticed that everything had changed since his return. Qing'e seemed exceptionally beautiful, her movements ethereal and graceful, reminiscent of a fairy, captivating all who beheld her. Lord Leopard is looking for you. He wishes to speak with you privately. The others may stay at the hot spring villa for the night. We shall dine together later, Qing'e said with a radiant smile, raising her hand to beckon Chen Zhi to follow her back to the pavilion. Chen Zhi nodded at Gui Dao, instructing him and Peng Wei to remain behind while he accompanied Qing'e back to the pavilion. Upon their return, he noticed Leopard Yi had just set down his phone and offered a faint smile upon seeing Chen Zhi enter. "You should not return tonight. The leader of the organization wishes to meet you." Upon hearing Leopard Yi's words, Chen Zhi felt a wave of panic wash over him. The organization had always been shrouded in mystery, lurking in the shadows, elusive as a dragon. He was aware of the intricate ties between the Jiang lineage and the organization, almost as if the Jiang family constituted a part of it. However, the prospect of meeting the leader tonight caught him utterly unprepared. Who could this powerful and enigmatic figure be? A mere mortal, or perhaps a deity with 9 heads? Leopard Yi had already been in contact with the organization, and after a brief wait at the hot spring villa, a black Audi sedan entered through the gates. At that moment, the villa was occupied only by a few blue-ribbon warriors. Lao Jindo had likely returned to rest, and Gue Dao and Peng Wei had been led away by Qing'e. Thus, only Leopard Yi and Chen Zhi were to accompany each other to the organization. Once they settled into the Audi, the car began to move slowly. Externally, the black sedan appeared unremarkable, yet upon entering, it became evident that the windows were all shrouded in dark glass. The interior was engulfed in complete darkness, with not a single ray of light penetrating, rendering the outside world invisible. Chen Zhi marveled at the driver's composure, navigating through such impenetrable darkness. The driver exhibited exceptional skill, never once looking back, instilling in Chen Zhi an unnerving sensation that the driver might be something other than human, concealed beneath a human guise. He shuddered at the thought of what monstrous visage might be revealed should the driver turn his head. After traversing over an hour through several bumpy roads and winding mountain paths, the vehicle finally came to a halt. The doors opened automatically, revealing a pitch-black courtyard, where the temperature was markedly lower than that of the city. As Chen Zhi and Leopard Yi exited, the Audi swiftly vanished into the shadows. Chen Zhi glanced ahead, but the darkness was impenetrable, surrounded by towering mountains capped with snow, a stark contrast to the scenery of Qianhua Mountain. It felt as though they had journeyed thousands of miles to arrive in a different, frigid city. Standing in the dark, they soon noticed several figures approaching from the depths of shadowy obscurity. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Zhi. Were they about to cover his head with a black bag and drag him away? His heart raced, as the entire setting evoked scenes from a suspenseful film. With a low chuckle, the Leopard Master remarked, "You are overthinking it. The organization has never permitted outsiders to enter this place, not even with their heads covered. Only those within the organization may come here. You are one of us. And this is a fact you must never forget." After his words, several individuals approached, middle-aged men in their 30s, led by a robust figure bearing a prominent scar that stretched from his brow to his chin, rendering his visage quite fearsome. They bowed respectfully to Leopard Master and Chen Zhi before the scarred man smiled and addressed Chen Zhi. "I am here to escort you both inside. Please follow me." Chen Zhi was somewhat taken aback by the scarred man's demeanor. He had not anticipated such a high standing within the organization. He glanced at Leopard Master, who maintained a calm expression, urging him to proceed. The scarred man gestured for the others to follow, respectfully guiding Chen Zhi and Leopard Master into the enveloping darkness. Throughout this journey, an eerie silence prevailed, and Chen Zhi felt an inexplicable tension, unsure whether it stemmed from the anticipation of meeting the leader of the organization or the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. As they traversed the pitch-black courtyard, an entrance to a tunnel emerged ahead, grand and ominous, resembling the gaping maw of a beast. The scarred man instructed the others to wait outside, and led Chen Zhi and Leopard Master into the tunnel. The moment they entered, Chen Zhi instantly sensed that this tunnel was unlike any other. The ground beneath their feet emitted no sound, each step sinking softly as though they tread upon clouds. The surrounding darkness spun chaotically, inducing a disorienting haze. If his instincts were correct, this tunnel belonged to an entirely different realm, isolated and impenetrable. Any intruder reaching this point would find themselves thwarted by the removal of the spatial passage, rendering them unable to breach the interior. Not long after, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a door suspended in midair, ethereally floating before them. The scarred man leapt into the doorway, vanishing from sight, while Chen Zhi and Leopard Master mimicked his actions and entered. Crossing the threshold, they found themselves in an indoor space, dimly lit, flanked by narrow passageways reminiscent of an ancient structure's corridor. After a few steps, Chen Zhi quickly discerned from the architectural features that they were undoubtedly within the confines of an ancient military fortress. The walls were constructed of massive black bricks, fitted precisely without gaps. The spacing and load-bearing of each stone had been meticulously calculated, reflective of the architectural style from the Warring States period. This era was steeped in myth and tumult, a time when master craftsmen flourished, erecting fortifications so formidable that they were deemed impregnable, becoming known as divine structures. The renowned craftsman, Qing'e, discovered within the tomb of the celestial fox, was a notable figure from that epoch. However, the architectural remnants from that era are scarce. Yet the ancient blueprints that have survived reveal layouts of exquisite ingenuity and remarkable sturdiness, leaving one in awe. Upon arriving at this juncture, the scarred-faced man ceased to advance. "My humble status permits me to proceed no further," he explained with a smile. "From here, allow this elder guide you." "Elder? Where?" Chen Zhi wondered. When suddenly a hooded figure, bearing a lantern, emerged from the shadows of the wall. The veiled elder bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, his voice raspy as he cautioned. "Gentlemen, watch your step. The path here is somewhat slippery. Allow me to lead the way." With that, he lowered the oil lamp, illuminating the ground before them, guiding Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard onward. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt as if he had stepped into an ancient palace. The hooded elder moved with utmost grace, his footsteps so light they seemed to barely touch the ground. The corridor ahead was dimly lit, and the black bricks of the surrounding walls emitted a luster polished by the passage of time, leading into a profound and mysterious path. "Mind your step, esteemed gentlemen," the veiled elder reiterated with utmost respect. Ahead lies the royal hall of West Qi. Chapter 331. The Ji clan of West Qi. What did you say? Chen Zhi could scarcely believe his ears. West Qi? The West Qi where King Wu of Zhou established his capital? Indeed, the veiled elder replied nonchalantly, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. "Please watch your step and follow me slowly." He held the oil lamp low, bowing slightly to illuminate Chen Zhi's path, as if fearing that a misstep might shatter a priceless treasure. Chen Zhi was now engulfed in astonishment, his mind racing with implications. He had long suspected that the organization might be inextricably linked to the Ji clan of the Zhou dynasty. Perhaps the royal bloodline of King Wu had endured through the ages, giving rise to this enigmatic institution. When Lord Leopard remarked that the blood sample from the royal decree matched that of GFA, it had hinted at living descendants of the Ji clan within the organization. But after all these millennia, could West Qi still exist? Questions swirled in Chen Zhi's mind as they continued onward. Lord Leopard remained silent throughout the journey, and after a span of about 10 minutes, they reached the end of the corridor, which opened into the outdoors. Moonlight flooded the area, revealing an expanse of desolate land and an immensely grand ancient royal city before them. Bathed in the silvery glow, the towering structure stood like an elder weathered by time, silently enduring. "It is the royal city of West Qi." Chen Zhi could hardly believe his eyes. He had previously perused descriptions of the city in ancient manuscripts, a humble fortress crafted by divine artisans, impenetrable by 1,000 troops. The veiled elder continued to lead them toward the gates of the ancient city, where, apart from the moonlight, there was no illumination, and the surrounding darkness was profound, accompanied by an intensely cold chill in the air. The entire royal city sprawls across an extensive area, its walls constructed entirely of black bricks, most of which have suffered considerable damage. Yet, the intricate and complex internal framework remains discernible, with crumbling walls and dilapidated ruins concealing ancient chambers. They traversed countless dark corridors, eventually entering the heart of the royal city. After a prolonged journey through the shadows, a grand door, partially ajar, finally revealed itself ahead. The surface of this door was forged from brass, adorned with a dragon's head as a knocker and embellished with mythical creatures, exuding an air of venerable antiquity. Two warriors, wielding long blades, stood immovably at either side of the entrance, resembling statues chiseled from stone, their cuffs revealing a striking azure hue. A hooded elder, holding a lantern, guided Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard across the threshold of the brass door. Upon entering, they found themselves in a remarkably spacious stone chamber, expansive enough to rival a grand plaza. Surrounding them stood a row of colossal bronze cauldrons, 9 in total, towering majestically and leaving an indelible impression. The engravings upon them were grand and imposing, predominantly depicting the intertwined visages of Nuwa and Fuxi, alongside various oddly shaped deities. Chen Zhi had encountered these bronze cauldrons in ancient texts. They were revered treasures of the mortal realm, the legendary 9 tripod cauldrons. According to legend, these cauldrons were cast by the Great Yu after establishing the Xia dynasty, utilizing copper from the 9 provinces, embodying the essence of heaven and earth and symbolizing the 9 regions of China. On the day of their forging, a multitude of phoenixes descended to celebrate. And from that moment onward, the 9 tripod cauldrons became emblems of imperial authority, reserved solely for the sovereign. After King Wu of Zhou vanquished the Shang, he publicly displayed these 9 precious cauldrons, prompting a chorus of phoenixes to sing upon Mount Qishan, earning him widespread acclaim. At that time, King Wu of Qin coveted the Zhou royal power, aspiring to lift the cauldrons as a sign of his dominion over the realm. However, he perished in the attempt, becoming a source of ridicule. Eventually, as the Zhou royal lineage weakened and fell into demise, the fate of the 9 tripod cauldrons became shrouded in mystery. Subsequent emperors endeavored to mimic this grandeur, casting numerous cauldrons, yet none ever evoked the miraculous omens of yore. The towering presence of these long-lost cauldrons cast a grand silhouette within the chamber, with wisps of smoke swirling around their tops, enveloping the center of the stone room in a veil of white mist. "Noble gentlemen, please proceed ahead. I shall take my leave here," declared the hooded elder, retreating into the darkness. Just as Chen Zhi was left in confusion, he observed Lord Leopard taking a few steps forward, proclaiming, "Let us move. The leader awaits you ahead." With that, Lord Leopard stepped into the mist. Chen Zhi hastily followed suit. They wandered through the fog for an extensive duration until they halted at a spot illuminated by a glimmering light ahead. The surrounding haze persisted, and then Lord Leopard raised his voice, "Leader, he has arrived." As soon as he uttered this declaration, the lights before them flared to life, illuminating all that had been concealed in darkness. It became evident that the source of the glow was a colossal natural jade stone, towering as high as a building, resplendent in vibrant colors and forming a magnificent cloud-like shape. The interior of the jade stone radiated a vibrant array of colors, and at its center was a colossal throne, broad and adorned with gold and precious gems, exuding an air of opulence. Seated upon this throne was a shadowy figure, whose features were obscured, yet the silhouette suggested an advanced age. Leaning against the throne, one leg raised, the figure gazed downwards, and Chen Zhi felt an indescribable aura of authority emanating from above, instilling a sense of trepidation that made it difficult to raise his gaze. He was Chen Zhi, and the voice of the Leopard Lord was low, his demeanor still composed. The figure on the throne slightly inclined forward, as if scrutinizing Chen Zhi, and after a moment, a hoarse, aged voice resonated from above. "Are you the son of Jiang Suoqing?" Chen Zhi felt a profound discomfort at this address. Upon hearing his mother's name, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "The leader is asking you a question." A chilling voice emerged from the lower side of the throne. It was then that Chen Zhi discerned a prominent circular pedestal at the lower left corner of the vast throne, where a warrior clad in silver armor stood. The warrior appeared to be in his 50s, his hair streaked with gray, and although his features were not clearly visible, the sternness of his countenance was unmistakable. His right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, a vivid red wristband visible on his wrist. "Answer the leader's question," the Leopard Lord urged Chen Zhi from the side. "Yes, Jiang Suoqing is my mother," Chen Zhi replied, straightening slightly and lifting his head. The elderly voice from the throne continued. "Do you know about your uncle, Jiangli?" "I know a little," he began, but before he could finish, the voice interrupted. "Jiangli died because of you? 16 years have passed, and his body has yet to be recovered. Do you remember this matter?" These words struck Chen Zhi like a cold blade, piercing his heart. There were many questions he had longed to ask. The name Jiangli felt foreign to him. He was aware that Jiangli was his uncle, yet he remained ignorant of what kind of person Jiangli truly was. What was his purpose in disguising himself as Teacher Qing'e to seek him out? And who, in that derelict factory, had taken his uncle's life? The elder seated upon the throne exuded an overwhelming presence that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Chen Zhi summoned his courage, ready to inquire. But the elder spoke first. "Qing'e," the voice of the elder boomed like a bell, addressing the Leopard Lord with a paternal tone. "Has the hidden individual been found?" At the mention of the concealed person, Chen Zhi realized the elder was referring to the traitor. "Not yet," said Lord Leopard, his tone devoid of emotion. He concealed his actions well and proceeded with utmost caution. Currently, we have yet to uncover any clues and can only gradually narrow down the search. Humph. The elderly figure on the throne snorted coldly, propping his legs up and rising with a fluid grace. Despite his advanced age, his movements were remarkably agile, suggesting he possessed considerable martial prowess. We have waited for 20 years. There is no need for haste. We shall patiently await his misstep. He will inevitably leave behind traces. The old man on the throne stated, arms crossed over his chest, surveying those below him with a leisurely demeanor. There are always individuals in this world who foolishly believe they can remain hidden indefinitely. However, there is nothing that cannot be found. No matter how convincingly one disguises the truth, a lie will always remain a lie. His voice resonated deeply, commanding attention as he tilted his head to gaze at Chen Zhi. As for the Jiang lineage, you are the last of your line. Can you comprehend the divine script? I can, Chen Zhi replied with a nod. Excellent. The elder continued, from this day forth, you shall be the clan leader of the Jiang family. I summoned you here because your granduncle has a message for you, adhering to the old traditions of your lineage. We, the Ji clan, are mere warriors, unversed in such matters. Yet, for 5 millennia, the Jiang and Ji families have stood together, sharing life and death, inseparable. Ji Ling has been by your side during this time. He is a descendant of our Ji family, and you may place your unwavering trust in him. Remember, the elder's voice sharpened, your responsibilities from this moment on outweigh your very life itself. You must never retreat, no matter the circumstances. Understood, Chen Zhi responded, shaken by the gravity of the elder's tone. At this juncture, the elder appeared somewhat fatigued. He reclined in his throne and waved his hand dismissively at Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard, saying, you may leave now. Go see your granduncle. Though his tone was gentle, it bore an undeniable authority that left no room for dissent. Upon hearing his words, Chen Zhi and Lord Leopard refrained from further conversation and exited the grand hall. As they passed through the bronze doors, Chen Zhi immediately inquired of Lord Leopard, who was Ji Ling that he mentioned. Is he the Ghost Blade? Lord Leopard chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, he is the Ghost Blade. The Ghost Blade is a descendant of the Western Qi Ji family, royal bloodline. It's hard to believe, Chen Zhi exclaimed, astonished. I have always regarded him as a mere assassin trained within the organization. Not just him, Lord Leopard replied in a hushed tone. Among the 5 red belt warriors in the organization, 3 are descendants of the Ji family. The lineage of the Ghost Blade is exceptionally noble, being a direct nephew of the leader. In his youth, the leader was the foremost among the red belt warriors, a position of great strength representing the pinnacle of our martial might. The current chief red belt warrior is the elderly man you saw beneath the throne, Ji Yang. The chief red belt warrior? More formidable than the Ghost Blade? How powerful could he possibly be? Chen Zhi asked, gazing intently at Lord Leopard. Powerful enough to slay deities. Lord Leopard replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he met Chen Zhi's gaze. Given such formidable power, why was he not permitted to accompany us to the tomb of the celestial fox? What was the necessity of sacrificing so many lives? Chen Zhi pondered quietly, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, the veiled elder who had guided them earlier reappeared from an unknown direction, still holding the oil lamp aloft. With utmost reverence, he addressed Chen Zhi and Master Bao, saying, esteemed gentlemen, please follow me to the grand ancestral hall. After speaking, the elder glided forward, as ethereal as a wisp of smoke. Let us proceed. Master Bao chuckled, eager to see the ancestral hall of the Jiang family. In truth, my surname is Chen, not Jiang, Chen Zhi murmured softly, uncertain if Master Bao had heard him. They continued on, and soon before them stood a spiral staircase, entirely constructed of solid wood, with intricately designed wooden joints. They began to ascend the staircase, step by step, while the veiled elder illuminated their path with the oil lamp, persistently advising them to tread carefully. Master Bao, this is not your first visit. Surely you are well acquainted with the way. Must we rely on him for guidance? Chen Zhi inquired as he climbed, casting wary glances at the overly attentive elder, feeling a sense of discomfort. You do not understand the organization, Master Bao replied calmly. The West Qi Royal Palace resembles a vast labyrinth. Every path holds secrets. Without these old lantern bearers, one could never find their way. Thus, they continued their ascent for an indeterminate length of time until, at last, they reached a spacious terrace at the summit of the staircase. A strong wind whipped across the terrace, and looking down, They beheld the entire expanse of the West Qi royal city laid out before them. It was only then that Chen Zhi realized the scene below was an entirely different realm, characterized by desolation. The rivers and vegetation lay withered, presenting a visage reminiscent of the apocalypse. The remnants of clouds danced under the moonlight, appearing surreal. Could this be the legendary alternate dimension? Chen Zhi mused, trailing behind the veiled elder as they advanced. Not far ahead, they discovered a conical tower standing at the center of the terrace. The tower, approximately 34 meters tall, was constructed entirely of black stone, intricately carved with a multitude of incantations, and sealed within was a liquid of golden hue. Strung above the tower, yellow papers inscribed with divine writings fluttered in the wind, creating a rustling sound. "Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me." The veiled elder bowed deeply, illuminating the entrance of the stone tower. Chen Zhi stepped inside, and as he crossed the threshold, a blinding light compelled him to shut his eyes. Within the tower, radiance erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, overwhelming to the senses. Gradually acclimating to the intense illumination, Chen Zhi dared to open his eyes and gaze toward the luminous source, only to be startled by the sight before him. In the midst of the dazzling brilliance floated a tiny infant, less than a month old, eyes tightly shut, curled into a ball, peacefully slumbering at the heart of the radiance. Chapter 333. The Celestial Barrier. The interior of the stone tower revealed a vast, circular hall, with tiered wooden pavilions embedded in the walls, ascending to the pinnacle of the tower. Upon the wooden altar lay a series of imposing spirit tablets, each adorned with golden inscriptions bearing names written in divine script, all beginning with the character Jiang. At the center of the hall stood a circular jade platform, intricately engraved with celestial motifs, upon which a myriad of colorful spiritual stones rested, each encased in yellow paper inscribed with incantations. To the east of the hall, a group of sorcerers clad in vibrant robes stood, their shoulders draped with the pelts of wild beasts, their faces obscured. Each held a string of beads resembling sacred instruments, chanting incantations in unison towards the spiritual stones on the platform. As their voices resonated, the stones wrapped in yellow paper radiated a brilliant light, with beams of various hues converging towards the apex of the stone tower. There, nestled within the luminous aura, was a tiny infant, eyes tightly shut, curled into a ball, resembling a miniature sun that emitted a dazzling glow, piercing the gaze of onlookers. What is the purpose of this? Where did this child come from? And why is he suspended here? Chen Zhi inquired, observing the strange spectacle and turning to the elderly figure beside him, known as Leopard Elder. "This is not merely a child," Leopard Elder replied, gazing upward at the resplendent light. "This is the manifestation of your ancestor, Jiang, transformed by the barrier he established for humanity." "Is this child the barrier?" Chen Zhi asked incredulously, casting his gaze upward. "Indeed," Leopard Elder affirmed, sharing a brief tale concerning this seal. 5,000 years ago, Jiang, unable to bear witness to humanity's suffering at the hands of deities, utilized spiritual stones and his immense divine power to create a colossal barrier that defied fate. This barrier was vast, enveloping mountains and rivers, protecting all beings on earth, so formidable that even the gods could not breach it. However, maintaining such an enormous barrier required an immense quantity of spiritual stones, which were diverse in nature, hidden within treacherous depths of the sea and within the bodies of extraordinary beings, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. Before the Zhou dynasty, these spiritual stones were under the dominion of the deities, beings whose biological structure surpassed that of humans, endowing them with the ability to assimilate spiritual stones into their beings, transforming them into divine power. Yet, after Jiang established this barrier, humanity's fate was irrevocably altered. The price of defying destiny was steep. The pivotal figures of this monumental transformation, Qing'e of the West, GFA, and Jiang, the divine offspring, bore the weight of this fate together. Before their passing, they sternly commanded their descendants to tirelessly gather spiritual stones to sustain the barrier, regardless of the cost. For 5 millennia, humanity has thrived, and this mission has been perpetuated to this day. Each generation of the Jiang and Zhou clans has devoted themselves wholeheartedly to this cause. They understood the dire consequences that would ensue if the spiritual stones were depleted and the seal shattered. Dire consequences? To what extent? Chen Zhi asked, gazing at Leopard Elder with tentative curiosity. Leopard Elder chuckled softly, Perhaps you should pose that question to your ancestor. He would be the one to enlighten you. Ancestor? Jiang Zia? He has been gone for millennia. Do you suggest I inquire of his spirit? Why is this happening? Chen Zhi inquired in confusion, glancing at the peculiar wizards around him. These are the divine shamans under the banner of the Jiang clan, replied Lord Bao. They have served your family for generations, maintaining the barrier and remaining fiercely loyal to your clan's patriarch. They are all semi-divine beings, some of whom possess remarkably noble bloodlines. No incantation is beyond their mastery. As the newly appointed patriarch, you have much to learn from them, especially from the grand shaman among them. After speaking, Lord Bao gestured toward the shaman standing at the forefront of the group. This shaman was notably tall, adorned in a manner distinct from the others. He was draped in gray beast fur, his face obscured by a dark bronze mask intricately carved to resemble a beast's visage. His body was entirely concealed, the gray fur exuding a layer of dust, resembling a colossal yak, motionless and seemingly mute. At that moment, the old lantern-bearer approached the grand shaman, bending his knees slightly in reverence. Great shaman, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, he said. A deep, resonant cough interrupted him from behind the bronze mask, cutting off his words. The lantern-bearer recoiled, bending lower in trepidation, rendered speechless. The room fell silent, and all the wizards clad in multicolored robes turned to face Chen Zhi. The atmosphere thickened, and the grand shaman began to advance towards him, each step accompanied by a cacophony of tiny bells that adorned his attire. The pressure from the assembled wizards bore down on Chen Zhi, quickening his breath and causing his heart to race. As the grand shaman halted, mere inches from Chen Zhi, he towered over him, the broad nostrils of the bronze mask looming ominously as he looked down. Chen Zhi, son of the Jiang clan, you are to be our future patriarch, proclaimed Lord Bao, raising his brows and addressing the grand shaman with unwavering resolve. Another heavy sigh emanated from behind the mask. Laced with palpable disdain, the son of a concubine, came the derisive remark. Lord Bao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning back to the grand shaman. Status is determined by ancestry. Present it to him. As Bao's words hung in the air, the grand shaman shuddered slightly, pausing for an extended moment before slowly retrieving an object from within his robes and offering it to Chen Zhi. The shaman's dirt-laden hand opened to reveal an item resembling a translucent, lobster-like shard, its long, bony nails stark against the pale surface. Consume this, urged Lord Bao. It is a gift from your great-uncle. Chen Zhi, momentarily at a loss for words, had no time for further contemplation. He grasped the fragile shard and placed it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, releasing a bitter liquid that flowed down his throat, igniting a tumultuous surge within his neural pathways. A searing pain spread through his mind, a torment beyond the threshold of human endurance. Chen Zhi began to scream, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, his hands pounding desperately against his own head. This excruciating sensation soon dissipated, and as Chen Zhi's consciousness gradually regained clarity, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, but ahead flickered a glimmer of light. He rose from the ground and walked toward it, discovering that the light emanated from the base of a mountain where a crystal-clear spring flowed, gurgling as it traversed the landscape. An elderly man clad in simple white robes sat beside the water, his feet submerged, as small fish danced around his ankles. The old man, with a face etched in deep wrinkles and a pallid complexion devoid of any color, slowly turned his snow-white hair, shimmering like silver threads, glistening as it cascaded over his shoulders, a snow-white wooden hairpin adorning his topknot. You have come to take on the mantle, have you not? His voice trembled and rasped, ethereal as if it might vanish at any moment. He raised his arm, beckoning Chen Zhi like a child. Come closer, let me see you. A shiver coursed through Chen Zhi, and after a moment of hesitation, he recognized the old man. He had glimpsed this figure in a vision above the deer terrace, though at that time, he had appeared much younger. This was none other than the ancestor of the Jiang clan, Jiang Zia. Chen Zhi approached, placing his hand upon the elder's parched palm, feeling the chill of his skin. The old man's voice remained hoarse and ethereal as he grasped Chen Zhi's hand tightly, his bright eyes fixed on him as if peering into his very soul. Are you a child of the Jiang family? The elder suddenly furrowed his brow, his voice booming, as if it could shatter Chen Zhi's heartbeat. Chen Zhi felt a strange emptiness within his chest. Actually, my mother's surname is Jiang. Before he could finish, The elder's hands suddenly clamped down on Chen Zhi's arms with a grip of iron, his stern visage leaning closer. Remember this, whether human or divine. All are but dust before fate. Even if our Jiang clan were to perish, reduced to ashes, we must never allow the barrier to collapse, otherwise. As the elder's iron-like hands enveloped Chen Zhi's head, he felt a dizzying shift, and in an instant, an unimaginable world unfolded before him. For the next several minutes, Chen Zhi bore witness to another reality, a realm so terrifying that even hell could scarcely encapsulate it. This world brimmed with despair. The sky and earth were awash in unnatural hues, and the anguished cries of humanity echoed in the air. Scalding lava surged from the fissures in the ground, and Chen Zhi felt the searing winds burn against his skin. Everything lay in ruins, and all living beings yearned for but one thing, death. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The visions that unfolded thereafter represented the limits of Chen Zhi's psyche, as he was seized by an overwhelming dread, calling out in fright and desperately seeking an escape that was not to be found. Ultimately, his mind tightened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Zhi was roused by a refreshing fragrance. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a grand sorcerer donning a bronze mask, who gently waved a diminutive incense pendant before him. A delicate aroma wafted from the pendant, penetrating Chen Zhi's senses and gradually clarifying his muddled thoughts. "Have you seen it?" the jovial leopard elder inquired. Having supported Chen Zhi during his fainting spell, still reeling from the earlier fright, Chen Zhi struggled to respond, merely nodding faintly. "It seems you have glimpsed that realm." The leopard elder chuckled, clearly familiar with the sights that had so unnerved Chen Zhi. "It is indeed fearsome, is it not?" "Yes," Chen Zhi affirmed with a vigorous nod, trembling as he managed to utter, "Why? How could it have descended to such depths?" "That is the cost." The grand sorcerer with the bronze mask replied haughtily in an unusual accent. "This is the price of defying fate. No one knows whether the decision made 5 millennia ago was right or wrong. However, if the barrier were to shatter now, this world would not revert to the mythic age nor to the era of humanity. Instead, it would completely disintegrate, plunging into chaotic darkness. In that realm, there are no deities, no beings, no life or death. Only demons exist, forever devoid of liberation." The horrific visions continued to flicker in Chen Zhi's mind, and his limbs, rendered severely numb, failed to support him. The leopard elder assisted him, allowing him to lean against a chair. "Now, open your right hand, let us see." The leopard elder instructed calmly. It dawned on Chen Zhi that since earlier, his right palm had been throbbing with pain, as if seared by a branding iron. He extended his tightly clenched fist, gradually relaxing it. Within his palm emerged a blood-red mark, still warm to the touch, depicting a simple design resembling 2 entwined azure dragons, reminiscent of a shape when viewed from a distance. Upon revealing this mark, the grand sorcerer became inexplicably animated, and all the sorcerers congregated around him, akin to a throng of excited monkeys, eagerly vying to glimpse the palm of Chen Zhi. As they all beheld the mark distinctly, every sorcerer, led by the grand sorcerer in the bronze mask, knelt in unison before Chen Zhi. Puzzled, Chen Zhi heard the leopard elder beside him say, "The deathly seal is a traditional rite of the Jiang clan, designating the chieftain across generations. With this mark, you are recognized by the ancestors of the Jiang. Henceforth, you shall be the chieftain of the Jiang clan. From this day forward, all divine sorcerers of the Jiang will heed your command." As the words of Lord Leopard faded, every sorcerer, including the grand sorcerer adorned with a bronze mask, knelt before Chen Zhi in reverence. The haughty expressions that once adorned their faces had vanished entirely. Their devotion now rendered them as if they regarded Chen Zhi as a deity. Chen Zhi's body still felt sore, numb, and weak. Leaning against his chair, he endeavored to compose himself, casting his gaze upon the sorcerers as they performed their rites of homage, bowing thrice and prostrating themselves. After they concluded their worship, Chen Zhi remained seated, not permitting them to rise. "What is your name?" he inquired of the grand sorcerer, his voice cool and deep. "Servant is known as Naya, the foremost among the sorcerers of the gods," replied the grand sorcerer. "There are 7 of us here, including the servant, who guard the barrier for the Jiang clan and channel the divine power of the spirit stones." "Very well," Chen Zhi acknowledged with a slight nod. "I have been suddenly appointed, and much remains unclear. Time is on our side. I shall rely heavily upon you esteemed sorcerers in the days to come. Please rise." "Yes," all the sorcerers answered respectfully as they stood. At that moment, The Grand Sorcerer Naya produced a letter from within his fur cloak, bowing his head as he presented it to Chen Zhi. Chieftain, this is a message left for you by the former chieftain. Is this the final testament of my distant uncle? Chen Zhi asked, intrigued by the uncle he had never met. He opened the letter, took a brief glance at its contents, and then closed it, addressing everyone. I understand now. You may all return. Chapter 335. The Red-Belted Warrior. Is this indeed my uncle's final message? Chen Zhi mused, his curiosity piqued by the letter from a relative he had never encountered. After a fleeting glance at the parchment, he closed it and instructed, I comprehend. You all may resume your incantations. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, the sorcerers bowed their heads and returned to their previous positions. Led by the Grand Sorcerer Naya, the chant of incantations resumed, filling the stone tower with resplendent light. Chen Zhi gazed toward the jade platform brimming with spirit stones. Upon its circular surface was engraved a pentagram, surrounded by a profusion of intricate incantations. The spirit stones, varying in size and luminosity, flickered with vitality, the most brilliant among them being a blue spirit stone, the very one they had retrieved from Guapit village. A gem of water resource equilibrium, radiating vibrancy and brilliance. Beside it lay a massive red spirit stone, now dull and gray, having lost its luster. That stone, the principal spirit stone of the fire element, also known as the fire spirit stone, is what we currently require most, Lord Leopard remarked to Chen Zhi. What you see before you is a fire spirit stone that has sustained us for centuries. It is not long before it will entirely lose its glow, its spiritual energy depleted, and the fire element will vanish. At that point, the barrier will lose a crucial support. Chen Zhi observed the dim, colossal fire spirit stone in silence, scrutinizing the array of spirit stones, both great and small, before him. The overall layout here resembles the formation of the 5 elements. At each of the 5 corners of the pentagram, there lie 5 large spiritual stones, each the size of a grapefruit, in hues of blue, red, gold, green, and brown, mirroring the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Surrounding each grand spiritual stone is a small circle of lesser stones, akin to the size of eggs, reflecting the colors of their larger counterparts. For instance, the blue water stone is encircled by a ring of deep and light blue stones, while the fire stone is accompanied by a circle of deep red, light red, and orange stones. The overall appearance is reminiscent of a grand palette of colors. Chen Zhi meticulously observed all the spiritual stones on the table. He refrained from inquiring about their specific functions and mysteries from the shamans, instead committing the colors and positions of each stone to memory. After regaining his ability to walk, he departed from the Jiang family stone tower with the support of Leopard Grandpa. Once outside, on the rooftop where the cold wind howled, Leopard Grandpa casually produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited a cigarette. He asked nonchalantly, "What parting words did your uncle leave you?" "Nothing much," Chen Zhi replied softly. "He just said, 'I'm sorry, sorry?'" Leopard Grandpa raised his bushy eyebrows slightly. "Yes," Chen Zhi nodded faintly. The note contained only those 3 words, "I'm sorry." With a chuckle, Leopard Grandpa laughed in the biting wind, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. "I can understand him, but do you grasp his meaning?" "I do not." Chen Zhi shook his head, then spoke in a calm tone. "But I now realize one thing. I must not allow this barrier to collapse, regardless of the cost." Despite his pallid complexion from the recent ceremony, his voice was resolute as he uttered those words. This declaration was not born from a moment of fervor. Initially, his quest for the spiritual stones was motivated by monetary gain. However, as time progressed, it evolved into a sense of duty towards his team. The fate and responsibilities of the Jiang family had always felt ethereal and intangible. Yet now, for the first time, he perceived the profound significance of his actions. He once believed that the heroic saviors depicted on television were distant and unreal, even laughable. He felt guilt and remorse for the deaths of Parrot and others, attributing their demise to his own failings, which deeply saddened him. But now, Chen Zhi's worldview had been utterly transformed. The lives of those who had perished, Parrot, Sanzi, Cyan, and all others, were not lost in vain. They held immense significance. He would never forget the harrowing and breathtaking scenes he witnessed in that world. He suddenly felt that some things in this life were indeed more important than life itself. The old lantern bearer continued onward, attempting to guide Chen Zhi and Leopard Grandpa from the rooftop, but abruptly paused in the darkness ahead. His body bent forward in a bowing gesture. and Chen Zhi understood that a person of high status must be approaching. Before long, four figures emerged from the darkness ahead. The temperature on the rooftop, already frigid, seemed to plunge further as they approached, seemingly freezing the very ground beneath them. An aura of dread enveloped the air, reminiscent of the ominous presence Chen Zhi had sensed from the dying ghost blade, a unique malevolence characteristic of their kind. The quartet ambled towards Chen Zhi, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, led by an elder nearing his 50s, none other than Jiang. The chief red-banded warrior Chen Zhi had seen beneath the throne moments earlier. At last, Chen Zhi discerned Jiang's visage, a rugged-faced elder adorned with a scruffy beard. His gaze resolute, as if nothing in this world could unsettle him. He casually wielded a jet-black long knife, having shed the intricate armor for a plain linen coat. Its collar loosened, revealing a well-defined chest and weathered skin adorned with numerous scars. "Have you passed?" Ji Yang's voice was icy as he directed his gaze towards Leopard Grandpa, his expression radiating an undeniable authority, clearly inquiring about Chen Zhi's results. "Indeed," Leopard Grandpa replied with a subtle nod and a faint smile. "Very well," Ji Yang murmured softly, his cold countenance shifting to scrutinize Chen Zhi thoroughly from head to toe before he bent slightly, half kneeling in respect. The 2 younger men and the woman followed suit, kneeling alongside him. Before Chen Zhi could utter a word, they rose to their feet. The red-banded warriors have always been loyal, ready to serve the new clan leader, Ji Yang stated, his expression remaining as frigid as the winter frost, devoid of warmth. "Excellent." For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him in the presence of these 4 figures. He responded courteously, then raised his gaze to glance behind Ji Yang. The 2 younger men exuded a similar chilling aura, their attire sharp and practical, reminiscent of the ghost blade. The woman, strikingly beautiful with flowing black hair and exquisitely refined features, bore unwavering dark eyes. Clad in a military vest that revealed her fair arms in the biting cold, she was a rare beauty, yet an indescribable air of suppressed ferocity emanated from her, exuding a chilling menace. As the woman noticed Chen Zhi's gaze upon her, she stepped forward, her skin gleaming in the moonlight, revealing her scarred shoulders. "I hear Ji Ling has recently acquired a fine blade. Let him bring it back for us to admire," she remarked in a tone that was disarmingly calm. Yet, as she advanced towards Chen Zhi, he felt a shiver of fear, instinctively retreating a step. Chapter 336, The Red-Banded Warrior, Part 2. Chen Zhi forced a nod, feeling an intensifying pain in his head and an overwhelming sense of numbness and weakness coursing through his body. His foremost desire was to escape this place before revealing any sign of vulnerability. "Everyone has witnessed this. We shall take our leave." Leopard Master intervened on Chen Zhi's behalf, supporting him with his left hand while calling for Old Tong to lead the way. The 4 red-banded warriors stepped back slightly, clearing a path for Chen Zhi. As he passed by a young man standing behind Ji Yang, the man's icy demeanor suddenly transformed into a smile. "The clan leader appears quite frail. Take care." Upon uttering these words, an icy current erupted from the man's mouth, a nebulous force that, upon contact with Chen Zhi, felt as piercing as a frozen blade, instantaneously stabbing into his marrow. The excruciating pain surged throughout his body. Chen Zhi clenched his teeth, refraining from crying out. Yet the intensity of the agony rendered him momentarily paralyzed. "What do you intend to do?" Leopard Master barked. At that moment, all the red-banded warriors let out derisive laughter, resembling a host of chilling demons under the moonlight. Chen Zhi struggled to breathe under the oppressive atmosphere, mustering every ounce of strength to remain upright. With Leopard Master's assistance, he finally exited the rooftop. As they entered the spiral staircase, Leopard Master whispered with a chuckle in Chen Zhi's ear, "Do not gaze at that woman. Though she is a woman, she is known as the King of Hell. Her rank surpasses that of the Ghost Blade, and the lives she has claimed are innumerable. She is not to be trifled with, having committed heinous acts of slaughter. Do you view killing as a sin?" Chen Zhi found it amusing that such words came from Leopard Master. Leopard Master shared a laugh, pausing briefly to support Chen Zhi before adding, "Indeed, taking life is a transgression, one that must eventually be accounted for." Whether the wooden ladder had elongated or Chen Zhi's body was utterly spent, his muscles felt sore and slack, making each step increasingly arduous. Ultimately, Leopard Master carried him down the stairs. Chen Zhi felt a surge of emotion at the unexpected sight of the fearsome northeast leopard master bearing him, and he chuckled softly. I didn't anticipate that the formidable leopard master would carry me. You have borne me as well, do you not recall? Back in Heilongjiang, you saved my life. Leopard master replied, steadily following old lantern Tong down the staircase. Are the red-banded warriors hierarchically structured? Chen Zhi inquired, resting against leopard master's back. Certainly. The hierarchy among red-banded warriors is quite stringent. Their system is meticulously organized. The status of blue bands vastly differs from that of red bands. While blue bands can number many, red bands are limited to 5, collectively known as the Great Warriors, the leaders of all warriors. The 4 red-banded warriors you just encountered are far from ordinary. Their strength is astonishing, beyond your imagination. They represent the pinnacle of our organization's combat prowess. The conflicts between the Dark Division and the organization essentially boil down to rivalries among the red-banded warriors. Does the Dark Division also possess red-banded warriors? Chen Zhi asked, puzzled. Indeed, and they are said to be formidable, but I know little about the Dark Division. Our knowledge is regrettably scant. It can be confirmed that, although the Shadows have consistently engaged in covert battles with the organization, they have never dared to confront it directly. This demonstrates that within our ranks, the Red Belt warriors are more numerous and formidable. The Ghost Blade and the female Yama encountered earlier rank 5th and 4th among the Red Belts. While the top 3 Red Belt warriors, including Jiang, are bound to remain in the Wang city of Shiqi for life. Their mission is to perpetually safeguard the leader's security. So that is why they were not dispatched to the Divine Tomb. Chen Zhi murmured softly, still feeling the lingering, excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth in resentment and remarked, these individuals truly resemble demons. You ought to contemplate how to command these demons. Lao Bao remarked as he walked beside him. The Red Belt warriors of the Shiqi clan merely intended to intimidate you. They harbor no malice. However, the shamans under the Jiang clan are the most terrifying faction within the organization. They are exceptionally skilled demigods, with the bloodline of the great shaman Naya being particularly noble. You have yet to witness their cruelty. In their eyes, you are merely a descendant of the female bloodline, and since your father is an ordinary human, you are but a bastard. Their earlier reverence for you stemmed from your Jiang family insignia. In truth, they truly revere your ancestor, Jiangxia. Nevertheless, you performed admirably by keeping them in the dark about your ignorance of sorcery. You must endeavor to acquire more knowledge regarding spirit stones, gathering them for the organization to elevate your standing, so that they may acknowledge you as the genuine heir of the Jiang clan. I am not of the Jiang clan. My surname is Chen. Chen Zhi mumbled softly against Lao Bao's back as he gradually lost consciousness. When Chen Zhi awoke once more, they had reached the tunnel's exit, where the scarred face awaited them. The scarred face guided them back to the courtyard and respectfully announced, Chief, my name is Lang Tu, and I am your guide. Whenever you return to the organization, simply instruct me to lead you. After delivering these words, the scarred face bowed to Chen Zhi and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a black Audi emerged from the shadows, coming to a stop before Chen Zhi and Lao Bao. The scarred face bent down to open the car door for Chen Zhi and continued, I have added myself to your phone contacts. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Very well. Chen Zhi nodded calmly as he entered the vehicle. Once they were finally seated, he was able to relax, the numbness in his body beginning to dissipate. The ordeal they had just faced felt like a tempestuous nightmare, leaving him breathless. Chen Zhi opened his phone and scrolled through the contacts, discovering that Lang Tu's name had indeed been added. He couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals are truly elusive, each possessing their own unique abilities. The journey was remarkably smooth, with the driver in front never turning around, leading Chen Zhi to suspect whether this fellow was merely a clothed puppet. When the car finally came to a halt, they had arrived at the hot spring villa. At this moment, Chen Zhi was able to walk normally. After he and Master Bao stepped out of the sleek black Audi, the vehicle swiftly departed. Upon entering through the main gate, they were greeted by a gathering of blue ribbon warriors and old Jindo in the hall. Noticing Master Bao's return, old Jindo refrained from conversing with Chen Zhi and turned to ascend the stairs. It was already past midnight. Since their departure, Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and others had been waiting for Chen Zhi in the backyard. After giving Chen Zhi a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Master Bao retreated to his quarters for rest. Chen Zhi then made his way alone to the backyard, where Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and Qing'e Yang awaited him. However, at this moment, Chen Zhi's status had undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 337. The reunion of the team. Chen Zhi traversed the villa area and ventured to the rear of the hot spring lake, fully aware that everyone was there waiting for him. His comrades would not leave until they laid eyes on him. This marked the first gathering of the team since their return from the tomb of the celestial fox. At the Bao family's private cemetery, at the foot of the burial mound, there was a long hall designated for the cemetery staff to eat and rest. Unlike the opulence of the hot spring villa, this hall was rather rudimentary, featuring merely a long wooden table and a few simple plastic stools. As the winter chill crept in, a large stove was set up indoors to provide warmth. In deference to the deceased resting on the burial mound, Master Bao had established a rule prohibiting the operation of a dining hall or feasting within the hot spring villa. Thus, they would make do with the accommodations in the caretaker's house that evening. The long wooden table was laden with an array of food and drink. Fat Wei, already flushed from drinking, leaned towards Ghost Blade, murmuring something unintelligible into his ear. Ghost Blade, too, appeared to have indulged. His eyes reddened, but his expression remained placid. Everyone was elated to see Chen Zhi return, and seated at the table was Qing'e, who had evidently chosen to stay behind specifically to await him. Recently, Qing'e had undergone a remarkable transformation. After consuming some alcohol, her already striking eyes sparkled, and her smiles radiated warmth. Fat Wei boisterously beckoned Chen Zhi to join them, and with a smile, Chen Zhi approached and took a seat beside Ghost Blade. This was the first occasion since their emergence from the tomb that Chen Zhi would share drinks with his companions. Ghost Blade maintained his characteristic stoic demeanor, resembling a silent enigma, while Chen Zhi felt a surge of excitement. He recalled how he had asked Fat Wei to carry Ghost Blade out, believing he would remain in the tomb forever, never anticipating a day when they would reunite. Upon seeing Chen Zhi sit down, Ghost Blade bestowed a faint smile and inquired, "Did you obtain the mark?" "Oh, I did," Chen Zhi replied, momentarily taken aback by Ghost Blade's question. He promptly opened his right hand, displaying the twin dragon mark for all to see. Who would have thought this insignia would hold such significance? Upon witnessing the mark, Ghost Blade immediately rose and offered a half-kneel to Chen Zhi, who attempted to assist him but was unable to halt the gesture. "What on earth is this? It resembles two long worms. Why should a blade bow before you? Rise, Ghost Blade." Fat Wei, clearly inebriated, began to ramble. "Hey, did someone just hit you? Why is your face so pale? Who has bullied you? Tell me, brother, are you seeking vengeance? This is the mark of the Jiang clan's heir. From this day forth, I shall be the heir of Jiang Zia, the patriarch of the Jiang family." Chen Zhi revealed his new identity to his comrades, those with whom he had shared life and death. Before them, he wished for no secrets. "What nonsense is this about being a team leader? Do you think you're still in elementary school? Listen here, Qing'e. I just informed Daozi of the treacherous deeds you've committed. When Sanzi perished, you regarded me as a traitor and even struck me. You have caused me immeasurable sorrow, for I had sincerely trusted you, only to see my loyalty squandered. Look at Daozi. He believes in me. He asserts he has always known I am not a traitor. Is that so?" Chen Zhi turned to Ghost Blade. "Indeed." Ghost Blade nodded without hesitation. "I have never doubted him." "Why?" Chen Zhi momentarily felt a pang of shame, realizing he was the only one in the team to have doubted his brother. "I perceive people not with my eyes, but with my instincts," Ghost Blade coldly stated as he poured himself some wine. "My trust in someone requires no justification. Did you hear that? This is what brotherhood truly means. What is trust?" Fat Wei appeared to harbor significant grievances about Chen Zhi's earlier suspicions, loudly lamenting. "Trust is such that even if I point a gun at you and it fires, you would still believe it to be a misfire. Damn it, you should feel ashamed. You spineless wretch, your conscience has been devoured by dogs." Fat Wei was clearly inebriated. After his complaints, he turned his attention to Qing'e. "You're impressive, you little celery sprout. Though you resemble an African refugee, you've managed to lean on the great tree of leopard. I wonder how leopard's eyes are so discerning. But honestly, you have become increasingly beautiful lately. Soon you shall be a lady of high society. Come, let us drink. When you rise to prominence, don't forget to lend a hand to your brothers." After his words, Fat Wei lifted the bottle to pour wine for Qing'e, maintaining an excited demeanor. At times, he would loudly berate Chen Zhi for his lack of loyalty, and at other moments, he would weep for Sanzi, teetering on the brink of madness. Chen Zhi quietly drank. For some reason, he found tonight's wine particularly delightful. Yet, the deep winter night was somewhat chilly, and the draft in the long hall was palpable. The liquor warmed his heart with a fiery sensation. Qing'e, unable to hold her liquor and feeling uneasy ever since Leopard's return, had left for the villa early. After Fat Wei became inebriated, he declared his intention to climb the mountain to accompany Chen Zhi. In his half-mad state, no one could deter him, and he ventured up the mountain with a wine bottle in hand. Only Chen Zhi and Ghost Blade remained in the long hall, drinking together. Chen Zhi found Ghost Blade's earlier words quite amusing and smiled as he inquired, "Since you judge people solely by instinct, what do you perceive me to be?" "A person worthy of trust," Ghost Blade replied without hesitation, his spirits high tonight as he continued to pour for himself, his eyes slightly reddened. "After I fell unconscious in the tomb of the gods, you had Fat Wei carry me out, leaving yourself for Bai Qian. I always believed I could protect you. Yet in the end, it has been you who saved me." Upon reaching this point, Gui Dao paused, seemingly at a loss for words. He raised the bottle to pour wine for Chen Zhi and then fell into silence. Chen Zhi recalled his past exploits with a sense of pride, feeling rather manly in critical moments, and chuckled. For someone as formidable as you, saving you must be quite an honor." "I am not so formidable," Gui Dao replied after taking a sip of his drink, falling silent for a moment before lowering his voice. "I too have weaknesses." After uttering these words, Gui Dao loosened his collar, pulling his garment down to reveal a faint azure dragon mark, saying, "Every warrior in our organization has a fatal weakness. The tail of this protective dragon is my Achilles heel. This spot connects to the very essence of my bloodline. At any moment, even if the azure dragon materializes, if it is struck at this vulnerable point, I shall fall instantly, powerless to retaliate. All warriors keep the location of their weaknesses strictly confidential, even from their own parents." Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback, as if the alcohol he had consumed had suddenly sobered him. "Then why tell me? I trust you. I know you will never betray me," Gui Dao said, adjusting his collar and continuing to sip the cold white liquor on the table. "You have met our chief warrior, Jiang, haven't you?" Gui Dao continued after a sip of the white liquor. "He is my mentor, who has shown me immense kindness. Just now, he mentioned that you are quite an admirable individual." Chapter 338. The honor of a warrior. Gui Dao's words reminded Chen Zhi of the 5 fearsome red-banded warriors under the moonlight. "Dao, could you share with me the details regarding the warriors within our organization?" Chen Zhi had never before asked Gui Dao such questions, but his status had changed. He had become an important figure within the organization, since he would need to rely on these powerful warriors in the future. It was imperative for him to gain insights from Gui Dao about them. "All of us warriors have grown up within the organization. Some are descendants of warriors, while others are exceptionally gifted children selected from outside," Gui Dao replied softly, gazing at his glass. "We undergo training internally, and the hierarchy among warriors is exceedingly strict, devoid of any favoritism. Starting as white-banded warriors, one gradually ascends to blue-banded status, but reaching red-banded warrior is the highest honor in a warrior's life. There are only 5 red-banded warriors within the organization, a tradition that has persisted through the ages. Upon becoming a red-banded warrior, one's status transforms into that of a grand warrior, leading all others. Your hierarchical system is rather amusing," Chen Zhi remarked with a laugh induced by the liquor. "It sounds reminiscent of Taekwondo. Besides, what era are we in? Why cling to the dogma of red and white bands? Why not promote more red-banded warriors?" He recalled that in the Fox Cave, a warrior named Fu Yiwan Da had been betrayed for not achieving red-banded status. "I heard that among the red-banded warriors, 3 are descendants of the Ji family. It seems this promotion system indeed values lineage." "Not at all," Gui Dao firmly shook his head and remarked. "The elevation to a red belt warrior is solely a reflection of one's strength, entirely unrelated to lineage. Fu Yiwanda is an exceptionally skilled warrior whom I have respected since childhood. He holds considerable esteem within the organization. Yet, until his demise, he failed to comprehend that ultimate martial prowess is not merely the result of brute force." After this statement, Gui Dao paused briefly, touched his sleeve, and continued, "In fact, the colors of our wristbands are not dyed. From the moment we reach adulthood, each individual is bestowed with a white wristband, woven from the feathers of the ancient firebird and blessed by the organization as shaman. These wristbands change color according to the warrior's capabilities, and once we secure it around our wrist, it remains there for life. This implies that you red belt warriors are not conferred status, but are rather a natural occurrence?" Chen Zhi inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Gui Dao nodded in affirmation. These wristbands change color automatically on our wrists. At the age of 15, I received my white wristband. By 18, it transformed into blue, while many older white belt warriors had yet to see a change. On the night of my 22nd birthday, my wristband turned red overnight. At that time, Fu Yiwanda had already surpassed 50 years of age, yet he never witnessed this transformation. The pursuit of such honor as a warrior is beyond your imagination. Many blue belt warriors spend their entire lives without witnessing their wristbands change color, leading them to doubt the integrity of this wristband system, believing it to be a ruse orchestrated by the upper echelons based on noble lineage. Consequently, some warriors succumbed to despair, while others, unwilling to accept such a fate, chose to rebel. Rebel? Where did they go? To the Dark Division. Chen Zhi, acutely sensitive to the term rebellion, immediately thought of the clandestine faction that has persistently contended with the organization. Yes, Qing'e gently nodded. I am not well versed in the affairs of the Dark Division, but I am aware that they are actively recruiting warriors. Some blue belt warriors, who consider themselves exceptionally talented yet have not been promoted, have defected to the Dark Division. They would slash their wrists with sharp blades, staining their wristbands with blood, swearing eternal enmity against the organization. It is said that these individuals utilize dark arts within the Dark Division to exponentially enhance their abilities, becoming extraordinarily formidable in a short span, though the exact extent remains unknown. Is that so? Chen Zhi nodded, glancing at Qing'e's wrist. So these wristbands can indeed turn red on their own? Indeed. Qing'e smiled faintly, pulling forth the vibrant red wristband from his wrist. The greater one's strength, the more vivid the color becomes. The leader has stated that this crimson hue, as red as blood, represents the blood of generations of warriors spilled on the battlefield, died with their souls. It serves as the most impartial judgment of martial prowess and is the lifelong glory of a warrior. In truth, even before the wristband changes color, a warrior is already acutely aware of their abilities. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts requires insight to grasp the subsequent stages. Regrettably, Fu Yiwanda never understood this until his last breath. When Qing'e spoke of Fu Yiwanda, a hint of sadness crept into his demeanor, prompting him to drink several more cups of cold liquor. Observing the vivid red at Qing'e's sleeve, Chen Zhi inquired, among you red belt warriors, who is the woman adorned with scars all over her shoulders? She was aware that you had acquired by Qian's blade and expressed her desire to behold it. The ghost blade's eyes flickered with sudden vigilance before he lowered his head, smiling softly as he spoke. Her name is Jiying, the daughter of the chief. Both her parents are formidable warriors, and she is quite formidable herself. Do not provoke her. Upon uttering this, the ghost blade reached for the long sword that had been resting beside him, drawing it from its sheath. Instantly, a pervasive glow, imbued with a chilling aura, emanated from the blade, dimming the bright lights of the room. I was about to inquire about the inscriptions on it. They appear to be divine characters. Could you assist me in deciphering their meaning? The ghost blade gestured towards a character engraved on the pristine blade. Chen Zhi examined it closely and discerned that it was a compound character, the main component being intricate, while the secondary symbol denoted slaughter. This character is pronounced Asjia. Chen Zhi remarked to the ghost blade, if my translation is accurate, the name of Bai Qian's divine sword should be killing command. It seems this blade is truly suited for me. The ghost blade chuckled, securing the sword close to himself before resuming his drinking. The following morning, the servants of the Bao family returned from the mountains, carrying Fat Wei, who had spent the night beside the gravestone of Sanzi and could no longer move his legs by morning. Chen Zhi and the ghost blade had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, sleeping on the long table, surrounded by an array of empty bottles. Once everyone sobered up during the day, they resolved to depart from the villa and return to Chen Zhi's home. Having been away for such an extended period, Chen Zhi's father had become increasingly worried. Throughout this time, Chen Zhi had maintained contact with his father, deceiving him into believing he was still on a business trip. His father showed no interest in unearthing the truth of his lies, only urging him to return home promptly. After bidding farewell to Lord Bao, they collectively decided to move back to Destiny Hall. Unbeknownst to them, a momentous surprise awaited them. Chapter 339. Sudden wealth. After gathering their belongings at the retreat pavilion, they began their journey back to Chen Zhi's home. Since entering a relationship with Lord Bao, Qing'e had been residing at the retreat pavilion or the hot spring villa, no longer staying at Destiny Hall. Thus, this time, only Fat Wei and the ghost blade accompanied Chen Zhi home. During this period, Lord Bao had been exceedingly busy, while old Jin Do was recuperating from illness. Consequently, Qing'e managed many affairs of the Bao family in her capacity as the matriarch. On the day Chen Zhi and his friends returned home, she arranged for a vehicle and driver, preparing numerous gifts for Chen Zhi's father, demonstrating her thoughtfulness by personally accompanying them. Knowing that his son was returning, Chen Zhi's father had already been waiting at the entrance for an indeterminate length of time. When Chen Zhi spotted his father peering from a distance, his heart ached, and tears nearly escaped his eyes. During Chen Zhi's absence, his father had endured countless sleepless nights, and his eyes were sunken, his complexion pale, having lost at least 10 pounds. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt that among all those present, his father was the most innocent. Unwittingly entangled in a conflict that was not his own, he had endured humiliation for the sake of his son, feigning madness for years, rendering his life a tragic tale. Though Chen Zhi has never confessed the true nature of his work, his fabrications appear feeble in the presence of his father. Chen Zhi is acutely aware that his father comprehends everything. He knows of his son's ventures into perilous territories, yet remains silent. The burden of causing his elderly father to worry incessantly is indeed a profound act of filial disrespect. After settling in at home, Qing'e did not immediately return. Instead, they assisted Chen Zhi's father in preparing a sumptuous feast of home-style dishes, gathering together to enjoy a lively reunion dinner. During the meal, Pang Wei jestingly teased Qing'e about her association with Leopard Yi, dubbing her a celery that has soared to become a phoenix. In truth, Qing'e's affection for Leopard Yi had long been an open secret among them, yet now that she has genuinely entered into a relationship with him, Chen Zhi feels an unsettling sense of rapid progression, as if something is amiss. Chen Zhi had once inquired of Leopard Yi whether Qing'e would still be allowed to join the excavation of the divine tomb in search of spirit stones. Leopard Yi, without hesitation, responded that unless circumstances were exceptional, it would be prudent to spare her from further danger. This decision effectively deprived Chen Zhi's team of a shamanic presence, a role he has yet to master within the organization, presenting a source of considerable frustration for him. Understanding Leopard Yi's nature, Chen Zhi couldn't shake the feeling that this was uncharacteristic of him. After the meal, Pang Wei assisted Chen Zhi's father in washing the dishes. While Gui Dao retreated to the yard for a nap, Chen Zhi then summoned Qing'e to the living room on the second floor, where he recounted the spirit stones and their arrangement that he had witnessed within the organization's stone tower, illustrating the pentagram designed beneath the stones for her. After a prolonged period of deciphering these patterns and stones, Qing'e, who possessed limited knowledge of advanced sorcery, informed Chen Zhi that the pentagram and the positioning of the spirit stones were primarily based on the ancient Chinese philosophy of the 5 elements. This esoteric doctrine, rooted in antiquity, has become increasingly obscure over time, with its originators and transmitters long since unreliable. It is known to be a remnant of ancient science, predominantly applied in the realms of medicine and divination. The cosmos is comprised of 5 elemental categories: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The ebb and flow of these elements engender transformations in nature, influencing not only human fate, but also the cyclical harmony of the universe. Everything in existence is constituted by the dynamic interplay of these 5 fundamental substances. However, the ancient teachings of the 5 elements have been lost to time, and few truly grasp their intricacies. Many wandering practitioners mistakenly assert that the world's elements are solely metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which is an incomplete understanding. While these 5 represent the primary attributes, numerous supplementary elements exist that can amplify or regulate their powers. For example, in the realm of metal, beyond the principal spirit stone, the metal spirit stone, there are also stones that enhance the metal element, balance its energy, and facilitate its dispersion. The primary spirit stones are undoubtedly significant, yet it is the auxiliary spirit stones that allow the primary ones to manifest their full potential, ensuring a more enduring spiritual power. The hues of these auxiliary stones closely resemble those of the primary stones, albeit with distinct differences. For instance, the spirit stone held by the esteemed leopard master belongs to the category of gold elemental growth stones, which greatly facilitates commerce and the accumulation of wealth. Its color is a striking gold, teetering on the verge of a yellow-white shade. Thus, in the tasks following Chen Zhi, it is imperative not only to seek the 5 elemental primary spirit stones, but also to diligently pursue the auxiliary stones of each element, as they are crucial for maintaining the vast barrier. However, Considering the current predicament of the organization, the fire elemental primary stone has already dimmed. Therefore, no amount of auxiliary stones can provide substantial aid. The pressing concern is to locate a new fire spirit stone to sustain the fire element. Otherwise, even the most formidable barrier will inevitably collapse. The 5 elemental forces are the foundation of the barrier. The absence of any single element will render it unstable, and the loss of 2 elements will result in an immediate disintegration of the barrier. Beyond this, Qing'e remains uncertain, as her abilities do not compare with those of the grand sorcerers within the organization. Consequently, the forthcoming matters will require Chen Zhi to explore gradually and to swiftly harness the powers of all the divine sorcerers. After Qing'e departed in the evening, tranquility returned to their lives. During this interval, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Gui Dao relished a rare period of serene leisure. In the midst of this tranquility, unexpected good news arrived from Guokeng village in Zhongshan town. All properties had been resolved, with equitable distributions made to all individuals. The village, where Chunxing resides, would not only be able to repair roads and construct a primary school, but also prosper as a whole. As the principal treasure seekers of Guokeng village, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were awarded a considerable fortune, an amount that Chen Zhi had never anticipated, 100 million yuan. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei received a staggering sum of 50 million yuan each, which would soon be transferred to their bank accounts following the necessary approvals and processing by the professional department. Henceforth, they would be wealthy men. Upon hearing this news, both Fat Wei and Chen Zhi found it difficult to believe. They had never imagined that the title of billionaire would be so effortlessly bestowed upon them, as if they had transformed into masters overnight. However, after an initial surge of excitement, Fat Wei fell into a contemplative silence. Chen Zhi understood his thoughts. Guokeng village had long been a thorn in Fat Wei's side, as he remained troubled by the disappearance of his 2 brothers and the unfixed map of the Yellow Springs that lingered in his mind.